Upon awakening from slumber, the urban wage slave, Chen Haiyang, found himself transported back to the year 1985, now a slothful man of the same name, residing in a coastal fishing village. In his previous life, he toiled endlessly, ultimately succumbing to a myriad of ailments. In this new existence, he yearned solely to bask in the azure skies and cerulean seas, enjoying a leisurely life. Lacking a system or space, he possesses only an intimate understanding of the ocean and an inexplicable stroke of fortune. While others excavate clams only to unearth mere sand, he, with a single scoop, retrieves succulent butter crabs. Whereas others weigh their finds of oysters by the pound, he, with a casual swipe, discovers a hidden trove of wild sea cucumbers. Even when venturing out to fish, the large yellow croakers foolishly collide against the side of his boat. The villagers, envious, remark, "Is this lad Haiyang favored by the Dragon King as a close kin?" Chen Haiyang merely chuckled, stretching lazily against the sea breeze. He aims to catch the plumpest fish, reel in the wildest catches, earn honest money, and provide for his beloved family. Additionally, he intends to return home early to marry the gentle and kind girl from the neighboring village whom he missed in his past life. This is a heartwarming tale of bidding farewell to the rat race, returning to a simpler era, and living a leisurely, prosperous life enriched by the sea and good fortune. Chapter 1. Awakening in 1985 with nothing but bare walls. A throbbing pain pulsated in his head as if it might split open. A pungent, briny scent invaded his nostrils, yanking Chen Haiyang from the depths of chaotic darkness. Everything became terrifyingly clear. Chen Haiyang abruptly opened his eyes, the intense dizziness nearly causing him to tumble from his bed. The remnants of a storm's roar, the shrill cries of twisted metal, and the suffocating sensation of icy seawater flooding his nostrils lingered in his ears. Wasn't he supposed to be sinking into the icy abyss of the South China Sea along with his exploration vessel? His vision struggled to focus. Before him lay a yellowed roof, marred by water stains and exposing decayed beams adorned with dusty cobwebs. Beneath him was a wooden plank bed, hard and uncomfortable, draped with a patchwork quilt exuding a musty scent mingled with sunlight. The earthen walls, constructed from mud bricks, were peeling away, revealing a mixture of mud and straw beneath. The sole window was boarded up with old planks, allowing a few rays of daylight to filter through the cracks, illuminating the dancing dust in the air. The room was nearly devoid of furnishings, containing only a rickety table with a crooked leg, 2 tree stumps serving as makeshift stools, and in the corner, a familiar, chipped redwood chest that had belonged to his mother. This was his childhood home in a small fishing village on the southeastern coast. He struggled to sit up and glance down at his hands. Rough-skinned and robust, filled with youthful vigor, these were certainly not the trembling, age-spotted hands of a 60-year-old. An absurd and frenzied thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He staggered out of bed and rushed to the broken earthen jar filled with clear water, leaning over to peer inside. The surface rippled, reflecting a young, dark-skinned visage, somewhat malnourished yet with sharp features. This was indeed his appearance at the age of 20. 1985. He recalled distinctly that it was in this very spring that he had just turned 20. His family, burdened with debts from treating his father, Chan Jiangwo's persistent cough, was so impoverished that even the bed he slept on was cobbled together from discarded planks found at the dock. "Haiyang, you're awake." A cautious voice, thick with accent, drifted in from the doorway. Chen Haiyang turned abruptly. His mother, Lin Xiaoying, stood at the threshold holding a rough ceramic bowl, backlit and slender like a reed that might be swept away by the wind. The patched gray cloth shirt she wore painted his eyes. The floodgates of memory burst open. In his previous life, his mother had not enjoyed a single day of his success, succumbing to exhaustion and illness far too early. Now, had she truly returned? Mother, the choked call caught in his throat, laden with 40 years of longing and guilt. "It's good that you're awake, good that you're awake," Lin Xiaoying said, noticing him standing in a daze. She hurried inside, placing the bowl on the table and reaching out to touch his forehead. "You're not burning up anymore. You fainted on the tidal flats yesterday, and it terrified me. You must be hungry. Quickly, drink this bowl of porridge." The bowl contained nearly translucent rice soup, with only a few grains of rice settled at the bottom. Chen Haiyang's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, an unbearable ache swelling within him. He recalled that just yesterday, he had spent an entire day scouring the tidal flats for seafood to exchange for grain, only to succumb to low blood sugar and faint without having procured anything. He took the bowl in his hands, the warmth radiating from his fingertips, grounding him in reality, confirming that this was not a dream. He, Chen Haiyang, had truly returned to the year 1985, back to this impoverished home that still held his mother. "Mom, I'm fine." His voice was hoarse, yet imbued with an unusual resolve. "Where's Dad?" "Your father." Cough. Went to the dock to see if he could find some odd jobs. Lin Xiaoying's eyes flickered, her tone somber. Chen Haiyang understood that his father's stubborn nature would lead him to seek help despite his frail health, likely returning with disdain. In his previous life, he would have felt nothing but despair and helplessness at this moment. Yet now, a fire ignited within his heart. 4 decades of maritime experience, a profound comprehension of oceanic tides and the migratory patterns of fish, even prophetic insights into the distribution of marine resources and market fluctuations in the decades to come. All of this resided within his current 20-year-old mind. While the home stripped bare, what of utter poverty? The ocean that had nurtured him and once devoured him now appeared to him not as an unpredictable realm of danger, but as an endless blue treasure trove awaiting his discovery. His fishing enterprise, from this moment forth, would defy all odds. He tilted his head back and drank the nearly grainless porridge in one gulp, a faint warmth surging into his empty stomach. He gazed out at the expanse of blue sky, fragmented by the gaps in the wooden planks, his eyes sharp as a harpoon poised to strike. "Mom," he set down the bowl, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable strength. "Wait for me. Today, I will ensure our family eats a proper meal." Chapter 2. The first encounter with the butter crab. The sea breeze caressed his face with a damp touch, infused with the briny scent of the ocean and a faint, elusive essence of life from the depths below. Chen Haiyang, barefoot, tread upon the icy, soft mudflats. The retreating tide had unveiled the beach, as if the earth had drawn back a cerulean veil, revealing depressions, rocky outcrops, and shallow pools. In his hand, he clutched an old bamboo basket, and at his waist dangled a polished short iron hook. This was all the wealth he possessed at present. His mother's worried gaze lingered in his mind, yet he moved forward with resolute steps. Though his previous life had been a haze of aimlessness for decades, he held a semblance of understanding of this marine expanse. The crevices where blue crabs nestled, the sands hiding clams, and the currents that beckoned schools of fish. What he sought now was to validate this recollection, to ascertain whether it still held merit in the spring of 1985. Unlike other beachcombers who meandered aimlessly across the flats, his eyes were sharp, akin to a seasoned hunter surveying his domain. He deftly avoided the throngs and made his way to a secluded area strewn with black rocks, where the waters ran deeper and the terrain was intricate, an uncharted territory for the faint-hearted. According to his memories, beneath this rocky enclave lay natural fissures and cavities, favored hideaways for blue crabs, particularly those of exceptional quality. More crucially, he recalled that during a similar season in his past life, an old fisherman had mentioned encountering the rare butter crab in this vicinity. The butter crab, in essence, was a female blue crab undergoing molting to become a fatty crab. Influenced by specific water temperatures and salinity, the crab fat would dissolve, coating every joint and morsel of crab meat in a rich, golden hue. Once steamed, it radiated a golden brilliance and exuded an irresistible aroma, a delicacy that was both exquisite and elusive. Carefully, he waded into the knee-deep sea, the water chilling to the bone. Leaning down, he scrutinized the crevices beneath the rocks. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a nondescript gap. There, he discerned the faintest traces of fresh crawling marks, and more importantly, he caught a whiff of an exquisitely subtle, yet distinctly different, oily fragrance from the typical marine scent. Yes, this was the place. His heart raced slightly as he held his breath and gently probed the fissure with the iron hook, cautious not to disturb its inhabitants. The hook made contact with something hard, producing a soft click. There was indeed something. He steadied himself, refraining from exerting force, instead employing the hook with a delicate finesse. The creature within seemed to be agitated, rustling in a flurry. Chen Haiyang felt a surge of exhilaration. A spirited creature indicated a substantial size. Adjusting his angle, he deftly lowered the hook and with a swift flick, yanked it upward. Splash! Water erupted. A sizable blue crab, nearly the size of an adult man's palm, emerged. Its claws poised aggressively. Its shell glimmered under the sun, a deep azure interlaced with golden hues, particularly those formidable claws, robust and menacing in their dance. Yet, the focal point lay elsewhere. Through its semi-transparent shell at the abdomen and joints, Chen Haiyang beheld not the ordinary hues of blue or white crab meat, but a rich, golden yellow reminiscent of premium salted egg yolks. The butter crab. Indeed, it was the butter crab. Even with Chen Haiyang's newfound temperament after rebirth, He could not suppress the tide of exhilaration surging within him. A triumphant first battle, and it was a royal triumph. The butter crab thrashed energetically, its 8 legs flailing in a desperate bid for freedom. With quick reflexes, Chen Haiyang deftly evaded the claws and secured its carapace, firmly controlling it before depositing it into the bamboo basket, swiftly closing the lid. The basket emitted a series of frustrated scrapes. Chen Haiyang exhaled deeply, savoring the weighty, icy shell against his palm, a long-lost sense of joy from the harvest flooding his heart. A fortuitous fishing fortune had commenced. He refrained from greed, fully aware of the virtue of moderation. Securing this butter crab was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. With haste, he departed from the rocky enclave, blending into the guise of an ordinary beachcomber. As he approached the back door of the only establishment in town capable of purchasing premium seafood, the Awong, the seasoned master's eyes widened at the sight of the basket, the golden hue of the crab faintly visible. "Young man, is that a butter crab?" His voice trembled with disbelief. The master had a discerning eye. Chen Haiyang nodded calmly. After a meticulous inspection and weighing, a price emerged that left Chen Haiyang momentarily speechless. This sum was sufficient to procure dozens of pounds of fine rice and pork, enough to provide hearty meals for a family dwelling in stark poverty. Clutching the thick stack of freshly printed bills, fragrant with ink, Chen Haiyang made no delay and headed straight to the local grain and meat shop. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the incredulous yet hopeful expression on his mother's face upon seeing the provisions. Tonight, the family would surely feast on fragrant rice, and thus, his life would embark from this butter crab toward a vast, deep blue future brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 3. A pound of fatty pork warms the cold home when Chen Haiyang returned to the dilapidated threshold of his home. The setting sun was gently painting the mottled earthen walls with its last rays. The heavy sack in his grasp instantly widened the eyes of his mother, Lin Xiaoying, who was peering from the doorway. In one hand, he bore a bulging sack of rice, comforting in its weight, while the other cradled a plump, glistening piece of pork, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Lin Xiaoying as she instinctively covered her mouth. The slab of meat weighed at least a pound, its rich fat glistening enticingly in the twilight. In an era where instances of savoring meat were few and far between, and even lard was rationed for cooking, such a piece of pork was a luxury beyond imagination, akin to a celebration of the new year. "Hi, Jun." Lin Xiaoying's voice trembled, her gaze darting between the meat and her son's tranquil face, filled with disbelief. Where did this come from? Her first instinct was not joy, but alarm, fearing her son had strayed down a perilous path. "Mother, rest assured, this is from selling crabs." Chen Haiyang reassured as he entered the house, placing the rice sack and the pork on the rickety table with a solid thud. He produced the remainder of his money. Though much had been spent, the thick stack still made Lin Xiaoying's heart race. "Sell crabs? What crab could possibly fetch such a price?" Lin Xiaoying inquired, her hands trembling as she grasped the meat, the hefty weight causing her heart to race. "A rare kind of crab called the butter crab, which I happened upon in a rocky crevice," Chen Haiyang explained lightly, attempting to soothe his mother. "The master at Awong recognized its value and offered me a good price." He briefly recounted the tale, omitting the perils and serendipity, presenting it simply as an ordinary beachcombing success. As Lin Xiaoying listened, her initial panic gradually transformed into an overwhelming joy that nearly engulfed her. Her gaze lingered on her son, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "My son has truly accomplished something," she choked out, wiping the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, wary of marring the precious meat with any moisture. "I'll go prepare dinner. Tonight, we shall feast on rice, on pork." Energized as if infused with boundless strength, she swiftly measured and rinsed the rice. Carefully placing the pork onto the chopping board, she first sliced off thin pieces, predominantly lean, to nourish her son and husband. Then her gaze fell upon the thick slab of fat. "Hi Jun, you go rest. I will render the pork fat." Lin Xiaoying's voice brimmed with a long-forgotten buoyancy. "All right." Chen Haiyang responded with a sound of acknowledgement, choosing not to rest but instead seated himself upon a tree stump before the hearth, deftly igniting the kindling. The orange flames leaped to life, dispelling the chill and gloom that pervaded the room. Lin Xiaoying meticulously diced the fatty meat into small pieces and added them to the scorching iron pot. With a sizzling sound, a rich aroma of rendered fat erupted, filling the confined space with its enticing fragrance. It was a scent capable of bringing joy to any soul ravaged by hunger. The chunks of fat gradually shrank in the pot, transforming into a golden, crispy delight, while the translucent lard was slowly rendered out, shimmering like a golden pond. Zhou Gilin carefully stirred the contents with a spatula, her face aglow with the warmth reflected from the hearth, embodying a glimmer of hope for a better life. Chen Haiyang silently observed his mother's industrious silhouette, watching the joyous dance of the crackling fat in the pot. listening to the delightful sounds of the culinary fire, a symphony of earthly delights. In his previous life, he had achieved great success and savored countless delicacies. Yet none could rival the exquisite aroma of this pot of rendered lard. This was not merely a pound of fatty meat. It was the first spark to dispel the despair that had shrouded their home, the foundation for his mother to stand tall once more, and the first breath of warmth to awaken their cold household. Once the lard was ready, Lin Xiaoying cautiously ladled the clear fat into a clean jar, ensuring a supply of cooking oil for the foreseeable future. The remaining golden cracklings were sprinkled with a pinch of salt and offered to Chen Haiyang in a bowl. "Quick, taste this. It's delicious," he exclaimed. Chen Haiyang picked up a piece of still warm crackling and placed it in his mouth. The satisfying crunch echoed as the hot, fatty aroma burst upon his palate, the simple saltiness perfectly accentuating the richness of the pork. "Delicious." He smiled at his mother, though inside, he felt a poignant ache. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, the return of his father, Chen Jiangguo. He entered, weary and worn, instantly captivated by the fragrant aroma of oil and rice that filled the room. Upon seeing the sack of rice on the table, the jar of glistening lard on the stove, and the bowl of cracklings, a complex expression crossed his weathered face, etched with years of toil and suffering. There was shock, confusion, and ultimately, a barely perceptible sense of relief. He asked no questions, simply washed his hands in silence, and sat at the table. That evening, under the warm glow of an oil lamp, the three of them gathered around the table, their bowls brimmed with steaming white rice, accompanied by a platter of glistening stir-fried vegetables and a small bowl of salted cracklings. No words were spoken, only the sounds of chewing filled the air. Yet, the atmosphere was imbued with a tangible sense of stability and warmth, an essence that had been absent for years. This pound of fatty meat had not only warmed their stomachs, but had also rekindled the spirits of three souls teetering on the brink of despair. Chen Haiyang savored the fragrant rice, observing the long-lost expressions of fulfillment on his parents' faces, expressions of life rather than mere survival. His resolve to change their circumstances solidified, akin to the unquenchable flames within the hearth. Chapter 4: Village Gossip and Father's Silence. The rich aroma of oil and rice wafting from the Chen household in the dead of night rippled through the impoverished and isolated fishing village, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending out concentric circles of intrigue. As dawn broke, beneath the sprawling banyan tree at the village entrance, a few early risers, women gathering firewood and mending nets, huddled together, whispering, their glances occasionally darting towards the dilapidated corner of the Chen home, which seemed to emanate an air of transformation. "Have you heard? The old Chen family had a feast last night. The smell of lard could be detected from afar. Indeed, Haiyang brought back a hefty piece of fatty pork from town yesterday evening. I saw it with my own eyes, so thick and white. Where did they find the money?" Questioned another. "Chen Jiangguo is a sickly wretch. No one wants him for heavy lifting at the docks. And just days ago, Haiyang fainted on the mudflat. Strange. Isn't it? Perhaps they stumbled upon some money drifting in from the sea? I doubt it. They must have taken some dubious path," murmured a woman with a birthmark at the corner of her mouth, her tone laced with habitual malice. In this day and age, sudden wealth can only lead to trouble. The idle chatter, infused with curiosity, envy, and a hint of barely concealed jealousy, swirled in the sea breeze, infiltrating the ears of the newly awakened Chen Haiyang. He remained composed, continuing to stretch and exercise in the yard, deaf to the gossip surrounding him. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, he understood the nature of humanity and deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with such trivialities. However, these words pricked at Chen Jiangguo's heart like tiny needles. As he prepared to venture to the docks in search of fortune, he hesitated in his steps, and the weathered lines of his face, etched by years of hardship and illness, twitched ever so slightly. Straightening his back, which had become slightly stooped from chronic coughing, he endeavored to maintain the precarious dignity of a family patriarch, silently bowing his head as he quickened his pace, eager to escape the suffocating center of gossip. Yet, the whispers would not relent. "Brother Jiangguo, off to the docks, are you?" called a familiar old fisherman, his eyes probing. "I hear your son Haiyang has made a name for himself. What treasures has he procured?" "Yes, Jiangguo, if there's a way to make a fortune. Don't forget your old buddies." Another chimed in half jokingly, half seriously. Chen Jiangguo's lips moved as if to respond, yet only a few suppressed coughs escaped his throat. And ultimately, he uttered not a single word. What could he say? That his son was fortunate enough to have stumbled upon a treasure crab? Even he found such an explanation laughably inadequate. A profound sense of confusion and an indescribable shame enveloped him. As a father, he had failed to uphold his family. And now the hope for a better life rested solely upon his son, rendering his long-standing perseverance and silence all the more feeble and hollow. He could only mumble a few vague acknowledgments as he nearly fled, leaving behind the probing gazes and hushed conversations. Throughout the day, Chen Haiyang was restless at the docks. Unable to find work, he spent most of his time squatting in a sheltered corner, watching the tide ebb and flow, his gaze vacant. He felt a nascent awareness of his son's abilities, recognizing it as a positive development. Yet, this fortune arrived too swiftly, too abruptly. Like a storm he could not comprehend, shattering the authority he had held as a father and the perceptions he had clung to for half a lifetime. As dusk fell, Chen Haiyang returned home, his steps heavier than before. In the kitchen, Lin Xiaoying was frying freshly picked wild greens in lard, the aroma wafting enticingly. Their son, Chen Haiyang, was busy repairing the creaky gate to the yard, his movements nimble and focused. This household had indeed transformed. It was filled with the essence of life and vitality. Upon seeing his father return, Chen Haiyang paused in his work and called out, "Dad, you're back." Chen Haiyang gazed at his son, his eyes reflecting the sharpness reminiscent of his own youth, now imbued with a newfound steadiness and determination, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. He yearned to inquire, to understand what his son had accomplished, to confirm that the source of this money was indeed legitimate, and to reclaim a sense of paternal involvement. Yet, as the words formed on his lips, they morphed into a few muted coughs and a dry, He silently approached the water jar, drew some water to wash his hands, then sat on the tree stump, retrieving the pipe he kept tucked at his waist, yet hesitating to light it. He sat in silence, resembling a weathered rock, in stark contrast to the gradually enveloping aromas of the meal and the bustling figure of his son, a harmonious, yet slightly estranged tableau. Chen Haiyang observed his father as silent and somewhat lonely silhouette, filled with understanding. He recognized the confusion and struggle his father faced. Breaking this silence and mending the invisible rift between them would require time and opportunity. He was not in a hurry. As long as the family remained intact and hope persisted, everything would gradually improve. He continued to lower his head, forcefully driving a new wooden wedge into the mortise of the fence gate, the solid sound echoing with a resounding thump, as if he were hammering out a brand new future for this home. Chapter 5. The Midnight Shrimp Thief and the Wisdom of Forgiveness. The night deepened, and the sound of the waves seeped through the gaps in the wooden planks, reminiscent of the ocean's breath in slumber. Yet within the dilapidated Chen family abode, an unusual sense of tranquility pervaded the air. The grain jar was full, and the oil pot brimmed, instilling a sense of security in one's heart. Chen Haiyang lay on the hard wooden bed, not yet in deep slumber. Years spent at sea had ingrained in him a vigilant habit, particularly at this juncture when their home was barren, yet just beginning to show a glimmer of vitality. A soft rustling sound, far too subtle to be caused by mere mice or the sea breeze, emanated from the direction of the kitchen. Chen Haiyang's eyes snapped open, sharp as an eagle's in the dark. He did not immediately make a sound, instead silently rolling out of bed, bare feet padding softly like a shadow as he approached the kitchen's curtain, bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the broken window. He glimpsed a slight black figure on tiptoe, trembling hands reaching out toward a bamboo basket hanging from the kitchen beam, which contained some shrimp left over from yesterday, intended for soup his mother had planned to make today. The shadow's movements were clumsy and fraught with panic, evidently not a habitual offender. Chen Haiyang refrained from rushing in to admonish him. He recognized the silhouette as that of Shitu, a boy from the Awong family at the village's edge, merely 12 or 13 years of age. The father, Wang Logan, was a drunkard, and their household was impoverished, with only this half-grown child enduring a meager existence. In a previous life, Shitu had succumbed to malnutrition and disease, passing away before reaching adulthood. A sigh escaped Chen Haiyang's lips, his anger dissipating, replaced by a complex emotion. He quietly retreated a few steps, then deliberately heightened his footsteps, clearing his throat. The shadow in the kitchen froze, as if caught in a spell, and then began to tremble violently, clearly frightened. Chen Haiyang lifted the curtain and stepped inside, refraining from lighting a lamp, instead using the moonlight to observe the boy cowering in the corner, pale with fear. "Uncle Haiyang." Shitu's voice was choked with tears, his form curled up, hands clenching the 2 shrimp he had just managed to grab. Chen Haiyang silently regarded him, the weight of the silence pressing down heavily, nearly suffocating Shitu, whose tears flowed freely. My father drank too much again, and there's nothing to eat at home. I'm so hungry," the child stammered, his voice filled with dread and despair. Chen Haiyang remained silent, moving to the stove, feeling for the matchstick, striking it with a swift flick, igniting a small oil lamp. The dim glow spread, illuminating Shitu's dirty, tear-streaked face, as well as the pitiful shrimp in his grasp. Chen Haiyang approached, neither scolding nor demanding he relinquish the shrimp. He simply extended his hand, calmly stating, "Give them to me." Shitu flinched, instinctively hiding the shrimp behind him. "Give them to me." Chen Haiyang's tone remained steady. yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Eating raw will upset your stomach. Hesitating, Shito ultimately trembled as he placed the 2 shrimp into Chen Haiyang's outstretched palm. Chen Haiyang took the shrimp, walked to the water jar, and rinsed them in the clear water. Then, he lifted the pot lid, revealing remnants of rice and a bit of pig fat left from dinner. He placed the shrimp in a bowl, added some rice, drizzled a few drops of pig fat, and set it on the stove to warm with the residual heat. Having completed all this, he returned to the frightened boy who dared not move. Squatting down to meet his gaze, Shito, his voice was deep yet curiously soothing. Being hungry is no excuse for stealing. Shito hung his head, tears streaming more fiercely. A man may be poor, but he must not lose his dignity. Chen Haiyang looked at him, emphasizing that to obtain what one desires, one must rely on their own hands. Do you understand? Shito seemed to grasp the meaning, nodding vigorously. I won't tell your father about today, nor will I speak of it to anyone else. Chen Haiyang continued, but this bowl of rice is not a gift. Tomorrow morning, before dawn, you will go to the tidal flats and bring me a basket full of the most ordinary clams or small sea snails and deliver them to my doorstep. Can you do that? Shito's head shot up, disbelief etched on his face. In the dim light, a spark reignited in his eyes. He nodded fervently, choking on his words. I can. I will. Uncle Haiyang, I promise to fill a basket. Good. Remember your words, Chen Haiyang replied, standing up and presenting the bowl of slightly warm shrimp rice to Shito. Take this home and eat. From tomorrow on, rely on your own strength to earn your meals. Shito cradled the coarse ceramic bowl, feeling the warmth radiating from its walls and the tangible aroma of food. Tears surged forth once more. Yet this time, it was not solely fear. It was intertwined with shame, gratitude, and a flicker of dignity, being regarded as a person. He bowed deeply to Chen Haiyang, saying nothing, and swiftly turned to flee from the Chen household, his slight figure vanishing into the night. Chen Haiyang gazed at the empty doorway, the sea breeze wafting in, carrying a chill. He knew that a bowl of rice could not alter the plight of Wang Logun's family, but perhaps it could plant a different seed in the heart of the boy named Shito. To govern with might is less effective than to lead with virtue. To oppress with strength is inferior to guiding with reason. This measure of forgiveness and guiding wisdom he had long understood while commanding vast fleets at sea, and now it remained effective even in this small fishing village. He extinguished the oil lamp and returned to his bed. The room fell back into darkness. Yet his heart was clear and serene. Protecting this family required not only wealth, but also wisdom and the capacity to navigate the turbulent undercurrents surrounding them. In the distance, the first crow of a rooster broke the silence. Dawn was approaching. Chapter 6. The Splendid Lobster Beneath the Rocks. Just as the first light of dawn began to emerge, the horizon shimmered with a pale gray, and morning mist enveloped the coast like a delicate veil. Chen Haiyang, carrying a bamboo basket and an iron hook, ventured once more towards the familiar yet infinitely promising beach. The forgiveness and guidance he had extended to Shito the previous night stirred little turbulence in his heart. To him, it was merely an instinctive act of kindness. What mattered more was fulfilling his promise to his mother, ensuring that meals became a norm in their household, and swiftly accumulating the first pot of gold to change their destiny. He chose not to return to the secluded rocky area where he had discovered butter crabs. Experience told him that while fortune may reappear, one must not deplete the sea's bounty. The ocean favors hunters who understand restraint and adaptability. Instead, he selected a more expansive rocky area where the waters ran slightly deeper. The terrain here was intricate, with currents converging, often concealing unexpected treasures. The seawater was icy, lapping at his calves. He tread lightly, his gaze sharp as the most precise scanner, sweeping over every shadow where prey might hide. The rocks were thickly encrusted with oysters and barnacles, and a few small crabs, startled, scuttled quickly into the crevices. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a large, brown rock half submerged in water. Beneath it lay a cave, partially obscured by seaweed, deep and dark. While an ordinary person might overlook it, Chen Haiyang keenly detected a subtle disturbance in the water at the cave's entrance, unlike anything caused by small fish or shrimp. Holding his breath, he cautiously approached. Rather than recklessly reaching in, he carefully inserted the iron hook into the cave, gently probing. No response. Undeterred, he adjusted his angle and meticulously explored the cave's walls and floor with the hook. The sensation that enveloped him was neither the hardness of rock nor the softness of silt, but rather a resilient texture reminiscent of crustacean shells, marked by a surface adorned with subtle ridges. Furthermore, its size was considerable. A shiver coursed through Chen Haiyang's being, compelling him to exercise greater caution. He recalled the techniques of lobster fishing from his previous life, abandoning haphazard movements in favor of a more calculated approach. With a deft maneuver, he skillfully wedged the iron hook into a corner of the cave that might impede the creature's escape. Then, with a sudden flick of his wrist. He pried it outward while his other hand darted in with lightning speed, targeting his quarry. Splash! Water erupted in a cascade, and a vibrantly colored figure was firmly ensnared in his grasp, emerging triumphantly from the depths. It was a lobster of substantial proportions. Yet, unlike the common green or spiny lobsters, this one flaunted a dreamlike array of colors, a deep emerald green base adorned with striking patterns of bright yellow and orange stripes. As if cloaked in a resplendent tapestry, its elongated antennae, akin to the feathers of a Peking opera warrior, swayed majestically, while a powerful tail thrashed in defiance, sending droplets of water cascading around. A splendid lobster. Chen Haiyang's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a member of the prestigious lobster lineage, revered for its exquisite hues and delectable flesh, fetching prices akin to gold in the market, even rarer than the previously sought-after butter crab. He grasped the lobster's carapace firmly by its sides, deftly avoiding its formidable but less robust legs, scrutinizing it with keen interest. This splendid lobster was full of vitality, its appearance flawless, and weighing no less than 2 to 3 pounds, an absolute treasure to behold. Without a moment's hesitation, he carefully placed it in a bamboo basket lined with seaweed, covering it lightly with some kelp. Today his objective had been surpassed. As he hoisted the bamboo basket, deftly avoiding the early rising villagers, he arrived at the back entrance of Awong. The seasoned master, upon glimpsing the breathtaking colors within his basket, nearly dropped the enamel jar he was holding in shock. A splendid lobster? The master's voice trembled as he leaned in closer, donning his reading glasses, his hands quivering slightly as he cradled the magnificent creature like a priceless treasure. My heavens! This quality, this size, I have hardly seen anything like it in all my years. The ensuing negotiations were virtually non-existent. The master quoted a staggering price that left Chen Haiyang astounded, insisting on cash payment without delay. This sum exceeded his previous earnings from the butter crab. Clutching a thicker wad of cash than the day before, Chen Haiyang remained composed. He did not linger in town, but proceeded to procure grains and essential supplies, purchasing a greater quantity this time. As he returned home burdened with rice and meat, his mother, Lin Xiaoying, wore an expression of habitual anticipation mingled with joy. The curious glances and whispers beneath the banyan tree at the village entrance grew more intricate, as doubt gradually transformed into a near-superstitious belief that Chen Haiyang lad must truly have been favored by the Sea Dragon King, striking it rich. Even his usually reticent father, Chen Jiangguo, regarded the bowl of thick pork belly bought with the change from selling shrimp, and the small bottle of loquat syrup quietly placed beside him by his son, as a flicker of something softened in his deeply set eyes, melting away a fraction of his stoic demeanor. Chen Haiyang continued to eat in silence. Yet his heart felt as clear as a mirror. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The vast azure sea was responding to the call of this returning wayfarer in its own unique manner. His extraordinary fishing fortune was destined to stir up greater waves in this small fishing village of the 1980s. Chapter 7. The money from selling shrimp and his mother's tears. Chen Haiyang gently placed the thick stack of cash, still infused with the mingling scents of brine and ink, before his mother, Lin Xiaoying, on the uneven table. The sound of the bills landing on the rough wooden surface was dull, yet imbued with an indescribable weight. Lin Xiaoying, busy wiping the now-filled rice jar at the stove, turned in puzzlement upon hearing the noise. When her gaze fell upon the stack of crisp bills, far exceeding her wildest imagination, she froze, as if spellbound. The cloth in her hand dropped to the ground with a soft thud. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Her eyes fixated on the money. As if it were not currency but a searing illusion she dared not touch. Slowly, she approached the table, her weathered hands, worn and cracked from years of toil, trembling as they reached out to graze the edge of the topmost bill. The cool texture, characteristic of paper, confirmed its authenticity. It was real, not a dream. Yesterday, her son returned with fatty meat and rice, and she thought they had struck a stroke of luck. But today, this thick stack of cash shattered her decades-long perception of poverty. This was not mere fortune, it was a miracle. This, all from the lobster? Her voice faltered, dry and strained, as if squeezed from her throat. Yes, the master at Awong gave that price, Chen Haiyang replied calmly, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Mother, please take this money. Buy rice, buy cloth, whatever the household needs, you decide. Lin Xiaoying did not reach for the money. Her hand remained suspended in the air, quivering slightly. Her gaze shifted from the bills to her son's youthful face, etched with an unusual gravity and determination for someone so young. Observing his sun-kissed skin, the well-worn, patched shirt he wore, and then the pile of cash symbolizing abundance and hope before her, a torrent of repressed emotions, long held at bay, surged forth like a dam bursting. Tears streamed down her cheeks without warning, not in a cacophony of sobs, but in a silent, intense flow. The tears cascaded down her prematurely wrinkled face, splattering onto the front of her worn clothing, leaving dark stains in their wake. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably, and a muffled whimper escaped her throat, akin to a wounded creature. So many years, so many years. She had endured countless interminable days of poverty, swallowing her share of bitterness and indignation. She had pleaded with relatives and neighbors for medication for her husband, only to be met with disdain. She had gone hungry too many times to save food for her children. In the stillness of the night, listening to her husband's suppressed cough, gazing at the desolation of their bare walls, she had often despaired, wishing to sink into eternal slumber. She thought her life would remain thus, numbly enduring under the dual pressures of poverty and illness until her last breath. But now, her son had not only brought back food and fish, but also this tangible currency that could uphold the very backbone of their family. This was not simply money. It was dignity. It was hope. It was the first crack in the mountain of poverty that had long sat upon her heart, pried open by her son's seemingly fragile, yet profoundly resilient shoulders. Mother. Chen Haiyang watched as his mother succumbed to such overwhelming emotion. His own heart aching with a bittersweet pang, he stepped forward, gently steadying her trembling shoulders. Lin Xiaoying clutched her son's arm with such fervor that her nails nearly dug into his flesh, as if grasping the only lifeline. She lifted her tear-filled gaze, choking on her words, repeatedly expressing, "Oh, my son has succeeded. I'm so happy, I'm so happy." She spoke of happiness, yet her tears flowed even more fiercely. They were tears of joy, of release, and of farewell to the years of hardship. Chen Haiyang remained silent, allowing his mother to hold on to his arm as he silently supported her through her emotional storm. He understood that his mother needed this cathartic weeping, a release of the pain and despair that had long been pent up within her. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xiaoying's sobs gradually subsided into soft, subdued sniffles. She released her grip on her son's arm, somewhat embarrassed, and hastily wiped her face with her sleeve. Her gaze fell upon the stack of money on the table. Though her eyes remained somewhat dazed, they now sparkled with a newfound glimmer of hope. "This money. Mother will keep it for you," she said, carefully gathering the bills together, clutching them tightly in her hand, as if holding the very lifeblood of the family. "For your future wife, for building a grand house." Chen Haiyang couldn't help but smile at the serious demeanor of his mother, as though she were on a sacred mission, filling his heart with warmth. "Mother, life will get better from here on," he softly assured her, his tone imbued with a steadfastness akin to rock. Outside, the last rays of the setting sun cast a golden-red hue across the sea. Inside, his mother delicately tucked away the stack of bills, heavy with tears and hope, into the deepest part of the weathered redwood box. This time, the box contained not only emptiness and memories, but also a weighty present and a tangible future within reach. Chapter 8. Awong's sidekick and the first little wooden boat. The changes in the Chen family were like pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that spread in circles throughout this isolated fishing village. The enticing aroma of cooking wafting from the Chen household over the past few days, along with the newly repaired roof glistening with a dark sheen under the sun, served as a silent proclamation that this once destitute family was rising at an astonishing pace. Envy, speculation, jealousy, and curiosity, an array of complex emotions surged and fermented among the villagers. Yet, it was Awong, who lived at the eastern edge of the village, who first mustered the courage to transform these emotions into action. Awong, 2 years younger than Chen Haiyang, was a child molded by hardship. With a sick mother and a father working odd jobs, the phrase bare walls hardly sufficed to describe his family's plight. He was not particularly tall, but was robust, brimming with untapped strength, and known for his simple-mindedness, often used by lazy youths for heavy labor without a kind word in return. In recent days, rumors about Chen Haiyang had floated into his ears like the magical sea breeze. Butter crabs, exquisite lobsters, and the dazzling little yellow fish after the torrential rain. Each tale seemed fantastical, yet he could not dismiss them, for the changes in the Chen family were undeniably evident. Awong squatted at the entrance of his low, damp earthen house, gazing in the direction of the Chen household, his heart fluttering like a bucket being drawn from a well. He wasn't particularly close to Chen Haiyang, merely acquaintances who nodded to each other in passing. Haiyang seemed more subdued than before, yet also distinctly different. Awong couldn't pinpoint the exact change, but he felt as if Haiyang's eyes could see right through to one's soul, instilling both apprehension and an inexplicable sense of trust. The following day, just as the horizon began to pale with the first light of dawn and the sea mist had yet to fully dissipate, Awong found himself standing outside the newly repaired gate of Chen Haiyang's home. He had deliberately donned his best attire, a faded, patched-up coarse cloth shirt, still relatively clean. He stood awkwardly at the threshold, his rough hands nervously rubbing together, his dark face flushed from an inner turmoil, his lips quivering silently, unable to muster a single word. Chen Haiyang, having risen early to stretch and revel in the vitality of his rejuvenated body, looked up to see the familiar yet timid figure at the door. Awong. He was taken aback. So early, is there something you need? Upon hearing Chen Haiyang's voice, Awong straightened up as if jolted by a whip, his voice trembling with anxiety. Haiyang-ji, good morning. Observing his demeanor, Chen Haiyang had already begun to piece things together. In the hazy memories of his past life, Awong's fate had not been kind. After losing his parents, he had been left utterly alone, and eventually met his demise in a minor storm at sea, never to return. A tragic life. Come in and talk. Standing at the door is not appropriate, Chen Haiyang said, pulling open the gate. Awong, overwhelmed with surprise, nearly tiptoed into the extraordinary yard that now stood before him. He furtively admired the newly refurbished roof and caught a glimpse of Zhou Guilin bustling in the kitchen, even faintly catching the aroma of rice porridge, all of which further solidified his resolve. Haiyang-ji, Awong inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of his strength, his voice unexpectedly booming, startling even himself. I've heard you possess great skill, chosen by the Sea Dragon King. I, Awong, have no particular talents. Just strength and a willingness to work hard. Could you possibly let me follow you? I don't need any wages. Truly, not a single cent. He spoke rapidly and urgently, as if fearing that a mere second's delay would lead to rejection. His eyes, hollow from long-term malnutrition, now burned with fervent yet humble pleading, fixated on Chen Haiyang as if he were the only lifeboat in a vast ocean. Chen Haiyang did not respond immediately. He met Awong's gaze with a penetrating look, as if seeking to pierce through his simple exterior to his very core. In the yard, the only sounds were Zhou Guilin stirring the porridge and the distant murmur of the sea. This brief silence felt interminable to Awong, as if a century had passed. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat, and his palms were slick with sweat. Finally, Chen Haiyang spoke, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. You may follow me. Awong's heart soared with joy, nearly bursting with elation. However, Chen Haiyang's next words doused his excitement with cold water, urging him to regain composure. But I have my rules. First, I will pay you according to the market rate for dock workers, no less. Second, meals will be provided in abundance. Third, and most importantly, while at sea, you will follow my commands without deviation or insubordination. Can you comply? Awong was taken aback. He had only sought a morsel to eat, yet not only had Haiyang agreed, but he would also pay him according to market rates? He felt as though he were dreaming. I can. I absolutely can. Awong quickly responded, thumping his chest in excitement, nearly incoherent. Haiyang-ji, I swear to heaven. From now on, you are my brother. If you say to go east, I will never go west. If you say to chase dogs, I will never pursue chickens. A lower wage truly doesn't matter, just feed me. Chen Haiyang observed Awong's near tearful excitement, a subtle smile emerging on his face. He recognized that Awong's earnestness and loyalty were far more precious than mere cleverness amidst the treachery of commerce and the unpredictable sea. All right, enough with the chest thumping. If you hurt yourself, I'll have to treat you. Chen Haiyang waved his hand. Perfect timing. Today you will accompany me to town, not just for fishing, but to attend to an important matter. Awong replied heartily, feeling invigorated. This day marked a profound awakening for Awong. Accompanying Chen Haiyang to town, he witnessed firsthand how Haiyang effortlessly engaged in jovial banter with the master at Wonghailu, and how he sold the once precious catch at astonishing prices. Even more astonishing was Haiyang's remarkable talent for fishing. As if the sea were his backyard, he knew precisely where treasures lay hidden. Awong was not one for many words, solely focused on the task at hand. Following Chen Haiyang's instructions, he heft heavy rocks to clear fishing spots and carried bamboo baskets brimming with seafood, uttering not a single complaint, fueled by an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. He gazed at Chen Haiyang with eyes that transitioned from an initial plea to a near-reverent awe. As dusk descended, when Chen Haiyang pressed several crisp bills of large denomination into his hands, Awong recoiled as if scalded, stumbling backward, his face flushed with embarrassment. This is too much. Brother Haiyang, this is far too generous. I merely exerted a bit of effort. How could that possibly be worth so much? Take it. Chen Haiyang insisted, his tone brooking no refusal as he forcefully placed the money into Awong's hands. The wages are according to market rates. I, Chen Haiyang, am a man of my word. Go buy some fine rice, get your mother some meat, and procure some medicine. From now on, rely on your own strength to ensure your mother lives well. As Awong stared at the heavy bills in his hands, he looked up at Chen Haiyang's calm, yet powerfully reassuring gaze, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Clutching the money as though it encompassed all his family's hopes for the future, he found himself choked with emotion, struggling to articulate his gratitude. In the end, He merely bowed deeply to Chen Haiyang, his shoulders trembling from the intensity of his feelings. Enough of this unneeded ceremony, Chen Haiyang said, patting his shoulder. Come early tomorrow. We have serious matters to attend to. Yes. Awong nodded vigorously, wiping his eyes with his sleeve before dashing off, eager to share this monumental news with his grandmother. The following day, before dawn broke, Awong arrived at the Chen household, having come half an hour earlier than agreed. He radiated vitality, though his clothes remained tattered. He seemed infused with a newfound spirit. Chen Haiyang regarded him with satisfaction. After enjoying a breakfast far more sumptuous than usual, prepared by his mother, he addressed his parents. Dad, Mom, today Awong and I will go to town to look at boats. Look at boats? Lin Xiaoying paused, momentarily taken aback. Yes. Relying on borrowed boats or merely lingering by the shore is not a sustainable plan, Chen Haiyang explained. I wish to purchase a small wooden boat of my own. Chen Jiangguo hesitated, his hand gripping the smoking pipe tightening as he met his son's gaze. Then, after a moment of silence, he rasped. Buying a boat is a significant matter. Do we have enough money? Yes. Chen Haiyang's tone was resolute. The sale of the last batch of small yellow croakers, combined with my previous savings, will more than suffice for a second-hand wooden boat. Chen Jiangguo fell silent once more, smoking quietly as the swirling smoke obscured his expression. Yet Chen Haiyang sensed something shifting beneath his father's stoic exterior. For a lifelong fisherman, owning a boat of one's own held profound significance. Upon reaching the town, Chen Haiyang did not venture to the boatyards specializing in new vessels, for their prices were beyond his current means. Instead, he and Awong made their way directly to a makeshift second-hand fishing boat trading spot near the dock. The air was thick with the mingled scents of tung oil, the sea, and timber, as various wooden boats of all shapes and ages lay dragged ashore or stranded in shallow waters, awaiting new owners. Groups of boat owners lounged nearby, smoking and chatting, casting scrutinizing glances at anyone who appeared to be a potential buyer. For Awong, this was his first visit to such a place, and he was awestruck by the myriad of fishing boats, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer variety, each one seeming equally appealing. Chen Haiyang, however, remained focused. He swiftly scanned the vessels, dismissing those that were overly worn or had visibly rotting keels, as well as those that were cumbersome and unsuitable for agile operations. He sought a standard fishing boat that was sturdy, nimble, capable of navigating the coastal waters' complexities, and resilient against rough seas. At last, his gaze settled on a wooden fishing boat approximately 5 meters long. It bore the marks of age, but was remarkably well maintained. Its hull featured sleek lines, closely joined planks, and evenly applied tung oil, with signs of wear that, while inevitable, did not compromise its overall structural integrity. The essential components, mast, oars, and rudder, were all intact, without visible damage. The owner, an elderly fisherman with graying hair and weathered skin, sat at the bow, quietly mending a net. Upon noticing Chen Haiyang inspecting his boat, he merely lifted his eyelids, not rushing over to solicit a sale like the other owners. Sir, how much do you want for this boat? Chen Haiyang inquired politely as he approached. The old fisherman paused in his task, scrutinizing Chen Haiyang and Awong before responding with a gravelly voice. Young man, you wish to buy a boat? Let me have a look. Chen Haiyang nodded, and without waiting for an invitation, gracefully leapt aboard. Awong quickly followed suit. Chen Haiyang conducted a meticulous examination. He stomped on the deck to assess for hollow sounds, scrutinized the keel's joints for cracks or rot, checked for leaks in the hull, and ensured the mast stood straight and firm. He even picked up the oars and rudder, mimicking their movements to gauge their smoothness. The old fisherman observed Chen Haiyang's series of professional and knowledgeable inspections with a glimmer of surprise in his dim eyes. His previously indifferent demeanor shifted. Sir, this boat has seen its share of years, hasn't it? Chen Haiyang asked casually as he continued his inspection. Commissioned in the 37th year of the Republic, just like me. An old relic, the fisherman replied, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. It's been well maintained. Chen Haiyang complimented before shifting the conversation. However, several planks on the bottom should be replaced, as the joints have recently been oiled. There's a shallow crack on the port side near the waterline. While it doesn't pose an immediate issue, it could become a concern. Additionally, the oars joints are somewhat loose and need reinforcement. Hearing Chen Haiyang articulate the boat's hidden flaws with such familiarity, the old fisherman's surprise deepened. After a brief silence, he sighed. Young man, you have a keen eye. It seems you know your boats. Since you've pointed these out, I won't hide anything from you. This boat has been with me for decades without major incidents. But, like all things old, it has its minor ailments. I'm getting on in years and can no longer go out to sea. My son has settled in the city and is bringing me over. I need to find a good home for this boat. Chen Haiyang sensed the old fisherman's attachment to the vessel and nodded. Sir, name your price. The old fisherman quoted a price slightly above the market rate for similar second-hand boats. Yet considering the quality of materials and maintenance, it was fair. Chen Haiyang did not immediately negotiate but pointed out the identified issues, saying, "Sir, I can accept your price, but these areas will require repairs, which will incur additional costs. How about this? I'll agree to your price, but I would like the nearly new spare sail, and those 2 spare oars included as part of the deal." The old fisherman pondered, glancing at his beloved old companion, then at this clear-eyed young man who seemed to understand both boats and human nature. He finally nodded. "All right. Your expertise reassures me. I'm confident leaving this boat in your hands. You can have all the gear." With the deal struck and the bills counted, the old fisherman caressed the boat's edge, muttering a few words that sounded like a final farewell. Then, he turned and ambled away from the dock, never looking back. It was only at that moment that Awong dared to exhale loudly, excitedly running his fingers along the smooth edge of the boat, stammering, "Brother Haiyang, this boat is ours now. We have our own boat. It belongs to us," Chen Haiyang replied, his heart swelling with an indescribable excitement as he gazed at the weathered yet sturdy little wooden boat. No longer merely a borrowed tool, it was his own. The first genuine vessel leading him into the deep blue. It was the beginning of his conquest over this azure treasure. "Let us name it, Brother Haiyang," Awong suggested enthusiastically. Chen Haiyang contemplated the bow cutting through the waves, and then gazed toward the vast expanse of the sea, and solemnly declared, "Let us call it the Wavebreaker." Wavebreaker, a splendid name. Awong brandished his fist, declaring, "From now on, we shall sail aboard the breakaway van, traverse the vast oceans." Chen Haiyang smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. He caressed the cold ship's railing, sensing the strength and passage of time embedded within the wooden grain. "Awong, check the ropes. Let us push the boat into the water." "All right." The setting sun cast its golden radiance upon the sea and upon the newly acquired little wooden vessel, aptly named Breakwave. Together, Chen Haiyang and Awong pushed it into the familiar waters. As the wooden boat entered the sea, it produced a gentle splash and began to float steadily. Chen Haiyang leaped to the bow, gripping the oar, and extended his hand to Awong, who stood on the shore. "Come aboard. We are going home." Awong grasped Chen Haiyang's hand and leaped with vigor, landing firmly on the boat. Chen Haiyang began to row, and the breakwave sliced through the tranquil sea, making its way towards the smoke rising from the fishing village. The boat left behind a ripple that gradually expanded, as if heralding the commencement of a brand new journey. Filled with the unknown and hope, Awong stood at the stern, gazing at Haiyang's upright silhouette, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of security and endless anticipation for the future. Following Haiyang, he would have food, wages, and now, a boat of their own. In that moment, he felt like the luckiest person in the world. Chapter 9. The gold nuggets driven ashore by the storm. The sky darkened suddenly in the afternoon, with leaden clouds hanging low over the sea, almost within reach. The sea breeze lost its usual gentleness, turning tumultuous, whipping up salty spray that stung the face. In the distance, where the sea met the sky, a blinding lightning bolt split the gloom, followed by the rolling thunder. A heavy downpour was imminent. "Quick, return to port," shouted the seasoned fishermen at the dock, hurriedly gathering their nets and heading back. The small boats, which had been working close to shore, scurried back to the safety of the harbor like startled fish. Awong glanced nervously at the suddenly transformed sky and turned to Chen Haiyang. "Brother Haiyang, should we hurry back too?" Yet, Chen Haiyang stood at the bow, squinting, intently gauging the shifts in wind and current. Then lifting his gaze to the swirling mass of dark clouds. His expression was not one of panic, but rather an unusual focus, even tinged with a hint of excitement. "No rush," he replied calmly, his voice cutting through the roar of the wind. "Do you trust me, Awong?" Awong paused, studying Haiyang's remarkably bright eyes even under the dim light, and instinctively nodded. "I do." "Good. Steer the boat towards that small cape to the east. We'll take shelter there until the rain subsides," Chen Haiyang commanded decisively. The unique topography of the cape could effectively diminish the wind and waves. It was a temporary safe haven he had discovered in a past life. Awong ceased to question further and vigorously maneuvered the oars. As the small boat navigated through the increasingly fierce winds and waves, steadfastly heading towards the direction Chen Haiyang indicated. No sooner had they tucked the boat behind the wind-sheltering rocks of the cape than the rain began to pour down in torrents, quickly forming a curtain of rain that obscured the world in a blinding white haze. The wind intensified the downpour, and the waves crashed violently against the rocks of the cape, producing a deafening roar. Awong clutched the railing tightly, his face paling. Despite his years at sea, such severe weather instilled a deep-seated fear. He stole a glance at Chen Haiyang, only to find him calm, even tilting his head slightly as if listening to some sound beyond the storm. Indeed, Chen Haiyang was listening. He was attuned to the rhythm of the crashing waves, feeling the undercurrents beneath the surface. Such extreme weather often heralded significant disturbances in marine ecosystems. For some fish, it was a catastrophe, but for others, or for him, who understood the patterns, it could spell opportunity. He remembered an old fisherman saying that before and after a storm, deep-water fish sometimes were forced to surface or come ashore. The rain persisted for about half an hour before gradually easing, transitioning from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. Though the wind and waves remained formidable, they were no longer as ferocious as before. "Let us go out and take a look." Chen Haiyang wiped the rain from his face. "Now." Awong hesitated, glancing at the still turbulent sea outside. "Now," Chen Haiyang asserted confidently, already grasping the oars. The small boat cautiously emerged from the shelter of the cape, once again exposed to the vast expanse of the sea. The rain blurred their vision, and the waters appeared murky, littered with seaweed and debris torn asunder by the storm. Chen Haiyang's gaze scanned the surface like a radar, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed, fixating on a patch of water not far ahead. There, the sea exhibited an unusual, expansive golden hue. It was not merely sunlight reflecting off the surface. The water itself seemed to have been dyed gold by some unseen force. His heart raced, and he hastened to row closer. As they drew near, clarity emerged. The vast expanse of water was teeming with countless small golden fish. Most were disoriented from the tumult, many already belly up, their golden scales shimmering amidst the gray waters and rain, casting a mesmerizing and dazzling glow that turned the sea into a flowing river of gold. Its small yellow croaker, and in an extraordinarily rare massive school. This sight resembled a storm having unearthed a treasure trove from the ocean floor, scattering myriad golden nuggets across the sea surface. "My heavens!" Awong stared, mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He had never witnessed so many small yellow croakers, nor such a dreamlike, breathtaking spectacle. "What are you waiting for?" Chen Haiyang barked, jolting Awong from his stupor. "Quick, use the scoop net. Catch as many as you can." His voice carried an undeniable thrill. This was as if the ocean had delivered gold nuggets right to their boat. The two sprang into action, disregarding the rain and waves, seizing the largest scoop net aboard and frantically gathering the golden fish from the surface. Each scoop yielded a hefty bounty of shimmering gold, plopping into the boat's hold and flopping about. This was not fishing. It was akin to collecting money. The small boat bobbed amidst the golden sea, the two men working tirelessly like machines. The hold filled with small yellow croakers at a visible pace, soon reaching their ankles, then their calves. It was only when their fish baskets were filled to the brim and the hold was piled high that they were too exhausted to stand upright, and the dazzling gold on the water began to dwindle. The rain ceased, and the wind calmed. The sun struggled to break through the gaps in the clouds, casting a few golden rays that illuminated their bountiful catch, reflecting in even more radiant brilliance. Chen Haiyang and Awong exchanged glances. Their faces, smeared with rain, sweat, and fish scales, appeared disheveled yet exhilarated, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This boatload of yellow croaker was worth more than the combined total of their previous catches of butter crabs and exquisite lobsters. It represented a breakthrough in scale, a leap from individual rare catches to a massive yield. As their boat, laden with gold, made its way back to the dock, the entire fishing village erupted in excitement once more. The flowing gold from their boat spoke more profoundly than any words could convey. At that moment, Chen Haiyang's fishing enterprise was cloaked in an almost mythical aura. Yet, Chen Haiyang understood that this was no myth. It was merely another powerful and precise force that he had leveraged to shift the gears of fate. Chapter 10. Repairing the leaky roof. Life at home visibly improved, but the scars left by years of poverty could not be erased overnight. In the decades-old residence, on one particular night, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Initially disregarded, the sound of rain intensified as the night wore on. Chen Haiyang, roused from his slumber by the rhythmic dripping, opened his eyes. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the window's crevice, he noticed a small puddle accumulating on the floor near the corner, murky droplets rhythmically leaking from above, splashing into the waterlogged area and sending up tiny sprays. He rose and placed a worn ceramic bowl beneath the dripping leak. The sound transformed from a gentle drip to a dull thud, echoing clearly through the stillness of the rain-soaked night. From the adjacent room, soft sounds indicated that his parents had also been stirred awake by the persistent leak. Chen Haiyang could hear his mother's soft sighs and the rustle of his father getting up to investigate. The roof, long neglected, had been leaking for some time. During rainy days in years past, they would set out numerous bowls and pots to create a symphony of raindrops. In their previous impoverished state, even the thought of repairing the roof had seemed unattainable, forcing them to make do with old bowls to catch water and temporarily patching gaps with straw. However, times had changed. The following morning, the rain ceased and sunlight flooded in. Chen Haiyang gazed at the bowl, now half filled with rainwater, then looked up at the roof. stained dark from the rain, where slender beams of light pierced through the cracks. He resolved to take action. During breakfast, while stirring his porridge, he spoke up. "Dad, Mom. The roof needs repairing." Lin Xiaoying paused momentarily while picking up pickled vegetables, a fleeting frown crossing her face. It indeed needs fixing. But she instinctively glanced toward the wooden box where they kept their savings. Repairing the roof would require tiles, lime, and possibly hiring help, a considerable expense. Though they had managed to save some money, her ingrained frugality made her hesitant and anxious. Chen Jiangguo, silent until then, set down his bowl, rose, and stepped into the yard to scrutinize the roof. The black tiles were cracked and displaced, with sparse growth of moss, and several areas of the ridge showed clear signs of sagging. He examined it intently, his brow slightly furrowed. After a considerable pause, he returned inside and told Chen Haiyang, "I'll check the tile kiln in the neighboring village for some decent tiles. They should be cheaper. Lime can be found in town." As for labor, he hesitated. "Awong and I can manage, and we can ask Uncle Fu for a hand. He used to be a mason, and a meal will suffice as payment." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of planning and determination. He did not oppose the idea, but instead presented a straightforward plan, indicating that he had already contemplated the roof's repair and agreed with his son's timing. Chen Haiyang felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. "All right. Let us do it, Dad." Without further ado, that morning, Chen Jiangguo took the money and headed to the neighboring village's tile kiln. Chen Haiyang visited Awong's home, explaining the situation. Awong, thumping his chest, declared, "No problem. Your family's affairs are my affairs. I have plenty of strength." He then eagerly sought out Uncle Fu. A solitary elder, Uncle Fu had often received occasional assistance from Chen Haiyang's family, and upon hearing about the invitation for a meal in exchange for helping with the roof, he readily agreed, even offering his long-unused masonry tools. In the afternoon, Chen Jiangguo returned with a bull cart laden with a substantial quantity of slightly imperfect but sturdy second-grade tiles and a bag of lime. The materials were piled in the yard, and the repair work officially commenced. Chen Jiangguo and Uncle Fu took charge of the roof repairs. After applying a medicinal plaster from Chen Haiyang, Chen Jiangguo moved with greater agility, carefully lifting the damaged old tiles and clearing away years of decaying leaves and dirt under Uncle Fu's direction. Uncle Fu mixed the lime mortar to fill in the gaps and lay new tiles. Meanwhile, Awong and Chen Haiyang assisted from below, transporting tiles, passing tools, and mixing lime. The yard bustled with activity. Sunlight bathed the industrious figures, sweat trickling down their brows. The sound of tiles clashing was crisp, and the scent of lime mingled with sweat, creating an invigorating atmosphere of labor. Chen Haiyang watched his father's diligent silhouette on the roof. The figure that had once appeared hunched and silent due to illness and poverty now seemed rejuvenated, standing tall and resolute under the sunlight. He worked earnestly with Uncle Fu, their movements perhaps not particularly skilled, yet undeniably sincere. Awong, brimming with enthusiasm, could hoist a stack of tiles and securely place them by the ladder for easy access. His simple face, drenched in sweat, remained cheerful throughout. Lin Xiaoying was not idle either. She boiled a large pot of water, brewed coarse tea, and sliced pickled radishes to quench everyone's thirst. Observing the men bustling in the yard and the roof gradually covered with new tiles, she wore a smile of satisfaction and contentment. During this time, Aunt Li, known for her loquaciousness, passed by and, witnessing the scene, stood at the gate, exclaiming in admiration, "Oh, they're repairing the roof. Brother Jiangguo, you're doing great. Haiyang has truly prospered," showing concern for his family. Her voice was filled with genuine envy. Old Wang, carrying his hands behind his back, glanced over from a distance without a word. Yet, the last remnants of skepticism faded from his gaze, replaced by a recognition of the virtue in living earnestly. After 2 full days of labor, the roof was finally restored. The brand new, albeit unevenly colored, tiles covered the previously dilapidated roof, glimmering with a deep hue under the sun. The ridge had been reinforced and smoothed, and every gap meticulously filled with lime. On the night of completion, Lin Xiaoying prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring succulent red braised pork, scallion-stewed fish, scrambled eggs, and a jug of liquor for Uncle Fu. The men gathered in the yard, enjoying the moonlight and lantern glow, indulging in food and drink while discussing the details of the roof repair and village gossip. The atmosphere warm and lively. Uncle Fu, glowing from the drink, patted Chen Jiangguo on the shoulder, proclaiming, "Jiangguo, good days are ahead. This boy, Haiyang, is destined for greatness." Chen Jiangguo remained silent, merely raising his glass to clink with Uncle Fu and Awong before downing it in one gulp, their unspoken understanding palpable. That night, the sky drizzled once more. Chen Haiyang lay in his room, listening intently. Gone were the bothersome drips of the past. Now, a gentle, continuous patter of rain on the new tiles sounded like a soothing lullaby. He noted the unusual quiet in his parents' room next door, likely indicating they too were quietly relishing this sound, a symbol of stability and renewal. From that moment on, no matter how fierce the storms, their home would stand steadfast. This sense of security was not merely a roof shielding them from the elements, but the collective determination of family, a solid foundation from which they could look forward to brighter days. His fortune as a fisherman, indeed, held the promise of a new horizon for their family. Chapter 11. Mother's Old Garments. With the roof newly repaired, shielding them from the elements, it seemed to dispel the long-standing gloom that had enveloped the Chen family. Lin Xiaoying's heart felt anchored, buoyed by the sturdy roof overhead, making her feel more grounded and vibrant than ever before. With a bit of extra money in hand and no longer facing leaks, Lin Xiaoying walked with a newfound straightness in her posture. She began to observe her home and each family member with renewed attention. In this scrutiny, her gaze fell upon herself, her husband, and her son, all clad in garments so faded they barely resembled their original colors. Especially her own gray cloth shirt, now washed to a pale hue, with frayed cuffs and collar, and patched upon patches, had become as rigid as a board. In the past, they had managed with what little they had, content as long as they were covered in warm. Yet now, as their circumstances improved, the sight of such tattered clothing stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her. That afternoon, taking advantage of the fine weather, Lin Xiaoying opened the weathered redwood chest at home, beginning to sift through its contents. Inside the chest, there were few valuable items, mostly old clothing and miscellaneous trinkets. She searched meticulously, eventually uncovering a small bundle wrapped in layers of oilcloth, which contained a stack of fabric tickets of various colors, adorned with different patterns and denominations. Some of these tickets had been saved over the years, while others had been borrowed from relatives and neighbors, never used due to both reluctance and circumstance. She laid the tickets one by one on the conch, smoothing out their creases with her fingers. Her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. There were memories of past hardships intertwined with anticipations for the new beginnings that lay ahead. "Mom, what are you looking for?" Chen Haiyang entered, noticing his mother lost in thought over the fabric tickets on the conch. Lin Xiaoying snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she smiled and gathered the tickets. "Oh, nothing much, just having a look. Some of these tickets are about to expire, and with spring approaching, it's time to get you and your father some new clothes." Yet, her gaze involuntarily drifted to the worn gray shirt draped over the back of a chair. Chen Haiyang followed his mother's gaze, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He walked over to her side, observing the small paper slips that bore the marks of a planned economy era, then glanced at his mother's tattered garment that resembled something a beggar might wear. With a gentle yet firm tone, he said, "Mom, you should keep these tickets safe. I will figure out how to get new clothes." "What plan do you have?" Lin Xiaoying asked, momentarily taken aback. The tickets would go to waste if not used, she thought, and she could simply visit the supply and marketing cooperative to procure some inexpensive fabric to make a single garment for both him and his father. "Mom," Chen Haiyang interrupted, picking up the gray shirt and running his fingers over its rough patches, "this shirt needs to be replaced. You and Dad deserve new clothes as well. Don't worry about the tickets. I will handle it. If we're going to buy fabric, let us get something of better quality, something presentable." His words carried an undeniable weight. Lin Xiaoying looked at her son, opening her mouth to impart some wisdom about frugality, but upon meeting his steady, confident gaze, and reflecting on their life, which, though not lavish, had certainly improved, she swallowed her words. In truth, she felt a surge of joy. What woman does not cherish beauty? What mother does not wish for her husband and children to be well-dressed? "Ah, you just know how to spend money recklessly," she muttered softly, her tone lacking reproach and instead infused with a sweetness derived from being regarded by her son. She carefully repacked the fabric tickets and returned them to the bottom of the chest, as if they were not expired documents, but rather tokens of hope for a better life. Chen Haiyang observed his mother's actions, already plotting in his mind. He understood that relying solely on those limited, soon-to-expire fabric tickets would not yield much quality material. His intention was not merely to procure clothing for his family, but to provide them with dignity, a symbol of their farewell to past hardships. Money could resolve many issues, including the acquisition of superior fabrics through special channels, even in an era when fabric tickets had yet to be entirely phased out. The next day, he made a point to visit the town's largest department store while selling fish, not at the front counter but rather at the back, where the purchasing manager operated. After a brief discussion and a payment slightly above market price, he successfully acquired several pieces of thick, vibrant fabric that did not require tickets. When he placed the neatly folded new material before his mother, Lin Xiaoying's eyes sparkled immediately. She caressed the smooth fabric, reveling in the rich shades of navy and military green, her face aglow with a youthful radiance. "This fabric is truly wonderful," she murmured, unable to let it go. "Mom, you have such skill. Let us make new clothes for you." "Dad, and me," Chen Haiyang said with a smile. "We'll wear them when spring warms up." "Wonderful, wonderful. Mom will take measurements right away," Lin Xiaoying exclaimed, excitement coursing through her as she promptly retrieved a soft measuring tape, eager to measure her son's shoulder width and sleeve length. Watching the long-forgotten joy on his mother's face, a simple delight belonging to an ordinary woman yearning for a better life, Chen Haiyang felt that his expenditure was worthwhile, immensely so. Improving their lives began with the minutiae of clothing, food, and shelter. Moreover, rekindling his hard-working mother's passion for life was one of the most significant meanings of his rebirth. Outside, the sea breeze still bore a chill. Yet within the Chen household, the arrival of those pristine fabrics infused an early warmth reminiscent of spring. Chapter 12. An accidental rescue of a sea turtle. The following day marked the onset of the fishing season. Still basking in the joy of acquiring new fabric for the family, Chen Haiyang's focus swiftly returned to the azure waters. That morning, as was customary, he set out to sea with Awong. The weather was splendid, the surface of the sea gently rippling, an ideal day for labor. They navigated their small boat to a relatively open area, though fraught with hidden reefs beneath the surface. The terrain was complex, often concealing rare catches. Chen Haiyang scrutinized the undulating waves and the hues of the water, searching for potential hiding spots for fish. Suddenly, Awong pointed towards a patch of floating seaweed to the front right, perplexed. "Haiyang, look over there. Is something thrashing about?" Following Awong's gaze, Chen Haiyang noticed a substantial dark shape struggling helplessly amidst the tangled seaweed, churning the water into a murky froth. It did not resemble a large fish. Moving sluggishly and awkwardly. "Let us row over and take a look," Chen Haiyang said, furrowing his brow. As the small boat approached, the underwater scene became clearer. To their astonishment, it was a sizable sea turtle. Its front limbs and neck were ensnared in a tangle of discarded, decrepit fishing nets, tightening with each struggle. Deeply embedded in its flesh, rendering it nearly lifeless. It was evident that the creature had been trapped for quite some time, its strength depleted, its eyes dim and devoid of light. "Oh dear, it's a big sea turtle, caught in a rotten fishing net," Awong exclaimed, his tone laced with sympathy. In the traditional beliefs of fishermen, sea turtles were considered sentient beings, and helping them when trapped was deemed virtuous. Observing the suffering turtle, Chen Haiyang felt a tightening in his heart. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many marine creatures harmed, or even killed by human refuse, and such sights, no matter how often seen, weighed heavily on the soul. "Awong, steady the boat," Chen Haiyang instructed without hesitation, shedding his outer garment and grasping the sharp knife used for cutting ropes on board. Taking a deep breath, he slipped into the frigid sea. The cold water enveloped him instantly. He swam skillfully to the side of the turtle, which seemed to sense his approach, thrashing even more vigorously, fear evident in its eyes. "Do not be afraid. I am here to help you," Chen Haiyang silently reassured the creature, moving swiftly yet cautiously. With one hand stabilizing the turtle's hefty shell, he used the knife in his other hand to deftly cut through the resilient nylon netting. The net was entangled in a complicated manner and had tightened deeply. He had to remain focused to avoid injuring the turtle's skin. Awong watched anxiously from the boat, gripping the oar tightly, prepared for any sudden developments. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Haiyang finally managed to sever the last strand of netting from the turtle's front limb, released from its bindings. The turtle hesitated for a moment before instinctively paddling with all its might, its massive body gracefully turning towards the depths. Just before it vanished, it appeared to look back, gazing deeply into Chen Haiyang's eyes with a wisdom that transcended time before disappearing into the azure abyss. Emerging from the water, Chen Haiyang climbed back into the boat, exhaling a long breath and wiping the seawater from his face. "Haiyang, you're amazing," Awong exclaimed sincerely, handing over a dry cloth. "That creature must be decades old." "Perhaps," Chen Haiyang replied. Chen Haiyang smiled gently as he gazed at the vanishing figure of the sea turtle, a profound tranquility enveloping his heart. His act of rescue was not motivated by the expectation of reward, but rather a manifestation of his intrinsic nature, a reluctance to witness the agonizing demise of such an ancient life. Perhaps this was the essence of the reverence and connection he felt towards the ocean and its inhabitants, differing profoundly from his past existence. Due to the time spent saving the turtle, their catch that day was rather unremarkable, yielding only a few ordinary fish. Although Awong did not voice any complaints, a hint of regret for the time lost lingered in his eyes. Yet, Chen Haiyang remained unconcerned. However, the gifts of fate often arrive in remarkably fortuitous ways. The following day, before dawn, as Chen Haiyang prepared to set sail in accordance with his routine, he was unexpectedly struck by the unusual atmosphere at the dock. Many fishermen had risen early, their faces alight with excitement and urgency, exchanging news fervently. Have you heard? Old Zhang saw a massive school of fish splashing near that nameless island in the southeast yesterday evening. They say it's mackerel. A huge school. Is that true? We can't miss this. Let us go, let us go. Mackerel run. This is the first substantial fishing season since spring. Chen Haiyang felt a stirring in his heart and immediately called Awong to inspect the boat and nets, preparing to follow the throng to that promising sea region. As he adjusted the sails, attuning himself to the morning breeze, an almost imperceptible thought flickered through his mind. The waters where he had rescued the turtle seemed to lie directly in the upstream direction of this surge. He did not dwell on it, nor could he confirm it. Yet, when their boat reached the rumored area, the scene before them validated the reliability of the news. The surface of the sea was adorned with the distinctive ripples created by schools of mackerel swimming, and they could even hear the splashes as they preyed on smaller fish. Countless fishing boats had already begun their netting operations, creating a spectacular sight. Chen Haiyang did not hastily cast his nets. Instead, he meticulously observed the currents and the movements of the fish, utilizing his extraordinary experience to direct Awong towards a position that, while seemingly detached from the main school, was at a confluence of currents more favorable for gathering mackerel. Let us drop the nets here, Chen Haiyang commanded decisively. Awong, possessing unwavering trust in him, swiftly assisted in casting the nets. They waited, then pulled in the nets. As the heavy nets were hoisted aboard, even Chen Haiyang felt a tinge of surprise. The bounty far surpassed that of the surrounding boats engaged in frenzied activity. Plump mackerel piled high in the hold, their silver scales glinting under the morning sun with a mesmerizing radiance. My goodness, Brother Haiyang, we have far too much, Awong exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The neighboring fishing vessels cast envious glances their way as Chen Haiyang beheld the abundant harvest. His thoughts drifted back to the profound gaze of the turtle he had saved the day before, stirring within him an odd sensation. Perhaps this was mere coincidence, a matter of being in the right place at the right time with the right experience. Yet, in the depths of his being, he preferred to believe that this was the ocean's gentle and generous response to his seemingly inconsequential act of kindness. Good deeds beget good fortune is not merely an adage. At least in this beloved and revered expanse of blue, it manifested in such a direct and bountiful manner. Chapter 13. The first family outing to the county town. The substantial income from the mackerel run had truly alleviated the Chun family's financial situation. In the bottom layer of Lin Xiaoying's money chest, the stack of bills had accumulated to a considerable thickness. Observing the growing smiles on his parents' faces and witnessing their escape from the shadows of abject poverty, Chen Haiyang felt a budding idea take root in his heart. After dinner that evening, he watched as his mother, illuminated by the dim light of an oil lamp, measured new fabric with a larger wattage light bulb he had purchased from town, while his father, seated nearby, remained silent but appeared noticeably more relaxed. He spoke up, Dad, Mom, in a couple of days, if the weather is fine, let us take a trip to the county town. This single statement caused Lin Xiaoying to drop the soft measuring tape onto the comm. Chen Jiangguo paused with his smoking pipe in hand, looking up at his son with a mixture of astonishment. To the county town? For Lin Xiaoying and Chen Jiangguo, who had spent their entire lives in a small fishing village by the sea, such an idea was almost unfathomable. The county town, in their minds, represented a distant and prosperous realm, a place for officials and city dwellers. Their occasional trips to the town to sell fish or buy supplies were already considered significant journeys. The county town, now that was an entirely different scale of experience. Why go to the county town? Lin Xiaoying asked, somewhat flustered as she picked up the measuring tape. It's quite far, and we would need to take a bus, which costs money. Mom, we aren't short on bus fare anymore, Chen Haiyang replied, his tone gentle yet resolute. It's simply for a change of scenery, to stroll around. You and Dad have worked so hard for most of your lives. It's time to take a step outside. I've heard there are many goods in the county town's department store, and it would be a good opportunity to see if there's anything we need for home. He painted a vivid picture of the county town, a department store several times larger than the local supply cooperative, brimming with an array of products, smooth, wide asphalt roads, bustling bicycles, and the occasional green jeep passing by, and, as he had heard, a cinema with several stories. As Lin Xiaoying listened, a glimmer of longing mingled with trepidation appeared in her eyes. Although Chen Jiangguo remained silent, the fingers gripping his smoking pipe subtly betrayed his inner agitation. Ultimately, after Chen Haiyang's persistent persuasion, the elderly couple, half anxious and half hopeful, consented. On the day of their departure, Lin Xiaoying arose before dawn, rummaging for her finest deep blue coat, while Chen Jiangguo found a somewhat faded but still tidy Zhongshan suit. Observing his parents' solemn preparations as if for a momentous occasion, Chen Haiyang felt a mixture of amusement and bittersweet emotion as they boarded the bumpy early bus. Watching the scenery transition from their familiar fishing village and mudflats to sprawling farmlands and villages, eventually leading to the increasingly dense buildings and factories. Both Lin Xiaoying and Chen Jiangguo pressed against the bus window, their eyes wide with wonder. When the bus finally pulled into the county town's bus station, the bustling crowd within, accompanied by the cacophony of honking horns and vendors calling out, caused Lin Xiaoying to instinctively clutch her son's arm. While Chen Jiangguo straightened his posture, his demeanor tense, Chen Haiyang expertly navigated the throngs of people, leading his parents to the largest department store. Upon entering the spacious and brightly lit emporium, with its towering displays of goods, Lin Xiaoying's eyes widened in awe. The vibrant fabric counters, the dazzling array of enamel basins and warm water bottles, the glass cases filled with assorted candies and snacks, everything overwhelmed her senses, leaving her feeling disoriented. She clung tightly to her son, fearful of becoming lost, marveling at the items she had never seen and could scarcely imagine, her lips forming soft gasps of astonishment. Chen Jiangguo, intrigued by the hardware section and the display of various farming and fishing tools, maintained a distance, observing with the discerning eye characteristic of a fisherman assessing the quality of tools. Chen Haiyang purchased a soft towel for his mother, a new, sturdy-looking smoking pipe for his father, and 2 pounds of exquisitely packaged pastries that were unavailable in their town. After exiting the department store, he took his parents on a stroll along the main street of the county town, admiring the impressive entrance of the county government building, browsing through the rows of books in the Xinhua bookstore, and finally settling in a relatively clean noodle shop, where they each enjoyed a steaming bowl of shredded meat noodles. As Lin Xiaoying savored the noodles that she deemed a culinary delight, gazing out at the bustling street, she suddenly turned to her son and exclaimed, "Yang, this county town is truly wonderful." Her tone bore no trace of jealousy. Rather, it was imbued with a sense of satisfaction and wonder that had broadened her horizons. Chen Jiangguo silently savored his noodles and, after a lengthy pause, murmured, "It is indeed livelier than the town." This remark, uttered from his lips, constituted a profound commendation. On the return bus, Lin Xiaoying remained exuberantly recounting to her son the sights and experiences from the county seat, contemplating how to cut the new fabric she had acquired. Meanwhile, Chen Jiangguo leaned against the window, gazing at the swiftly retreating scenery outside, lost in thought. Yet the heaviness that had perpetually etched itself upon his face seemed to have dissipated slightly. This brief excursion to the county town was akin to a window through which the weary parents, who had toiled for a lifetime, glimpsed a broader world beyond their small fishing village. Although they hadn't purchased many items, the spiritual expansion and solace they gained far transcended any material measure. Chen Haiyang understood that this was merely the beginning. He would ensure that his parents, and this family, would witness and possess even greater and more splendid vistas. Chapter 14. Semiconductors purchased with fish sales. On the journey back from the county town, the cacophony of voices within the bus, the roar of the engine, and the rapidly passing landscapes, so starkly different from their fishing village, coalesced in Chen Haiyang's mind into a clear understanding. Residing in an insular fishing village, grasping the fleeting fishing seasons, comprehending the capricious weather, and sensing the external world's currents that could shape the future, relying solely on experience and luck, proved woefully inadequate. He needed ears capable of transcending geographic confines and receiving information from a broader temporal and spatial expanse. In this era, the most practical and ubiquitous ears were represented by semiconductor radios. At the department store in the county seat, he lingered for quite some time in front of the appliance counter, scrutinizing the various models of semiconductors encased in transparent plastic. Compared to the noisy mineral radios that adorned nearly every household in the village, which required external antennas and emitted distorted sounds, the semiconductor radios were smaller, more sensitive, boasted more channels, and produced clearer, more resonant audio. Thus, after selling his catch and clutching the cash still imbued with the scent of the sea, Chen Haiyang chose not to hand over all the money to his mother as he usually did. Instead, he retained a portion and re-entered the largest department store in town. "Comrade, please show me that Red Lamp brand semiconductor," he requested, pointing to a moderately sized radio with a sturdy dark brown casing, emblazoned with the words 7 transistors. The sales clerk regarded the young man, whose simple attire and sun-kissed complexion evoked skepticism, before reluctantly retrieving the radio. This item was not inexpensive. It equated to the wages of an ordinary worker for a month or two. Chen Haiyang grasped the radio, feeling its solid weight. He deftly inserted the batteries, flipped the switch, and turned the tuning knob. After a slight crackle of static, a clear and powerful male voice, speaking in standard Mandarin, emanated from the speaker. "Delivering news. The policy of reform and opening up in our country is further deepening. significantly enhancing the vitality of the rural economy. This voice and its content felt as though they belonged to two entirely different worlds compared to the dialects and trivialities typically heard in the fishing village. "This is the one," Chen Haiyang declared without hesitation, counting out the bills to complete the purchase. The clerk, taken aback by his swift actions, immediately adopted a more enthusiastic demeanor. Upon returning home, cradling the semiconductor radio wrapped in craft paper, it indeed caused quite a stir within the household. "What is this?" Zhou Guilin inquired, watching as her son unveiled the square black box adorned with knobs and a mesh speaker, her expression one of perplexity. "It's a semiconductor radio, Mom," Chen Haiyang replied, placing the radio on the table and connecting the power supply. When the clear and resonant strains of traditional opera flowed forth, Lin Xiaoying gasped in surprise, her face illuminating with astonishment and joy, akin to witnessing the most marvelous magic trick. "Oh my, there is someone singing opera in there. The sound is truly vibrant," she exclaimed, circling the radio, eager yet hesitant to touch it. Even Chen Jiangguo, who typically displayed indifference towards worldly possessions, found his attention drawn to the captivating sounds. His gaze filled with curiosity. "Dad, Mom, with this, we can listen to weather forecasts at home, knowing which days are windy and which are suitable for going to sea. We can also tune into the news and stay informed about national affairs." Chen Haiyang adjusted the knob, and the radio relayed a lively song and a report on agricultural harvests from a certain province. Listening to weather forecasts? Chen Jiangguo seized upon this key phrase, which held immense allure for a fisherman whose livelihood depended on the whims of nature. He unconsciously leaned closer, straining to listen. "Yes, it's broadcasted at fixed times every day." Chen Haiyang set the volume to an appropriate level. "Before heading out to sea, we'll have a better sense of what to expect." This semiconductor radio swiftly became the latest and most prominent possession of the Chen family. Lin Xiaoying carefully covered it with a clean cloth, placing it in the most conspicuous and least accessible spot in their home. From that moment on, the Chen household was graced with voices from afar, sometimes fervent news reports, at other times melodious songs and operas, and occasionally humorous comedic performances. The daily weather forecast, broadcast at fixed times each morning and evening, became a ritual that Chen Jiangguo was unwaveringly committed to observing. He would sit in front of the radio ahead of time, lighting his pipe, quietly listening, his focused expression akin to that of one absorbing a divine revelation. This semiconductor, acquired with the proceeds from his fish sales, was akin to having installed an exceptional radar and sonar on the small vessel of the Chen family, providing guidance towards a new direction for obtaining information and understanding the world, even if it could not yet probe very far. Chapter 15. The Weather Forecast and Father's Attention. That deep brown red lamp brand semiconductor indeed became an indispensable part of the Chen family's life, particularly for Chen Jiangguo. It transformed from merely a magical box that sang and spoke into a vital conduit connecting them to the outside world, linked to their livelihood and safety. Every morning at 6 o'clock and every evening at 8. The Central People's Broadcasting Station's weather forecast became a silent ritual for the family. In the early morning, as dawn broke and the sea mist had yet to fully dissipate, Lin Xiaoying busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Chen Haiyang engaged in physical exercise in the yard. Chen Jiangguo would take his place early on a tree stump near the semiconductor or stand by the table, his pipe already lit, wisps of bluish smoke curling into the air. His gaze was intent, head slightly tilted, his weathered yet sharp eyes fixated on the brown box, as if he sought to extract each word from the voice and weigh it carefully. The Bohai Strait, north wind force 5 to 6, gusts up to 7. Moderate to heavy swells. The northern East China Sea, clear to partly cloudy, southeast wind force 4 to 5, light to moderate waves. The announcer's clear and steady Mandarin reverberated throughout the household. Chen Jiangguo listened with utmost seriousness, the wrinkles on his face resembling the weathered skin of a walnut, unfurling and tightening in accordance with the broadcast content. He would rapidly sketch a mental map of the sea conditions for the day or even several days ahead, drawing upon his decades of experience battling the ocean. Occasionally, when unfavorable forecasts for going to sea were announced, such as strong winds or high waves, he would silently click his tongue, exhaling a plume of smoke, his brow furrowing in a tight knot, reflecting both his reverence for the sea's unpredictability and a slight anxiety over potential disruptions to his livelihood. Conversely, when he heard forecasts indicating calm seas suitable for fishing, although his expression remained stoic, the hands that gripped his pipe would relax slightly, and a glimmer of hope would flicker in his eyes, signaling his anticipation for a bountiful catch. Chen Haiyang observed everything with keen awareness. He noted that his father no longer relied solely on the age-old methods of interpreting the weather through the sky's hue and the sea breeze. Instead, he began to corroborate the scientific forecast from the radio with his own experiential wisdom. One evening, While standing at the gate and feeling the peculiar humidity and coolness of the wind, Chen Haiyang furrowed his brow after glancing at an unusual crimson glow on the horizon. Despite the radio predicting a southeast wind of 3 to 4 levels for the next day, he unusually initiated a conversation with Chen Haiyang, who was busy tidying the fishing nets, expressing his uncertainty. But I sense something is amiss with this wind. It may turn to a northern wind tonight, and we ought to prepare accordingly. Chen Haiyang felt a stir within him, recognizing that his father was drawing upon the almost instinctual knowledge passed down through generations of fishermen. Without rebuttal, he suggested, "Let us listen to the weather forecast again tomorrow morning before we venture out to sea, and also take a look at the sky." The following dawn, the updated forecast indeed confirmed that a weak cold front would shift the wind to the north, intensifying it to levels 5 to 6. After hearing this, Chen Haiyang remained silent, merely casting a knowing glance at his son. Imbued with the certainty of having validated his own judgment and a complex acknowledgement of how the information from that black box aligned with his experience. Following this incident, Chen Haiyang's faith in the radio, particularly in its weather forecasts, deepened. He continued to rely on his experience for personal assessments. Yet the broadcast information became an exceedingly important reference in his decision-making. He even began to pay attention to the weather forecasts for more distant waters, a realm previously beyond his experiential grasp. This small semiconductor radio seemed to have opened a new window to Chen Haiyang's previously insular maritime world. Though still taciturn, Chen Haiyang sensed that his father's steadfast reliance on ancestral wisdom was gradually and resolutely infused with a new, scientific vitality. All these subtle changes emanated from the timely weather forecasts that resonated daily, serving as an invisible tether connecting the Chen family to a broader world, and quietly yet profoundly, linking two generations in their shared understanding and exploration of the sea. Chapter 16. The visit of grandmother and the bountiful seafood feast. The early summer breeze carried warmth, caressing the fishing village. The newly repaired roof of the Chen household glimmered a deep hue under the sun, and the yard displayed freshly hung fishing nets, replaced with sturdier ones, exuding a vibrant vitality. One afternoon, upon returning from the sea with Awong, Chen Haiyang and his friend brought a basket teeming with lively mantis shrimp and several plump blue crabs into the courtyard, only to find his mother, Lin Xiaoying, standing at the gate, peering expectantly down the village road, her face alight with barely concealed excitement. "Mom, what has captured your attention?" Chen Haiyang inquired, setting down the bamboo basket. "Your grandmother sent word that she's coming to visit today?" Lin Xiaoying turned, her voice brimming with joy. "It's been quite a while since she last came. I wonder how she's been." Though grandmother's home was in a neighboring village not far away, Lin Xiaoying had previously refrained from frequent visits due to the family's impoverished condition, fearing her mother would feel disheartened and worrying about idle gossip from her brothers and sisters-in-law. Now that their circumstances had improved, she felt emboldened and eagerly anticipated her mother's visit to share this hard-won joy. Around the time of the afternoon prayer, a familiar figure indeed appeared at the village entrance. An elderly woman with graying hair and a petite frame, yet impeccably tidy, was slowly making her way towards them, carrying a blue cloth bundle. "Mom," Lin Xiaoying called out, hastening to greet her and accepting the bundle from her mother's hands. "Grandma," Chen Haiyang also stepped forward, offering his arm to assist the elderly woman. Upon seeing her daughter, radiant and smiling, and glancing at her tall, sturdy grandson with a steady gaze, and then surveying the newly refurbished roof and the noticeably tidier courtyard, the grandmother's wrinkled face broke into a blend of relief and disbelief. Well, it's wonderful to see you all in such good spirits. I can finally rest easy." She clasped her daughter's hand, her voice thick with emotion. The last time she visited, her daughter bore a troubled expression, her son-in-law was gravely ill with a cough, and her grandson appeared painfully thin. The home itself cold and desolate, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. In such a brief span, it was as if she had entered an entirely different household. Once inside, the grandmother was further astounded. Although the furniture remained modest, the interior was impeccably organized and the windows gleamed. A brand new semiconductor radio sat on the table, playing soothing melodies. The rice jar was full, and the corner earthenware pot wafted the enticing aroma of rendered lard. "Xiaoying, did all this come from Haiyang's efforts?" the grandmother asked softly, pulling her daughter down to sit beside her on the kong, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Indeed." Lin Xiaoying nodded vigorously, pride evident on her face. "You have no idea, Mom. Haiyang has truly excelled. It's as if he has struck a deal with the Sea Dragon King, always managing to haul in good catches. This roof, this abundance of food, and even the radio, all of it is his doing." She animatedly recounted to her mother how her son had caught butter crabs and exquisite lobsters, how he had discovered clusters of small gold bars after a storm, and how he and Awong consistently returned with bountiful hauls. The grandmother listened, wide-eyed, occasionally gasping in amazement, her gaze towards her grandson filled with love and disbelief. When Chen Haiyang returned from outside and saw his mother-in-law, he greeted her somewhat awkwardly. The grandmother noticed that while he remained lean, his cough had lessened, and his vitality seemed to have improved, bringing her immense comfort. As evening approached, Lin Xiaoying put forth her utmost efforts to prepare a sumptuous seafood feast for her mother. Chen Haiyang and Awong had brought back the plumpest mantis shrimp, some of which were simply boiled to retain their natural sweetness, while others were stir-fried with the family's homemade chili bean sauce for a spicy kick. The blue crabs were steamed to perfection, their shells bursting with rich roe, tempting anyone who laid eyes upon them. Chen Haiyang even brought out some high-quality dried yellow croaker he had sun-dried earlier, simmering it with pork belly for a savory dish, perfectly paired with rice. Lastly, he crafted a large pot of creamy clam soup, garnished with vibrant green scallions. When the table was laid out, it was brimming with an array of seafood, a spread that would have been unimaginable even during the New Year celebrations in the past. Oh dear, why so many dishes? Once he finished them all, it would be wasteful, the grandmother exclaimed, gazing at the table laden with fish, shrimp, and crabs, though her eyes sparkled with joy. Mom, please eat without worry. We are not lacking in this now, Lin Xiaoying urged, serving her mother the largest steamed crab. Try this. It's fresh from Haiyang's catch this morning. As the family gathered around the table, savoring the delectable seafood, while listening to the melodious tunes emanating from the radio, they shared stories of their lives. The grandmother looked at her daughter and son-in-law, their brows uncaught with ease, at her grandson, who was composed and thoughtful, and at the bountiful spread and the warmth that filled the home. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She recalled her concerns about her daughter marrying into a family of such poverty, and now witnessing her daughter's hardships transform into prosperity. The weight that had burdened her heart for so long finally lifted. This meal was not merely about savoring seafood. It was a celebration of enduring hardships, the warmth of family reunion, and the hope of a household stepping into a new chapter of life. As the grandmother prepared to leave, she clasped Lin Xiaoying's hands tightly, repeatedly assuring her, "It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Now that life is good, I can rest easy. You all take care. Haiyang is destined for greatness. There is no doubt about it." Bathed in the golden hues of sunset, the grandmother walked away, her basket filled with dried fish and snacks. Glancing back repeatedly, her figure radiating relief and contentment. After bidding farewell to her mother, Lin Xiaoying gazed at their home, now tranquil yet brimming with life, and turned to her son, saying, "Haiyang, your grandmother was truly delighted today." Chen Haiyang nodded in agreement. To reassure and bring comfort to one's caring relatives may very well embody the essence of his endeavor to transform everything. Chapter 17. Mending the neighbor's boat and receiving an old fishing net. The warm afterglow of Grandma's visit had scarcely faded when the focus of life returned once more to the daily rhythms intertwined with the sea. On this particular day, Chen Haiyang and Awong returned from the ocean slightly earlier than usual. As they made their way home, they passed by the dilapidated shanty area at the eastern end of the village, where a harsh reprimand and muffled sobs caught their attention. The sounds emanated from the slanted shack belonging to Wang Logan. Following the noise, Chen Haiyang beheld Wang Logan, his face flushed and voice raised, berating his son, Shidu, who cowered in the corner. Beside them lay their already battered wooden boat, even more decrepit than the one belonging to Chen's family, with a conspicuous gash near the waterline where the planks had begun to curl. "You wasteful little brat. You managed to crash a boat." Wang Logan's frustration mounted as he exclaimed, "What are we to take to sea now? Shall we just starve?" His anger escalated, and he raised his hand as if to strike. Shidu trembled in fear, tears welling in his eyes, yet he dared not voice his distress. Furrowing his brow, Chen Haiyang approached. "Uncle Logan, what is the matter?" Noticing Chen Haiyang, Wang Logan's ire diminished slightly, though his tone remained vexed. "Haiyang, look. This wasteful child has damaged the boat. Where am I to find the money to repair it?" He pounded his chest in despair, his expression one of utter hopelessness. The boat was their sole source of livelihood. Its destruction meant the end of their means to provide for themselves. Chen Haiyang remained silent for a moment, crouching down to inspect the gash. It was indeed significant, but fortunately, it had not completely severed. Primarily, the wooden planks were merely dislodged and warped. He gestured with his hands, examining the other structural components of the boat. "Uncle Logan, do not worry. This can be repaired," Chen Haiyang stated calmly as he rose to his feet. "Repaired?" Wang Logan blinked in disbelief, then forced a bitter smile. "Who will do it? Where will the money come from?" "You need not look elsewhere. I shall give it a try," Chen Haiyang interrupted. "Awong, go back to my house and fetch my carpentry tools, along with a few suitable old planks." Awong nodded and hurried off. Both Wang Logan and Shidu stared at Chen Haiyang in astonishment. struggling to comprehend his intentions. Without further elaboration, Chen Haiyang set to work, clearing the jagged edges and decaying wood surrounding the crack. His movements were swift and his demeanor focused. In his previous life, he had commanded a vast fleet. And although he never had to personally undertake repairs, he possessed an extensive understanding of a vessel's fundamental structure and common issues. Mending such a small wooden boat was a trivial task for him. Before long, Awong returned with a toolbox and several sturdy planks salvaged from their own old boat. Chen Haiyang selected the appropriate materials, gauged the dimensions, and began to saw and plane the wood, then proceeded to hammer and secure the patch over the gash. His technique was practiced, and each nail was driven with precision, exhibiting a level of craftsmanship that belied his age. Wang Logun watched in growing astonishment as his anger gradually transformed into a flicker of hope. She too, ceased his weeping, eyes wide as he witnessed Chen Haiyang seemingly perform magic in restoring the boat he had damaged. After nearly an hour of diligent work, the once fearsome gash had been seamlessly repaired with the new wooden planks, reinforced with wooden wedges and iron nails. Chen Haiyang then inspected the entire boat, addressing any loose areas that required attention. All done, Uncle Logun. Let it air out for a day, and tomorrow it shall be ready to launch. Just be careful not to crash again, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gathered his tools. Wang Logun gazed at the newly restored boat's stern, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. He rubbed his hands together, stammering, Haiyang, I cannot thank you enough. I don't know how to express my gratitude. His family was impoverished, and he could hardly offer anything of value in return. After rummaging through his shack for a while, he finally emerged with a dark, heavy bundle. Haiyang, I have nothing of worth, but this is an old net passed down from my father. It has been sitting and used for some time, and I am uncertain if it is still functional. If you do not mind, please take it. Wang Logun handed the thick, musty fishing net to Chen Haiyang, his eyes reflecting both earnestness and embarrassment. Initially inclined to decline, Chen Haiyang hesitated as his gaze fell upon the net. Although it appeared aged and its color deepened by time, the craftsmanship was exquisite. The netting was robust and uniform, with tightly secured knots that exuded the gravitas of a seasoned artisan. Furthermore, it had been well preserved, showing no significant signs of decay. This was indeed a valuable item. He accepted the net, feeling its weight and sturdy texture. Uncle Logun, this net, take it. You must take it, Wang Logun implored, fearing Chen Haiyang might refuse. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Seeing the sincerity and stubbornness in Wang Logun's eyes, Chen Haiyang relented and nodded. Very well, I shall accept this net. Thank you, Uncle Logun. Ah, excellent. Wonderful, Wang Logun exclaimed, his face lighting up as if a great burden had been lifted from his heart. On the way home, Awong glanced at the old net slung over Chen Haiyang's shoulder, puzzled. Brother Haiyang, is this net so old? Can it still be used? Chen Haiyang twirled the resilient netting between his fingers, a smile gracing his lips. Awong, some old things are far more valuable than the new. This net is a treasure. He sensed that this fishing net, imbued with the weight of years and experience, might yield unexpected rewards on future excursions to sea. Moreover, this seemingly simple act of assistance quietly solidified his reputation among the villagers as a compassionate and capable individual. Chapter 18. Mending the net under the moonlight on a summer night by the seaside, as the heat of the day receded. The moonlight poured down like silver onto the soft sands and the glimmering surface of the sea, enveloping everything in a serene glow. The rhythmic sound of the waves ebbed and flowed, akin to the steady breath of the earth. Having finished dinner, Chen Haiyang did not retire as early as usual. Instead, he busied himself with the semiconductor. He brought the old fishing net he had received from Wang Logun into the courtyard, positioning himself beneath the newly replaced, brightly shining light bulb to meticulously inspect and repair it. This net, aged and weathered, though fundamentally resilient, had several areas of wear where it had been subjected to friction and stress, requiring reinforcement. Mending a net is a fundamental skill for fishermen, demanding both patience and attention to detail. As soon as he settled down, grasping the shuttle and spare netting, he noticed his father, Chen Haiyang, emerge from the house, holding his ever-present pipe. Silently, he sat down on a nearby stump. Without uttering a word, Chen Haiyang began to smoke, his gaze resting on the dark-hued old net in his son's hands. The swirling smoke obscured his weathered features, marked by the trials of life. Chen Haiyang remained focused on his task, his fingers deftly weaving and knotting, his movements both practiced and precise. The shuttle danced through the netting, producing a soft whispering sound that blended harmoniously with the distant waves. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the gentle crackling of tobacco, the sounds of the shuttle weaving, and the rhythmic surf. After a considerable time had passed, Chen Haiyang suddenly knocked the bowl of his pipe, the sound resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. He stood and approached Chen Haiyang, crouching beside him. Here. Chen Jiangguo pointed with his rough fingers to an inconspicuous, yet crucial knot in the netting. This pig's foot knot has loosened. It needs to be taken apart and retied. His voice was low and hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable authority, a testament to the wisdom gleaned from decades of maritime experience. Chen Haiyang paused, glancing up at his father. In the moonlight, his father's gaze was no longer clouded or evasive. Instead, it was clear and attentive, illuminated by the light above. He nodded slightly, refraining from argument, and cautiously began to untie the loose knot. Chen Jiangguo squatted nearby, observing and occasionally offering succinct advice. Leave the thread a bit longer and secure the knot tightly. Over there, the netting is slightly askew. Make sure to correct it. His words were concise, yet always struck at the heart of the matter. Chen Haiyang followed his father's instructions, realizing that the issues pointed out by his father were indeed the latent weaknesses of the old net. These insights were not gleaned from books or broadcasts, but were the genuine wisdom honed through the trials of wind and time. The father and son worked in harmony, one meticulously repairing while the other quietly observed, occasionally providing guidance. There was little conversation, yet an unusual tacit understanding flowed between them under the moonlight. The long-standing barriers of misunderstanding and estrangement that had existed between them began to melt away in the serenity of this shared focus on a single task. Lin Xiaoying finished tidying up the kitchen and stood at the doorway, watching this rare scene, her son deeply engrossed in mending the net, while her husband squatted beside him, his gaze intent. Their figures almost overlapped in the glow of the lantern and moonlight. Her eyes grew warm, yet her face radiated a smile of immense satisfaction. She chose not to interrupt, instead observing quietly for a good while before retreating back inside. This net, Chen Jiangguo suddenly broke the long silence. His hand stroking the resilient netting, is a fine piece. The father of Wang Jia, back in the day, was the best net maker in the village. What a pity. There was a hint of nostalgia and regret in his tone as he reminisced about past craftsmanship. This was the first time since his rebirth that Chen Haiyang had heard his father speak of the villagers with such sentimentality. Yes, the texture is indeed remarkable. Chen Haiyang replied, his hands continuing their work. Another silence ensued. When we set out to sea, Chen Jiangguo's voice resumed, now deeper and more resonant. Yet clear in Chen Haiyang's ears, one must discern the wind and the currents, not merely rely on sheer strength. This statement was no longer laced with doubt or detached observation, but conveyed a clumsy, yet genuine concern and transfer of experience. Chen Haiyang's hands hesitated slightly, as if touched by something profound. He lifted his gaze to meet his father's, but Chen Jiangguo had already averted his eyes, refilling his pipe and lighting it. The flickering orange glow illuminated the chiseled lines of his profile. I understand, Dad, Chen Haiyang murmured, his tone grave. He said no more, returning his focus to the net. Yet within him, the realm of familial affection felt as if it had been illuminated by the pure moonlight, becoming warm and transparent. That night, there were few words exchanged in the yard, only the sound of the shuttle weaving, the smoke curling and fading, and in the quietude, the unspoken knots of the heart gradually untangled. As the last knot was secured and Chen Haiyang carefully folded the newly mended net, the night had grown deep. Chen Jiangguo also stood up, stretching his somewhat numb legs. It's late. We should sleep, he said to his son before turning back toward the house. His voice remained flat. Yet his silhouette in the moonlight no longer bore the weight of solitude and heaviness it once did. Chen Haiyang watched his father's figure disappear inside, then looked up at the luminous moon and the shimmering silver light dancing on the sea, a gentle smile of relief gracing his lips. Some things need not be spoken of. Some changes are already taking root. Chapter 19. The uncommon crown conch brought by the tides. The day after the old fishing net was repaired dawned bright and clear, with calm seas making it an ideal time for exploration. Chen Haiyang chose not to go to the usual fishing spots, but instead decided to venture to a more remote and seldom visited rocky shore. There, the tides were fierce, and the terrain complex, often revealing peculiar treasures washed ashore from the depths of the ocean or distant waters. Awong never questioned Chen Haiyang's decisions. They navigated their small boat around several perilous headlands, arriving at a spot deemed by old fishermen to hold little promise. The water here was exceptionally clear, revealing colorful rocks and swaying seaweed beneath the surface. Unlike his usual search for fish and crabs, Chen Haiyang's gaze lingered more on the crevices of the rocks and the shallow pools left by the receding tide, looking for natural artifacts sculpted by the relentless waves of time. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting shimmering patches of light on the white sandy bottom. Chen Haiyang walked barefoot in the icy water, his eyes acting as precision instruments. Common shells and scattered sea snails failed to pique his interest. Just as he was about to shift to another area, a flash of vibrant color caught his peripheral vision. There, at the base of a massive, mirror-smooth black rock, partially concealed by delicate white sand and lush green seaweed, was a blaze of fiery orange-red, radiant beneath the clear water, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding dark rock and green vegetation. Chen Haiyang's heart skipped a beat. He stepped lightly, gradually approaching. As he drew nearer, the object came into clearer view. It was a conch, yet unlike any he had ever encountered. Its spire was extraordinarily high, spiraling upward in tiered layers, resembling a miniature pointed eastern pagoda. What was most astonishing was its color. The entire shell exhibited a rich, almost translucent orange-red hue, adorned with deep red flame-like patterns that shimmered under the sunlight and water's reflection, as if it were a treasure lost from the Dragon King's palace. Even more remarkable was the delicate, crown-like structure extending from the midsection of the shell, resembling the edge of a regal crown, giving the entire conch an air of exquisite craftsmanship and grandeur. Chen Haiyang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and carefully bent down, avoiding the sharp edges of the rocks, gently extracting the crown conch from its sandy and weedy embrace. It felt heavy in his hand, the shell's texture solid, and its brilliant colors undeniably natural. He cradled the conch in his palm, examining it closely in the sunlight. The surface was smooth and lustrous, the flame-like patterns appearing to flow gently. He shook it lightly. There were no hermit crabs inside. It was a complete, empty shell. "Hey, Brother Ocean, what did you find?" Awong called out curiously from the boat, having noticed Chen Haiyang crouching there for a while. Chen Haiyang stood upright, raising the crown conch in his hand. Under the sunlight, the crown conch was breathtakingly beautiful. The intertwining orange-red and deep red hues seemed to encapsulate the most glorious moment of sunset, while its pagoda-like shape and crown-like structure endowed it with an aura of mystery and nobility. Awong stared in awe, his mouth agape, finally stammering, "Goodness! Is that a conch? It's stunning." Chen Haiyang smiled, choosing not to elaborate. He could not identify the specific species, but he was certain it was an exceptionally rare conch, perhaps even one not yet documented. Its aesthetic and scientific value likely surpassed its mere existence as a shell. He decided not to continue searching, having found the crown conch. Today's haul had already exceeded his expectations. He carefully wrapped the shell in soft seaweed and placed it securely in the bamboo basket, as if safeguarding a fragile work of art. On the return journey, Chen Haiyang's mood was different from the usual satisfaction of a bountiful catch. The fish brought material abundance, whereas this serendipitous find of the crown conch brought a profound sense of spiritual exhilaration and joy. It rekindled within him the profound artistry and unfathomable depths of the ocean. It represented not merely a treasury of resources, but an artistic sanctuary brimming with miracles and beauty. He sensed, albeit faintly, that this peculiar crown conch, delivered by the tide, might, akin to that old fishing net, lead him toward an unforeseen path. As the small boat approached the shore, the setting sun painted the sea in hues of gold and crimson, and Chen Haiyang had already formulated a plan in his mind. This shell should not be sold lightly. It merited the appreciation of more discerning experts. Perhaps it could unlock another door leading him to a broader world. Chapter 20. The teacher from town inquires about the conch. The resplendent crown conch, akin to a royal diadem, was carefully ensconced in the sole intact wooden box in Chen Haiyang's home, cushioned beneath soft, worn cotton cloth. He kept its existence discreet, even advising Awong to refrain from discussing it openly for the time being. Yet, such a rare artifact inevitably drew attention, much like a stone cast into still waters, sending ripples that would eventually reach the shore. That afternoon, while Chen Haiyang was in the yard organizing fishing gear with Awong, a middle-aged man of refined demeanor, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a faded shirt, arrived at the Chen residence, guided by local children. "Excuse me, is Comrade Chen Haiyang residing here?" he inquired gently at the gate. Chen Haiyang looked up and recognized the visitor as Mr. Lin, the biology teacher from the town's secondary school. Mr. Lin was an intellectual dispatched from the city, and apart from teaching, his greatest passion lay in studying local flora and fauna, especially marine life, often collecting specimens along the shore. "Mr. Lin, I am Chen Haiyang. What brings you here?" Chen Haiyang set aside his work and approached. Mr. Lin adjusted his glasses, surveying the newly repaired roof and tidy yard before his gaze settled on Chen Haiyang, his expression a blend of scholarly curiosity and barely concealed urgency. "Comrade Haiyang, I hope my visit is not too presumptuous. I have heard that you recently discovered a rather extraordinary conch." The news had indeed spread. Chen Haiyang nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. "May I see it?" Mr. Lin's tone was earnest. "I have studied local mollusks for several years and have never encountered a specimen with such form and coloration. My curiosity is insatiable." Chen Haiyang hesitated momentarily. Mr. Lin was a reputable individual in the town, and allowing him to see the conch might yield valuable insights. Thus, he turned and entered the house. retrieving the treasured crown conch. As Chen Haiyang slowly unveiled the shell, entwined with seaweed, before Mr. Lin, the seasoned biology teacher gasped, his breath catching in his throat as his eyes widened, nearly pressing his face against the shell. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, his excitement rendering him speechless. He instinctively wiped his hands on his clothing before gingerly accepting the crown conch, treating it as if cradling a newborn. He examined the conical shell under the light, scrutinizing the crown-like thin edge and the stunningly vibrant colors that seemed to intertwine like flames and molten gold. He could not help but utter exclamations of wonder. A miracle. Simply a marvel of nature. The geometric structure of this conch, the saturation of its colors. I've never seen anything like it. This could very well be a new species or an exceedingly rare deep-sea variety brought to shore by ocean currents. Mr. Lin was engulfed in the exhilaration of a significant academic discovery. After a considerable pause, he abruptly raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he looked at Chen Haiyang. "Comrade Haiyang, what do you intend to do with this conch?" Chen Haiyang replied calmly, "I haven't decided yet." "Sell it to me." "No. Please, I implore you to transfer it to me," Mr. Lin urged, his face flushed with excitement. "I can pay, although my salary is modest. I can find a way. This conch possesses immense research and collection value. Having it here would allow my students to witness the wonders of nature and perhaps contribute to marine biology studies." He looked at Chen Haiyang with sincere and fervent eyes, fearful of rejection. Observing Mr. Lin's nearly obsessive demeanor, Chen Haiyang quickly deliberated. Selling the conch to Mr. Lin indeed held more significance than selling it to an ignorant fishmonger or a casual collector. Mr. Lin recognized its worth and could genuinely maximize its value. Moreover, establishing a good rapport with an educated individual like him might prove beneficial for Chen Haiyang's future. Since Mr. Lin was so passionate about it and intended to use it for research and education, parting with the conch would pose no issue. "Very well. I shall let it go to you," Chen Haiyang said slowly. Mr. Lin was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The subsequent negotiation of the price unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Mr. Lin offered nearly all he possessed, a sum that far exceeded Chen Haiyang's expectations, a full 150 yuan. At that time, it represented a significant fortune, equivalent to nearly half a year's wages for an ordinary worker. This price not only reflected Mr. Lin's determination, but also confirmed the extraordinary value of the crown conch. Once the transaction was complete, Mr. Lin, treating the conch like a priceless treasure, carefully wrapped it in soft cloth and a wooden box he had prepared, cradling it gently as he expressed his heartfelt thanks and departed. Before leaving, he reiterated to Chen Haiyang, "Comrade Haiyang, should you discover any other unusual marine organisms in the future, please inform me immediately. Your discerning eye is remarkable." After bidding farewell to Mr. Lin, Chen Haiyang held the thick stack of banknotes, contemplating deeply. The adage that knowledge is wealth resonated profoundly in that moment. Were it not for Mr. Lin's expertise, this shell might have been perceived merely as a pretty trinket by the untrained eye, never fetching such a high price. This time, his fortune stemmed not from fishing but from the ocean's gift of beauty, which fortuitously met with someone capable of appreciating it. This unexpected windfall invigorated the Chen family's finances, already swelling, and through Mr. Lin, Chen Haiyang subtly glimpsed a realm distinct from the simple cycle of fishing and selling, one that leaned more toward culture and knowledge. The ocean seemed to offer him far more than he had ever imagined. Chapter 21. New Quilts for Winter. The 150 yuan left by Mr. Lin, a substantial sum, was once again presented to Chen Haiyang's mother, Lin Xiaoying. Unlike the earlier amounts earned from selling fish, this money carried a unique quality. It was not merely the product of sweat and toil, but rather a crystallization of knowledge and fortune, light yet weighty. Lin Xiaoying held the stack of bills, her emotions no longer fluctuating as dramatically as before, yet still filled with reflection. She caressed the edges of the banknotes, gazing at her son with a near-admiring trust. "Haiyang, you may use this money as you see fit." However, Chen Haiyang did not make an immediate decision. His gaze swept across their home, which, despite a repaired roof and the addition of modern conveniences, remained quite modest. It ultimately settled on the hardboard bed in his parents' bedroom, topped with two old quilts that had been used for countless years, long since lost their elasticity, their cotton filling clumped together, patched over with layers of fabric. Every winter, the biting cold sea wind penetrated through, and these tattered quilts could hardly offer any warmth, often waking his parents in the middle of the night from the chill. Improving their lives meant more than just ensuring they were fed and clothed. It also involved making every detail of their home comfortable and dignified. Although summer was still lingering, the chill of autumn and winter seemed already palpable. "Mother," Chen Haiyang began, his voice steady, "let's use this money to buy a few new quilts." "New quilts?" Lin Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback, her eyes soon sparkling with delight. How she longed to replace those uncomfortable, unyielding old quilts. Yet, in the past, when they could scarcely afford food, such thoughts had seemed unattainable. Yes, completely new ones, thick and cozy. 2 for you and Dad, and 1 for me, Chen Haiyang affirmed, noting that the weather was soon to turn cold, and they needed to prepare in advance. The proposal stirred even the usually silent Chen Haiyang, who was leisurely smoking beside them. A fleeting glimmer of emotion flickered in his profound gaze. No one understood better than he the genuine happiness that came from possessing a fluffy, warm new cotton quilt on a winter's night. Without hesitation, they set their plan into motion. The following day, Chen Haiyang took his mother and ventured once more to the town with the money earned from selling snails. Instead of heading to the department store, they made their way directly to the town's solitary cotton workshop. Inside the workshop, delicate tufts of cotton floated through the air, while sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the billowy, pristine cotton. The master craftsman, upon hearing that they wished to create 3 entirely new thick quilts, expressed surprise. Such a request indicated a significant patron. This time, Lin Xiaoying did not simply opt for the cheapest materials as she had before. Encouraged by her son, she meticulously selected the cotton, feeling the fibers and elasticity with her hands. She then chose robust, durable pure cotton for the quilt and fabric in a celebratory dark red with subtle patterns, complemented by a deep navy blue. Master, please ensure the cotton is packed densely and the stitching is tight, Lin Xiaoying reiterated, her face aglow with anticipation. Rest assured, the master replied with a smile, as he and his team began their diligent work. The rhythmic thumping of the cotton packing bow resonated, and the snow-white cotton expanded further, unfurling in layers like clouds. Watching his mother's rapt attention on the master's work and the content smile that spread across her face as she delicately touched the fluffy cotton filled Chen Haiyang with profound reassurance. This was how life should be, filled with hope and an eagerness for warmth. Before long, the 3 thick, brand-new quilts were completed, rolled into large bundles, and securely tied. As Lin Xiaoying paid, though her heart ached at the considerable expense, the softness and fluffiness of the quilts made her feel the money was well spent. Indeed, it was worth every penny. On their way home, the mother and son, cradling the new quilts, became a picturesque sight in the town. Those who recognized Lin Xiaoying, upon seeing her embrace the new, evidently warm and thick quilts, cast looks of surprise and envy, calling out, "Sister Xiaoying, have you got new quilts? Oh, how thick they are. They look so warm." Lin Xiaoying responded with a smile, standing tall, her face betraying a sense of pride and joy. Once home, Lin Xiaoying eagerly untied the ropes and unfurled the fluffy, soft quilts onto her parents' bed. The dark red and navy blue fabrics appeared exceptionally vibrant and warm against the dim interior. She pressed her palm against the quilt, which instantly sank into a soft indentation, only to gently spring back, filled with air. "Father, feel how soft and thick this is," Lin Xiaoying urged, guiding Chen Haiyang's hand onto the new quilt. His rough, calloused palm glided over the smooth, warm surface, absorbing the plushness and elasticity beneath. After a moment, he let out a low, affirmative sound. Yet, it was this simple utterance that brought a radiant smile to Zhou Gilin's face. Chen Haiyang placed his own new quilt carefully, gazing at the refreshed bedding in his parents' room, his heart enveloped in tranquility. The roof no longer leaked, there was food in the bowl, warm clothing was on the way. And with the addition of thick quilts, this home was being lifted, inch by inch, from the mire of poverty, steadily advancing toward warmth and stability. That night, Lin Xiaoying lay atop the new quilt, yet to be covered with a quilt cover. Feeling the unprecedented softness and support beneath her, she whispered to her husband, "Father, at last, we can sleep warmly this winter." In the darkness, Lin Xiaoying did not respond, but he turned over, placing his hand on the fluffy new quilt, as if already touching the warmth of a winter no longer cold. The money made from selling snails had transformed into 3 quilts, imbued with warmth and hope, destined to guard the dreams of this family through every chilly night to come. Chapter 22. The first snow of winter. As the seasons subtly shifted, the warmth of the sea breeze was overtaken by an increasingly biting chill, and the mudflats began to freeze with a thin layer of ice. On a morning draped in leaden gray clouds, delicate white flakes, mingled with cold rain, began to fall quietly. It was snowing, the first snowfall of the winter. Initially, the snowflakes were sparse, but soon they thickened, swirling like torn cotton, silently blanketing the roofs, roads, and distant mountains of the fishing village. The sea remained unfrozen. The deep blue waters appeared even more enigmatic amidst the flurry of snow, with the sound of waves seemingly absorbed by the tranquil snowfall, becoming muffled and distant. In the village, the excited shouts of children broke the winter silence, while adults hunched their shoulders against the cold, quickening their pace. exhaling white vapor as they busied themselves securing doors and windows and gathering the sun-dried fish. Chen Haiyang stood beneath the newly repaired eaves of his home, gazing at the pristine white world before him. Snowflakes landed on his face, bringing a refreshing chill. His gaze drifted beyond the courtyard to the familiar sea nearby. And instead of fear, he felt a peculiar sense of peace, for he knew that no matter how fierce the storm raged outside, this home behind him was already transformed. Inside, the fire in the stove crackled vigorously. Lin Xiaoying had filled the stove with seasoned wood early on, and the large iron pot bubbled with steam, not only for cooking but also to warm the adjoining heated platform. Chen Haiyang stepped inside, instantly enveloped by a warm, dry atmosphere, contrasting sharply with the harsh cold outside. He shed his chilly outer garment and entered the inner room. His father, Chen Jiangguo, was no longer bundled in an old cotton coat, huddled in a corner shivering as in years past. Instead, he wore a sturdy Zhongshan suit crafted from new cloth by Lin Xiaoying, sitting cross-legged atop the warm heated platform. Yes, the heated platform. Chen Haiyang had insisted on hiring a skilled craftsman from the village in the autumn, taking advantage of the pleasant weather to thoroughly clean and renovate the once merely decorative, barely warm earthen platform. They had cleared the flue and restructured the heating channels to maximize the warmth from the stove. At this moment, Chen Jiangguo sat on the heated platform, warmed even to the point of being slightly hot, with the new deep blue quilt beneath him. He did not smoke, but sat quietly, one hand languidly resting on the warm, dry surface, absorbing the continuous heat that dispelled the chill from his bones. The furrowed brow, often tight from cold and cough, relaxed fully in this moment. His face bore an expression of almost blissful ease as he gazed at the snowflakes drifting outside, his eyes serene. Lin Xiaoying sat at the edge of the heated platform, engaged in needlework, her feet also basking in warmth. She observed her husband's rare, relaxed demeanor, glanced outside at the world cloaked in silver, and felt the warmth enveloping the home, so different from previous years, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. This heated platform is truly comfortable. It feels like my old leg pain has eased considerably, she remarked to her son. In years past, this time of year, the house felt like an ice cellar. We could hardly sit still. Unlike now, when we can comfortably work on the heated platform. Though Chen Jiangguo did not speak, his relaxed posture was the greatest affirmation. Chen Haiyang settled beside them, warmth immediately radiating from where he made contact, soothing his limbs. Listening to the howling wind and snow outside, watching his parents' tranquil satisfaction, he felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Outside, the biting wind howled, and snowflakes danced. Inside, the stove blazed, the heated platform was warm, and familial love enveloped them. This heated platform, these three new quilts, and the roof that no longer leaked had collectively forged a warm, sturdy bastion, effectively sealing the harsh winter outside. It safeguards not merely the warmth of the body, but also the tranquility and dignity that this family has painstakingly reclaimed after enduring numerous tribulations. The snow falls with an exquisite beauty. Lin Xiaoying murmurs softly as she gazes out the window. In years past, snowfall signified only an unbearable chill and the anxiety of being unable to venture out to sea. Yet this year, they can sit comfortably on the warm Kong, purely appreciating the serene beauty of the pristine snow. Chen Jiangguo nods gently, his gaze distant, uncertain whether he is observing the falling snow or savoring this hard-won warmth and peace. Chen Haiyang knows that this winter will no longer be the bitter cold of his memories. It shall be imprinted in their family's consciousness in a brand new, warm manner. This transformation is rooted in that summer when he returned from the depths of the sea, determined to alter his fate. The wind and snow persist, yet the home is as warm as spring. Chapter 23. The emergence of live sea cucumbers from the ice hole. Following the heavy snowfall, the weather did not immediately warm, and the persistent low temperatures caused the nearshore waters to freeze solidly. As far as the eye could see, the once undulating surface of the sea had transformed into a vast expanse of white ice, with only the dark, flowing waters visible in the far distance. For fishermen reliant on the sea for their livelihood, this was a challenging winter, with most boats stranded on the tidal flats, blanketed in snow. However, Chen Haiyang was far from idle. He understood that the ocean's bounty is never curtailed by the seasons. It merely takes on a different form. In frigid weather, certain cold-loving marine species might actually signify a time of harvest. On this particular morning, he called upon the plumply bundled Awong, shouldering a specially crafted ice pick, a long-handled net, and several large bamboo baskets, as they trudged through the snow that reached their ankles toward the frozen bay. "Brother Ocean, is this ice solid? Are we truly going down there?" Awong inquired nervously, eyeing the smooth, mirror-like surface of the ice beneath which the depths remained unseen, harboring potential dangers. "Rest assured, the ice is thick enough. It is solidly frozen," Chen Haiyang replied, tapping the surface with his ice pick, which produced a reassuringly dull thud. Find the right spot, and treasures lie beneath. His aim was to locate the ice-covering areas near the reefs where the water was suitably deep. Drawing from his vague memories of a previous life and understanding the habits of winter marine life, he knew that certain cold-loving benthic creatures, such as sea cucumbers, tend to cluster in specific areas under ice, and due to changes in oxygen levels beneath the ice, their movements could slow, making them easier to capture. He meticulously scrutinized the texture and color of the ice surface, searching for the potential shadows of hidden rocks beneath. Finally, he halted at a wind-sheltered spot where the ice appeared slightly darker. "This is the place," he declared, selecting the location, and began to vigorously chip away at the ice with his pick. Ice shards flew, and the frigid air turned his breath into frost. Awong joined in, wielding another ice pick to assist. The thick ice was not easily overcome. They took turns laboring until they eventually broke through, creating an irregular hole of about half a meter in diameter. The icy seawater surged forth, exuding a biting chill. Chen Haiyang extended the long-handled net into the hole, its length sufficient to reach the ocean floor. Relying on instinct and experience, he cautiously explored the crevices among the rocky substrate and sandy bottom beneath the ice. Awong watched anxiously, unsure of what could be retrieved in such frigid conditions. Suddenly, Chen Haiyang felt the net contact the bottom, encountering a unique texture that was neither sand nor aquatic plants, but rather something elastic and resilient. Moreover, it was not a singular entity, but a cluster. With a firm pull, he lifted the net. Splash! The icy water cascaded down, revealing a sight that left Awong gasping in astonishment. Within the net lay a remarkable collection of several black-brown, plump, live sea cucumbers, varying in size, their bodies instinctively contracting and writhing in response to the sudden exposure to air, brimming with vitality. "Sea cucumbers! It's sea cucumbers!" Awong exclaimed in excitement. "These creatures are highly prized, fetching prices that surpass many fish, and to catch live sea cucumbers in the heart of winter is nothing short of miraculous. Don't just stand there, quickly transfer them into the basket. There's more beneath," Chen Haiyang urged, invigorated, as he emptied the sea cucumbers into a bamboo basket lined with seaweed and plunged the net back into the icy hole. Indeed, the seabed beneath that icy layer appeared to be a congregation point for sea cucumbers. Subsequent casts yielded equally astonishing results, with each haul netting no fewer than 7 or 8, and sometimes as many as 20, all of considerable size and robust flesh. In the icy air, the two men worked up a sweat, steam rising from their collars. The bamboo baskets filled to the brim with sea cucumbers, dark and plump, squirming together in a slow dance. Nearby villagers were drawn by the commotion, watching in awe as Chen Haiyang and Awong continuously pulled live, wriggling sea cucumbers from the ice hole, their expressions wide with disbelief. "My heavens, has Chen Haiyang discovered the Dragon King's treasure trove? How did he know there were sea cucumbers beneath the ice in the dead of winter?" The astonishment and chatter spread through the cold air, solidifying Chen Haiyang's image in the villagers' minds as the fabled Sea Dragon King. When both large bamboo baskets were filled to the brim, Chen Haiyang finally ceased his efforts. He gazed at the bounty of black gold, satisfaction swelling within him. These wild sea cucumbers were of exceptional quality, sure to be highly sought after in the winter market, holding significant value. "Let us go, Awong, it's time to return," Chen Haiyang called. Awong nodded vigorously, his face reddened by the cold, yet beaming with childlike glee. Following Brother Ocean truly brings surprises at every turn. The two men, burdened with their hefty haul, made their way back through the snow, once again becoming the center of attention in the village. The vibrant live sea cucumbers that had emerged from the ice hole not only promised a substantial income for the Chen family, but also served as a vivid signal that regardless of the changing seasons, Chen Haiyang's fortunes at sea would never freeze. Chapter 24. Capturing large yellow croakers before the new year, a sky-high price. The sea breeze in the 12th lunar month cut like knives wrapped in ice, stinging the face. As the new year approached, the dock felt eerily desolate compared to previous years. Continuous cold fronts had rendered seafaring exceptionally arduous, leaving most fishing boats quietly resting in the shelter of the harbor, while fishermen relied on their previous savings and sun-dried fish to endure the winter. Yet, Chen Haiyang did not relent. Armed with a profound understanding of the ocean's rhythms and an extraordinary stroke of luck, he consistently identified opportunities that eluded others. The recent triumph of harvesting sea cucumbers from the ice hole still lingered in the air as he set his sights on deeper, more distant, and challenging waters, where the most coveted commodity for the new year market, wild large yellow croakers, might be lurking. Wild large yellow croakers, with their golden bodies and tender, exquisite flesh, are regarded as the finest of fish, symbolizing wealth and abundance. making them the centerpiece of New Year's Eve feasts. Moreover, as their numbers dwindle, their prices escalate annually, rendering them a rare find during the festive season. On this day, before dawn had broken, Chen Haiyang and Awong set out in their small boat, braving the biting sea winds. This time, they did not linger near the shore, but headed straight toward an outer sea region rumored to harbor large yellow croakers. A place that ordinary fishermen dared not venture due to its fierce winds, tumultuous waves, and hidden reefs. Brother Ocean, is this place safe? Awong tightened his cotton jacket, glancing apprehensively at the dark, surging waters in the distance, anxiety gnawing at him. Let us give it a try and test our luck, Chen Haiyang replied, his gaze steady as he firmly grasped the helm. His venture was not one of blind recklessness, but rather a calculated decision informed by recent tidal information gleaned from the semiconductor, ancient fishing ballads occasionally mentioned by his father, and fragmented memories of a past life that guided him to this area. The small boat bobbed amid the turbulent waves, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind. As they drew closer to their target fishing grounds, the winds and waves intensified, and the sea deepened into a shadowy abyss. Chen Haiyang reduced the boat's speed, meticulously attuning himself to the subtle changes in the currents below, while observing the circling seabirds. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Not far from the starboard side of the vessel, he beheld a fleeting glimmer of gold on the surface of the water, distinct from the ordinary froth of the waves. Almost immediately, a deep, unique cooing sound pierced through the cacophony of wind and waves. It was a school of large yellow croakers. Only a sizable school of these fish, swimming at specific depths, could produce such a phenomenon in sound. Drop the net. Quickly, Chen Haiyang commanded, his voice low yet urgent, without a moment's hesitation. Awong, invigorated by the moment, expertly collaborated with Chen Haiyang, swiftly casting the well-repaired, old fishing net acquired from Wang Logan. The net sank into the frigid waters, laden with the hopes of the entire family. The waiting seemed interminable. The wind and waves appeared to grow fiercer, causing the small boat to sway violently. Awong anxiously fixated on the surface of the water, while Chen Haiyang closed his eyes in concentration, as if sensing everything beneath the surface through the rope that connected to the net. Haul up the net. Together, they pulled with all their might. The heavy rope taut and straight. As the net emerged from the depths, a dazzling flash of gold abruptly stung their eyes. Inside the net, it was not just a few scattered fish, but a veritable throng of elongated, shimmering yellow croakers, each radiating a pure, golden hue. They writhed within the net, their scales reflecting a heart-stopping brilliance under the dim light of the overcast sky, their cooing now resonating like celestial music. This catch far exceeded their wildest expectations. A rough estimate suggested at least several hundred pounds, with each fish weighing over a pound and of exceptional quality. We're rich. Brother Haiyang, we're going to strike it big. Awong exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch, nearly dropping to his knees on the deck. Chen Haiyang inhaled the cold air deeply, suppressing his excitement. He understood that this bounty of yellow croakers would irrevocably elevate his family's economic standing in the village, possibly even inciting a greater sensation. Without delay, they set course for home, as the small boat, laden with golden splendor, returned to the dock. The entire fishing village felt as though it had been struck by a bombshell. Yellow croakers. All wild yellow croakers. My goodness. So many. Has he unearthed the fish's secret lair? Look at that color. It's brighter than real gold. Gasps of astonishment and fervent chatter erupted, igniting the cold dock with excitement. Fishmongers, akin to sharks scenting blood, surged forward, encircling Chen Haiyang's small vessel, leaving no room to spare. The bidding commenced. Prices soared from astonishing heights, climbing to dizzying extremes. Ultimately, a businessman from town, specializing in high-end seafood wholesale, secured the entire haul of yellow croakers at a price that left onlookers speechless. A figure that nearly caused Wang Gilan to faint upon hearing it. Thick wads of cash, nearly bursting from the seams of the pockets, were handed over to Chen Haiyang with his characteristic composure. Even Awong, who was accustomed to witnessing Chen Haiyang's miraculous feats, felt as though he were dreaming. News of Chen Haiyang's extraordinary catch spread like wildfire throughout neighboring villages. His tale of capturing yellow croakers at an astronomical price became the most celebrated legend of the winter. His fishing fortune had been thoroughly mythologized. When Chen Haiyang placed the bag of money before his parents, Lin Xiaoying's hands trembled, nearly unable to hold it. Chen Jiangguo gazed at the pile of money, then at his son's weathered face, marked by the sea breeze, yet filled with determination. His lips moved slightly, and ultimately, he extended his rough hand to give his son's shoulder a hearty pat. This gesture held an abundance of unspoken emotions, pride, recognition, relief, and an unwavering trust in his son. This net of yellow croakers captured not just wealth, but also the steadfast backbone of a family, and a heavy, hope-laden gift from the sea as the year drew to a close. This year was destined to be an unprecedented, golden year of prosperity. Chapter 25. The bustling New Year's Eve. The eve of the new year arrived. The biting cold wind seemed to be infused with the spirit of renewal, becoming considerably gentler. As evening approached, sporadic firecrackers echoed through the fishing village, ushering in the festive atmosphere of the new year. Inside the Chen household, however, the lights blazed brightly, radiating warmth akin to spring. A large, high-wattage bulb illuminated the entire living room, dispelling all remnants of the past winter's gloom and darkness. The air was thick with the rich, appetizing aromas of the feast. The old, lopsided table had been polished to a shine, now laden with an array of dazzling dishes. So abundant, it was almost overwhelming. At the center lay a whole, golden fried mackerel, symbolizing abundance year after year. Beside it, a large bowl of glistening red braised pork, beautifully marbled. Prepared with the finest pork belly by Lin Xiaoying. A pot of clear broth made from local free-range chicken, the soup bright and clear, adorned with floating golden oil and green scallions. And among the bounty, a meticulously prepared scallion oil yellow croaker, crafted from one of the prized fish saved from their catch. Its golden flesh adorned with vibrant green scallions, sizzling with aromatic oil. Additionally, there were stir-fried squid, poached prawns, and garlic vermicelli steamed scallops, all contributing to a table brimming with culinary delights, nearly obscuring its surface. This New Year's Eve feast was beyond Lin Xiaoying's wildest imaginings since joining the Chen family. Tying on the new apron her son had brought from the county, her face radiated with satisfaction and pride as she busily prepared the final dish, a soup of glutinous rice balls, symbolizing reunion. Chen Zhongguo had also donned a newly tailored dark blue Zhongshan suit. Though he remained silent, the years of sorrow and burdens etched upon his brow had dissipated, replaced by a sense of groundedness and tranquility. He astonishingly refrained from retreating to a corner to smoke, instead sitting at the table, observing the lavish spread, the industriousness of his wife, and the composed demeanor of his son, with a warmth in his gaze that was barely perceptible. Chen Haiyang and Awong had finished affixing the vibrant red couplets and the character for fortune, transforming the courtyard into a scene of jubilance. Awong was also reluctantly persuaded to stay for the New Year's Eve dinner. This good-natured young man gazed at the table laden with delicacies, rubbing his hands together, somewhat flustered with excitement. Awong, sit down. Don't just stand there. Treat it like your own home. Lin Xiaoying called out cheerfully as she brought the last dish to the table. Thank you, Auntie. Awong replied with a goofy grin, cautiously taking a seat. At last, the family, along with Awong, who was more like family than a mere helper, gathered around the table. Beneath the bright lights, the faces of everyone glowed with warmth, brimming with genuine smiles. Come, Lin Xiaoying, as the hostess, raised a rough ceramic bowl filled with their homemade rice wine, her voice quivering with excitement. This year, our family has finally managed to celebrate a proper new year. It hasn't been easy, and this is all thanks to Haiyang. Her gaze fell upon her son, filled with boundless love and pride. Chen Jiangguo silently lifted his bowl. Chen Haiyang raised his bowl, looking at his parents and the smiling Awong. His heart a whirlwind of emotions, all coalescing into a single sentiment. Dad, Mom, Awong, Happy New Year. From now on, our family's life will only get better. Happy New Year. Brother Haiyang, Happy New Year. The bowls clinked together with a crisp sound. The rich rice wine flowed into their mouths, bringing a sweetness and warmth that seeped into their hearts. Throughout the meal, Lin Xiaoying continually served dishes to her son and Awong, even offering Chen Jiangguo his favorite red braised pork. Although Chen Jiangguo spoke little, he silently consumed the most succulent piece of scallion oil fish belly that his son had placed in his bowl. The conversation at the table shifted from the difficulties of life and worries of tomorrow to aspirations for the year ahead. Lin Xiaoying contemplated refreshing the walls of their home come spring. Chen Jiangguo, rarely inclined to speak, expressed his desire to tidy up the dilapidated boat once the weather warmed. Awong, with a jovial grin, affirmed his commitment to diligently follow his brother of the sea. Meanwhile, the Crimson Lamp radio played cheerfully, broadcasting lively spring melodies and entertaining comic dialogues, enriching the festive atmosphere of their family reunion dinner. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers grew increasingly dense, and brilliant fireworks occasionally illuminated the night sky, casting a glow on the contented faces of the family through the window. This was a true reunion night, a New Year's Eve filled with laughter and joy, marking a new beginning for a family on the rise, brimming with hope for the future. After dinner, Lin Xiaoying prepared a takeout of the carefully prepared dishes for Awong. The family then gathered to keep vigil for the new year. Lin Xiaoying produced sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies and pastries that her son had brought from the county town earlier. They munched on snacks, listened to the spring festival gala on the radio, and engaged in cheerful conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Chen Haiyang observed the long-lost, relaxed, and blissful expressions on his parents' faces, taking in the warmth, hope, and aroma of food that filled their home. He realized that after his rebirth, the first goal he had set, to ensure his family lived well, had taken a solid step forward. The hardships and gloom of the past year had been thoroughly dispelled by this lavish New Year's Eve feast and the warmth enveloping the house. The chimes of the new year were about to ring out, heralding a broader horizon and a more radiant tomorrow. A family's fortunes were on the rise, and the future was promising. Chapter 26, the second day of the new year, visiting relatives and delivering seafood. The lively bustle of New Year's Day in the village had passed. On the second day of the new year, according to local custom, married daughters returned to their parental homes, and it was also a day for visiting important relatives. Just as dawn began to break, Chen Haiyang was awakened by the soft sounds of his mother's movements. He donned his cotton jacket and stepped out of his room to find Lin Xiaoying already busy in the kitchen, steam rising from the pot, filling the air with the sweet aroma of steamed buns. "Mom, so early?" Chen Haiyang rubbed his hands together and moved closer to the stove for warmth. "Today we're going to your aunt's house. The journey isn't far, but we'll need to walk for a bit." Lin Xiaoying replied briskly as she deftly transferred the steamed buns into a bamboo basket. "Your father is checking the bicycle." Peering into the yard, Chen Haiyang saw his father, Chen Jiangguo, indeed outside, methodically inflating the tires of their old bicycle. His movements were unhurried. Once the tires were sufficiently inflated, he squeezed them and checked the brakes. Since taking the medicine prescribed by the old doctor, coupled with the good food and warm shelter they enjoyed this winter, Chen Jiangguo's cough had significantly improved, and his complexion appeared much healthier, standing taller than before. "Is everything ready?" Chen Jiangguo asked, turning back with a hint of ease in his voice. "All set. It's in the basket," Lin Xiaoying replied with a smile. Chen Haiyang glanced over to see a large bamboo basket by the door, filled to the brim. At the top lay several large cured fish and a few dried seabirds wrapped in oil paper, with bags of assorted candies for his aunt's children nestled below. Next to the basket sat a wooden bucket containing the plumpest blue crabs and a large bowl of live mantis shrimp, freshly scooped from the water tank yesterday, covered with seawater and a wet cloth to ensure they remained lively until they reached his aunt's house. These seafood delicacies might have been rare before the new year, but for the Chen family now, they were no longer a novelty. Yet, observing the seriousness with which his parents prepared the gifts, Chen Haiyang understood that they were not merely delivering New Year-esque gifts. It represented a substantial gesture of goodwill and pride from their family after their resurgence. After breakfast, the family of three set off. Chen Jiangguo rode the bicycle, the heavy bamboo basket suspended from the front, while Lin Xiaoying sat on the back seat. Chen Haiyang carried the wooden bucket filled with live seafood, walking alongside. The winter morning sun cast a golden hue over the fields dusted with frost and the haystacks by the roadside, and the air felt crisp and clean. They encountered fellow villagers also visiting relatives, who greeted them warmly. "Jiangguo, Xiaoying, taking the child to visit relatives, are you? Oh, that basket looks heavy. You must have brought good things." Haiyang has truly made a name for himself. Look how prosperous this family is. Chen Jiangguo beamed, responding to each greeting. Lin Xiaoying, seated on the back, lightly grasped her husband's clothing, her face radiant. It had been far too long since they had felt the warmth of such envious and friendly gazes from their neighbors. Chen Haiyang, carrying the bucket, listened to his parents' cheerful exchanges and saw the genuine smiles on their faces, feeling as if he was being gently warmed by the winter sun, filled with immense comfort. Wasn't this the very scene he had returned for? After about an hour's walk, they arrived at their aunt's house in the neighboring village. She had been eagerly waiting at the door and rushed over upon seeing them, exclaiming, "Oh, you finally made it. Come in and warm yourselves. It's freezing out here." When she saw Chen Jiangguo unloading the heavy bamboo basket and Chen Haiyang bringing in the wooden bucket, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, why so much? These cured fish are enormous. And these seabirds, my word, these crabs are still alive. Look at those mantis shrimp, so plump." As she helped carry the items inside, her voice rose with excitement, drawing the attention of neighbors peeking in. Chen Haiyang's uncle and cousins also emerged, astonished at the bounty of seafood. Haiyang has truly become capable. His cousin clapped him on the shoulder, filled with admiration. "I heard you struck it rich catching big yellow croakers and built a house. I didn't quite believe it. But seeing you now, with this bounty and your demeanor, it's undeniable." His cousin's wife pulled Lin Xiaoying aside and whispered, "Yingzi, has your family truly turned their fortunes around? Is Haiyang's luck really that extraordinary?" Lin Xiaoying smiled, her eyes sparkling, though she humbly replied, "Oh, it's not so extraordinary. It's just that the child is diligent and has indeed had a bit of good fortune." Inside, the aunt swiftly brewed hot tea and served sunflower seeds and peanuts as refreshments. The adults gathered around the table to chat. naturally revolving around Chen Haiyang's fishing success and the changes in the Chen family over the past 6 months. Chen Jiangwo was not very talkative, but he sat upright, occasionally contributing a remark, his face reflecting a subtle pride and satisfaction. Lin Xiaoying engaged in heartfelt conversation with her aunt and cousin-in-law, the earlier worries washed away, replaced by a sense of relief and triumph. Chen Haiyang sat with his similarly aged cousins, listening to the adult's musings while his younger cousin eagerly pressed him to recount the tales of catching the exquisite lobsters and big yellow croakers. By noon, his aunt had prepared a sumptuous feast using the blue crabs and mantis shrimp they brought, combined with her own home-raised chickens and ducks. The sweet crab meat and succulent shrimp paste left everyone savoring the flavors and praising the meal. Thanks to Haiyang, we are celebrating the new year too. Chen Haiyang's uncle joyfully sipped his wine, his cheeks flushed with happiness. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and congenial. Chen Haiyang watched his father and uncle share a drink, while his mother and aunt chatted softly, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The satisfaction of earning respect and dignity for his family through his labor and luck was far more fulfilling than any monetary gain. On their return journey, the setting sun elongated their shadows. Chen Jiangwo pedaled the bicycle, seemingly lighter than before. Lin Xiaoying, sitting on the back, turned to her son walking alongside and said, "Your aunt told me in confidence that seeing your family prosper brings her more joy than anything. In the past, she wanted to help but felt powerless, which weighed on her heart." Chen Haiyang nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. He recalled his past life, during the most challenging times for his family. Although his aunt had extended her support, her capacity was limited, and his mother, being strong-willed, was reluctant to accept much assistance, which inadvertently created a subtle rift among the sisters. Now, this estrangement had completely melted away amidst a basket brimming with heavy seafood and a lively reunion dinner. Chen Jiangwo, who had remained largely silent, suddenly spoke up, his voice mingling with the soft sound of tires rolling over the road, appearing somewhat subdued yet exceptionally clear. Today, his father's face radiated with pride. Chen Haiyang paused for a moment, glancing at his father's profile, still intently focused on the road ahead, and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He quickened his pace to catch up with the bicycle, laughing brightly. "Dad, Mom, this is just the beginning. From now on, our family will shine every day." The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the three of them, making the path ahead seem ever wider and more illuminated in that golden light. Chapter 27. The Envy of Relatives and the Pride of a Mother. After returning from his aunt's house, it was already evening. The sun's afterglow bathed the small courtyard in a warm orange hue, while the newly built tiled house appeared particularly grand and tranquil in the twilight. However, more heartwarming than this scenery was the lingering blush on Lin Xiaoying's face and the sparkle in her eyes. She cheerfully tidied up the gifts brought back from her aunt's home, which included some dried beans grown in their garden, a bag of roasted peanuts, and a piece of deep blue fabric that her aunt had insisted she take for Chen Haiyang to make a new jacket. Chen Jiangwo silently pushed the bicycle into the yard, set it up, and then picked up a broom to begin sweeping the already tidy courtyard. His movements were unhurried, yet a barely perceptible, relaxed smile played at the corners of his mouth. Chen Haiyang scrubbed the now empty wooden bucket clean, watching his mother bustle about and his father in his rare moment of leisure, feeling as though his heart was filled with something soft and warm. "Yay." Lin Xiaoying finally finished her chores, she said, sitting on a small stool at the kitchen door, unconsciously rubbing the piece of fabric while her gaze drifted off. "Your aunt was genuinely happy today." Chen Haiyang approached, leaning against the doorframe. "Yeah, I could tell. They were not just enthusiastic," Lin Xiaoying continued, as if finally finding an outlet for her emotions. "You didn't hear it, but while you and your dad were outside talking to your uncle, your aunt pulled me aside and shared so many heartfelt words." Her voice carried a hint of nostalgic reminiscence, along with a sense of relief. "She said she heard about our family's success and the house renovation long before, thinking it was mere village gossip, but seeing it today, she realized it was all true." She lowered her voice, saying, "Xiaoying, you've truly made it. Look at Jiangwo's complexion, it's splendid. And look at Haiyang, what a promising child. Standing there, looking so composed and speaking so confidently, it's like he is a different person." Chen Haiyang smiled quietly, choosing not to respond, instead remaining a patient listener. He understood that what his mother needed was not a reply, but an audience to share the complex emotions she had long harbored, a mixture of bitterness and joy. "Your cousin even discreetly asked me," Lin Xiaoying's voice took on a secretive pride, "how Haiyang came by such good fortune. If perhaps he had encountered some wise old sage. She also mentioned a niece from her family, of a suitable age for you, who is exceptionally beautiful and well-mannered, inquiring if we might consider a match." At this point, Lin Xiaoying paused, looking at her son with a mixture of hope and caution, aware that his thoughts were not currently inclined towards such matters. Chen Haiyang skillfully shifted the conversation, smiling. Mom, aunt, and cousin are genuinely happy for us. Indeed, they are truly delighted. Lin Xiaoying sighed heavily, but this exhale felt lighter than in the past, as if she had expelled the last remnants of pent-up frustration. You may not remember, but during the hardest times a couple of years ago, when I occasionally returned to my family, your aunt tried to secretly give me a few eggs, which I declined, not out of disdain for their number, but because of the sentiment attached to it. It was disheartening. Her voice trembled slightly, but soon lifted again. Today is different. We bring generous gifts, they receive them joyfully, and we can deliver them with pride. Your dad said on the way back. His face was glowing. At that moment, Chen Jiangguo, who had been silently sweeping, suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, "The things are earned by Haiyang, and the pride is his too." The statement was delivered matter-of-factly, yet it echoed in Chen Haiyang's heart like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples throughout. His father spoke sparingly, but each affirmation carried significant weight. Lin Xiaoying wiped her eyes with her sleeve, moisture born of joy. "Yes, indeed, it is my son's achievement." She rose, shaking the piece of fabric in her hand. Her smile blossoming anew, devoid of the shadows of the past, now filled solely with pure pride for her accomplished son. "This fabric is excellent. I'll take your measurements tomorrow, and by spring, you'll be able to wear it." As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, warm lights illuminated the small courtyard. Tonight's dinner table seemed quieter than usual, yet the atmosphere among the three was particularly harmonious. A bowl of congee, a plate of salted fish, and a few steamed buns tasted sweeter than any delicacies. After the meal, Chen Haiyang took out the newly purchased marine atlas and began flipping through it under the light. Chen Jiangguo leaned over, asking a few questions about a type of fish he didn't recognize. Lin Xiaoying, seated nearby, began sewing the blue fabric, humming a tune that Chen Haiyang hadn't heard from her in years, a melody filled with the essence of life. Observing the genuine and content expressions on his parents' faces, Chen Haiyang realized that envy was not merely the gaze of relatives directed at them, but a palpable feeling of hope and strength that filled their home, allowing his parents to stand tall. This sense of assurance was something he had painstakingly earned from the bounty of the sea, piece by piece. And he was acutely aware that this was far from enough. On the road ahead, he intended to bolster this assurance further, ensuring that the brilliance on his parents' faces remained ever bright. Chapter 28. Spring breeze brings warmth, mending old fishing nets. The clamor of the new year and the excitement of a bountiful catch gradually subsided like retreating tides. Shipu village returned to its familiar rhythm, intertwined with the sea. The chilly spring breeze blew in from the ocean, still bearing a touch of coldness, yet no longer biting. It swept over the newly repaired tiled roofs, past village paths littered with remnants of firecrackers, heralding the revival of all living things. In the brightly lit main room of Chen Haiyang's home, the brand new color television sat quietly for the moment. The family did not dwell on past joys, but instead embarked on plans for the new year. After breakfast, his father silently dragged out the bundle of old fishing nets, which had accompanied him for most of his life, permeated with the scent of the sea and the marks of time. The nets were heavy, with some areas already stiffened, coated with tiny shell fragments and dried seaweed left from the previous year. With spring upon them, the fish would soon become active. His father squatted in the courtyard, carefully spreading the nets out on the freshly cleaned cement floor, his voice calm, but imbued with the keen awareness of an old fisherman attuned to the changing seasons. This net needed some attention. His mother also brought out an old wooden shuttle and a bundle of slightly newer nylon twine, settling onto a small stool beside him to help. The sunlight slanted down, warming their backs and illuminating the tiny dust motes dancing in the air. Chen Haiyang watched his parents as they busied themselves, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. This was the life of a fishing family, devoid of permanent rewards. Only the cyclical ritual of preparation and labor. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved a small stool, sat directly across from his father, and reached out to examine a section of the net closely. "Here, it is about to fray." Chen Haiyang pointed to a section of netting that had become thin and nearly transparent from prolonged friction, addressing his father. His father leaned closer, squinting to examine it, nodded in acknowledgement, and without uttering a word, took the wooden shuttle from his mother's hands. He threaded it with new line, his hands, calloused and cracked, yet astonishingly deft at that moment, moved with an elegance that belied their ruggedness. The shuttle danced in his grasp as if infused with life, swiftly weaving through the damaged mesh, entwining and knotting with a rhythmic fluidity, embodying the unique beauty of an ancient craft. Before long, the gaping hole was mended, sturdy and smooth, leaving almost no trace of its former disrepair. Chen Haiyang did not remain idle. He too picked up a tool, emulating his father's technique, and began to repair another breach. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy, lacking the grace of his father's, Yet he persevered with patience, his gaze unwavering. The nylon line twisted around his fingertips, producing a faint rustling sound. His efforts transcended mere mending of the fishing net. They represented a legacy, a tribute to the skills of his forebears, and an anticipation for the forthcoming spring tide. Awong, having finished his breakfast, sauntered over and, upon seeing the Chen family engaged in net repair, squatted down to assist with a cheerful grin, without needing an invitation. His hands moved agilely. Although his skills could not rival those of Chen Haiyang's father, his youth granted him a keen eye for identifying those hidden, minute damages. "Brother Haiyang, look at this spot. I nearly missed it," Awong exclaimed, proudly pinching a nearly imperceptible abrasion. "Indeed, sharp eyes you possess," Chen Haiyang replied with a smile. "Whether our first catch of the spring tide is bountiful hinges upon the care we take in mending this net." The four of them sat together in the courtyard as the sun grew warmer, dispelling the chill of the morning. The air was infused with the distinctive scent of nylon line, the briny aroma of the old fishing net, and an essence of tranquility and fulfillment in life. Conversation was sparse, punctuated only by the subtle sounds of the shuttle gliding through the netting, the occasional crisp snip of scissors severing stray threads, and the distant, tireless, eternal serenade of the waves. From time to time, the father would pause to offer guidance on Chen Haiyang and Awong's techniques. This knot must be tied in such a manner to withstand the strain. A large fish cannot break free. Ensure the ends are tucked in, otherwise, they may snag on something. Chen Haiyang listened intently, refining his approach. He discovered that in this second life, he had developed a deeper understanding and patience for these seemingly mundane tasks. This was not merely the repair of a tool. It was a restoration of connection with the vast sea, a preparation for the new voyage ahead. As his mother tended to the line, she gazed at her son's serious and steady profile under the sunlight, her heart swelling with pride. Her son had truly matured. He was capable not only of braving the tempestuous waves, but also of calmly executing these fundamental tasks. The process of mending the fishing net mirrored the act of sifting through the memories of the past year. Chen Haiyang's fingers brushed over the worn spots, and he could almost relive the moments of struggle with the fish during last year's dragnet, the urgency of hauling in the net just before a typhoon struck. Each repair was a reflection, a farewell to the past, and a preparation for new beginnings. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had risen to its zenith. The enormous, once tattered old fishing net was now rejuvenated through their collective efforts. The damaged areas were meticulously repaired, the loose sections tightened. The entire net now appeared robust and orderly, glistening under the sun with the soft sheen characteristic of nylon. The father stood up, stretching his stiff back and legs, gently caressing the freshly mended net, a rare, contented smile illuminating his face. "Well, now we can confidently face the formidable spring tide." Chen Haiyang also rose, surveying the net that embodied their family's hard work over the past half-day, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. To excel in one's craft, one must first ensure the tools are in prime condition. This net would serve as their first safeguard against the abundant gifts of the ocean in spring. The spring breeze continued to waft gently, carrying with it the scent of the sea and whispers of distant fishing currents. The repaired fishing net lay silently in the courtyard, akin to a poised cheetah ready to pounce, awaiting the call to set sail into the azure expanse. Chen Haiyang knew that a new season of harvest was about to arrive, ushered in by this warm spring wind. Chapter 29, A Fortuitous Encounter with a School of Mackerel. The following day, while dawn had yet to fully break, the eastern horizon merely glimmered with a pale light. Chen Haiyang and Chen Jiangguo had already arrived at the dock. The sea breeze, imbued with the unique coolness and moisture of the morning, invigorated their spirits as it brushed against their faces. The tide was gradually rising, gently lapping against the boats tethered to the shore, producing a soothing whisper. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea and the distinctive aroma of weathered wood from the dock, soaked by the ocean over the years. The fishing boats lay quietly at the shore, their hulls appearing neat and tidy after a winter of rest. The old hemp fishing net, which had been mended just the night before, was neatly coiled in the center of the boat, resembling a small, brown hill. Chen Jiangguo first circled the boat, reaching out to touch the gunwale and inspecting the mooring lines before bending down to check the waterline. This was a habit he had cultivated over many years. There could be no oversight in the pre-departure inspection. Once he was satisfied, he nodded to Chen Haiyang. The father and son worked in unison, transferring prepared buckets of fresh water, bags of provisions, and essential tools onto the boat. There were no unnecessary words exchanged, only a natural understanding in their actions. Chen Jiangguo untied the mooring lines, while Chen Haiyang grasped a long bamboo pole, stabilizing himself against the slick stone pier, and with a gentle push, the fishing boat obediently glided into the deep gray waters tinted by the morning light. Chen Jiangguo cranked the handle of the diesel engine, a series of throaty, Powerful roars shattered the dawn's tranquility as a plume of smoke billowed from the black chimney, dissipating in the sea breeze. He firmly grasped the helm, deftly steering the small vessel as it sliced through the calm surface of the sea, heading towards the increasingly expansive azure beyond the harbor. Chen Haiyang stood at the bow, allowing the salty sea breeze to envelop him, ruffling his hair. He inhaled deeply, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of his lungs filling with the crisp air. He was back, finally returned to this boundless azure expanse. The feeling of freedom, openness, and intimacy with the ocean was irreplaceable by any terrestrial achievement. As the boat sailed further away, the village behind them gradually diminished from view, transforming into a hazy silhouette along the coastline. The sky brightened, and the sun finally broke free from the horizon, casting golden rays generously upon the surface of the sea. In an instant, the world before him became resplendent, the shimmering sea resembling an immense, ever-shifting tapestry of gold, dazzling to the point of being nearly blinding. Amidst this radiant golden glow, Chen Haiyang noticed something unusual on the surface of the water. Not far ahead, patches and clusters of translucent forms floated gracefully upon the waves, resembling delicate little sprites that had descended from the heavens. "Father, look over there," Chen Haiyang called, pointing toward that area of the sea. Chen Jiangguo squinted into the distance, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. "It's the peach blossom jellyfish. They should be arriving about now." Peach blossom jellyfish. Chen Haiyang felt a stir of excitement. This species of jellyfish, requiring pristine water conditions, would appear in abundance during specific seasons, particularly in early spring when peach blossoms bloom, often signifying certain marine signals to fishermen. They are harmless, resembling peach blossoms in both form and elegance. Their presence typically indicates changes in water temperature and salinity, which may attract specific schools of fish. The fishing boat gently navigated into the waters teeming with countless peach blossom jellyfish. As they drew closer, the sight became increasingly vivid. The jellyfish, with their almost entirely translucent bodies, display only the faintest tints of pink or white along the edges of their umbrellas and tentacles, gracefully undulating in the crystalline waters. Sunlight penetrates their forms, refracting into a dreamlike luminescence, as if the vessel were not traversing the ocean, but rather intruding upon a fantastical realm constructed of glass and crystal. Such beauty! Chen Haiyang could not help but exclaim. Even after 2 lifetimes and witnessing countless marine wonders, this delicate and exquisite life still touched the softest corners of his heart. Chen Jiangguo, too, slowed the boat's speed, his gaze sweeping over the surface of the sea. Not merely in admiration, but in scrutiny. The seasoned fisherman's instincts told him that nature often conceals the secrets of the fishing season within its myriad signs. Just as the boat was about to exit this dense area of peach blossom jellyfish, Chen Jiangguo's attention suddenly sharpened. He fixated on a seemingly tranquil patch of water to the right front. The hue of the sea there appeared slightly deeper than its surroundings, and beneath the rippling golden waves, fleeting glimpses of swiftly moving silver-blue reflections flickered. "The ocean!" Chen Jiangguo exclaimed, his voice imbued with the taut excitement of a hunter spotting its prey. "Look over there. The water." Chen Haiyang's heart raced as he followed his father's gesture. That expanse of sea, seemingly ordinary, revealed beneath closer inspection a swarm of shadows darting swiftly, stirring the water's glow into something distinct from the rest. It was a vibrant, restless radiance. "Mackerel," Chen Haiyang blurted out, his tone resolute. The streamlined silver-blue forms, the tempestuous energy unique to their schooling migrations. He was all too familiar with it. Moreover, judging by the scale and commotion of the splashes, it was undoubtedly a large school. Mackerel, especially those of the spring run, are known for their firm, succulent flesh and command a respectable price, making them one of the most significant catches for coastal fishermen in spring. "Prepare the nets," Chen Jiangguo commanded without hesitation. He deftly maneuvered the helm of the boat, the Chengfeng, tracing a graceful arc as he sought to gain the advantageous position, preparing to encircle the fish in the direction of the tide in their movement. Chen Haiyang sprung into action, rushing to the center of the boat, skillfully organizing the heavy net of hemp line, ensuring the floats and sinkers were securely in place. His movements were swift and precise, his heart pounding with anticipation. He understood that success hinged on the following moments. With the wisdom of experience, Chen Jiangguo expertly controlled the vessel, maintaining an optimal distance from the school of fish. His gaze remained fixed on the water's surface, assessing the speed and direction of the fish, his face taut with concentration, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. "Now, lower the nets," Chen Jiangguo commanded. Chen Haiyang summoned all his core strength, hurling the net's head into the sea, simultaneously pushing the entire net into the water with rapid precision. The heavy sinkers pulled the net down swiftly, while the white floats trailed like a string of pearls, marking the net's path on the surface. The Chungfeng roared to life, dragging the net into a massive arc, encircling the agitated silver-blue waters. It was a tense and exhilarating process. The net spread in the water, resembling an invisible giant moss silently descending upon the immense mackerel school. Chen Haiyang fixed his gaze on the surface, watching as the circle formed by the floats tightened. Listening to the diesel engine's roar mingled with the sound of splashing as the startled fish stirred the water. Chen Jiangguo maneuvered the boat to complete the final encirclement. As the ends of the net drew closer to the boat, he shouted, "Haul in the nets." Together, Chen Haiyang and his father grasped the coarse net lines, pulling with all their might. Heavy. This was Chen Haiyang's immediate sensation. The force transmitted through the net lines exceeded anything he had experienced, weighty enough to astonish. This was undoubtedly a signal of a bounteous catch. "Quick, help!" Chen Jiangguo barked, his face flushed from exertion, yet his eyes shone with fierce intensity. The father and son gritted their teeth, their feet firmly planted on the deck, leaning back, employing every ounce of their weight to inch the burdensome net upward. The hemp lines scraped against the boat's edge, emitting a creaking sound, as if protesting the strain. As the net gradually emerged from the water, the sight within it elicited gasps from both men. Under the sunlight, the vast net was filled to the brim with countless silver-blue forms, teeming and jostling. Thousands of mackerel, elongated in shape, with deep steel-blue backs and shining silver bellies, writhed, leaped, and struggled within the net, their scales reflecting a dazzling, cold brilliance in the sunlight. The entire net resembled a colossal bundle composed of living, jumping silver, so heavy it nearly threatened to snap the net lines. The waters boiled around them, erupting with a cacophony of splashes as silver scales and flying droplets mingled in the sunlight, creating a fleeting and resplendent rainbow. "Quick, pull it up." Chen Jiangguo's voice was hoarse with excitement. The two men, refusing to relent, exerted their final strength, ultimately hauling the immensely heavy net of mackerel onto the deck. With a resounding thud, the mound of mackerel crashed onto the deck, rising high like a small mountain. Many fish continued to thrash their tails, creating a cacophony of sounds, their silver scales glistening wildly. The intense, fresh scent of fish instantly enveloped the entire cabin, nearly suffocating. Chen Haiyang gazed at the writhing mountain of shimmering fish before him, then glanced at his father, who, though panting, radiated immense joy and a sense of accomplishment. An indescribable surge of excitement and pride flooded his heart. "We did it. A resounding success. And such a magnificent haul." Chen Jiangguo straightened, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, gazing at the bountiful catch. Exhaling deeply and contentedly, he met his son's gaze. No words were needed, for everything was understood in that silent exchange. The peach blossom jellyfish had ushered in good fortune, and their experience and decisiveness had transformed that luck into a tangible bounty. Turning the boat's bow, they began their return journey. The vessel, now heavily laden, sat lower in the water than on their outbound journey, gliding more steadily. On the deck, the shimmering mountain of fish sparkled under the brilliant spring sunlight, heralding a resounding start to the Chen family's fishing season. Chapter 30, A Bountiful Catch, Stirring the Dock. The fishing boat, burdened and resembling a giant returning home laden with treasures, slowly approached the small dock of the fishing village under the afternoon sun. The vessel traveled much slower than before, the roar of the diesel engine now sounding particularly muted, as if it were expending its last ounce of strength to drag the shimmering cargo back to shore. As they drew near, a few fishermen on the shore, mending their gear or organizing their ropes, were the first to notice the deeply laden boat. "Isn't that Jiangguo's boat?" An old fisherman straightened, shielding his eyes with his hand, squinting towards the sea. "Why does it look so low in the water? Is that Chen Haiyang? Did they go out to sea today?" Someone beside him chimed in, curiosity lacing their tone. With that kind of load, they must have caught something substantial. Before long, the entire dock was drawn to the spectacle, all halting their tasks to gaze at the Chungfeng. As the boat drew closer, a keen-eyed observer spotted the towering heap on the deck, reflecting blinding silver in the sunlight. "My heavens, is that fish? All of it is fish," someone exclaimed, their voice cracking in disbelief. This outburst was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing an immediate uproar at the dock. People thronged to the shore, standing on tiptoe and craning their necks, incredulous at the spectacle before them. It was mackerel, an abundance of mackerel. Just how many could there be? 1,000, Jean? I suspect much more. The net has burst. This is a bountiful catch indeed. What extraordinary fortune has befallen the Chen family? Look, the boat is nearly submerged. Gasps of astonishment, murmurs of discussion, and expressions of disbelief mingled, transforming the previously subdued dock into a bustling marketplace. All eyes were riveted on the fishing vessel, slowly approaching the dock. and on the mountain of glistening fish that threatened to spill over the gunnels. Their gazes were filled with shock, envy, and even a hint of reverie. Chen Haiyang calmly steered the helm, carefully avoiding other vessels as he gradually guided the sailing wind towards the dock. His expression remained largely impassive, yet the knuckles of his tightly grasped hands turned slightly pale, betraying the tumult within. He slightly lifted his chin, his gaze fixed ahead, deliberately avoiding the astonished stares from the shore, yet his straightened spine silently proclaimed his moment of pride. Meanwhile, Chen Haiyang stood at the bow, ready to cast the mooring line. As he observed the ever-growing crowd on the shore and listened to the cacophony of voices, a surge of warmth coursed through his chest. This was precisely what he yearned to witness, not for the sake of ostentation, but to announce the rebirth of the Chen family through this tangible bounty, allowing his parents to stand tall before their neighbors. The mooring line was expertly thrown ashore, caught by eager villagers who swiftly secured it to the cleat. At last, the sailing wind came to a steady rest at the dock, its hull swaying slightly as it relinquished the momentum of its journey. The cargo of mackerel creating a rustling sound in response. As soon as the boat settled, the crowd surged forward, filling the dock to capacity. People peered eagerly into the hold, marveling at the sight within. Jiangguo, Haiyang, have you just raided the mackerel's lair? An old fisherman familiar with Chun Jiangguo, Wang Logan, squeezed to the front, his eyes wide with disbelief. At this, Jiangguo finally released the helm, turned to face the crowd, and a restrained yet genuine smile, discernible to those who knew him well, graced his face. He waved his hand and spoke in as neutral a tone as possible. Look, we encountered a school of fish. Look, this is a treasure from the Dragon King of the Sea, Wang Logan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. His gaze towards Chen Haiyang filled with a mix of admiration and awe. You, lad, are truly remarkable. At that moment, Lin Xiaoying, having heard the news, hurried from home. As she squeezed into the crowd and beheld the mountain of mackerel on her family's boat, she was momentarily stunned, covering her mouth with her hand. Her eyes quickly welled with tears, not of sorrow, but of overwhelming joy and exhilaration. She looked at her son, smiling at the bow, and then at her husband, standing tall at the stern despite his fatigue. Tears finally spilled down her cheeks, yet her smile radiated brightly. Xiaoying, quick look, your family has struck it rich. A fortune, exclaimed a nearby woman, enviously grasping her arm. Lin Xiaoying merely nodded vigorously, speechless, as all her emotions transformed into an uncontrollable cascade of joyful tears. Make way, make way. The fish collectors are here, came a shout from the crowd. Suddenly, Zhao Pangzi, the owner of the local fish market, pushed through the throng with two assistants. Having spent years in the fish trade, his keen eye immediately recognized the quality of the mackerel. Uniform in size and shimmering silver, it was clearly the finest spring catch. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiangguo, my brother. Haiyang, my young friend. Oh, this is truly extraordinary. Zhao Pangzi rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with enthusiasm. This fish is top-notch. I'll take them all. The price is negotiable, and I assure you, it will be higher than the market rate. As he spoke, he motioned for his assistants to prepare the scales. With such a substantial catch, they needed to secure it immediately, lest other fishmongers arrive and complicate matters. Chen Haiyang leapt from the boat and approached Zhao Pangzi. He was not dazed by the sudden windfall or the fishmonger's fervor. Rather, he appeared even more composed than usual. He glanced at his father, who gave a slight nod, indicating for him to take charge. Boss Zhao, Chen Haiyang began, his voice steady yet clear, you can have all the fish. However, the price must reflect that of premium spring mackerel, and payment must be immediate, no credit. Zhao Pangzi's cheeks quivered in surprise. He had not anticipated that this youth, who often seemed somewhat green, would show such business acumen. The price for premium spring mackerel was nearly 30% higher than that of ordinary mackerel. Yet, seeing the boat brimming with such enviable catch, he realized he had no choice but to relent. Missing out on this haul would haunt him for months. Very well, Haiyang, you are indeed a forthright person. We'll go with your price, cash on the spot. Zhao Pangzi gritted his teeth and agreed, urging his assistants, quick, weigh it. Be careful not to damage the fish. Thus, under the envious gaze of the entire village, a grand weighing commenced. The large scale was brought forth, and baskets of glistening mackerel were lifted ashore, weighed, documented, and then carefully loaded onto the truck brought by Zhao Pangzi. This basket weighs 118 jin. This one, 125 jin. As the assistant called out the weights, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. The numbers continually climbed, culminating when the last basket was weighed. And Zhao Pangzi's accountant calculated the total, an astounding 1,367 jin. A collective intake of breath rippled through the dock. Over 1,300 jin of the highly prized spring mackerel. What fortune could that possibly yield? The crowd struggled to fathom the magnitude. Zhao Pengzi's heart raced, but with the deal struck, he had no choice but to proceed. He retrieved a thick bundle of freshly minted banknotes from his bulging leather wallet, counted it out publicly, and solemnly handed it to Chen Haiyang. The hefty stack of cash felt heavy, imbued with the distinctive scent of ink and paper. Upon receiving the money, Chen Haiyang did not display the excitement that everyone anticipated. Instead, he calmly counted it once more. Satisfied, he nodded to Zhao Pengzi. The amount is correct. Thank you, Boss Zhao. Then, under the intense gaze of the onlookers, Chen Haiyang turned to his mother, Lin Xiaoying, and placed the substantial bundle of cash into her hands. Mother, please take this. Lin Xiaoying's hands trembled as she accepted the weighty bundle, still warm from her son's touch. Tears streamed more freely now, yet her smile shone like the sun. She clutched the money tightly, as if grasping the hopes and future of their family. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Jiangwo had also disembarked and stood beside his wife and son. He gazed at the cash in Lin Xiaoying's hands, then at the empty baskets and the complex expressions of their neighbors, saying nothing, but reaching out to firmly pat his son's shoulder. That single gesture spoke volumes. The fishing boat may have been emptied, but the commotion at the dock was far from over. News of the Chen family's extraordinary catch of over 1,000 jin of mackerel and the astronomical sale spread like wildfire throughout the fishing village and into neighboring settlements. As Chen Haiyang's family began to gather their belongings amidst the crowd's admiration and chatter, the setting sun elongated their shadows, bathing them in a golden glow. The now empty, sailing wind rested quietly at the shore, as though it had merely completed an ordinary voyage. Yet, everyone knew that from this day forth, the Chen family would be irrevocably transformed. Chen Haiyang's extraordinary reputation in the fishing industry is no longer merely a tale whispered among the locals. It has been solidified into a resplendent golden signboard by the tangible, awe-inspiring 2,000-plus pounds of Spanish mackerel. The sea breeze continues to caress the shore, bringing with it the sense of distant lands. Chen Haiyang understands that this is merely the inception of his journey. The vast azure ocean still conceals myriad wonders, awaiting his discovery and harvest. His legend, too, is poised to unfold in grand fashion, heralded by the recent commotion at the dock. Chapter 31. The money from selling fish transformed into great unity. The clamor at the dock ebbed like the tide as the sun sank in the west, gradually retreating into the horizon. The neighbors who had gathered to witness the spectacle returned to their homes, their hearts filled with a mix of shock and complex discussions. While the truck of Zhao the Fat, the fish merchant, departed the fishing village, laden with shimmering silver. However, the sensation of being the focus of countless gazes, enveloped by admiration and envy, seeped into the very bricks of the Chen household like sea salt, lingering for some time. The Chen family of 3 returned home, their bodies reeking of fish and fatigue, yet more importantly, they were imbued with a sense of liberation and exhilaration, having shed the weight of their burdens. Upon the 8 immortals' table in the main room lay several thick bundles of cash, tightly bound with twine, quietly awaiting their fate. Under the dim light, the pristine banknotes shimmered with a unique inky sheen, resembling a magnetic force that captivated everyone's gaze. In the air, besides the lingering scent of fish, there seemed to be a new, somewhat stimulating aroma of wealth. Lin Xiaoying sat beside the table, her hands awkwardly resting on her knees, her eyes furtively glancing at the pile of money before hastily averting her gaze, as if the cash might scorch her vision. In her lifetime, she had never seen, let alone possessed, such an abundance of cash. Although the profits from selling yellow croaker and tuna had been substantial, they had always been transacted through bank books or swiftly allocated towards significant expenditures such as building houses or purchasing boats. The sight of these tangible, stacked bills before her was an unprecedented shock. Chen Jiangwo silently smoked his homemade pipe, the swirling smoke obscuring his expression. Yet, the fingers gripping the pipe trembled slightly, betraying the tumult within. Having spent most of his life at sea, he had never dared to dream of accumulating such wealth in a single haul. This money was earned by his son and represented the true foundation of their family's prosperity. Chen Haiyang picked up a bundle of cash and weighed it in his hand, the heavy sensation allowing him to tangibly grasp the weight of his harvest. He untied the twine, and the crisp, new banknotes cascaded open with a delightful sound. Methodically, he smoothed them out before neatly stacking them once more, his movements calm and unhurried. Finally, unable to contain herself, Lin Xiaoying spoke, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible huskiness. Is it safe to keep such a vast sum of money at home? Her expression was one of joy, but also tinged with the instinctive unease and anxiety that often accompanies sudden wealth, born from years of poverty. Chen Haiyang understood his mother's feelings. He set the money down and looked at his parents, his tone steady and resolute. Mom, Dad, we cannot simply leave this money at home. Tomorrow, I will go to the credit union in town and deposit most of it. We will keep a portion for daily expenses and for the upcoming tasks we need to undertake. Upcoming tasks? Chen Haiyang lifted his eyelids, his gaze questioning through the haze of smoke. Dad, Mom. Chen Haiyang leaned slightly forward, his eyes sweeping over his parents. Our family now has a bit of a foundation. However, we must ensure that it becomes more solid and stable. I believe this money should not merely be saved. He paused, organizing his thoughts as he blended experiences from his past life with the realities of the present. First, we have some lingering debts at home. Although not substantial, they need to be cleared promptly. Living debt-free is a relief. Second, while the new house has been built, it remains sparsely furnished. We need to acquire necessary furniture and bedding. We can no longer make do. Third, he glanced at his father. The Feng Feng is a small boat and cannot withstand rough seas. Our recent catch of mackerel nearly exceeded its capacity. I was thinking, once the timing is right, could we consider upgrading to a larger, more stable vessel capable of reaching farther waters? Upgrade to a larger boat. This suggestion made Chen Haiyang pause mid-action, his hand halting abruptly. Lin Xiaoying held her breath. The thought of a larger boat was one of an old fisherman's ultimate dreams, symbolizing the ability to venture farther into the sea in pursuit of greater schools of fish. Yet it also implied significant investment and risk. In the past, they would not have dared to even contemplate such a notion. How much would a large boat cost? Lin Xiaoying murmured, instinctively glancing at the money on the table. While it seemed like a significant sum, it was probably far from enough to purchase a decent iron-hulled vessel. Mom, there's no need to rush, Chen Haiyang reassured her. This is merely an idea, a long-term plan. For now, let us wisely utilize this sum to solidify our family's foundation. This money has been earned through our sweat and luck. Every penny must be spent judiciously. He took a bundle of cash, extracted several notes, and pushed them towards his mother. Mom, keep this. It will be our living expenses for the next few months. Buy rice and flour, and don't hesitate to treat yourselves to some good meat. Both you and Dad need nourishment. He then turned to his father. Dad, if you come across any useful fishing gear or notice anything on the boat that requires maintenance or upgrades, do not hesitate to spend what is necessary. Watching his son meticulously plan the considerable sum with such poise and foresight, Chen Haiyang was filled with a myriad of emotions. The calm demeanor and visionary outlook of this young man seemed far beyond his 20-something years. Ultimately, all his feelings coalesced into a single sentiment. You handle it as you see fit, son. I trust you. That simple phrase of trust weighed heavily, yet warmly upon Chen Haiyang. He understood that this trust had been earned through his tangible achievements. Lin Xiaoying carefully tucked away the stack of living expenses, securing it close to her, as if it were not mere money but a guarantee of their family's stable future. She looked at her son, her earlier unease gradually replaced by a sense of grounded trust. Also, Chen Haiyang continued, Awong has been helping me tirelessly. And though he didn't cast the net this time, he assisted with the boat and tidying up. I intend to share a portion with him. He shouldn't have worked for nothing. That's only right. Chen Haiyang nodded. Awong is a good kid, sincere. With these preliminary plans set in motion, the family gathered around the table to meticulously recount the money. The act of physically touching and counting their newfound wealth was imbued with a sense of solemnity and joy almost ritualistic in nature. Under the warm glow of the lamp, all three faces radiated with hope and anticipation for the future. The following morning, Chen Haiyang, carrying a nondescript cloth bag filled with thick bundles of cash, rode his bicycle to the credit union amidst his mother's anxious yet expectant gaze. The staff at the credit union were taken aback when this young man presented such a considerable sum for deposit, repeatedly confirming the transaction. In an era where the average income barely exceeded a few dozen yuan a month, Chen Haiyang's deposit was undoubtedly a fortune. Once the paperwork was completed and he held that thin passbook, symbolic of their newfound financial security, his heart finally settled. Exiting the credit union, he made a stop at the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing essential household goods, selecting 5 pounds of premium pork belly, and acquiring a few pounds of sweets and pastries he had previously deemed too extravagant. As he pedaled back to the village, laden with his bounty, the villagers greeted him with unprecedented warmth and respect. Chen Haiyang is back. Did you go to town? Look at all the good things you bought. Be sure to take care of us in the future. Chen Haiyang responded to each with polite acknowledgement, maintaining a balanced demeanor. He realized that from this day forward, his standing in the village had quietly transformed. No longer was he the impoverished youth in need of assistance. He had become a person of significance, someone worthy of respect and attention. Upon returning home, he handed over the items to his mother and, after retrieving a sum of money he had prepared, proceeded to Awong's house. When Awong and his mother beheld the dividend that Chen Haiyang offered, an amount equivalent to the income of an ordinary fisherman over 6 months, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Expressing their gratitude profusely, observing the tears glistening in Awong's mother's eyes as she repeatedly exclaimed, "Haiyang, you are truly our family's benefactor." Chen Haiyang felt his resolve strengthen. He realized that wealth, when set in motion and shared, brings forth greater blessings and fosters more robust connections. As night fell once more, the kitchen of the Chen household filled with the long-missed, rich aroma of meat. The dining table was adorned with braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and steaming white rice. The warm glow of the lights and the delectable food created a cozy atmosphere as the family gathered to discuss their future plans, enveloped in a harmonious and inviting ambience. The savings book, wrapped meticulously in layers of oilcloth by Lin Xiaoying, was carefully locked away in the depths of the cabinet. It lay there quietly, akin to a dormant seed nurturing the promise of a more prosperous and flourishing future for the family. The foundation of their home was solidified during this hearty dinner, as their shared anticipation for tomorrow grew ever more tangible. Chapter 32. Constructing a new tile house. The spring flood's harvest was both stable and bountiful. After several outings to sea, the Chen family's savings had amassed into a substantial pile. His mother continued to wrap it carefully in the now faded handkerchief, concealing it at the bottom of an old, paint-chipped wooden box in their dilapidated house. However, unlike the previous years of anxiety, a sense of solidity and hope now illuminated her face as she hid the money away. The old house, having weathered last year's harsh winter and several storms this spring, appeared even more decrepit. The morning sunlight filtered through the worn window frames, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air and casting light upon the humble and antiquated furnishings within. After a simple breakfast, with the warmth of the porridge still lingering in their stomachs, the father squatted on the threshold, silently packing a pouch of coarse tobacco while his gaze swept over the mottled walls and the darkened beams of the house, where water had leaked, his brow instinctively furrowing. Chen Haiyang took in the expressions of his parents. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength, breaking the morning's stillness. "Dad, Mom, it's time for us to build a new house." With a clatter, a bowl slipped from his mother's hand into the basin, splashing water everywhere. She turned in astonishment, her eyes wide as if she had misheard him. The father's hand, poised to strike a match for his tobacco, froze midair, a flicker of shock passing through his murky gaze. "Build a new house." His mother's voice trembled with disbelief as she instinctively repeated, "Haiyang, do you have any idea how much it costs to build a house? This old place could still be patched up." Her eyes wandered around the old home, saturated with memories of her youth and toil, a deep-seated attachment mingling with an ingrained fear of the substantial expense. The father, in silence, lit his tobacco. The acrid smoke enveloped him, obscuring his weathered features. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, his voice hoarse and heavy. "Haiyang, I understand your intentions. But building a house is not a trivial matter. It could deplete our savings. Your earnings have not come easily. They should be reserved for acquiring a larger fishing boat. That is a legitimate investment, a long-term livelihood." He paused, adding, "This old house has been my home for most of my life. I have grown accustomed to it." Chen Haiyang recognized his parents' apprehensions. For those who had spent their lives struggling to make ends meet and were accustomed to frugality, investing the hard-earned sum into an intangible structure felt far less secure than investing in a fishing boat that could yield immediate returns. This was a form of risk aversion rooted in survival instincts. Rather than hastily countering, he stood and approached his parents, his gaze sincere and resolute. "Dad, Mom, I understand everything you have said. We must indeed develop the boat and upgrade to a larger one. However, the home is our foundation. If the roots are not firmly established, no matter how far the boat sails, our hearts will never find peace." He pointed to the mottled walls and the leaky roof. "Look at these walls, this roof. In winter, the wind howls in. In summer, the heat is stifling. And on rainy days, the water leaks in. You too have toiled for most of your lives. Shouldn't you be entitled to a bright, dry home that withstands the elements? That is the true place of safety and livelihood." He picked up the notebook that recorded their finances, flipping to the latter pages where he had sketched a simple blueprint and budget for the new house. "You need not worry about the finances. I have calculated meticulously. With this spring's harvest combined with our previous savings, we have sufficient capital. We do not seek extravagance. Let us first construct 3 rooms facing south. The foundation will be solid stone, topped with red bricks, a new tiled roof, and large windows fitted with glass to ensure the interior is bright and airy. No longer will you have to rise at midnight to catch rainwater, nor will you need to wrap yourselves in thick blankets only to still feel the chill in winter." As his mother listened to her son's meticulous descriptions, her expression began to transform. The vision of a bright, airy new tiled house with glass windows seemed to pierce through the gloom of their old dwelling, vividly materializing before her. It was a life she had never dared to dream of. She rubbed her rough fingers together, her emotions surging, filled with both longing and fear. her lips trembling. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Chen Haiyang understood that he needed to address their specific concerns. He continued in a steady tone. During the construction period, we certainly cannot stay here. I have already spoken with Awong's family. They are kindly willing to let us stay temporarily, and we can manage. I will procure the building materials from the town, selecting sturdy and durable options. As for labor, the villagers will lend a hand. We will provide meals and fair wages, ensuring nobody is shortchanged. I have considered all these logistics. Finally, he turned to his father, his tone imbued with an earnestness and determination that brooked no refusal. Dad, Mom. The previous hardships were due to our lack of resources, and you both had to endure. Now that I have the means, it's time for this family to embrace a new chapter. This cannot be delayed any longer. His father remained silent for a long while, puffing on his tobacco, the smoke cloaking him, obscuring his expression. His gaze scanned every corner of the old house, which held a multitude of memories, the joy of marriage, the bustle of new life, and the sighs under the weight of life's burdens. Ultimately, his eyes settled on his son's youthful, resolute, and confident face. He realized that his son had grown. His wings strengthened, and he envisioned a future beyond their own. With great difficulty, he nearly imperceptibly nodded, then struck the pipe against his shoe sole, as though shaking off the last vestiges of hesitation, raising his head and speaking in a low yet clear voice. Then so be it. Seeing her husband finally relent, the tension that had gripped her heart suddenly released, and tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly wiped them away with the corner of her apron, her face blooming with a complex expression of laughter and tears, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes. Let us build a new house. We will have a new tiled home. On that bright spring morning, the family meeting culminated in a significant resolution that would transform their household. The dream of constructing a new tiled house, once deemed unattainable, was finally set in motion through Chen Haiyang's persistence and planning. A wave of anticipation for a new life surged through the old, worn-out house, filled with hope, much like the increasingly warm spring breeze outside. Chapter 33. Purchasing Building Materials. With the decision made, Chen Haiyang exhibited his characteristic decisiveness. Wasting no time, the very next morning, with the dawn still faint, he and Awong boarded the village's old yet robust tractor, which rattled and belched diesel smoke as they departed the still-sleeping Shipu village. The scene in town starkly contrasted with the serene fishing village. The streets buzzed with activity, bustling and noisy. The building materials market was especially vibrant, alive with chatter. Various sizes of red and blue bricks were stacked like walls, piles of cement loomed like small mountains, and timber exuded a distinctive fragrance. The air thick with the mingled scents of lime, paint, and metal. Chen Haiyang possessed a clear vision. Unlike most rural dwellers embarking on their first construction, he did not resort to haggling at scattered stalls to save money or purchase inferior goods. He understood the profound truth that a shaky foundation could lead to calamity. Recognizing that building a house is a century-long endeavor where materials serve as the bedrock, demanding meticulous attention. Thus, he directly approached the most reputable and largest state-owned building materials store in town. Upon entering the establishment, he presented a carefully contemplated list and, addressing the sales clerk, articulated his needs with clarity. Comrade, I require first-grade red bricks, with sufficient hardness and correct color. Let's start with 50,000. Cement, from the Jianxi brand, of acceptable grade. 30 bags, please. For the rafters and purlins, I need thoroughly dried northeast red pine, sized as per this list, with no rot or cracks. Mechanically made red tiles, with good flatness and waterproof qualities. Let's order 2 truckloads. And over there, at the glass counter, I need 6 sheets of transparent 5mm flat glass, cut to these dimensions. He also placed an order for several buckets of white wall paint and necessary hardware. His tone was decisive. He did not linger over the prices, swiftly finalizing the transaction after confirming the quality. Awong followed closely behind, watching as Chen Haiyang handed over a series of staggering sums. Feeling his heart race at the thought of how many fish would need to be caught to recoup such expenses. Yet, observing Chen Haiyang's calm and confident demeanor, he swallowed his words, left only with genuine admiration. Once the transaction was completed, Chen Haiyang promptly hired 2 covered Liberation brand trucks at the market entrance and enlisted several seemingly diligent laborers. As these colossal vehicles, laden with vividly colored red bricks, marked cement bags, fragrant lumber, fresh tiles, and precious glass, rumbled into Shipu village, it was as though a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Look, the big truck. It's the goods bought by Haiyang. My heavens, so many red bricks. How large a yard will this build? Look at that cement. It's a brand name. Are those the wooden rafters? So straight. And the tiles, all brand new. Wait, what is that wrapped in straw rope? Glass. Is Haiyang planning to construct a villa? The villagers were utterly astonished by this unprecedented spectacle. Whether busy at home or repairing fishing nets at the dock, they all set aside their tasks, flocking from all directions to line the village road, craning their necks as if witnessing a foreign marvel. Watching the grand procession slowly approach Chen Haiyang's ancestral home, the murmur of discussion, gasps of awe, and the playful laughter of children blended into a cacophony, more vibrant than a New Year's celebration. Awong Logun also heard the news and hurried over, squeezing to the front, picking up a red brick with his weathered hands, inspecting the fracture surface, and tapping it to produce a crisp sound. He smacked his lips and remarked to those around, "Good bricks. The sound is just right." This boy Haiyang truly knows how to do things with flair. Standing before the old house, Chen Haiyang directed the workers to sort the materials, carefully unloading them and stacking them on the pre-prepared flat ground. The red bricks were arranged like a fortress wall, the cement bags were neatly piled. The lumber formed small hills, and the tiles were stacked high. The glass, carefully bundled with straw rope, was set aside in a safe, dry corner. These pristine materials, exuding the essence of industry and the scent of earth, created a striking visual contrast against the adjacent low, dilapidated old house with its peeling walls. They were not merely a collection of cold construction materials. They represented a proclamation, a force, clearly signaling to every resident of Shipu village that Chen Haiyang's family was indeed set to bid farewell to the past and embark upon an entirely new, unimaginable future. The act of purchasing building materials was akin to a silent storm, sweeping through the fishing village and profoundly shaking the souls of all. A complex tapestry of envy, jealousy, admiration, and anticipation intertwined in the air. Chen Haiyang's name was thrust once more into the spotlight, but this time, it was tied to a tangible dream of a home about to rise from the ground. Chapter 34, The Groundbreaking Ceremony. The auspicious day was chosen for its clear skies and gentle breezes. The sun generously bathed the earth in light, and the sea breeze turned particularly gentle. The open space before Chen Haiyang's old house was already bustling with people, a vibrant throng. Building a new house is the greatest joy in a fishing village, and nearly every villager who could attend, men, women, and children, gathered here, their faces aglow with smiles and anticipation as if it were a celebration of their own. In the center of the area, the old house stood silently, like an elder poised to fulfill its mission. Nearby, piles of brand new materials, radiant red bricks and fragrant wood, silently heralded the impending transformation. No feng shui master was invited. Instead, the venerable village elder was asked to preside over this simple, groundbreaking ceremony. A clean, old 8 immortals table was placed at the center of the open ground, facing the sea. On the table lay several auspicious offerings: a lively, big yellow croaker, freshly caught from the sea, shimmering with silver scales, symbolizing abundance; a square piece of fragrant boiled pig's head, representing prosperity and health; a plate of plump, red apples, signifying peace; and 3 cups of clear hot tea, offered to the heavens and spirits of the past. As the hour approached, the once boisterous crowd gradually fell silent. All eyes fixed on the 8 immortals table and the village elder. The elder adjusted his attire, approached the table, cleared his throat, and, with a voice resonant with the weight of years, proclaimed, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The Chen family begins their new dwelling, breaking ground." His voice, carried by the sea breeze, resonated with a solemn cadence. Chen Haiyang's father had donned a semi-new blue zhongshan suit for the occasion, though slightly faded. It was impeccably pressed. His expression was grave, a blend of reluctance for the old house and hope for the new life ahead. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he stepped forward, accepting a brand new shovel from Chen Haiyang. The shovel head gleamed brightly, and a vibrant red silk ribbon was tightly bound around the wooden handle, standing out vividly in the sunlight. He approached the foundation line, marked earlier with lime powder, steadied himself, inhaled deeply, as if channeling all his strength and hopes for a new life into his arms, and then forcefully plunged the shovel into the land his family had inhabited for generations. "Huh," he called out, accompanied by the rustling sound of turned earth, as the first scoop of moist, root-laden soil was steadily excavated and gently placed aside. "Auspicious groundbreaking," the village elder immediately exclaimed, his voice booming and penetrating the clouds. "Auspicious groundbreaking." The onlooking villagers echoed in unison, erupting in enthusiastic congratulations, their applause rolling like spring thunder across the land. This first scoop of earth held profound significance. It symbolized a complete rupture from a past of poverty and decay and marked the very inception of a new home. The ceremony was refreshingly simple, devoid of pomp and circumstance, yet it felt exceptionally solemn and sacred due to the weight of hope it carried. Following this, Chen Haiyang, Awong, and several strong and swift young villagers, who had been invited in advance, eagerly grabbed shovels, picks, and baskets, shouting cheerfully as they dove into the foundation-clearing work. The powerful chorus of their voices, the clashing of tools against soil and stones, and the laughter of the crowd intertwined to create a symphony of labor filled with strength and hope, shattering the tranquility that had long enveloped the land. Meanwhile, a makeshift stove made of bricks was already ablaze. Chen Haiyang's mother, along with several neighboring women who had come to assist, was bustling around, their faces radiant with joy. In a vast iron pot, succulent pork and vermicelli simmered, while a steamer exhaled wisps of white steam, harboring fluffy buns and rice. The rich aroma of the cuisine wafted through the air, enticing appetites and enhancing the festive atmosphere. Children darted through the crowd, playfully chasing one another, their curious eyes observing the busy adults. Occasionally, they were called over and rewarded with a piece of candy, their joy akin to that of receiving a treasured gift. The groundbreaking ceremony concluded amidst this fervent, yet unpretentious ambience. It signified not merely the onset of a new venture, but also a unification of hearts. Everyone present felt the palpable excitement that the Chen family, and indeed the entire Shipu village, were on the cusp of a vibrant new era. The red brick house soon to rise on this land had already become a radiant symbol of hope and future in the hearts of the community. Chapter 35. Temporarily residing at Awong's home. Following the completion of the groundbreaking ceremony, the actual construction work commenced with great urgency. The old house needed to be dismantled first to clear the lot entirely. With the assistance of the villagers, the old tiles from the roof were carefully removed. Reusable timber was sorted and stored, and within just a few days, the earth-walled structure that had withstood decades of storms for the Chen family was reduced to a heap of rubble and dirt. Observing the disappearance of their old home, Chen Haiyang's parents displayed a complex mix of nostalgia and a resolute sense of renewal, eager to embrace the future. As per prior arrangements, before the completion of their new house, the Chen family of three temporarily relocated to Awong's home. Awong's abode was similarly a quintessential fisherman's dwelling, modest in size, comprising 3 main rooms and a kitchen. The sudden influx of 3 additional residents rendered the space somewhat cramped. However, Awong's parents, a straightforward and kind-hearted couple of fishermen, exhibited immense warmth and sincerity. They had prepared their best and most spacious eastern room, impeccably clean, adorned with bedding and pillows that, though old, had been washed to a pristine state, imbued with the scent of sunshine. Awong even moved some of his belongings into his parents' room to create as much space as possible. "Kanggu, uncle, aunt, please make yourselves at home," Awong exclaimed, his hearty smile radiating authenticity. "It may be a bit crowded, but it's lively. If there's anything you need or anything feels amiss, just let me know." Chen Haiyang's parents felt somewhat guilty. His mother insisted on contributing rice, flour, oil, and the salted fish and cured meat they had brought, insisting they must share meals together. "We've already intruded enough. We cannot accept your hospitality without giving back. This food must be shared," she asserted with determination. Awong's mother, unable to refuse, smiled and accepted. Thus, the kitchen, initially meant for Awong's family of 3, became a hive of activity. The combined rations from both families resulted in a significantly more sumptuous fare. At mealtimes, 2 small square tables were pushed together, and the 6 of them gathered around, creating a delightful yet cozy atmosphere despite the slight crowding. Conversations naturally gravitated towards the progress of the new house's construction. Chen Haiyang would discuss the depth of the foundation excavated that day, while Awong's father shared anecdotes and experiences from his past involvement in building houses for others. The 2 mothers engaged in lively discussions about village gossip and deliberated on how to arrange the new house for brightness and practicality once completed. In the evenings, after a day of labor, the 2 families often congregated in Awong's modest living room. Chen Haiyang's father and Awong's father brewed a pot of coarse tea, and amidst the dim light, they reminisced about the perils they faced at sea in their youth and reflected on the changes in the ocean over the years, their hearts heavy with nostalgia. Meanwhile, Chen Haiyang and Awong huddled together, studying a well-worn nautical chart under the flickering oil lamp, quietly discussing which uncharted waters to explore once their new home was complete. This close-knit, barrier-free lifestyle allowed Chen Haiyang to deeply appreciate the fundamental and precious warmth shared among neighbors in the fishing village. Although the temporary living conditions were far from as convenient as their own home, there was no sense of discomfort in being a guest. Rather, it fostered an even closer bond between the 2 families. Observing his parents gradually relax and even occasionally smile at Awong's home, Chen Haiyang felt a surge of gratitude. He understood that Awong's family was offering not only space, but also a profound friendship. This act of kindness in their time of need was etched in his heart and solidified his resolve to lead Awong's family and the wider community towards a better life. This temporary residence became a vital link that fortified their alliance and deepened their relationship. Chapter 36. Repairing Awong's deteriorating windows and doors. During his stay at Awong's home, Chen Haiyang, ever observant, quickly discerned that behind Awong's hospitality lay a life of similar modesty and hardship. Their house, aged and battered by the saline sea winds over the years, featured old wooden doors and windows, many of which had warped and no longer shut properly. Particularly, the northern window was severely decayed, with its frame rotting and the window paper marred by numerous gaping holes, patched haphazardly with old newspapers and cardboard. This not only affected the light but also rattled ominously with the sea breeze, inviting cold drafts in winter and failing to keep out mosquitoes in summer. One evening, after dinner, the two families sat in the living room chatting, as the sea breeze slipped through the gaps in the door and windows, bringing a chill that caused the tattered window paper to flap noisily. Awong, Chen Haiyang began, I see that your doors and windows are severely affected by the sea breeze. They need proper repairs. Awong, who was helping his mother clear the table, paused, momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly scratched his head. Haiyang, it's just an old house. It's like this. We'll fix it when we have a bit more money to spare. Awong's father sighed in agreement. Yes, Haiyang. Repairing the doors and windows requires wood and labor. As fishermen, we prioritize repairing our boats and nets when we have a little money. As long as the house keeps the wind and rain out, that's enough. Chen Haiyang shook his head, his tone earnest. Uncle, Awong, we can't think like that. Boats need repair, and nets need mending, but we must not compromise on our homes. The damp sea air causes wood to rot quickly. If we don't repair it now, it will become more troublesome and costly later on. He rose and approached the dilapidated northern window, running his hand along the decayed frame. As it happens, my family is building a house, and the carpenter is still around. I've picked up a few skills, and we have some usable scraps of material left over. Tomorrow, I'll take some time to help fix your doors and windows. It won't take much effort. Awong's parents, hearing this, immediately stood up, their faces filled with anxiety and apprehension. No, absolutely not, Haiyang. Your family's house is of the utmost importance. You are incredibly busy. How could you possibly spare the time for us? This is too much trouble. They protested. Our old house isn't worth it. Uncle, aunt, you're being too formal. Chen Haiyang turned to them, his expression sincere. We've come here and caused you so much trouble. You took us in without hesitation. We remember your kindness. Helping with this small task is no trouble at all. Besides, if we repair the doors and windows, it will be warmer and brighter inside, making it comfortable for everyone. It's also for our own peace of mind. His reasoning was both heartfelt and logical, expressing gratitude while rendering refusal impossible. Awong, looking into Chen Haiyang's earnest eyes, felt a lump in his throat. He understood that Haiyang genuinely wished to assist their family. The following day, Chen Haiyang indeed followed through on his promise. Taking advantage of a break during the construction of his new home, he arrived at Awong's house armed with an array of carpentry tools, including an axe, a saw, a plane, and a chisel, along with some leftover high-quality wooden scraps from the building, a small can of tung oil, a packet of putty, and several sheets of newly purchased, translucent Korean paper. He enlisted Awong's assistance, and the two carefully dismantled the most dilapidated northern window. Chen Haiyang meticulously examined the degree of decay in the window frame, using the chisel and plane to remove the damaged portions, before skillfully crafting new mortise and tenon joints from the prepared wood, fitting them seamlessly into place for reinforcement. Although his craftsmanship lacked the polish of an experienced master, his dedication and attention to detail were evident, as he strove for perfection in every step. Subsequently, they proceeded to disassemble, repair, and adjust several other doors and windows that were difficult to open and emitted creaking sounds. They replaced any worn tenons and smoothed out surfaces that required planing. Chen Haiyang even fashioned a simple latch for Awong's kitchen door, which was notorious for letting in drafts. Using the leftover wood, after restoring the wooden structures, Chen Haiyang instructed Awong to remove all the old window paper and meticulously filled the gaps and imperfections in the window frames with putty, smoothing them down. Once the putty had dried, the two carefully adhered the pre-cut new window paper with glue, ensuring it was taut and perfectly aligned. Finally, Chen Haiyang dipped a brush into the tung oil, applying a uniform coat to the primary wooden doors and the repaired window frames. The tung oil not only effectively protected the wood from the corrosive effects of the sea breeze, but also imparted a warm, lustrous sheen. After a flurry of activity, Awong's previously dilapidated and crooked doors and windows were utterly transformed. They now opened and closed smoothly, sealing tightly, with no more distressing creaks or whistling drafts. The newly applied window paper was bright and translucent, illuminating the interior with a newfound brightness. The wooden doors, coated with tung oil, gleamed with a subtle golden hue, appearing robust and durable. Awong's parents, witnessing this transformation, were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes glistening with tears. They caressed the smooth, even surfaces of the doors and windows, repeatedly exclaiming, "It looks as good as new. Haiyang, how can we ever thank you enough?" Awong gazed at Chen Haiyang, his eyes brimming with an indescribable sense of gratitude and admiration. Brother Haiyang not only ventured into the sea to earn money, changing the economic circumstances of his family, but he also thoughtfully considered these everyday details, personally enhancing their living environment. Such a bond could not be measured in monetary terms. Observing the genuine joy on Awong's family's faces and the warmth emanating from the now bright and inviting room, Chen Haiyang smiled with satisfaction. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Repairing Awong's doors and windows was not merely a gesture of gratitude for their temporary hospitality, but rather a tangible manifestation of his vision for shared prosperity. He understood that the road ahead was long and that it required uniting every possible ally. By starting with the improvement of his partner's living conditions and gradually fostering a sense of community, he was laying the foundation for a brighter future for Shipu village, solidifying it through every genuine effort made. Chapter 37. A return gift from the sea. Awong's new door, gleaming with tung oil and operating silently and smoothly, seemed to serve as an invisible barrier, not only warding off the chill of the spring night and the damp sea breeze, but also locking in a warmth that stemmed from meticulous care within this once dilapidated abode. That night, both the Chen family, who were temporarily residing there, and Awong and his mother slept deeply and soundly. The following morning, Chen Haiyang was once again the first to awaken. Outside, dawn lingered on the horizon, and the sea appeared shrouded in a hazy bluish-gray mist. He made no effort to rouse anyone, quietly preparing himself, his gaze falling upon the empty wooden barrels and bamboo baskets in the corner of the room. With a plan already forming in his mind, repairing the doors and windows had alleviated their living inconveniences. However, the genuine hospitality extended by Awong's family, along with his mother's eagerness to share the best of their home with him, was a bond that could not be repaid merely by fixing a few doors and windows. The fisherman's way of expressing gratitude was direct and heartfelt, reciprocating with the bounty of the sea. He intended to go fishing, seizing the early morning's fleeting tide. He aimed to gather fresh seafood during this golden opportunity when the shore was exposed. This endeavor was not only to enrich their meals over the coming days, but also to allow Awong's family to savor the sweet fruits of fortuitous fishing, deepening their neighborly bond through shared delicacies. He picked up a wooden barrel and a short-handled shovel, taking along a wire hook and a net, gently pushing open the now silent door to the main room, blending into the soft mist of dawn. The fishing village remained in slumber, with only the sporadic barking of dogs and the crowing of an early rooster breaking the silence. The path to the seaside was damp, with dewdrops glistening on the grass blades lining the way. The air was crisp, imbued with the briny scent left by the receding tide and the earthy aroma of the muddy shore. To Chen Haiyang, this scent was like the most familiar horn, awakening every fiber of his being that belonged to a fisherman. The stretch of tidal flat he chose was slightly distant from the village, characterized by a labyrinth of rocky outcrops and crevices, generally frequented only by seasoned fishermen. It was precisely this remoteness that preserved a richer diversity of marine life. As the tide had just ebbed, vast expanses of dark brown mudflats lay exposed in the soft morning light, resembling a grand treasure unveiled. Small puddles shimmered like scattered mirrors, reflecting the gradually brightening sky. The rocks were thickly encrusted with oysters and barnacles, while small fish and shrimp, caught unawares by the retreating tide, flitted about in the shallow waters in a state of panic. Chen Haiyang did not rush into action. Standing atop a higher rock, he scanned the expansive tidal flat with the precision of a radar, not merely observing the surface, but also seeking the subtle details. Whether an inconspicuous small hole in the sand was patterned, whether the mud bore any unique crawling traces, and whether shadows in the crevices of the rocks concealed any movements. In that moment, the chosen fortune of the sea felt like an innate intuition for the ocean. Soon, he identified an unassuming sandy area that appeared deceptively ordinary. There, several breathing holes were arranged in a remarkably regular pattern, their edges smooth and moist. A smile crept onto his lips as he grasped the short-handled shovel, accurately targeting the spot, swiftly and precisely digging into the sand. With a flick of his wrist, a large clump of soil was easily unearthed. As the sand dispersed, several tightly adhered, deep brown shells with beautiful patterns revealed themselves. These were razor clams. They were impressively sized, each as large as a child's fist, plump and juicy. He did not overindulge, but selected the largest and most succulent ones to place in the wooden barrel, carefully covering them with wet seaweed to maintain their moisture. Then, his gaze shifted toward a nearby rocky area strewn with broken shells and water plants. There, half submerged in shallow water, he sensed an unusual movement in the shadows beneath a large stone. Wading through the water, which just barely reached his ankles, and was chillingly cold. He leaned down to closely inspect the scene between the stone and the seabed. Drawing on his experience and that instinctive intuition, he extended the wire hook, cautiously probing into the crevice and gently nudging. Initially, there was no response, but when he altered his angle, the hook encountered something hard yet yielding. With a sudden downward thrust of his wrist, he swiftly pulled outward. With a splash, a golden-brown shadow adorned with vibrant blue spots and long antennae was yanked from the crack, thrashing wildly in the shallow water, its large claws waving defiantly. It was an enormous, exquisite lobster. This lobster was of exceptional quality, its shell thick and robust, its colors vivid, and its long antennae far exceeding the length of chopsticks, full of vitality, unmistakably a rare find. Even Chen Haiyang, well-versed in the ways of the sea, could not suppress his joy at this moment. His luck was undeniably remarkable. He moved with agility, employing a scoop net to swiftly subdue the still thrashing general, placing it deep within a wooden barrel and covering it with seaweed. Subsequently, his stroke of fortune seemed to ignite entirely. In the tidal pools of the rocky area, he discovered a dozen plump pike crabs. In a lush shallows teeming with water plants, he unearthed a half-basket of uniformly sized, meat-laden clams with his shovel. And even in a small ditch formed after the tide receded, he fortuitously scooped up several lively black sea bream. As the dawn painted the eastern horizon in brilliant shades of orange, Chen Haiyang's wooden barrel and bamboo basket became heavy and overflowing. The diverse bounty included exquisite razor clams, splendid lobsters, pike crabs, clams, and black bream, sufficient for two families to enjoy several delightful meals, with even some left over. Carrying this substantial return gift, he made his way back to Awong's home, treading upon the golden morning light. At this moment, Awong's household was already wafting with the scent of smoke from cooking. Awong's mother was bustling in the kitchen, preparing a simple breakfast, while Awong was chopping wood in the courtyard. Upon seeing Chen Haiyang enter with his overflowing barrel and basket, he paused in astonishment. "Haiyang, when did you go out? Did you really catch all this from the tide?" Awong approached, gazing at the lively seafood writhing within the barrel, particularly the vividly colorful lobster partially hidden beneath the seaweed, his eyes wide with wonder. Chen Haiyang set the barrel and basket on the stone platform in the courtyard, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and smiled. "I got up early and took a stroll along the shore. Today, luck was on my side." At that moment, Lin Xiaoying and Chun Jiangguo also emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion. Seeing their son's bountiful catch, Lin Xiaoying felt a mix of pride and concern. "You child. Going out before dawn, how exhausting." Yet when she caught sight of the contents of the barrel, particularly the rare lobster, she couldn't help but exclaim. Awong's mother, wearing her apron, rushed out from the kitchen, and upon seeing the scene, was left flustered, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh dear, what is this? Haiyang, this is far too precious. How much would that lobster fetch if sold? Just take it to the market. Leave us some clams and crabs." However, Chen Haiyang insisted on presenting the largest lobster to Awong, placing it into his hands. "Auntie, Awong, let us not speak of such things. This lobster, along with these fish and crabs, will be our meals for lunch and dinner today. We shall feast together." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. "Awong, prepare this lobster. We shall dine on it at noon." "Mother, auntie, this razor clam, once cooked in soup, will be the most delicious. Let us not save these clams and crabs." Seeing the sincerity and determination in Chen Haiyang's gaze, hearing his words about not discussing such matters between their families, Awong's mother felt her eyes grow moist, her lips trembling as she nodded vigorously, turning to wipe her eyes with her sleeve, her voice choked with emotion. All right. We shall feast together. Awong, what are you waiting for? Quickly listen to your brother Haiyang and prepare the lobster." Awong, as if awakening from a dream, excitedly exclaimed, carefully cradling the vibrant lobster as though it were a rare treasure, and hurried off to prepare it. In no time, Awong's courtyard was filled with an unprecedented atmosphere of abundance and joy. Lin Xiaoying and Awong's mother busied themselves in the kitchen, discussing how to cook these exquisite ingredients. Chen Jiangguo sat on a small stool in the courtyard, observing the bustling scene with a peaceful smile, while Chen Haiyang and Awong worked together on the remaining catch. The sounds of splashing water, laughter, and the clattering of pots and pans intertwined to create the most melodious symphony of life. At noon, when the plate of steamed lobster was presented at the table, its vibrant red hue, succulent meat, and intoxicating aroma left everyone momentarily breathless. When Awong's mother placed the first large piece of lobster meat into Chen Haiyang's bowl, he immediately transferred it into her bowl instead. The elderly woman, who had labored her entire life, could no longer hold back her tears, yet those tears were hot and sweet. This lavish seafood feast was not merely about savoring delicious food, but also about the profound warmth of human connection, the gratitude stemming from their temporary stay, The closeness born from repairing doors and windows, fermented and sublimated within this shared banquet, ultimately intertwining deeply into the very essence of both families, becoming an inseparable bond of neighborly affection that surpassed even blood ties. The sea breeze continued to blow, yet it could not carry away the warmth and completeness that enveloped this small courtyard. Chapter 38. The housewarming feast for workers and neighbors. In the early summer, the sun bore a slightly scorching warmth. Under Chen Haiyang's meticulous planning and the wholehearted assistance of the villagers, the walls of the new house had already risen from the ground. The red brick walls stood straight and sturdy, with the reserved door and window openings neatly arranged, resembling a solid framework that had begun to take shape, proudly standing by the seaside of Shipu village, attracting villagers to stop and admire. The most symbolic and significant moment in the construction process, the raising of the beam, finally arrived on an auspicious day meticulously calculated by the old village chief. On this day, before dawn had fully broken, Chen Haiyang's newly built courtyard was already bustling with a crowd, alive with excitement. All the craftsmen involved in the construction, the assisting villagers, and many onlookers had gathered there, filling the air with a festive sense of joy and anticipation. In the center of the courtyard, the main framework of the new house was clearly visible. At the highest point of the yet-to-be tiled roof, a stout, straight, bright red main beam, wrapped in red silk, with large red silk flowers tied at both ends, was being carefully secured and adjusted by several experienced carpenters using ropes. This beam, chosen specifically by Chen Haiyang from fine cedar, was dense and straight-grained, regarded as the backbone of the entire house, symbolizing the stability of the home and the promising materials for the future. As the auspicious moment approached, the old village chief was once again called to the forefront. Today, he donned a clean dark coat, his demeanor solemn. He approached the new house, facing southeast, cleared his throat, and, gathering his breath, began to chant the time-honored auspicious verses. The sun rises in the east, a hint of red. The hosts invite me to paint the golden dragon. The golden dragon adorns the precious beam. Wealth and prosperity shall pass down through generations. His deep, resonant tones broke through the sea breeze, carrying with them an ancient rhythm and heartfelt blessings, resonating in everyone's ears. The gathered crowd fell silent, their faces reflecting a blend of solemnity and joy. Upon the conclusion of the auspicious verses, the old village chief's booming voice rang out again. The auspicious moment has arrived to raise the beam. With this command, the strong men responsible for pulling the ropes exerted their strength in unison, chanting in perfect harmony. Hey yo, up, hey yo, steady, hey yo, secure. The crimson main beam, tied with red silk, was slowly and steadily lifted amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, crossing over the walls and precisely settling into the pre-prepared beam slot at the highest point of the roof. When the beam was positioned and emitted a solid thud, the entire assembly erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Raising the beam is auspicious. May you rise higher and higher. The cheers echoed, not merely marking the installation of a piece of wood, but symbolizing the completion of the main structure of the house, representing that this new home had gained a solid soul and support. Following this, the most anticipated segment for the children, the tossing of food, commenced. A carpenter standing on the roof grinned as he picked up a large basket filled with peanuts, red dates, longan, candies, and small cakes symbolizing wealth. He grabbed a handful and exclaimed, "The host tosses the beam, wishing for fortune, longevity, and health." He then vigorously scattered the food in all directions. "Grab the blessings. Hurry, hurry." The gathering of men, women, and children, especially the exuberant children, below had long been waiting, and now erupted into a fervor of laughter and screams, rushing forward in a flurry to collect the foods cascading from above, each morsel embodying auspiciousness and blessings. Peanuts, red dates, longan, and candies all carried the most heartfelt wishes for the host family. The scene was one of extraordinary liveliness, with joyous laughter soaring into the heavens, propelling the ceremony to its climax. Chen Haiyang and his parents stood to the side, observing this vibrant and festive spectacle, their faces radiant with excitement and happiness. Even the corners of his mother's eyes sparkled with tears of joy, while his father stood tall, gazing proudly at the firmly placed red beam, filled with a sense of accomplishment and solidity. The beam-raising ceremony concluded splendidly, but the day's celebrations were far from over. Chen Haiyang had meticulously arranged a grand banquet in the courtyard to express gratitude to all the villagers who had come to lend a hand and witness the occasion. In one corner of the yard, a few large stoves had been hastily constructed, the flames crackling vigorously. The village's finest cooks, specially invited by Chen Haiyang's mother, busily prepared a feast. In a large iron pot, whole chickens and ducks simmered, their rich aroma wafting through the air. Another pot contained braised pork with potatoes, glistening with a savory sheen that stirred appetites. Alongside were steamed sea fish, blanched prawns, and an abundance of seasonal vegetable dishes, rivaling even a festive feast. Tables and benches had been borrowed from various households, arranged into a lengthy banquet setting in the courtyard. With a resounding call of "Let the feast begin," the villagers, regardless of age or gender, joyfully took their seats. The men gathered together, pouring home-brewed rice wine or purchased spirits, their voices rising in laughter as they toasted to the auspicious occasion of Chen Haiyang's beam raising, reflecting on how life was becoming increasingly promising. The women, seated together, chatted merrily while enjoying their meal, their conversations revolving around the new house's layout and Chen Haiyang's talents. The children, reveling in the festive atmosphere, dashed about the tables, their mouths stuffed with candies and morsels of meat, their faces alight with unadulterated joy. Chen Haiyang and Awong moved from table to table, raising their cups in gratitude to each villager who had contributed their efforts. "Uncle Wong, I appreciate your hard work. Here's to you. Brotherly, thank you for your assistance. Let us drink. To all the aunts, thank you for your labor in preparing the food." His demeanor was sincere and humble, devoid of any airs of a newly affluent person, warming the hearts of everyone he toasted. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. The elderly village chief stood up with a wine glass in hand, his face glowing with cheer, and proclaimed, "Villagers, may I have your attention? Today marks a momentous occasion for Haiyang's family, a great joy for our village. Witnessing this new house rise day by day, seeing this young lad achieve success while remaining grounded and working alongside us fills my heart with joy. Let us raise our glasses together, wishing for Haiyang's new home to thrive, bringing prosperity to his family and our village, and may Shipu village flourish just like this newly erected house, stable and ever more prosperous. Cheers to a thriving family and a flourishing Shipu village." Everyone rose, raising their glasses high, their blessings, laughter, and clinking of cups merging into a harmonious chorus, drifting through the air like the rhythm of the ocean waves above Shipu village. The lively and sumptuous beam-raising banquet continued until the moon ascended to its zenith. It was not merely a simple act of gratitude. It was a manifestation of unity and strength. Through this event, Chen Haiyang once again demonstrated his capabilities, his character, and his determination to lead everyone toward a shared future. The new tiled house's beam not only supported a fresh home, but also subtly constructed a solid backbone for the future development of Shipu village. Chapter 39, A Bright New Tiled House. The celebratory firecrackers and the clamor of the banquet felt as if they had just occurred yesterday. Yet the renovation of the old house had remarkably progressed towards completion at an astonishing pace, freed from the constraints of the main structural work. The remaining tasks of internal painting, flooring, and window installations proceeded exceedingly smoothly with the adept collaboration of Wang Logan, Awong, and the other helpers. When the last window sash was meticulously fitted into its oiled frame, and the final piece of blue brick was embedded into the living room floor, with straight seams grouted with cement mortar, when Chen Jiangguo personally affixed a brand new couplet, fragrant with the scent of wood, to either side of the reinforced doorframe. The old house, reborn from the ashes, finally declared its completion. On a warm and sunny afternoon, the Chen family, along with Awong and his mother, stood in the center of the courtyard, their hearts brimming with a sense of reverence as they prepared for the first official inspection. The once crooked, creaking old wooden door had been replaced with a heavy, sturdy new wooden door, painted a deep chestnut color. Chen Jiangguo took a deep breath, grasped the cold brass door knocker, and gently pushed. With a soft and smooth creak, the door opened, no longer the harsh groan of yesteryear, but rather a gentle greeting. In an instant, the afternoon sunlight poured in as if it had found its pathway, flooding the interior with brightness, illuminating the entire living room. All eyes involuntarily squinted, adjusting to the brilliance that filled the space. The floor, no longer the uneven muddy ground, was now laid with thick blue bricks, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cool and solid sheen. The walls had been freshly coated in bright white plaster, dazzlingly clean, devoid of any traces of smoke or age-old stains. The formerly low and oppressive ceiling appeared much more spacious due to the replacement of higher, straighter beams and rafters. Sunlight streamed through the newly installed large glass windows without hindrance, rendering even the floating dust particles visible, suffused with a vibrant energy. The eastern and western wing rooms mirrored this transformation. The walls gleamed white. The floors were blue bricks, and the windows bright. Previously cluttered corners were cleared, creating an orderly and spacious atmosphere. Although no new furniture had yet been placed, only a few salvaged old items from the old house, polished and restored, such as the slightly loose mortise antenna wardrobe crafted by Chen Jiangguo, Lin Xiuying's slightly foggy vanity, and a well-worn old 8 Immortals table. These pieces, situated in this new environment, did not appear dilapidated. Rather, they exuded an antique charm, as if smoothed by time, blending harmoniously with the newly reborn house. The air was imbued with a mixture of fresh paint, lime wash, and the scent of dried timber, somewhat pungent, yet filled with the promise of new beginnings. Lin Xiaoying was the first to step inside, her footsteps hesitant, as if fearing to sully the pristine blue brick floor. She reached out, her fingertips gently grazing the immaculate white walls, then caressed the smooth window frame, her eyes swiftly misting with emotion. She opened her mouth, wanting to articulate something, but her throat tightened, and no words emerged, only warm tears cascading down her cheeks. This was not sorrow, but pure joy and excitement. The overwhelming shock of witnessing dreams manifest into reality. Chen Jiangguo did not display his emotions as openly as his wife. He simply walked silently, observing. He placed his palm against the newly straightened and reinforced load-bearing column, feeling its unyielding strength. He gazed up at the newly tiled roof, now devoid of any gaps. He approached the window, peering out at their tidy courtyard and the distant expanse of the azure sea. Sunlight streamed through the pristine glass, warmly illuminating his weathered face, smoothing out the deep lines etched upon it. He stood with his back to the others, his shoulders slightly trembling, remaining silent for a long time. Awong's mother stood at the doorway, gazing at the bright and sturdy three-tiled house, unable to resist wiping her eyes with her apron, murmuring, "Truly wonderful. This house is magnificent. It surpasses many newly built homes." Awong's face was a canvas of astonishment and envy, as he touched and examined everything around him, particularly enamored by the impeccably flat blue brick floor and the crystalline glass windows. "Ocean brother, this floor is truly level. These windows are so bright. When the lights are on at night, it must feel just like daytime." Chen Haiyang stood behind his parents, observing their uncontainable excitement and listening to Awong and his mother's heartfelt admiration, his heart swelling with unparalleled satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. He understood that the essence of his rebirth was being perfectly manifested at this moment, not merely the accumulation of wealth, but the ability to provide his parents with such a home, enabling them to enjoy a life of security and dignity. "Dad, Mom," Chen Haiyang stepped forward, his voice gentle yet resolute. "From now on, this will be our study, our tea room, or whatever we desire it to be." He employed a slightly trendy term, smiling as he declared, "It is here, solidly, accompanying us and our roots." Lin Xiaoying could no longer contain herself. She turned around, grasping her son's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face, yet she smiled as she said, "Good, good. In this life, I am truly content, truly content." Chen Jiangguo also slowly turned. His eyes slightly reddened, yet his face bore an expression of immense relief and relaxation. He approached his son, no longer merely patting his shoulder, but extending his calloused hand, firmly and solemnly shaking Chen Haiyang's hand. "Haiyang, this family relies on you." He said little, but that handshake and those words conveyed more than 1,000 affirmations and entrustments. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the expansive glass windows, slanting into the bright three-room tiled house, casting long, warm patches of light on the blue brick floor. The mingling scents of the old and new wafted through the air, as the hardships and storms of the past decades seemed to be cordoned off in another dimension, separated by the brilliant sunlight and sturdy walls. Chen Haiyang clasped his father's rough hand, gazing at his mother's tear-streaked, yet smiling face, and then at the old house, which had been completely revitalized under the golden glow. A powerful, familial force surged within him. He understood that this bright three-room tiled house was not merely a physical structure. It represented a stable refuge for his parents in their twilight years, a testament to the continuation of their family lineage, a monument to Chen Haiyang's reversal of fate and protection of his loved ones, and the most solid foundation for this family as it embraced the future and embarked on a new chapter. As the sea breeze caressed the newly thatched roof, it brought the distant sound of waves, as if singing a ballad of blessing for the resuscitated old house. Chapter 40. The first meal prepared by mother in the new kitchen. The excitement and sentiment surrounding the completion of their new home resemble the beach after the tide has receded, gradually replaced by a more concrete and grounded anticipation after an entire night of reflection. The following morning, as the first faint rays of dawn filtered through the newly pasted window paper, casting hazy shadows on the blue brick floor, Lin Xiaoying awoke. She did not rise immediately. Instead, she lay quietly in the warm quilt for a moment, listening to her husband's steady breathing beside her, hearing the melodious chirping of the early morning birds outside, and feeling the unprecedented sense of stability emanating from the thick mattress beneath her. This sense of stability stemmed not only from the blue-tiled roof above that no longer leaked, but also from the solid, even blue brick floor beneath her, and, most importantly, from the weight that had finally been lifted from her heart. Her home had, in the truest sense, risen anew. Today, she was set to undertake a task of great significance in her heart, preparing the first meal for this brand new home in the new kitchen. She rose quietly, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Chen Haiyang. Upon pushing open the heavy wooden door of the new house, a rush of crisp and fresh air enveloped her, imbued with the fragrance of morning dew and soil. In the yard, remnants of construction materials from the old house renovation had already been cleared away, leaving it spacious and tidy. Her gaze immediately drifted toward the old house, now transformed from the dilapidated structure of her memories into an upright and bright figure, basking in the burgeoning morning light. She approached the new door of the old house and pushed it open once more. Unlike the previous day during the inspection, the interior was now devoid of direct sunlight. Instead, the daylight gently filtered through the clean windows, evenly illuminating every corner, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. She walked straight into the room designated as the kitchen. This kitchen had been specially designed by Chen Haiyang, taking into account her culinary habits while incorporating some modern ideas. It was no longer the dark, cramped space where the stove was wedged next to the water tank, making it difficult to turn around. The area was much more spacious, and the walls were painted a pristine white. Most notably, there was the newly constructed stove made of blue bricks and cement. The stove was positioned slightly higher than the old one, alleviating the strain on her back while cooking. The countertop was wide and level, allowing for both a cutting board and several prepared ingredients to be set out simultaneously. The burner was designed more sensibly, ensuring smooth airflow and easy flame control. A designated space for firewood was neatly arranged beside the stove, avoiding any clutter. Adjacent to the stove was a sink, also smoothed with cement, positioned at an ideal height, with a drainage outlet below, allowing wastewater to be directly expelled into the newly dug drainage well outside, eliminating the need to carry dirty water out in buckets as before. The window was quite large, located above the sink, allowing the morning light to flood in unobstructed, casting a cool sheen on the smooth cement surface. Outside, the small yard was visible, where a few old trees were beginning to sprout new buds. Lin Xiaoying stood in the center of this brand new, bright, and fully functional kitchen. Momentarily lost in thought, she reached out, cautiously caressing the cool surface of the stove, tracing the smooth edge of the sink, and then looking up at the bright window. For her, a woman who had toiled in the old kitchen for the better part of her life, this all felt like a dream. She recalled the low stove in the old kitchen, where smoke often backfired, leaving her in tears, the old water tank that perpetually leaked and was covered in moss, the dim corner where she needed to light a lamp even during the day to see the ingredients, the rainy days when the roof leaked, forcing her to catch water in pots and bowls. Those arduous and trivial memories starkly contrasted with the bright and convenient surroundings before her, causing her to feel a surge of emotion in her throat. Yet this time, she did not allow her tears to fall. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the faint scent of lime and cement still lingering in the air from the newly constructed stove and sink. This scent symbolized rebirth. She began to move. First, she picked up the new, hefty cedar pot lid and placed it solemnly on the equally new large iron pot, sealing it perfectly. Then, she approached the sink, took a ladle, and drew a scoop of clear well water from the new, smooth-glazed water tank beside her, pouring it gently into the pot. The sound of water striking the pot bottom resonated crisply and melodiously in the quiet morning kitchen. She began to kindle the fire. The new stove burned brightly, with orange flames joyfully licking the bottom of the pot, producing a powerful roar, free from the bothersome smoke of the past. The firelight danced on her face, etched with the marks of time, yet now radiating warmth, as if enveloping her in a gentle glow. As fine bubbles began to rise in the pot, emitting a soothing sound, Lin Xiaoying's movements became increasingly focused and reverent. She carefully rinsed the plump pearl rice she had prepared earlier, pouring it into the boiling water, then gently stirring with long bamboo chopsticks to prevent it from sticking to the pot. Next, she began to prepare the dishes. For this first meal, she poured her heart and soul into every detail. The ingredients were a lively fresh base that Chen Haiyang had specifically purchased from the town the day before. A small piece of pork belly, a handful of vibrant greens, and a modest block of tofu. She meticulously cleaned the base, scoring its flesh with a few precise cuts, and marinated it delicately with slices of ginger, segments of scallion, and a sprinkle of salt, preparing it for steaming. The pork belly was sliced into uniform thin pieces and simmered gently with rehydrated dried beans, a dish that Chen Haiyang adored. The greens were to be stir-fried, preserving their verdant hue and crisp texture. The tofu was transformed into a simple scallion tofu soup, light and comforting. Each of her movements was deft and fluid, imbued with an almost ceremonial gravity. The rhythmic thud of the knife meeting the pristine cutting board, the sizzle of hot oil as the ingredients made contact. The clatter of the spatula against the cast iron wok. These familiar sounds coalesced in the brand new environment, forming a unique symphony brimming with the essence of life. The rich aroma of rice wafted through the air first, a sweet fragrance reminiscent of sun-kissed new grains. Soon after, the savory scent of the stewed pork. The fresh aroma of the steamed fish and the fragrant greens combined, melding and rising in the spacious, well-lit kitchen, drifting through the windows to awaken the slumbering courtyard and its inhabitants. Chen Haiyang was roused by the familiar, yet seemingly more enticing aroma of the meal. He dressed and stepped out of the new house, following the scent to the kitchen door of the old house. There, he beheld the silhouette of his wife bustling at the stove, her form appearing more upright under the bright light, her movements infused with a long-lost lightness and vigor. He refrained from interrupting, standing quietly at the threshold, watching and inhaling, his face alight with an expression of profound contentment and tranquility. Chen Haiyang also arose, joining his father, admiring his mother as she orchestrated the kitchen like a commanding general, a genuine smile illuminating his face. As the final dish was ladled from the pot, Lin Xiaoying carefully arranged the dishes on the polished old Eight Immortals table in the living room, just as the sun fully broke the horizon, its golden rays spilling through the window, illuminating the entire room and the steaming, aromatic spread before them. The snowy grains of rice glistened, each grain distinct and inviting. The steamed base retained its shape, the white flesh glistening under a sheen of soy sauce and hot oil, garnished with emerald green scallion shreds. The stewed pork belly glistened with a rich hue, its aroma enticing. The stir-fried greens shone like jade. The tofu soup gleamed, with tender green scallions floating atop. Time to eat. Lin Xiaoying removed her apron, gazing at her husband and son, her voice trembling ever so slightly, yet predominantly filled with a sense of relief and joy. The three gathered around the table, reminiscent of countless past meals, yet distinctly different. The environment was fresh, and the dishes seemed especially fragrant. Chen Haiyang picked up his chopsticks, not reaching for his beloved stewed pork first, but instead selecting the tenderest part of the steamed base for his wife's bowl. "You've worked hard," he said, looking at her with just 3 simple words. Lin Xiaoying glanced at the fish in her bowl, her eyes slightly reddened, yet she smiled and shook her head. Chen Haiyang served his parents each a portion of the dishes before lifting his own bowl of steaming rice. He took a bite, the rice perfectly cooked, imbued with the unique flavor of the new pot and stove, exceptionally sweet. He sampled the fish, tender and smooth, melting in his mouth. "Mom, this fish is perfectly steamed. The timing is just right," he praised sincerely. Lin Xiaoying beamed, the wrinkles on her face smoothing out, reminiscent of a chrysanthemum blooming in autumn. She began to eat, savoring the fruits of her labor, under the bright light of the new kitchen, amidst this stable and grounded atmosphere. The seemingly ordinary meal was savored with unprecedented delight and fulfillment. This was more than just a meal. It was a confirmation of their new life, a farewell to past hardships. It was also the most solid, warm step forward for this family, having acquired a sturdy and comforting nest, towards a more prosperous and hopeful future. With the windows clear, the aroma of the dishes lingering, and family gathered around. This scene epitomized the simplest form of happiness in the world, the eternal that Chen Haiyang strove to protect with all his might. Chapter 41, Father's Reflections. The night descended like the tide, creeping in silently, enveloping the fishing village, the beach, and the newly refurbished old house in a gentle embrace. The newly installed glass windows emitted a bright, amber glow, resembling a warm star that had fallen to earth against the deep blue night sky. Dinner had long been consumed, the dishes tidied away. Lin Xiaoying was in the kitchen, gently wiping the gleaming stove and sink with warm water and loofah, her movements soft, as if caressing a precious work of art, her face adorned with a look of deep satisfaction, bordering on rapture. Chen Haiyang sat at the Eight Immortals table in the living room, illuminated by a higher wattage incandescent lamp moved from the new house, leafing through a slightly dog-eared ocean atlas, yet his thoughts appeared to drift toward the distant deep sea. Meanwhile, Chen Haiyang seemed restless. Unlike his usual post-meal routine of sitting silently in his designated spot, smoking a pipe, or retiring early to wash up and sleep, he paced slowly between the new and old houses in the modest courtyard, his steps deliberate and heavy, each footfall echoing a sense of solid ground that reassured him. The night breeze carried the briny scent of the sea and the coolness of early spring, gently tooling his graying hair. He occasionally glanced up at the tall, orderly silhouette of the new tiled house under the night sky, and at times paused to gaze intently at the old house beside him, which appeared particularly serene and warm in the glow of the light. The old house's slate roof shimmered with a hazy, water-like sheen under the moonlight. The snow-white walls delineated clear, straight lines in the darkness. The newly painted, deep chestnut door was tightly shut, exuding an air of restrained solidity. He remained silent, simply observing and walking, as the eyes accustomed to the tempest of the sea, marked by deep wrinkles akin to fishing nets, sparkled with a complex, ineffable light in the interplay of night and lamplight. This luminescence held the weight of memories, the fatigue of endured hardships, yet more profoundly, a reverent sense of reflection and a deep-seated satisfaction that unfurled like the earth's renewal in spring. At last, he found himself before the new door of the old house, extending his hand, not to push it open, but to slowly and firmly caress the smooth, cool surface of the painted door panel with his palm, as if seeking to confirm through this tactile sensation that everything before him was not a fleeting dream. Chen Haiyang caught sight of his father's solitary figure wandering in the courtyard through the window. He set down the atlas and quietly stepped outside. "Dad, it's chilly out. Aren't you going to sleep?" he asked softly, approaching his father. Chen Jiangguo's hand, which had been stroking the door panel, paused, yet he did not turn, his gaze still fixed on the old house before him. After a long moment, he spoke in an unusually low voice, as if it emanated from the depths of his chest, textured like the sea breeze, slowly and deliberately. "Haiyang, this life has been worth it." These words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirring tumultuous waves within Chen Haiyang's heart. He looked sharply at his father. In the moonlight, the contours of his father's profile appeared remarkably rugged, yet there was an ineffable softness about it. Worth it. Just those two simple words, spoken by a taciturn old fisherman who had shouldered the burdens of life for half a lifetime, carried a weight beyond measure. Chen Haiyang remained silent, acutely aware that his father, in this moment, sought not a response, but rather a compassionate listener. He stood quietly beside his father, akin to a tree silently growing next to an old house. "When I was your age," Chen Jiangguo's gaze grew distant, as if penetrating the very walls before him to glimpse decades past. "Your grandfather entrusted this dilapidated abode to me, with nothing to my name but walls that leaked wind and the burden of poverty. At that time, we set sail in a small dinghy, with sails patched from tattered cloth and nets woven from frayed ropes. Whether we caught fish depended entirely on the whims of fate." His voice was calm, reminiscent of someone recounting another's tale, yet Chen Haiyang could discern the nights and days devoured by tempestuous seas, the despair of returning home with empty nets, and the nights fraught with worry over scant pennies for medicinal needs. "Your mother endured a lifetime of hardship alongside me." He paused, a subtle rasp creeping into his voice. "In this house, summer rains would seep in, necessitating buckets to catch the drips. Winters would chill us to the bone, forcing us to stuff straw into the gaps. When I was expecting you, even a decent meal was a luxury. Oh, the weight of that frustration." Chen Haiyang felt a sudden tightness in his throat. In his previous life, he had never truly grasped the profound burden and guilt that lay behind his father's silence until their passing. "Eventually, you grew up, and my body began to fail me. I feared this family would collapse under my watch." Chen Jiangguo inhaled the chilly night air deeply and continued. "Yet, unexpectedly, you awakened, matured, and proved your worth." His tone brimmed with incredulous wonder and a newfound lightness, as if a great weight had been lifted. "We built a new house, bright and welcoming. Your mother no longer needs to fear the rain. Now, this old house stands, and you have made it so respectable and sturdy." He extended his hand to pat the wall of the old house, producing a resonant thud that echoed its enduring presence. "It stands straighter and more stable than before. Our roots, the Chen family's roots, remain intact and unwavering." At last, he turned to face his son. Within his typically calm, deep-set eyes, a glimmer of moisture sparkled, reflecting the moonlight and lamplight like the brightest stars in the night sky. "I possess no other skills, only the ability to fish at sea. Though I could not leave you much, you have upheld this family, allowing us, your mother and I, to enjoy such blessings in our old age." His voice faltered. The remainder of his words caught in his throat as he firmly patted Chen Haiyang's shoulder. The strength conveyed through that calloused hand was imbued with the salty essence of the sea, the weight of years, and the profound pride, gratitude, and unspoken love, as deep as the ocean, that a father held. Chen Haiyang felt a slight ache in his shoulder, yet his heart burned with warmth. He placed his hand over his father's, which was riddled with calluses and frostbite scars. "Father," he spoke with resolute clarity, "you and mother are the greatest treasures of our family. As long as you both are well, this home shall stand strong and flourish." With the old house enduring and the new one shining brightly, he continued, "There are still larger boats and more distant seas awaiting us." Chen Jiangguo observed the brightness in his son's eyes against the night, devoid of youthful arrogance, but instead reflecting a steady confidence born from weathering storms. The lingering shadows of aging and helplessness within him were dispelled by the lighthouse-like glow emanating from his son's gaze. He exhaled deeply, as if releasing the weight of a lifetime of burdens, frustrations, and worries that had long been confined within him. He straightened his once-bent spine, feeling lighter and more invigorated than ever before. Good. He retracted his hand, uttering that single word, his voice regaining its former steadiness, enriched with newfound resonance. The father and son exchanged no further words, standing side by side in the courtyard, gazing at the old house and the new one, which stood silently in the night. The warmth of the lights and the gentle sea breeze enveloped them, creating a profound, unspoken happiness that flowed between them, pervading the small courtyard. For Chen Haiyang, all his struggles and adversities throughout life were rendered worthwhile in the presence of the stability that his son had provided. Chen Haiyang understood that his father's sentiment of worth was the highest commendation for all his efforts since his rebirth, and the heaviest of responsibilities. He vowed to protect this worth, ensuring its continuation for eternity. Chapter 42. Diving for abalone to beat the heat. The July sun blazed mercilessly, casting a blinding sheen upon the surface of the sea. The cicadas shrieked from the trees by the shore, adding to the oppressive heat. Although the newly constructed tiled house was considerably cooler than the previous thatched dwelling, it felt akin to a steam chamber during midday. Chen Haiyang scooped a ladle of cool water and gulped it down, yet beads of sweat continued to trickle down his sturdy chest. He glanced at his parents, who were fanning themselves on bamboo chairs in the main room, both drenched in perspiration, and felt a surge of compassion. Father, mother, this heat is unbearable. I'm heading to the sea for a while to cool off, and perhaps gather some snacks for dinner. His mother quickly cautioned, just stay close. Don't venture too far. In this heat, there could be water spirits lurking in the sea. I know, Chen Haiyang replied, grabbing an old net and an iron rod. Clad only in a pair of faded shorts and barefoot, as he stepped outside. Awong was dozing in the shade at his doorstep, but stirred upon hearing the commotion. Rubbing his eyes, he stood up and asked, Haiyang, where are you going? To the sea to cool off. Want to come? Absolutely. Awong perked up, eagerly following along. The two boys dashed across the scorching sand to the shore. The azure waters shimmered in the sunlight, inviting a sense of refreshment. Without hesitation, Chen Haiyang dove into the depths, with Awong following suit, splashing into the water with glee. The refreshing sea enveloped them instantly, dissipating the heat, inducing a sense of relief that made one want to sigh. Chen Haiyang moved through the water with the agility of a fish and quickly submerged. The nearshore waters were crystal clear, revealing the sandy bottom and darting fish. He held his breath, exploring the base of the rocks, soon uncovering several plump oysters that he tossed into his net. Awong, beside him, flailed about, collecting some seaweed to prepare for a cold dish later that evening. Chen Haiyang swam to a shaded rocky area where the waters were deeper and the light dimmer. Taking a deep breath, he dove again. As his eyes scanned the crevices of the rocks, they suddenly fixated on several dark, oval-shaped objects clinging to the rock's surface. Their surfaces rough and seemingly coated in a layer of dark moss. Abalone, and of exceptionally high quality. A thrill surged through Chen Haiyang as he steadied his breath and moved closer. Indeed, it was what is colloquially known as black gold. These creatures adhered to the rocks with immense strength, making them nearly impossible to pry off by hand. He surfaced to catch his breath and called out to Awong, Pass me the iron rod. Right away, Awong hurriedly handed him the rod. Chen Haiyang submerged again, carefully positioning the tip of the rod at the junction of the largest abalone and the rock, pressing down with a subtle force. With a soft pop, the abalone, nearly the size of his palm, detached effortlessly. He repeated the process, prying a few smaller ones loose and swiftly depositing them into his net. Surfacing, he excitedly waved the net at Awong. Awong swam over, his eyes widening in astonishment. Haiyang, is that abalone? My goodness, it's huge. Chen Haiyang grinned, revealing a gleaming smile. Let us head back and take a look. The two boys clambered onto a large, sun-warmed rock, emptying their net to reveal their bounty. A total of 5 abalones lay before them. The largest weighed nearly 3 pounds, while the smallest exceeded a pound, each boasting thick, succulent flesh that glistened under the sunlight. Awong reached out to touch the rough shell, clicking his tongue in wonder. This thing, I have only heard the elders speak of. It used to be found in our waters, but then it became scarce, a rare sight indeed. Ocean brother, your luck is truly unparalleled. Chen Haiyang's heart brimmed with joy. This treasure was nearly extinct in later times, fetching exorbitant prices. He never imagined he would encounter it in the nearby sea. Weighing the largest one in his hands, he mused, it seems this familiar ocean still harbors numerous hidden gems. Ocean brother, this must be worth a pretty penny, right? Awong asked excitedly. Indeed, Chen Haiyang nodded, aware of the value of such a find. Most restaurants in town probably wouldn't dare serve it. We must find the right outlet. He was already contemplating the upscale restaurant in the county where they had previously collaborated. As the sun dipped below the horizon, A gentle coolness from the sea breeze began to envelop them. Chen Haiyang carefully wrapped the abalone in seaweed and placed it back into the net, layering some oysters and seaweed on top. Let us go, Awong, homeward bound. Tonight we'll prepare a couple of the smaller ones to savor fresh. The larger ones can be sold tomorrow. Absolutely, Awong replied cheerfully. The two of them, burdened with the weighty net, walked home under the fading light of dusk. Behind them, the waves gently lapped against the rocks, as if celebrating their unexpected bounty with a jubilant melody. Chen Haiyang knew that the dining table at home would be filled with surprises thanks to these few unexpected treasures. And the blueprint for a better life seemed to gain even more vivid strokes. The summer's coolness arrived just in time. Chapter 43. Uncovering a nest of black gold from the crevices of the rocks. As Chen Haiyang and Awong entered the courtyard with the heavy net, the setting sun cast its last golden rays upon the brand-new tiled house. His mother was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner, the fragrant smoke curling up, redolent of the unique aroma of burning firewood. His father sat beneath the jujube tree in the courtyard, mending an old fishing net in the fading light. Father, mother, we're back, Chen Haiyang called out, his voice infused with barely contained excitement. His mother, wiping her hands on her apron, stepped out and immediately spotted the bulging net. Oh, quite a catch you have there. What delightful treasures have you found to elicit such joy? Did you enjoy a good soak in the sea? Awong, ever eager, interjected. Auntie, Ocean brother found a treasure, an extraordinary treasure. His father paused his work, glancing over with keen interest at the net. Chen Haiyang smiled as he approached the stone mill in the courtyard and carefully set the net down. He first retrieved the oysters and seaweed on top, saying, "These will make for a dish tonight." Then, he began to unveil the carefully wrapped treasures beneath. As the few dark brown, palm-sized abalones were fully revealed in the glow of the evening, the air seemed to thicken momentarily. His mother leaned closer, squinting as she examined them, uncertain. What is this? It looks rather heavy, some kind of sea conch? Quite sizable indeed. However, his father abruptly stood up and stepped forward, his fingers, roughened by years of exposure to the sea and time, trembled slightly as they brushed against the largest abalone's coarse shell. A vague, incredulous sound escaped his throat. Is this an abalone? Father, do you recognize it? Chen Haiyang asked, somewhat surprised. I saw one during my youth while voyaging with the old captain at a distant dock. It was incredibly precious. His father's voice carried the weight of distant memories and disbelief. These cling to the deep water reefs. They are quite rare. It has been years since I've seen one this size in our coastal waters. Where did you find these? Chen Haiyang briefly recounted the discovery in the shaded rocky area, omitting the details about using a metal rod, merely stating it was sheer luck that he pried them loose. His mother, now grasping the significance of their find, though unsure of its exact worth, recognized from her husband's reaction that it was far from ordinary. Is this truly so valuable? His father nodded gravely, his gaze lingering on the abalones. Indeed, I have heard that the high-ranking officials in the city, as well as the former landlords, savor this delicacy. This one, he pointed to the largest, could very well be equivalent to half a year's worth of our household consumption. His mother gasped, her hand instinctively clutching her chest. Oh my goodness. She looked at Chen Haiyang, then back at the abalones, momentarily at a loss for words. Awong stood proudly beside them, puffing out his chest, as if he were the one who had discovered the abalones. Ocean, my son, his father lifted his head, his expression a complex tapestry of surprise, pride, and a hint of unspoken concern. Your luck is truly remarkable. He shook his head, seemingly at a loss for words to adequately express his feelings. Chen Haiyang chuckled, picking up the largest abalone and weighing it in his hands. Father, mother, let us not dwell on our astonishment. These cannot be left out of the water for long. We must handle them promptly. Tonight, we'll prepare a couple of the smaller ones to relish. And the rest I'll take to town tomorrow to inquire about their value. Yes, the task is urgent. His mother replied hastily, though a bit flustered. But how do we prepare this? I've never seen such a thing before. I'll take care of it, Chen Haiyang asserted confidently. He instructed Awong to boil some water while he fetched a thin, sharp knife from the house. In the modern era, he had not only fished but also lent a hand in the back kitchen of a seafood restaurant, making him quite adept at handling such delicacies. He placed the abalone on the millstone and, using a brush and fresh water, meticulously scrubbed away the debris and slime from the shell. His parents stood closely, eyes glued to the scene, breaths held lightly, as if witnessing a sacred ritual. Awong leaned in, his eyes wide in astonishment. Once cleaned, Chen Haiyang deftly sliced along the edge where the abalone meat met the shell, skillfully detaching the tender flesh intact, revealing the plump, creamy white meat and surrounding viscera. He expertly removed the innards and black membrane, leaving behind the most precious, quivering piece of abalone meat, nearly the size of an adult's fist. Don't discard the shell, Chen Haiyang set aside the hefty shell with its row of breathing holes, explaining, "This is known as shiju ming, a traditional Chinese medicine for improving eyesight. Dried, it can also be sold or kept for future use." His mother nodded vigorously, carefully picking up the shell as if cradling a fragile treasure. After processing the largest abalone, Chen Haiyang quickly tended to 2 slightly smaller ones for tonight's meal. The remaining 2 were similarly cleaned, wrapped in fresh, moist seaweed, and placed in a cool spot, ready for tomorrow's journey. "Mother, this abalone meat is thick. It won't be cooked down easily if stir-fried directly. It's best to simmer it over low heat or cut it into slices for quick frying." Chen Haiyang handed over the prepared abalone meat. His mother accepted the smooth, springy piece, marveling at its unique texture, having never encountered such an ingredient in her life. "All right then, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you suggest, I shall do." That evening, the atmosphere at Chen Haiyang's dining table felt remarkably different. The dish of sautéed abalone slices became the undeniable star of the meal. Following her son's advice, his mother sliced the abalone thinly, using the finest peanut oil, along with ginger, garlic, and homegrown scallions to stir-fry. The abalone slices curled slightly as they heated, presenting an enticing pearly hue, their texture crisp and tender, imbued with an indescribable, exquisite sweetness far surpassing that of ordinary fish and shrimp. His father took a slice, savoring it slowly before swallowing, then lifted the bottle of aged liquor Chen Haiyang had brought back, taking a sip and exhaling deeply, simply stating, "Delicious. Worth it." His mother also tasted it, exclaiming, "This flavor is absolutely sublime. No wonder it's so precious." Awong, engrossed in devouring his share, barely looked up, mumbling indistinctly, "So good. Really delicious. Ocean brother. You are incredible." Chen Haiyang gazed upon the contented expressions of his family, a profound sense of accomplishment and joy nearly overflowing within him. He understood that this was not merely a satisfaction of hunger, but a symbol of an elevated quality of life, a beacon of hope and confidence. After dinner, his mother meticulously cleaned the abalone shells, while his father lit up a pipe, gazing into the dim moonlight of the courtyard, lost in thought. Awong, having helped with the dishes, was also swept up by this atmosphere, refraining from his usual haste to return home, instead sitting on the threshold beside Chen Haiyang. "Brother Haiyang," Awong whispered, "can you take me to the town tomorrow? I wish to witness firsthand how much this black gold can fetch." Chen Haiyang patted his shoulder. "Sure. I'll take you. However, Awong, let us keep this to ourselves for now. We'll discuss it after we've sold it." I understand. Awong nodded eagerly. "We must keep our fortune hidden." That night, Chen Haiyang lay on the sturdy new Kong, listening to the faint sound of waves outside, yet sleep eluded him. Moonlight filtered through the freshly pasted window paper, casting a serene glow within the room. He pondered the abalone, the potential money awaiting him, the improving circumstances at home, and more importantly, the seemingly familiar yet enigmatic ocean, rich with secrets and opportunities. The presence of wild abalone in the nearby rocky area hinted at a thriving ecosystem, untouched by overexploitation. Perhaps there were even more remote, less frequented reefs to explore. He realized this was merely the beginning. This unexpected discovery of black gold not only filled his purse, but also opened a new gateway to understanding the wealth of the sea. The path ahead appeared increasingly clear and expansive beneath the moonlight. He turned over, filled with anticipation for the morrow, and drifted into a deep sleep, the unique, sweet scent of the abalone lingering by his side. Chapter 44. Collecting abalone in the town the following day, as dawn broke, Chen Haiyang awoke. His mind was preoccupied, and sleep was elusive. Outside, the sea mist had yet to fully dissipate, draping a delicate veil over the newly constructed tiled house. He rose quietly, careful not to awaken his parents who were still fast asleep in the adjoining room. In the kitchen, his mother was already up, boiling water. Seeing him enter, she lowered her voice. "So early? Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer?" "I can't sleep, mother. I want to head to town early to check the market," Chen Haiyang replied, approaching the water tank to splash his face with cool water. Shaking off the remnants of slumber, he walked to the shaded corner of the yard, lifting the damp cloth covering the 2 abalones wrapped in seaweed. After a night, the abalone remained fresh, icy to the touch, and perfectly resilient. He carefully rewrapped them, placing them in a bamboo basket lined with a damp cloth, covering it with a layer of clean coarse fabric. His mother handed him 2 still warm flatbreads. "Eat these on the way. Be sharp in town. Don't let anyone take advantage of you." "Don't worry, mother," Chen Haiyang assured her as he tucked the flatbreads into his coat. At that moment, Awong sneaked in through the courtyard door, excitement and anticipation lighting up his face. "Brother Haiyang, I'm here. Shall we go?" "Let us go." The 2 set off along the dusty road to town, facing the invigorating morning sea breeze. Awong couldn't help but glance at the bamboo basket slung over Chen Haiyang's shoulder. as if his gaze could penetrate the coarse fabric to see the black gold inside. Brother Haiyang, how much do you think it will sell for? Awong asked for what felt like the umpteenth time. Chen Haiyang felt uncertain but maintained a composed demeanor. Once we arrive, we'll see what the buyers offer. Remember, observe closely, listen well, and speak less. Awong nodded vigorously, firmly sealing his lips in a gesture of secrecy. The morning market in town had already stirred to life. Bustling with voices, the clamor of bargaining mingling with the vibrant energy of the marketplace. The air was rich with the earthy scent of vegetables, the briny aroma of fish and shrimp, and the enticing fragrance of freshly baked flatbreads. Rather than jostle through the open market like he usually would with ordinary catches, Chen Haiyang led Awong directly to a quieter area at the west end of the town. Here, a few slightly larger seafood shops and a couple of stores showcasing dried goods and exotic delicacies catered to a clientele seeking high-end ingredients. He strolled past several seafood shops, observing the displayed goods, common sea fish, prawns, and crabs, acceptable in appearance, yet devoid of any rare finds like abalone. Ultimately, he halted in front of a shop named Chenji Seafood. This shop had the largest facade and was the tidiest inside. Behind the counter stood a lean man, around 50, dressed in a clean short coat and wearing glasses, deftly working an abacus, appearing to be the owner. Taking a deep breath, Chen Haiyang stepped inside. The proprietor, hearing the commotion, looked up, adjusted his glasses, and swept his gaze over Chen Haiyang and Awong. Noticing they were merely two ordinary young men, his tone turned somewhat indifferent. "Young man, what can I help you with?" "Sir, do you buy fresh goods here?" Chen Haiyang inquired, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "We do. What do you have?" The shopkeeper set aside the abacus, his tone becoming slightly more serious. Chen Haiyang gently placed the bamboo basket on the counter, lifting the coarse cloth and unwrapping the seaweed. As the two large, dark brown, palm-sized, and meaty abalones came into view, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly. He nearly lunged forward, scrutinizing one closely, his fingers gliding over the rough shell and the thick flesh. "Is this local abalone? This size is quite rare." The shopkeeper's voice carried an unmistakable tone of surprise. "Young man, where did you get these?" "I stumbled upon them in the crevices of the nearby rocks," Chen Haiyang replied vaguely. The shopkeeper examined the other abalone, nodding repeatedly. "Great condition, very fresh, and meaty, top quality." He set the abalone down and reassessed Chen Haiyang, his gaze now infused with greater respect. "How much do you wish to sell them for?" Chen Haiyang refrained from quoting a price directly, instead countering, "You are the expert. What price do you think is fair?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, extending 3 fingers, 30 yuan each. "I'll take both." 30? Awong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. But Chen Haiyang silenced him with a glance. Inside, Chen Haiyang felt a stir of excitement. 30 yuan each, totaling 60 yuan. This was nearly equivalent to 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker in town. Though his father's estimation of it equating to nearly half a year's worth of expenses was exaggerated, the price was indeed astronomical. However, he displayed little surprise on his face, merely furrowing his brow as if in thought. The shopkeeper, interpreting his expression as dissatisfaction with the price, hastened to clarify, "Young man, that is a fair price. These are fresh goods, which don't keep well. Once I buy them, I have to find a way to sell them quickly. If they were dried abalone, the price could multiply several times, but that requires drying time and carries risks." 30 yuan, cash. Chen Haiyang understood the shopkeeper spoke the truth. Fresh abalone was indeed difficult to preserve and did not command the same price as dried abalone. Yet, he also recognized that the shopkeeper would certainly seek to profit. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "I can accept that price. However, I'd like to inquire about something." "Go ahead," the shopkeeper replied, his demeanor becoming more amiable now that a transaction seemed imminent. "Do you know if there are any high-end restaurants or establishments in our county or city that specialize in such exquisite seafood? Places that would consistently purchase quality goods like this?" Chen Haiyang asked. He desired not just a one-time transaction, but to establish a stable channel for high-end sales, which would be crucial for his future endeavors. The shopkeeper paused for a moment, re-evaluating Chen Haiyang, seemingly taken aback by the young fisherman's long-term vision. He chuckled, "Young man, you possess ambition. The county's Awong specializes in seafood banquets, and its proprietor has discerning tastes, occasionally acquiring rare items. However, their standards are high. Not just any merchandise will suffice, and one must have an insider's recommendation." Chen Haiyang silently noted the name Awong. "Well then, young man, let's return to the matter of these 2 abalones." The shopkeeper redirected the conversation. Chen Haiyang, no longer hesitating, nodded. "All right, I'll agree to your price." "Splendid." The shopkeeper's face blossomed into a broad smile as he promptly turned to retrieve 6 crisp bills from the drawer, handing them to Chen Haiyang. "Count them." Chen Haiyang accepted the money, his fingers brushing over the firm notes, inhaling the distinctive scent of the ink, and felt a profound sense of assurance. This was the largest sum of cash he had acquired since his rebirth. Thank you, shopkeeper. He carefully tucked the money into his inner pocket. Should you come across any fine goods in the future, do send them my way. The price is negotiable. The shopkeeper enthusiastically escorted them to the door. Once outside Chunji Seafood, Awong could no longer contain his excitement, gripping Chen Haiyang's arm, his voice trembling. $60. Haiyang, $60. My goodness. These abalones must be made of gold. Chen Haiyang patted his bulging pocket, a broad smile lighting up his face. Indeed, the moniker Black Gold was well-deserved. He was not overwhelmed by this windfall. Rather, it heightened his clarity. Given the current buying price in town, directly connecting with high-end restaurants would undoubtedly yield even greater profits. Wang Heilu had already become his next target. Come on, Awong, let's buy some things, and then head home, Chen Haiyang declared as he and Awong melded into the bustling crowd. He first visited the town's general store, using a portion of the $60 to acquire a brand new, light green mesh-covered Huazheng brand table fan, something he had long wished to bring home for his family. When Chen Haiyang and Awong returned to the village, taking turns carrying the heavy cardboard box, they once again caused quite a stir. In the rural setting of the 1980s, a fan was an absolute luxury, even rarer than a television. Villagers gathered around, clamoring with questions. Haiyang, what treasure is this? A fan. My heavens, how much did that cost? Have you struck it rich again? Chen Haiyang merely smiled, explaining that it was to help his parents cope with the sweltering heat. As he set the fan in the main room, connected it to the power source, and pressed the switch, the three blades began to rotate slowly, generating a continuous, refreshing breeze that left both his father and mother momentarily speechless. His mother reached out, feeling the gentle breeze, her eyes misting. This is so much more comfortable than a palm fan. His father sat in front of the fan, squinting his eyes as he savored the long-missed coolness, eventually murmuring, "Good, truly good," observing the expressions of satisfaction and disbelief on his parents' faces. And the new fan providing relief in their freshly tiled house. Chen Haiyang's heart swelled with an ineffable sense of accomplishment and happiness. The coolness bought with Black Gold not only dispelled the summer heat, but also propelled him forward towards broader horizons and a more beautiful life. He understood that this was merely the first step. Beneath the profound azure still lay more black gold, waiting for him to uncover. His aspirations had already transcended this small village. Chapter 45, Purchasing a Fan with Abalone Money. In the main room, the Huazheng fan continued to whirl tirelessly, its light green mesh cover concealing the blades that stirred a gentle, persistent breeze, gradually dispelling the oppressive summer heat. Chen Ginseng, his father, sat not far from the fan on a bamboo chair, eyes closed, his wrinkled face reflecting a rare sense of relaxation and contentment. He held his smoking pipe, but had forgotten to light it, allowing the cool air to tousle his graying hair and dark skin. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying, his mother, appeared somewhat flustered. She would periodically reach out to gauge the airflow, then circle around the fan, murmuring, "This thing is truly remarkable. Just plug it in, and it spins on its own, blowing air that is steady and even. It's 100 times better than a palm fan." Her gaze towards Chen Haiyang brimmed with pride and near reverence, as if to say, "Our Haiyang is capable. He thought to buy this for us." Chen Haiyang smiled, his heart warm. Watching his parents revel in the experience made those two abalones feel priceless. "Dad, Mom, when it gets hot again, use it without worrying about the electricity bill." "Of course we'll use it," his mother replied hastily, then seemingly recalling something, hurried to the back of the fan, carefully wiping the already pristine base with a cloth, anxious to prevent even a speck of dust from settling. Awong stood in front of the fan, arms outstretched, letting the breeze fill his sweat-drenched shirt, grinning widely. "So refreshing, truly refreshing. Haiyang, this is fantastic. If only my mom could feel this, she'd be so happy." Chen Haiyang felt a surge of warmth and told Awong, "Next time we have a good haul, we'll get one for your family too." Awong's eyes lit up, but he quickly waved his hands. No, just being able to follow you and have enough to eat and wear is enough for me. This thing is too precious." As they spoke, a ruckus arose from outside the courtyard. Neighbors had heard that Chen Haiyang's family had acquired an electric fan, a rarity only the city dwellers could afford, and they flocked over in curiosity. The first to squeeze in was Aunt Wong from next door, still holding a half-finished shoe sole. Upon entering, her eyes fixated on the working fan. "Oh goodness, is this really a fan? It can blow air by itself? My heavens, Xiaoying, your family has truly prospered." Following her was Grandma Zhao, the daughter-in-law of the Li family, and several half-grown boys with sun-kissed skin, all rushing in, instantly crowding the modest main room. Surrounding the fan, they pointed and commented, their faces brimming with astonishment and envy. "Look at this design. It's truly exquisite. The breeze is so refreshing. Better than standing in the shade of a tree. This must consume a lot of electricity, right? Yang, how much electricity will it use tonight? I heard this thing is quite expensive. Have you caught another big fish? A barrage of questions erupted. Lin Xiaoying felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond, frequently muttering. It's just something the child foolishly bought, wasting money. Chen Haiyang, however, appeared quite at ease. He smiled as he offered chairs to several elders. Simply explaining, it's too hot, and seeing my parents struggling with the palm fan, I bought this. The electricity bill is reasonable, not too expensive. Regarding the source of the funds, he vaguely mentioned recent good catches, brushing aside inquiries. In this setting, Chen Gensheng was surprisingly reticent, merely nodding occasionally. Accepting the compliments from neighbors, whether genuine or tinged with other sentiments. His typically stooped back seemed to straighten just a bit. This fan, in this small fishing village, represented not only a means of comfort, but also a symbol of status and capability. It silently proclaimed that the Chen family was indeed different from before. The crowd buzzed for quite a while, only dispersing as dusk approached. However, the news of Chen Haiyang's electric fan swiftly spread throughout the village, becoming the most popular topic of conversation at dinner tables that night. After dinner, Lin Xiaoying, having cleared the dishes, took a cloth to wipe down the fan once more, as if it were a treasured possession deserving of meticulous care. Father, unusually, did not immediately retreat to rest. Instead, he lingered for a while, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. Ocean, he suddenly spoke, his voice resonating with a certain somberness amidst the fan's gentle hum. This thing is indeed a remarkable treasure. Your father knows you are filial. He paused for a moment, inhaling from a long-extinguished pipe, before continuing. However, a tall tree attracts the wind. Our family's fortunes are evidently on the rise, and it is inevitable that envy will arise. Henceforth, we must proceed with greater caution. A chill ran through Chen Haiyang's heart. Recognizing that his father was imparting a warning, he nodded solemnly. Father, I understand. Rest assured, I shall exercise prudence. The elder cast a glance at him, his eyes reflecting both pride and a subtle trace of concern, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. You are a prudent one. Your father knows this. As night deepened, Chen Haiyang lay on the bed, the moonlight streaming like liquid silver through the window, while the fan emitted a gentle, soothing breeze that dispelled the oppressive heat and buzzing mosquitoes of previous nights, ushering in an unprecedented tranquility and comfort. Listening to the faint, rhythmic sounds of his parents breathing from the adjacent room, he discerned they must be sleeping more soundly now. Yet, his thoughts remained restless, echoing his father's words. Indeed, a mere electric fan in this era could incite considerable attention and stir ripples of change. This realization sharpened his awareness that the accumulation of wealth required not only wisdom, but also a demeanor of humility and caution. It appeared that the plan to renovate the old house needed to be prioritized, Chen Haiyang contemplated. Although the tiled house was an improvement over the thatched hut, its layout and facilities remained rudimentary. Having secured the initial capital, enhancing their living conditions was a natural progression. Moreover, constructing a home represented a tangible investment, more readily accepted than the mere purchase of luxury goods, and it better epitomized a family's stability and prosperity. More importantly, he required a more formidable vessel. That small skiff was only capable of coastal excursions, severely limiting his reach. The mysterious ancestral sea chart, the distant fishing grounds, and the secrets of the deep sea all beckoned for a more powerful means of transportation. Abalone was merely the beginning. Chen Haiyang's gaze seemed to pierce through the roof, casting his vision upon the boundless ocean, shimmering softly under the moonlight. There lay greater treasures, broader horizons, awaiting his exploration and conquest. The coolness brought by the fan not only soothed his family's bodies, but also tempered his slightly restless heart, which had been stirred by the sudden influx of wealth, rendering him more composed and resolute. He took out the cake his mother had given him that morning, still warm with her touch, and savored it slowly. Its simple flavor provided an unparalleled sense of reassurance. The path must be traversed step by step. A home must be built piece by piece. The sea must be explored layer by layer. With plans for tomorrow and dreams for the future, Chen Haiyang drifted into a deep slumber amidst the rare summer coolness, while the brand-new fan continued to hum steadily and softly in the night, like a faithful sentinel safeguarding the peace and aspirations of this increasingly prosperous household. Chapter 46. Rumors of oil snails beyond the sea. The novelty and commotion brought by the electric fan rippled through the small fishing village for several days, yet eventually subsided, transforming into mere sighs among the villagers during their meals, and a more intricate blend of emotions directed toward the new tiled house of Chen Haiyang. Life, as it tends to do, returned to its normal rhythm. Chen Haiyang's daily routine resumed its familiar cadence, fishing along the coast, tending to the boats, and studying the increasingly precious marine atlas. Nevertheless, The substantial sum acquired from the 2 abalones and the subsequent electric fan had cast a stone into the still waters of his heart, creating ripples that lingered. He understood that while the coastal harvest was stable, true opportunities often lay concealed beneath the more distant and unknown waves. That afternoon, the weather was somewhat stifling, with the sea reflecting a lazy white light. Chen Haiyang and Awong pulled the small boat ashore and were clearing out the clutter from the cabin when they overheard a few elderly fishermen gathered beneath the large banyan tree by the dock, mending their nets and engaging in casual conversation. The sea breeze carried their fragmented dialogue to them. Old and no longer useful, began the village's eldest fisherman, Uncle Fuhe. His back hunched, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a nostalgic resonance. In my youth, I sailed with my father's boat as far as Black Reef Island. Black Reef Island? That's quite far. Another voice interjected. No one ventures there anymore. I hear the waves are fierce and the reefs treacherous. It's not worth it. Uncle Fuhe smacked his toothless gums, seemingly savoring a memory. Not worth it, perhaps, but the waters there are deep, and the treasures plentiful. I recall one time, near an unnamed reef a half-day's journey east of Black Reef Island, we pulled up a few oil snails. Those creatures were the size of basin lids, and their flesh was so rich it oozed with flavor. When cooked, oh, how delicious. Oil snails. A curious voice chimed in. Are they the ones with particularly thick shells, resembling giant cones? Yes, indeed. A glimmer sparked in Uncle Fuhe's murky eyes. Those are precious. It is said that wealthy individuals in the big cities adore them. One can fetch an astronomical price. He sighed. But that place is tricky. I only managed to go once. The next time, either I faced bad weather or simply could not locate that reef again. Alas, I can't recall. The old men soon shifted their conversation to other topics. Yet the words oil snail clung to Chen Haiyang's mind like an anchor. Oil snails. He immediately recalled the entries in the Marine Atlas. Its scientific name seemed to be turbo, a large sea snail celebrated for its exceptionally delectable meat, often referred to as the beef of the sea. Rich in nutrients and regarded as a delicacy comparable to abalone in high-end seafood markets. The massive shell itself also held considerable aesthetic and collectible value. Uncle Fuhe's claim that they were the size of basin lids might be an exaggeration, but it was not uncommon for adult oil snails to exceed 30 centimeters in shell length. The phrases unmapped reefs, treacherous waves, and hidden riches wove together to paint a picture of a mysterious maritime domain, fraught with danger yet brimming with potential wealth. Chen Haiyang's heart raced uncontrollably. The abalone from the coastal waters had already given him a taste of success, and the prospect of oil snails from the open sea was undoubtedly a greater temptation. Awong, he murmured to his companion, who was busy scrubbing the boat's deck. Did you hear what Uncle Fuhe said? Awong looked up, droplets of water glistening on his face. Scratching his head, I heard him mention those oil snails that can fetch a fortune. Do you think there really are snails that large? Surely, Chen Haiyang replied, gazing toward the horizon where the sea met the sky, in the direction of Black Reef Island. Awong, would you like to join me in seeking our fortune? Awong hesitated for a moment, his expression a blend of excitement and trepidation. To the open sea? But didn't Uncle Fuhe say it's dangerous with those fierce waves and treacherous reefs? Our little boat. Chen Haiyang patted the small skiff that had accompanied him for so long, a glint of determination in his eyes. Relying solely on it won't suffice. But we cannot remain confined to this small coastal territory forever. If Uncle Fuhe and his peers could venture there, why cannot we? With adequate preparation. Success is not out of reach. His mind began to race with plans. To venture into the open sea, he would first require a larger, sturdier vessel capable of withstanding storms, equipped with propulsion, and able to carry more freshwater, fuel, and potential harvests. Additionally, precise navigation tools were essential. Relying solely on experience and visual observation in unfamiliar waters was far too risky. Lastly, he needed to gain a deeper understanding of that maritime region. Let us go home. Awong, Chen Haiyang said, already formulating a preliminary plan in his mind. At the dinner table, as Chen Haiyang absent-mindedly pushed his rice around in his bowl, he casually broached the subject. Father, have you ever heard of oil snails? Father Chen Ginsung paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to meet his son's eyes before lowering it again to pick up a piece of salted fish. I've heard the elders mention them. They are quite rare. Why the sudden inquiry? Today, I overheard Uncle Fuhe speaking at the dock about his youthful endeavors in the open sea, where he once salvaged treasures that could fetch a handsome price. Chen Haiyang endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. His mother, Lin Xiaoying, interjected, "Oh, Brother Fuhe, in his youth, he ventured into the deep sea alongside his father. However, he also mentioned the dangers of that place, which ultimately led to its abandonment." She turned to Haiyang, cautioning, "My son, do not entertain such thoughts. Our family is currently living comfortably, and stability is of utmost importance." Chen Haiyang smiled gently, offering his mother a piece of fish. "Mother, I was merely inquiring. He continued, however, father, mother, we do possess a small boat, but it can only navigate nearby waters. I have been contemplating whether, in the future, we should consider acquiring a larger vessel, should we wish to catch more fish or, perhaps one day, stumble upon a bounty as extraordinary as the oil snail. His father remained silent, chewing his food thoughtfully, and did not respond immediately. The only sound in the living room was that of the electric fan whirring. After a considerable pause, his father set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and fixed a sharp gaze upon Chen Haiyang. Do you wish to venture into the open sea? Haiyang realized he could not conceal his thoughts from his father, and he met his gaze with composure. Indeed, that is my aspiration. The resources in coastal waters are limited. To achieve greater development, we must eventually venture forth. Father, you too have sailed in your youth and have seen the world. His father sighed, his gaze drifting into the distance. Yes. Venturing into the open sea is vastly different from staying close to home. The weather can change without warning. A single wave can rise taller than a house. And hidden reefs lurk beneath the surface like the jaws of a ravenous tiger. Without a sturdy vessel and the requisite skills, such an endeavor is tantamount to courting death. He paused, adopting a serious tone. Haiyang, I recognize your lively spirit and your good fortune. However, luck is not a reliable sustenance, nor can it serve as a vessel. If you truly wish to navigate outward, first and foremost, your boat must be robust. Secondly, you must gain a deeper understanding of the temperament of the heavens. Thirdly, and most crucially, you must know when to advance and when to retreat. Do not be greedy. His father's words struck Chen Haiyang like a hammer upon his heart. He understood that his father was not opposing him, but rather, using his lifetime of experience to lay a safe foundation for him. Father, I comprehend, Chen Haiyang replied solemnly. Nodding, I shall not act recklessly. Acquiring a new vessel is a significant matter, and I will deliberate carefully. Before that, I will familiarize myself more with the coastal waters, seeking counsel from elders like Uncle Fuhe, ensuring that I am well prepared. Upon hearing this, his father's expression softened, and he resumed eating. As long as you have a plan. That is well. We shall discuss the matter of the boat once we have the finances. For now, let us focus on living steadily in the present. Seeing the father and son reach an understanding, his mother released a sigh of relief and chimed in. Yes, yes, eat up. Haiyang. Make sure to eat well and not dwell solely on distant dreams. After dinner, Chen Haiyang did not retire as usual, but instead retrieved the oceanic atlas. Poring over it under the dim light, meticulously researching the habits and potential distribution of the oil snail. He also unearthed an old, slightly yellowed nautical chart depicting the nearby islands and depths, which his father had previously used, marked with some indistinct annotations. His fingers glided slowly across the chart until they settled near the small black, representing Haijiao Island. Beyond it lay a blank expanse. Save for the vague, unnamed reef mentioned by Uncle Fuhe, danger and opportunity coexisted like two sides of the same coin, lying beneath the surface of that unknown azure. Chen Haiyang closed the atlas and extinguished the oil lamp. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting the shadow of the electric fan upon the wall, spinning silently. As he lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves outside, the flame of his desire to set sail grew not dimmed by his father's admonitions, but rather intensified by the clarity of purpose and the weight of responsibility he now bore. The thought of venturing into the open sea in search of oil snails had taken root within him like a seed, ready to sprout. What lay ahead was to gather sufficient strength for this seed to break through the soil, awaiting the right moment. He knew this path would not be easy, but he was resolute in his determination to explore. Chapter 47, Lost Direction. As the rooster crowed thrice, the eastern horizon barely began to blush with dawn. Chen Haiyang and Awong had already loaded the prepared supplies onto the small skiff, freshwater buckets, provisions, ropes, iron hooks, several spare empty baskets, and that iron pry bar intended for abalone, which Chen Haiyang thought might also prove useful. His father, Chen Gensheng, had risen early as well, silently observing their busyness before approaching to pat Chen Haiyang on the shoulder, checking the ropes and oars once more, and solemnly advising, watch the sky. Be mindful of the water's color. If you haven't found anything by noon, quickly return. Understood, father, Chen Haiyang nodded earnestly. His mother, Lin Xiaoying, stood at the gate, clutching her apron, her eyes filled with concern. She remained there gazing until the small boat drifted away, becoming nothing more than a distant speck. The morning sea was relatively calm, imbued with the coolness that followed the night. Chen Haiyang rowed while Awong sat at the bow, clutching the aged nautical chart, his eyes constantly comparing it to the increasingly indistinct coastline. Brother Haiyang, according to Uncle Fuhe, we must first locate Haijiao Island. Awong pointed to a vague black dot on the chart, describing it as resembling a crouching toad, its top barren. Chen Haiyang nodded. his gaze scanning the surroundings with sharp intensity. The color of the sea gradually transformed, shifting from the murky yellow near the coast to a clear azure. As they departed from familiar waters, the scenery around them became foreign and monotonous. All that surrounded them was water, with the sole reference point being the sun, which was steadily brightening above. Relying on his extraordinary intuition for the sea, honed since his rebirth, and the fragmented directions recalled from his father and Uncle Fuhei's conversations, he adjusted the boat's heading. The small skiff appeared minuscule against the vast, boundless ocean, akin to a mere leaf. At first, their journey proceeded smoothly. They even spotted a flock of seabirds chasing schools of fish, a typical sign of proximity to land or reefs. Awong excitedly pointed this out to Chen Haiyang. However, as time passed and the sun climbed higher, scorching the sea's surface, it produced a dizzying glare. The surrounding scenery became almost indistinguishable, with rolling waves and an expansive horizon, devoid of any avian presence. Brother Haiyang, Awong's voice trembled with unease as he repeatedly checked the nautical chart, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This doesn't seem right. Based on our speed and direction, we should have spotted Heijiao Island by now. Why is there nothing? Chen Haiyang's heart sank slightly. He paused rowing, stood up, and shielded his eyes from the sun, straining to see into the distance. All around them lay an almost identical expanse of azure water, with no discernible trace of any islands. They appeared to be ensnared in a blue labyrinth. This is bad. We may have strayed off course. Is the morning current stronger than we anticipated? Or have we misjudged our direction? In this age devoid of modern navigational instruments, losing one's way in unfamiliar waters was perilous. With limited fuel and fresh water, their situation could quickly become dire. Awong seemed increasingly flustered, his hand trembling as he clutched the nautical chart. Brother Haiyang, have we made a mistake? What should we do? Should we turn back? His voice was tinged with fear. The sea breeze carried an oppressive heat, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. The small skiff bobbed gently with the waves, accentuating the vastness of the surroundings and their own insignificance. Chen Haiyang forced himself to remain calm. Panic would resolve nothing. He inhaled deeply, the salty air filling his lungs, and closed his eyes, choosing not to rely on his sight to discern the nearly indistinguishable landscape, but instead focusing entirely on his senses. This was an ability that had grown increasingly clear since his rebirth, an uncanny perception of the ocean's pulse. He sensed the subtle changes in the currents beneath the boat, felt the varying intensity and direction of the wind brushing against his skin, and even discerned the almost imperceptible aromas carried by the air from distant waters. The nearshore waters exuded a vibrant essence of silt and marine life, whereas the deeper offshore bore a more profound and untamed scent. The sea area described by Fu Heibo, with its unnamed reef, presumably harbored a distinct hydrological environment. He recalled Fu Heibo mentioning in passing that the water near that reef would appear more emerald than elsewhere, due to its shallowness and clarity, and that one could occasionally spot a particular species of small silver flying fish leaping from the surface. No, this is not the right direction. Chen Haiyang abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze regaining its firmness and sharpness. Awong, put down the oars. We shall head that way. He pointed toward a direction diverging approximately 30 degrees from their previous course. Huh, Brother Ocean, do we have any basis for that direction? Awong looked at the equally vast expanse of the sea, his face a mask of confusion. Trust me, row, Chen Haiyang replied tersely. At this moment, explanations would only heighten panic. He had to trust his instincts, for they were their only hope. He took the oar and began to row vigorously. The small boat adjusted its course, sailing toward the unknown azure. Though Awong felt anxious, his trust in Chen Haiyang overshadowed all, and he too picked up another oar, paddling with fervor. Time passed excruciatingly slowly, each second stretching out before them. The sun now hung directly overhead, scorching them with its intensity. They had already consumed nearly half a barrel of water. Awong's lips were dry, and he frequently glanced at Chen Haiyang, his eyes betraying both inquiry and lingering fear. Chen Haiyang's complexion had paled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixated ahead as if he could pierce through the endless sea to unveil the secrets hidden beneath. Suddenly, his paddling slowed. Awong, observe the color of the water. Chen Haiyang murmured. Awong quickly leaned forward to look. Indeed, the previously deep azure waters seemed to become shallower here, revealing a more translucent hue, akin to jade. And over there, Chen Haiyang pointed to the left front. Before them, several slender fish glimmering with silvery light leapt from the water, tracing elegant arcs before splashing back down. It's that silver flying fish, just as Fu Heibo described. We found it. Brother Ocean, we found it. Awong exclaimed, nearly leaping from the boat. All fatigue and fear instantly replaced by unrestrained joy. Chen Haiyang let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He knew they had made the right gamble, by virtue of his enigmatic fishing luck and unique perception of the ocean. They had at last discovered the correct course amidst the vast sea. He dared not delay, guided by the changing water color and the occasional leaping fish. He cautiously maneuvered the small boat forward. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a shadow of deeper hue began to materialize beneath the surface ahead. It was a reef. As they drew closer, the outline of the underwater reef became clearer. The area was not extensive, yet it was strewn with jagged rocks, forming a complex underwater terrain. The sea crashed against the hidden stones, sending up delicate white froth. At the edge of this rocky area, in a particularly clear shallows, they beheld a breathtaking sight. Countless black-brown, spiny cylindrical creatures sprawled between the pristine sandy bottom and the dark green seagrass, swaying gently with the faint currents. Sea cucumbers. And they were magnificent, high-quality star-shaped sea cucumbers. Their density and sheer number surpassed even Chen Haiyang's wildest imagination. My heavens! Awong gasped, staring at the underwater treasure of black gold, utterly dumbfounded. Chen Haiyang's heart raced. The previous hardships and the panic of being lost transformed into unparalleled excitement and exhilaration in that moment. Light at the end of the tunnel. This truly was a stroke of fortune. After losing their way, they had indeed stumbled upon this legendary bountiful land. The value of this trove of black gold likely far exceeded that of the two abalones. Stop dawdling, Awong. Chen Haiyang suppressed his overwhelming joy, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Prepare the tools, it's time to work. Chapter 48, Light at the End of the Tunnel. The small boat floated serenely upon the jade-clear waters, yet the sight beneath sent Chen Haiyang and Awong's hearts racing almost out of their chests. Sunlight pierced through the surface, illuminating the white, sandy bottom, rendering the sprawled treasure strikingly clear. What a spectacular sight it was! The densely packed star-shaped sea cucumbers resembled a vast scattering of black-brown gems, blanketing the sandy edges of the reef and the seagrass beds. They were impressively large, generally the length of an adult's forearm, stout and plump, with a surface covered in short, evenly distributed spines, glistening with a healthy dark sheen in the light. Some languidly stretched their bodies, revealing their undersides brimming with tube feet. Others curled tightly, resembling pebbles adorned with protrusions. They swayed gently with the weak currents, their slow, vibrant movements captivating Chen Haiyang more than any dance could. Oh my goodness! Awong leaned over the boat's edge, nearly submerging his head in the water, his voice trembling, tinged with a hint of tears. How many could there be? Brother Ocean, I'm not dreaming, am I? Pinch me. Chen Haiyang took several deep breaths to suppress the overwhelming joy surging within him. He firmly patted Awong's shoulder, the tangible sensation reassuring them both that this was no dream. This is no dream, Awong. We found it. We found it. Chen Haiyang's voice was hoarse with excitement as he surveyed the area, memorizing the reef's location and orientation, etching it firmly in his mind. Quick, prepare to dive. We must make haste. He understood that while sea cucumbers moved slowly, such a densely populated group meant they could easily burrow into the sand or hide in the crevices of the rocks if disturbed. Furthermore, they needed to harvest as much as possible before the weather changed or the tides shifted. The two quickly sprang into action. They shed their shirts, donning only their shorts, and secured the prepared nets and specially crafted iron hooks with small bends at the ends around their waists. Chen Haiyang reiterated his instructions. Remember, select the larger ones. Pluck those with intact spines, and be gentle. Don't tear their skin, or they'll lose value. Understood. Awong nodded vigorously, his face flushed with excitement. Splash! Splash! One after the other, they leapt into the sea. The water was pleasantly warm and exceptionally clear. As soon as they submerged, the sight of the star-shaped sea cucumbers flooded their vision, delivering an unparalleled visual impact. Chen Haiyang steadied himself, gliding silently like a fish toward his target. He spotted a particularly robust specimen, nearly the length of his forearm, extended his hand, and instead of grasping it directly, he expertly maneuvered the small, bent hook of the iron spear beneath the sea cucumber's belly, deftly avoiding the dense tube feet, and gently pried it upward. The hefty star-shaped sea cucumber came loose effortlessly, and he caught it securely, feeling its weighty, meaty, and elastic form in his grasp. Without delay, he placed it in the net at his waist, which immediately sank a bit lower. Awong mirrored his actions, initially clumsy, nearly allowing a large sea cucumber to slip from his grip. But under Chen Haiyang's watchful gaze, he quickly mastered the technique, his movements growing more fluid. With each one he captured, an uncontrollable smile blossomed on his face. Even while holding his breath, the joy nearly spilled from his eyes. The two worked tirelessly, akin to indefatigable farmers, diligently reaping the bounties from this fertile seabed. The net grew increasingly heavy, the burden around Chen Haiyang's waist becoming ever more substantial. He occasionally surfaced for air, taking the opportunity to observe the sky and sea conditions. Fortunately, the sky remained a brilliant blue, and the sea breeze was gentle. As if this particular stretch of water had taken a special liking to them. He noticed that this cluster of sea cucumbers predominantly inhabited the specific boundary of sandy grass. While the surrounding rocks did harbor some, their density was far inferior to that found here. Moreover, the sea cucumbers here were of exceptional quality. Their flesh plump and their colors vivid, truly the creme de la creme. It appeared that while he had not found the oil snail that Uncle Fu had mentioned, he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove of sea cucumbers. As he stuffed an especially heavy sea cucumber into his nearly overflowing net, he mused to himself. What extraordinary luck! Could it be that getting lost was part of this fishing fortune? Perhaps it was to guide me to this genuine treasure? He shook his head, dismissing such mystical thoughts. Regardless, the bounty before him was undeniably substantial. He estimated that in this short span of time, he had likely harvested no less than 30 to 40 pounds of fresh sea cucumbers, with Awong probably having done similarly. This far exceeded his initial expectations. Brother Haiyang, the net is almost full. Awong surfaced, panting heavily, excitedly pointing to his own bulging net that was on the verge of bursting. Chen Haiyang's own net was similarly stuffed. Without hesitation, he declared, "All right, that's enough. We can't be greedy. The small boat has a limited capacity. Overloading it would be unsafe. Let us head back." The two of them dragged their immensely heavy nets and swam back to the boat with all their might. Hoisting the nets onto the vessel required considerable strength. The overflowing, slippery sea cucumbers nearly caused the small boat to tilt dangerously to one side, prompting Awong to quickly steady himself. After much effort, they finally managed to haul the two massive nets into the cabin, causing the boat's waterline to visibly dip, almost level with the surface of the sea. Inside the cabin, the dark brown, fleshy creatures piled together, slowly writhing and emitting a robust scent of the sea, which, to Chen Haiyang and Awong, was more intoxicating than any floral fragrance. Awong collapsed onto the deck, gazing at the cabin filled with this black gold, grinning foolishly and momentarily forgetting his fatigue. He reached out to stroke a large sea cucumber nearby, wider than his palm, murmuring, "We've struck it rich, Brother Haiyang. This time, we're truly going to make a fortune. How much will this sell for?" Chen Haiyang sat at the bow, his chest heaving as he gazed at their heavy haul, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The sunlight glistened upon his damp hair and sun-kissed skin, creating a dazzling effect. Though the adventure had begun perilously, the outcome was undoubtedly perfect. This nameless reef, abundant with sea cucumbers, would become a significant milestone in his fishing career. "Don't get too carried away, Awong." After a brief rest to regain some strength, Chen Haiyang said, "We need to process these quickly. Sea cucumbers will expel their innards if left out of the water for too long, affecting their quality. Let us spread them out and keep them in clean seawater. We must return immediately." Right. Let us head back," Awong exclaimed, springing up with renewed vigor. The two of them carefully removed the sea cucumbers from the nets, laying them flat on the cabin floor to avoid crushing them, splashing some clear seawater over them to keep them moist. Chen Haiyang took one last look at this sea area that had brought him such immense joy, imprinting the emerald hues of the water and the contours of the reef into his memory, before resolutely turning the boat around and rowing. The small boat, laden with hope and wealth, sat deeply in the water, its speed much slower than on the way out, yet it moved steadily towards home, cutting through the waves. Behind them, the nameless treasure trove gradually sank beneath the horizon, awaiting its next visitation. In Chen Haiyang's heart, thoughts began to swirl about how to transform this vessel full of black gold into tangible power to propel his family and career forward. Chapter 49, laden with sea cucumbers. The small boat, burdened with its hefty haul, skimmed almost directly atop the water as it slowly made its way back to the familiar harbor. Each stroke of the oar felt more laborious than before, yet the faces of Chen Haiyang and Awong bore no traces of fatigue. Only an exhilarated flush that even the sea breeze could not disperse. Those sluggish, dark brown bodies in the cabin appeared to them as a veritable moving mountain of gold. When the small boat finally reached the shore, the nearly overflowing cabin of sea cucumbers immediately sparked considerable commotion at the dock. It was the time of day when fishermen were returning to port, and upon seeing the mountain of sea cucumbers piled high on Chen Haiyang's boat, onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they gathered around. "Good gracious, Haiyang, have you uncovered a sea cucumber haven? So many sea cucumbers, and all of them large specimens. I've lived by this sea for 50 years, and have never seen anyone haul back so many in one trip. How many pounds do you think this is? 200? 300? My heavens, your luck is truly unmatched. Where did you find them? Point us in the right direction." The cacophony of astonished remarks and inquiries quickly submerged Chen Haiyang and Awong. Standing proudly, Awong was eager to respond, but Chen Haiyang silenced him with a glance. Chen Haiyang, while exchanging pleasantries with the villagers and deflecting questions about the location by vaguely attributing it to good fortune in encountering a small patch offshore, worked diligently alongside Awong to unload the heavy sea cucumbers onto the shore. At some point, his father, Chen Haiyang, had also arrived at the dock. Upon seeing the heap of sea cucumbers towering like a small mountain, a fleeting expression of extreme astonishment crossed his bronze face, quickly followed by a smile that bent the corners of his usually tightly pressed lips into a visible arc. He did not ask many questions. Instead, he silently stepped forward to help with the unloading, his sturdy arms seemingly brimming with strength. Once all the sea cucumbers were transported back to their yard, and the gate was shut, effectively severing the curious and envious gazes from the outside, Chen Haiyang's mother, Lin Xiaoying, looked at the dark, plump mass in the yard, nearly dropping the basin in her hands from shock. It took her a moment to steady her breath, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, this is really something, Haiyang. Mother, don't just stand there. We need to process these quickly. They are delicate and cannot be out of the water for long." Chen Haiyang wiped away his sweat and urged, "Processing sea cucumbers is a meticulous and laborious task. Fresh sea cucumbers contain a large amount of water and are prone to expelling their innards, necessitating swift processing to maintain their value. The most common method is to prepare them as dried sea cucumbers, which are easier to store and transport and hold a higher value." The entire family, along with Awong, immediately busied themselves in the yard. Chen Haiyang took charge of the most critical step, cleaning. He retrieved a sharp knife and fresh water, carefully picking up each sea cucumber, making a small incision in its abdomen, and meticulously extracting its internal organs without harming the overall appearance. His movements were swift and focused, as if he were handling precious works of art. His mother and Lin Xiaoying were responsible for washing and the initial boiling. They repeatedly rinsed the clean sea cucumbers in fresh water to remove slime and residual sand, then placed them in a large iron pot for a brief boil in seawater, aimed at helping them shrink and retain their shape. Meanwhile, his father and Awong worked on setting up temporary drying racks in the yard. The entire courtyard was permeated with a strong scent of the sea, yet behind this odor was a palpable sense of busy joy that filled the family. "Haiyang, it seems such a waste to throw away the intestines we've cleaned out." His mother hesitated, looking at the small pile of sea cucumber innards. In their past days of poverty, they could not bear to discard anything edible. Chen Haiyang glanced at the innards, a thought stirring within him. He recalled that some records from the future mentioned that sea cucumber intestines are, in fact, quite nutritious, referred to as sea cucumber flowers, and in certain locales, they are regarded as a delicacy. However, most contemporary individuals remain unaware of their value and often discard them. "Mother, please do not throw away these intestines just yet. Let us salt them, as they may prove useful in the future," Chen Haiyang instructed. Although his mother was puzzled, she complied with his request. The initially boiled and shaped sea cucumbers were retrieved, having shrunk to nearly half their size. Their color deepened, and their skin tightened into a semi-translucent texture, with the tentacles becoming more resilient and springy. The next phase involved the most demanding test of experience and patience, the repeated processes of boiling and drying. This endeavor lasted a full 3 days. Each day, the unique aroma of boiling sea cucumbers wafted through the Chen family courtyard. The fire in the stove was nearly constant, with the seawater in the large iron pot being replenished multiple times. Chen Haiyang meticulously controlled the timing and heat of each boiling session, drawing upon the knowledge he had amassed in his past life to ensure that the sea cucumbers' nutritional value and flavor would reach their zenith. The drying process demanded constant vigilance. During the day, they were laid out on bamboo trays to bask in the sunlight and sea breeze, and at night, they had to be brought indoors to prevent dew from dampening them. Chen Haiyang and Awong took turns overseeing the process, occasionally turning the sea cucumbers to ensure even drying. As the moisture gradually evaporated, those once hefty, plump sea cucumbers transformed into hard, lightweight specimens, their hue shifting to a rich dark brown, with a layer of white salt frost forming on the surface, a hallmark of superior quality. Looking at the bamboo trays filled with the now diminutive yet perfectly shaped sea cucumbers, their spines distinct and firm as if they were small iron nuggets, Chen Haiyang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The quality of this batch of dried sea cucumbers exceeded his expectations. Ocean, his father, Chen Haiyang, picked up one of the dried sea cucumbers, weighing it in his hand and inspecting it in the sunlight, his face betraying a sense of uncontainable admiration. "This craftsmanship surpasses even my own. These cucumbers are perfectly dried, well-shaped, and of the finest quality." His mother beamed with joy, caressing the dried sea cucumbers as if they were treasures. "This is splendid. With so many, we can sell for a handsome sum. Our family's future truly looks promising." Awong was equally delighted. unable to suppress his grin as he gazed at the courtyard brimming with dried goods, seemingly envisioning a bounty of cash. Ultimately, all the fresh sea cucumbers were processed, yielding nearly 60 pounds of top-quality dried sea cucumbers, a remarkable yield. Gazing at the several large baskets filled with glossy, firm-dried sea cucumbers, Chen Haiyang realized that this unexpected voyage into the deep sea had brought forth surprises far beyond the initial shock. This meticulously processed black gold would possess a value that far surpassed the sight of a boat laden with fresh specimens. Next, the task was to find a suitable buyer for these treasures, which embodied both hard work and serendipity. Chen Haiyang's gaze once again turned toward the horizon, to the name of the Awong, a place mentioned by both Uncle Fuhei and the proprietor of Chen Seafood. Chapter 50. Drying sea cucumbers. The courtyard was enveloped in the distinctive briny aroma of sea cucumbers, mingling with the scent of firewood and sunlight. The initially boiled sea cucumbers were spread out on several large bamboo trays, glistening with a moist, deep brown sheen under the afternoon sun. The flurry of activity had subsided momentarily, yet Chen Haiyang understood this was merely the beginning. The true test lay in the subsequent meticulous processing, which would directly determine the sea cucumber's ultimate quality and value. His mother, Lin Xiaoying, gazed at the now shrunken sea cucumbers with uncertainty and asked, "Ocean, what shall we do next? Do we simply let them dry?" Chen Haiyang shook his head, his expression earnest. "Mother, just drying them is insufficient. It risks the exterior drying out while the interior spoils, or becoming too hard, affecting their rehydration. We must use the old methods, boil and dry repeatedly, while also considering the weather and fire control." Upon hearing this, not only his mother but also his father, Chen Ginseng, and Awong turned to him. While traditional sea cucumber processing is not uncommon in fishing villages, most methods are rather crude and simplistic, with few possessing the finesse and techniques to master the subtleties. "Father, have you seen how the elders prepared high-quality dried sea cucumbers?" Chen Haiyang humbly inquired, aware that his father's extensive travels had likely afforded him greater insights. After a moment's contemplation, his father approached the bamboo tray, picked up a sea cucumber, and squeezed it lightly, examining it in the light. "I have a vague recollection. Discerning families certainly do not rush the process. I've heard it requires 3 rounds of boiling and drying, using gentle heat, as slow work yields fine results. The first boil sets the shape, the second infuses flavor and removes moisture, and the third thoroughly sterilizes and solidifies. After each boiling, they must cool completely before drying again. During this time, one must guard against rain and dew. They must not come into contact with oil or fishy odors, as even a small touch can spoil them." Chen Haiyang's eyes brightened. His father's words resonated with the principles of high-quality dried sea cucumber processing he had learned in his past life, albeit articulated in simpler terms. "Father, you are absolutely correct. That is precisely the approach we shall adopt." In the following days, the Chen family courtyard transformed into a miniature sea cucumber processing workshop. The fire in the stove maintained a steady, gentle simmer, with the seawater in the large iron pot bubbling softly. Chen Haiyang stood by the pot like a meticulous craftsman, carefully monitoring each boiling session's duration. If the time was too short, moisture would not be fully expelled; too long, and they risked becoming overcooked, losing their nutrients. His mother managed the fire and assisted, while his father periodically approached to offer guidance based on his seasoned experience, such as observing the sea cucumber's contraction in the pot to assess the heat's adequacy. Awong remained closely attentive, his eyes fixed on every movement of Chen Haiyang, striving to commit these intricate tasks to memory. "Ocean, is it ready yet?" Awong asked softly, peering into the bubbling pot. "Just wait a while longer," Chen Haiyang replied, gently pressing a sea cucumber with a pair of chopsticks to gauge its elasticity. It needed to be cooked to the point where the chopstick could penetrate the body with slight resistance, ensuring it did not fall apart at the slightest poke. Once boiled, the sea cucumbers were swiftly rinsed in cold water to rapidly lower their temperature, preserving their shape and texture. Then came the drying process. Chen Haiyang directed Awong to arrange the sea cucumbers neatly on clean bamboo trays, ensuring they were spaced apart for adequate airflow. During the day, they were placed in a sunny, well-ventilated area, and before sundown, they had to be brought indoors, covered with clean gauze to prevent moisture and insects from affecting them. "Ocean, is there a method to this drying process?" Awong inquired as he carefully positioned the sea cucumbers. "Indeed," Chen Haiyang affirmed, lifting one of the drying sea cucumbers and pointing to its surface. "You see, we must turn them occasionally to ensure every side receives equal exposure to sunlight and wind. They should not be exposed to harsh sunlight. Gentle sunlight combined with dry breezes is ideal for gradually expelling the moisture within. This way, the dried cucumbers will have a consistent dryness inside and out, resulting in a fuller shape and higher rehydration rate." He spoke not only for Awong's benefit, but also to consolidate and clarify the knowledge in his mind. The integration of theory and practice deepened his understanding of this traditional processing craft. Through the repeated cycles of boiling and drying, the sea cucumbers visibly transformed. Their size continued to diminish, becoming increasingly firm, their color transitioning from dark brown to an even deeper, almost lustrous black, with a thin layer of white frost forming on the surface due to salt crystallization, an indicator of high-quality dried sea cucumbers. During this process, Chen Haiyang also experimented with a small innovation. After the second boiling, he set aside a small portion of sea cucumbers, placing them not directly for drying, but stacking them in a clean ceramic jar, layering them with a sprinkling of roasted sea salt between each layer before sealing the jar and placing it in a cool, ventilated area. "Ocean, what are you doing?" his mother asked with curiosity. "This technique is known as steaming or covering the cucumbers," Chen Haiyang explained. "It allows the salt to gradually permeate while utilizing residual heat to further transform the internal proteins. The processed sea cucumbers, it is said, possess a richer texture and exhibit greater elasticity upon rehydration. I came across this notion in an old tome and decided to test its efficacy." Upon hearing this, my father nodded thoughtfully. "There is indeed such a saying in the old methods, but it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Nowadays, few are willing to go to such lengths. Your ambition is commendable." Days later, when the final batch of sea cucumbers completed their third boiling and subsequent drying, the result was several large baskets filled with impeccably shaped, lustrous black, and bone-hard premium dried sea cucumbers. Notably, the batch subjected to steaming treatment appeared even plumper, with a more even distribution of salt frost on their surface. Chen Haiyang took one ordinary dried cucumber and one steamed cucumber, placing them side by side for comparison. Just by visual and tactile observation, one could discern subtle differences. Success! Chen Haiyang exhaled a deep sigh of relief, his face adorned with a weary yet contented smile. This was not merely a successful processing endeavor, but also a valuable learning experience and practice. He had amalgamated traditional wisdom with his avant-garde knowledge, truly mastering a craft capable of transmuting the ordinary into the extraordinary. Awong gazed at the final products with uncontainable excitement. "Brother Haiyang, you're incredible. With this skill, we need not fear wherever we go." Their mother, caressing the rigid dried cucumbers, sparkled with hope. "Now, we are certain to fetch a good price." Father remained silent, merely picking up a dried cucumber and inhaling its aroma, a pure essence distilled from the ocean itself. He looked at his son, his gaze imbued with unprecedented recognition and expectation. This child, not only blessed with extraordinary fortune, also possessed a tenacity for learning and an extraordinary vision. This family was destined to flourish under his stewardship. The twilight sun bathed the courtyard in a warm golden hue, casting a radiant glow upon the glossy dried sea cucumbers. The processing of the sea cucumbers had reached a conclusion, yet their journey was only just beginning. Chen Haiyang understood that the next step was to venture forth with these treasures, infused with effort and skill, to knock upon the door leading to broader horizons. Chapter 51. The Sale of Dried Sea Cucumbers. In the early morning mist that had yet to fully dissipate, Chen Haiyang and Awong set forth along the rustic road towards the county town. Chen Haiyang bore a heavy basket, meticulously wrapped in durable oilcloth, containing several dozen pounds of dried sea cucumbers he had painstakingly crafted, including the experimental batch of steamed cucumbers. Awong carried a smaller bundle, which held the finest ordinary dried cucumbers for any unforeseen needs. This time, their destination was unequivocally set, the Wonghelu in the county. Along the way, Awong was both exhilarated and somewhat anxious, frequently adjusting his attire and repeatedly inquiring, "Brother Haiyang, does the proprietor of Wonghelu truly know his goods? What price will he offer us?" Chen Haiyang, lacking absolute certainty, maintained a composed facade. "We shall find out once we arrive. Uncle Fuhei and the proprietor of Chen S have both mentioned this establishment. It is likely the best place in the county, both for discerning quality and for offering a fair price. Watch my cues and speak sparingly." "Understood." Awong nodded vigorously, sealing his lips tightly as if fearing that even a single word might jeopardize their endeavor. The county town was far more bustling than the town, with streets paved in flagstones lined with an array of shops, thronged with pedestrians, and filled with the incessant sounds of bicycle bells and vendors' calls. Following the directions they had gathered, the two navigated through several lively alleyways, finally arriving at a relatively tranquil spot near the old dock, where they beheld an antique three-story wooden building. With its flying eaves and curved corners, a sign emblazoned with the characters Wonghelu in bold, gold lettering. It exuded a dignified air, standing apart from the surrounding clamor as if shielded by an invisible barrier. Since it was not yet noon, the entrance of the restaurant appeared somewhat deserted. Chen Haiyang adjusted his slightly wrinkled garments from the journey, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The interior was spacious, with gleaming tables and chairs, and the air carried a faint aroma of wine and dishes mingled with the scent of wood. A young man, dressed in a clean short coat, presumably a waiter, approached them. Upon noticing their simple attire and the heavy basket on Chen Haiyang's back, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though his demeanor remained courteous. "Gentlemen, are you here for a meal?" Chen Haiyang replied with quiet dignity. "Young man, we are not here to dine. We have heard that your esteemed establishment procures fine seafood. We possess some home-dried sea cucumbers that we would like the proprietor to examine, to determine their suitability." The waiter scrutinized them for a moment, hesitating before responding. "The proprietor is in the back office. Please wait a moment while I inform him." Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a gray long gown, appearing to be in his 40s with a lean face and sharp eyes, emerged from the back room. He first glanced at Chen Haiyang and Awong, his gaze lingering momentarily on the basket behind Chen Haiyang, before speaking in a calm voice. "Are you two here to sell sea cucumbers?" "Indeed, we are," Chen Haiyang replied, carefully placing the basket on an empty table and unwrapping the oilcloth to reveal the glossy, robust dried sea cucumbers within. The proprietor stepped closer, not immediately reaching for them, but instead leaning in to observe them closely. His gaze was like a searchlight, meticulously scanning the cucumbers' color, shape, and the distribution of salt frost on their surfaces. After a prolonged examination, he extended his well-groomed hand, with neatly trimmed nails, picked up one of the ordinary dried cucumbers, weighed it in his palm, and brought it to his nose, inhaling the concentrated essence of the sea. He uttered a non-committal hum, setting it down before picking up one of the steamed cucumbers. As he did so, his brow slightly furrowed, as if sensing a difference. He weighed and examined this steamed cucumber similarly, even gently pinching the thickest part with his nail to gauge its hardness and texture. Chen Haiyang and Awong held their breath, anxiously observing every subtle movement and expression. The proprietor continued to compare the two types of dried cucumbers for a considerable time, before finally raising his head and fixing a keen gaze upon Chen Haiyang. "Young man, did you process these cucumbers yourself?" "Yes," Chen Haiyang replied candidly. "It is an old method passed down in my family, which I have endeavored to master. Excellent craftsmanship." A glimmer of appreciation passed through the proprietor's eyes. "The dryness is perfect, exceeding 80 to 90%. The shape is well preserved, with distinct spines and no damage. The salt frost is evenly applied, indicative of careful, slow work. Particularly this batch," he pointed to the steamed cucumbers. "The timing and wrapping have been executed flawlessly. They are certainly a cut above the ordinary. Here at Wang, we specifically seek out such top-tier ingredients." Upon hearing this expert assessment, Chen Haiyang felt a wave of relief wash over him, affirming that his journey had been worthwhile. Awong, beside him, was so excited he clenched his fists. "Such discerning eyes," Chen Haiyang praised. The proprietor smiled, placing the cucumbers down and looking at Chen Haiyang. "The goods are indeed of high quality. I will take them. Now, what price do you propose?" Before coming, Chen Haiyang had already formulated a plan. The Chen establishment in town offered fresh abalone at 30 yuan each, and dried sea cucumbers were of even greater value, with significant processing losses, not to mention the exceptional quality of his batch. After a moment's contemplation, he quoted a price that he considered somewhat bold. For the ordinary dried ones, 120 yuan per pound. For those specially treated, 150 yuan per pound. Upon hearing this price, even the nearby waiter gasped quietly. Awong instinctively inhaled sharply, his heart racing. The proprietor, however, did not display much reaction. He merely tapped his fingers lightly on the table, seemingly weighing his options. After a brief pause, he spoke. "Young man, the price is not outrageous, but neither is it low. How about this? 101 for the ordinary ones, 140 for the specially treated ones. I will take the entire batch, and in the future, if you have goods of equal quality, you can bring them directly to Wang. We can negotiate a fair price." What an exquisite translation. The negotiation reached by Chen Haiyang was, in fact, quite close to his psychological expectations, even surpassing his initial hopes. Particularly as it established a channel for long-term collaboration, which holds far greater value than a mere one-off transaction. With newfound resolve, Chen Haiyang nodded decisively, agreed. "Let it be as the proprietor suggests. I am grateful for your recognition." "Excellent. How refreshing." The proprietor beamed, instructing his assistant to fetch the scales and summon Master Lu from the kitchen for a joint inspection. Weighing, inspecting, and settling the accounts ensued. The ordinary dried sea cucumbers weighed in at 42 pounds, while the specially processed ones amounted to 15 pounds and 7 ounces. The sound of the abacus clicked rhythmically, and the final figure nearly sent Awong into a faint. The ordinary sea cucumbers, at 42 pounds and priced at 101 per pound, totaled 4,620 yuan. The specially crafted ones, calculated at 16 pounds and priced at 104 per pound, culminated in 2,240 yuan. In total, this amounted to a staggering 6,860 yuan. As the thick stacks of crisp banknotes and scattered coins were pushed towards Chen Haiyang, even he felt a slight wave of dizziness. 6,860 yuan. In an era where ordinary workers earned mere dozens of yuan a month, this was undoubtedly a considerable fortune, far surpassing all his previous earnings combined. Suppressing the surge of excitement within him, he meticulously counted the money, dividing it into several portions and securing it close to his person. The weight of it brought him an immense sense of stability. "Young man, how should I address you?" The proprietor handed over a business card inscribed with the name Zhou Wenchang of Wanghalu. "Chen Haiyang, from Beiyishi village." "Brother Chen, you are quite the promising young man." "Zhou." The proprietor clapped him on the shoulder. "In the future, should you have quality goods, come directly to me." Upon exiting Wanghalu, the sun shone perfectly, warming Chen Haiyang's face. Awong, trailing behind him, felt somewhat lightheaded. He clutched his chest where the money was tucked away, his face flushed crimson, unable to utter a word, only occasionally breaking into a foolish grin. As Chen Haiyang observed the bustling crowds on the streets of the county town, a surge of ambition swelled within him. This substantial sum not only signified a remarkable increase in wealth, but also indicated that he had successfully opened a stable high-end sales channel, laying the most solid foundation for his future marine enterprise. Awong, Chen Haiyang halted, gazing earnestly at his companion still lost in a state of euphoria. "We have earned the money, yet the road ahead remains long. Let us keep this matter under wraps for now, especially regarding the amount." Awong snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously, lowering his voice. "I understand. Brother Haiyang, rest assured, I won't utter a word." They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the uncontainable excitement in each other's eyes and the boundless aspirations for the future. This time, they had truly struck gold and successfully transformed it into a passport to broader horizons. The next step, the grand vessel that would carry them across the deep blue, seemed to be just within reach. Chapter 52, Taking Father to the City. 6,860 yuan. This figure felt like a searing ingot of gold, nestled in Chen Haiyang's bosom, heavy and warm, igniting a tumult of emotions within him, yet he forced himself to remain composed. Upon returning home, the first order of business was to carefully stash away this considerable sum, leaving only a small amount for incidental expenses. He refrained from disclosing the specific amount to his parents, merely stating that the sea cucumbers fetched a good price, sufficient for the family's needs for an extended period. Though his parents rejoiced, they assumed it was merely a bit more than the previous sale of abalones, not contemplating astronomical figures. Once the initial joy subsided, Chen Haiyang's gaze fell upon his father, Chen Ginsong, whose slightly stooped silhouette and shoulders occasionally heaved from suppressed coughs tugged at his heart. His father had suffered from a persistent cough since youth, exacerbated by cold and fatigue, a chronic ailment that, while not fatal, had significantly drained his vitality. This had become a thorn in Chen Haiyang's heart. In his past life, he had been powerless to effect change. In this life, however, he was now capable, and addressing this issue needed to be prioritized. During dinner, Chen Haiyang set down his utensils and, with a calm yet resolute tone, declared, "Father, mother, tomorrow I shall take father to the county." His mother, Lin Xiaoying, looked taken aback. "To the county? For what purpose?" "To seek medical attention." Chen Haiyang turned to his father. "This persistent cough of yours cannot be delayed any longer. Previously, our circumstances did not permit, but now that we are somewhat more affluent, it is essential to consult a good doctor for proper care." Upon hearing this, his father instinctively furrowed his brow, waving his hand dismissively, his voice laced with phlegm. "Why waste money on unnecessary expenses? It's just an old ailment. It won't kill me. The doctors in the county might not prescribe anything better than the folk remedies from our village." "Father," Chen Haiyang's tone grew firmer, "this is not wasting money. Health is paramount. Your cough disrupts your sleep at night and leaves you lethargic during the day. How can we continue like this? We are not in a position to look down on this now. I have inquired, and there is an esteemed old Chinese physician in the county, surnamed Song, renowned for his expertise in treating chronic ailments." His mother chimed in, "Indeed, Ginsong, our child shows such filial piety. You should go. Seeing you cough so frequently tugs at my heartstrings." His father fell silent, holding his tobacco pipe, the smoke swirling as his expression grew contemplative. Did he not wish for better health? Yet, having been accustomed to hardship and frugality, he viewed spending money on intangible ailments as a luxury. However, the determination in his son's eyes and his wife's concern ultimately led him to sigh, tapping the bowl of his pipe against his shoe. "Very well. Let us go have a look." His voice bore a hint of reluctant acquiescence, perhaps accompanied by a flicker of hope. The following morning, before dawn broke. Chen Haiyang set out with his father. He chose not to call Awong, as this journey belonged solely to the two of them. He donned his most respectable half-worn Zhongshan suit, while his father wore a clean but faded blue work uniform. The bus to the county jostled along the dusty roads, and the father and son sat side by side, sharing few words. Chen Haiyang sensed his father's unease and discomfort in the unfamiliar surroundings. Silently, he cracked the window open wider to let in the fresh air. Upon arriving in the county, after much effort following the directions he had gathered, they finally discovered an old courtyard bearing the sign of the Song family clinic nestled within a secluded alleyway. The gray bricks and tiles, along with the wooden doors slightly ajar, exuded a faint aroma of herbal medicine. Upon entering, they found a modest courtyard, neatly arranged, with some unknown herbs drying in a corner. A young apprentice approached them, inquiring about their purpose before guiding them into the main room. Inside, an elderly man with a full head of white hair, a rosy complexion, and clad in a gray long gown sat behind a redwood table, engrossed in a book. He was likely the esteemed Dr. Song. Noticing their arrival, he set down his book, his gaze warm as it lingered on Chen Jinshan's face for a moment before sweeping over to Chen Haiyang. "Old sir, may I trouble you to examine my father? He has suffered from a chronic cough for many years." Chen Haiyang spoke respectfully. Dr. Song gave a slight nod, gesturing for Chen Gensheng to take a seat on the stool before the table. He extended his hand. Chen Gensheng, feeling somewhat awkward, placed his hand on the pulse pillow on the table. Dr. Song gently positioned 3 fingers on his wrist, closing his eyes to carefully assess the pulse. The room fell silent, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds outside and the steady rhythm of the old man's breathing. The pulse diagnosis continued for a considerable duration before Dr. Song requested Chen Gensheng to switch hands. Subsequently, he opened his eyes, examined Chen Jinshan's tongue coating, and inquired about the cough's frequency, the color and consistency of the phlegm, sensitivity to cold, dietary habits, and sleep patterns. "Old sir, what can you tell us about my father's condition?" Chen Haiyang could no longer contain his curiosity. Dr. Song stroked his beard thoughtfully, responding slowly. "Your father's cough stems from an early encounter with wind and cold that invaded the lungs, which was not adequately addressed at the time, allowing the pathogenic factors to linger and damage the lung channels. Coupled with years of hard labor, his spleen and stomach have weakened, leading to a deficiency in lung qi. This condition reflects a deficiency in the root with an excess on the surface. Does he often experience shortness of breath and fatigue, along with soreness in the lower back and knees?" Chen Gensheng nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. That is precisely the case." Old Chinese physician Song took up his brush. Inscribing a prescription on paper while elucidating, the primary focus of treatment must be on reinforcing the constitution and solidifying the foundation, concurrently expelling pathogens. It is essential to nourish the lungs and spleen, warm and transform phlegm, and clear the lung meridians. Patience is vital. We must proceed with caution. I shall prescribe 7 doses of medicine to be decocted in water, with 1 dose to be taken daily, split between morning and evening. Upon completion, return for a follow-up consultation, at which point we may adjust the prescription as necessary. His brush flowed steadily, producing vigorous and powerful characters, listing a lengthy array of medicinal herbs such as astragalus, codonosize, atractylodes, poria, dried tangerine peel, pinelia, asarum, and schisandra, along with their respective quantities and preparation methods. Once he finished the prescription, Old Song turned his gaze towards Chen Gensheng, his tone turning serious. "You must pay attention to keeping warm and avoid exposure to wind and cold. Your diet should be light and soft, avoiding raw, cold, and greasy foods. It would be best to quit smoking, or at least reduce it significantly. Balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourself." Chen Gensheng listened intently, nodding silently. Chen Haiyang took the prescription and expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, esteemed doctor. We will certainly follow your advice." The cost of the herbs was considerable, amounting to nearly 30 yuan for the 7 doses, equivalent to more than half a month's salary for an average worker. Nevertheless, Chen Haiyang paid without hesitation, carefully carrying the substantial package of herbs, wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. On the bus ride home, his father held the package of herbs, gazing out at the swiftly passing fields, remaining silent for an extended period. Chen Haiyang refrained from interrupting him. It was not until they were nearing home that his father suddenly spoke in a low voice. "This medicine has quite a strong smell." Chen Haiyang smiled. "Good medicine is often bitter, father. As long as it benefits your health, we must endure the bitterness." His father turned to look at him. His expression was no longer the usual sternness or silence, but rather a complex and ineffable emotion, filled with sentiment, reassurance, and perhaps even a hint of relief from burdens long borne. He reached out as if to pat his son's shoulder, but ultimately rested his hand gently on the package of herbs, caressing it lightly. He acknowledged softly. His voice lighter, yet imbued with sincerity, more heartfelt than ever before. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Chen Haiyang realized that this trip to the city was not merely to address his father's ailment, but to heal the long-standing barrenness and hidden pain of their family. That heavy package of herbs bore not only the hope for recovery, but also the profound and steadfast filial affection of a son towards his father. The bonds of home, at that moment, grew ever tighter and warmer. Chapter 53. The return journey. He purchased several marine atlases. The old doctor's surname was Chen, with the given name Ren, embodying the essence of benevolent heart and skill. His clinic was situated along the old stone-paved road in the county town. A modest storefront adorned with a sign inscribed in gold letters that read Chen's Medical Clinic, exuding an air of antiquity and tranquility. A string of dried herbs hung above the entrance, wafting a faint, refreshing scent of herbal essence. As Chen Haiyang assisted his father, Chen Taizu, into the clinic, Mr. Chen, wearing reading glasses, was diligently writing at a desk by the window. Upon noticing visitors, he set down his brush and looked up. The elderly gentleman's hair and beard were completely white, yet his complexion was rosy and radiant, with eyes that shone with clarity, as if capable of discerning the depths of one's heart. "Esteemed doctor, could you please take a look?" Chen Haiyang respectfully inquired, guiding his father to sit on a stool at the examination table. Mr. Chen nodded slightly, instructing Chen Taizu to extend his wrist, with 3 fingers gently placed upon it. He closed his eyes in concentration. The clinic fell silent, the only sounds being the distant pounding of herbs in the back courtyard and the sporadic calls from vendors outside. Chen Haiyang stood nearby, feeling an involuntary tension rising within him. Though he firmly believed in his father's potential for recovery, an authoritative diagnosis was still needed. He observed Mr. Chen's focused pulse examination and glanced at his father's anxious, yet hopeful expression, feeling as though time was moving unusually slowly. After a considerable pause, Mr. Chen slowly opened his eyes, examined Chen Taizu's tongue coating, and inquired about the frequency of his cough, the nature of the phlegm, as well as his dietary and sleeping habits. Mr. Chen released his grip, stroking his long white beard thoughtfully. "Chronic illness has damaged your lung meridians, compounded by years of strain, rendering the spleen weak. This is a condition of deficiency with excessive signs." Chen Haiyang's heart tightened, urgently asking, "Esteemed doctor, can it be treated?" Mr. Chen glanced at him with a gentle smile. "Do not rush. Had you come 6 months ago, it might have posed a challenge. However," he shifted his gaze to Chen Taizu, "observing your complexion, while still appearing somewhat frail, there are signs of recovery. Your diet and spirit must have improved significantly of late, haven't they?" Chen Taizu nodded eagerly, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Yes, indeed. I can sleep soundly at night now." "Then that is settled, Mr. Chen affirmed with a nod. "As your vital energy gradually returns, administering medicine at this juncture will yield optimal results. Your family has recently been diligent with dietary adjustments. This is the best prescription. I will prescribe 7 doses of herbal decoction aimed at clearing the lungs, transforming phlegm, and strengthening the spleen. Return for a follow-up consultation after finishing the course, at which point we shall adjust the prescription as needed." As he spoke, he picked up his brush and began to write with fluid grace on the open rice paper, his strokes vigorous and imbued with the scent of medicinal ink. Listening to the elder's words and witnessing the rekindled light in his father's eyes, the weight that had hung heavily in Chen Haiyang's heart finally lifted, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy and relief. He quietly clenched his fist, feeling the slight perspiration from his excitement. While collecting the herbs, he observed the assistant meticulously weighing and packaging each dried leaf and root into 7 neat bundles. Chen Haiyang felt that these were not merely medicinal herbs, but a tangible hope for their family to emerge from the shadows and thrive. When the payment was settled, the cost of the medicine was slightly less than Chen Haiyang had anticipated, filling him with deeper gratitude for this benevolent physician. "Remember, take your medicine on time, keep warm, maintain a meticulous diet, and avoid overexertion," Mr. Chen reiterated as they prepared to leave. "Thank you, esteemed doctor. We will certainly remember." Chen Haiyang expressed his thanks repeatedly, supporting his father as they exited the clinic, carrying the 7 hefty bundles of herbs, their steps light with newfound hope. The warm autumn sun bathed them in light, and Chen Haiyang felt every pore in his body open up, invigorating him immensely. With the greatest concern for his father's health addressed, the path ahead seemed suddenly broader and brighter. "Father, how do you feel?" he inquired, glancing sideways at his father. Chen Taizu took a deep breath of the county town's air, mixed with various scents, lacking the freshness of the seaside. Yet he felt the long-held tightness in his chest dissipate significantly with that breath. A genuine, relaxed smile spread across his face. "I feel reassured. This esteemed doctor possesses real skill." "That's wonderful," Chen Haiyang replied. "Come, "Father, let us explore a bit before heading back. It's not every day we come to the county." The father and son strolled slowly along the old street, Chen Haiyang relishing the novelty of the outing. Having not enjoyed such leisurely exploration in a long time, passing by a stall selling malt sugar, Chen Haiyang promptly purchased a generous piece and handed it to his father. Initially hesitant, Chen Haiyang could not resist his son's insistence and carefully broke off a small piece to taste. The sweet flavor spread from his tongue to his heart. As they continued walking, Chen Haiyang's attention was drawn to a quaint second-hand bookstore at the street corner. The shop was small, crammed with an assortment of yellowed books, and the air was filled with the distinctive scent of old paper and ink. Feeling a surge of curiosity, he stepped inside, with his father following behind. Intrigued by the sea of paper and books, Chen Haiyang meticulously searched through the shelves, his objective clear: marine-related literature. Finally, in a dusty corner, he discovered several atlases. One was titled Common Fish Species of the East China Sea, its cover worn, revealing the brown cardboard beneath. Another, Fundamentals of Oceanic Hydrology and Meteorology, published even earlier. And a thin volume that resembled a popular science book, The Mysterious Deep Sea. He regarded the few books he had extracted as treasures, delicately dusting them off. "Yang, what do you need these for? Can they be eaten?" Chen Haiyang looked at his son, cradling the old tomes with a hint of confusion. In his traditional mindset, while the knowledge contained in books was undeniably significant, for a fisherman, experience was the paramount teacher. Chen Haiyang earnestly elucidated, "Father, there's an old saying that we rely on the sea for sustenance, but the knowledge within these waters is vast. We cannot solely rely on old experiences. We must comprehend more. For instance, this guidebook contains many fish I have never encountered, yet they may inhabit the waters nearby. If we recognize them, we might discover new avenues for wealth. Understanding hydrology and meteorology will enable us to better interpret the skies and seas, ensuring we are better prepared for venturing further afield." He held up a volume titled The Mysterious Deep Sea, his eyes shimmering with longing. "And this one speaks of the deep sea, a realm we can scarcely access, where thermal vents and bioluminescent fish create unimaginable wonders. Father, we are merely foraging at the shore now, but one day, I wish to take you to witness the true grandeur of the ocean." Listening to his son's impassioned words and observing the glimmer in his eyes, one that he had never witnessed before, Chen Haiyang found himself unable to voice his earlier skepticism about the practicality of books. He suddenly realized that his son's vision and aspirations had already transcended his own, a lifelong fisherman confined to the near shore. After a brief silence, he reached out and patted the cover of the Common Fish Species of the East China Sea, his rough fingers tracing the faded fish illustrations. "Buy them. Learning more can never be wrong." Chen Haiyang beamed with joy, paid for the books, and carefully wrapped them alongside the 7 bundles of herbs. On their way home, the atmosphere in the vehicle was markedly different from their earlier journey. Chen Haiyang spoke more readily, even engaging his son in discussions about the intriguing sights they had seen on the street. Chen Haiyang listened patiently, occasionally chiming in, as the setting sun elongated their shadows. Chen Haiyang pedaled the bicycle, feeling his father's body behind him no longer stiff and hunched, but slightly leaning against him, conveying a sense of reliance and trust. The bag containing the herbs and guidebooks gently swayed with the motion of the wheels. Chen Haiyang understood that his father's ailment was not something that could be resolved quickly. It required prolonged care. Yet, he also recognized that from this day forth, starting with his father's first bowl of medicine and his acquisition of these marine guidebooks, their family had truly taken the most solid step towards a hopeful rebirth. The wheels turned relentlessly, carrying both father and son, as well as the promise of a bright new future towards the vast, blue sea brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 54, Identifying Fish Through Illustrations. Upon returning home, dusk had settled in. His mother, Lin Shufen, had been anxiously waiting at the entrance. When she saw them return safely, the tension in her features eased. Upon hearing Chen Haiyang relay Mr. Qin's words about the restoration of vitality and the efficacy of timely treatment, her eyes reddened. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and accepted the heavy bundles of herbs as if they were life-saving elixirs. "All right, I shall prepare the medicine right away." Lin Shufen's voice carried a barely perceptible quiver, and she hurried towards the kitchen, her steps lightened as if she had shed a decade. Chen Haiyang steadied the bicycle, resisting the urge to rush inside. Instead, he seized the last glimmers of daylight in the yard to eagerly open the bag containing the old books. He cradled the Common Fish Species of the East China Sea carefully in his hands. The wear on the cover and the yellowing pages did not diminish its value, but rather enhanced its authoritative presence, steeped in the passage of time. He settled on a small stool under the eaves, illuminated by the soft glow of the window light, and turned to the first page. The images printed in ink were not particularly clear, and the lines were somewhat coarse, Yet each fish's characteristics, scale distribution, and fin counts were meticulously depicted, accompanied by detailed descriptions of their common names, scientific names, habitats, and seasonal patterns. Chen Haiyang was instantly immersed. This was no longer the fragmented, oral tradition of fishermen's lore, but a systematic, black-and-white knowledge framework. He absorbed every morsel of information like a parched sponge, greedily soaking up every drop of water. The fish he had caught, but could not name, the rare species he had only heard old fishermen mention, but had never seen, all found corresponding images and annotations within the pages. So this creature is called the brown scat. The book warns that its fin spines are venomous and must be handled with care, he murmured to himself, pointing at an illustration. The fish depicted was rather unsightly, adorned with many spines on its head, precisely what local fishermen referred to as the stone bass, named for its habitat among rocky areas. Everyone knew its dorsal fin could inflict excruciating pain, yet few were aware of its scientific name and the specifics of its toxicity. After preparing the medicine, Chen Haiyang settled on a stool beside his son, peering curiously at the book. Initially, he sat in silence, but soon enough, he too became captivated by the contents of the tome, his rough fingers occasionally pointing to a particular illustration. This one. I think I caught a much larger one of these off the east extreme sea when I was younger. It was far bigger than this illustration and incredibly strong. Almost tearing the net apart, Chen Haiyang remarked, indicating an image labeled as the blue marlin, a glimmer of nostalgia igniting in his murky eyes, reminiscent of the fierce battles he had fought with the sea during his youth. Father, look here, Chen Haiyang pointed to the accompanying text. It mentions that they swim in schools and migrate quickly, with spring and autumn being their peak seasons. Shouldn't we try searching further east next spring? Chen Haiyang leaned in closer, squinting to decipher the dense text, and after a moment, he responded with an affirming grunt, his tone reflecting a sense of wisdom validated by newfound knowledge. That makes sense. The elders used to say the same, but they lacked the clarity that this book provides. The two men leaned in together, their heads closed under the dim light, engaged in animated discussion over the aged guidebook. Chen Haiyang supplemented the text with details gleaned from decades at sea, such as the conditions under which certain fish were more active and the most effective bait for each, while Chen Haiyang drew broader principles and insights about unknown species from the illustrations, continually posing fresh ideas and inquiries. When Lin Shufen emerged with the bowl of prepared medicine, she beheld this heartwarming scene. Standing at the doorway, she refrained from interrupting immediately. The light cast their silhouettes against the wall, intertwining into a portrait of warmth and resilience. The husband, whose back had been stooped for years, seemed to have straightened slightly, while the focused profile of the son exuded a steadiness that filled her with both reassurance and pride. The mingling sense of the salty sea air and the bitterness of the herbs wafted through the yard, curiously forming a fragrance known as hope. She softly approached and handed the bowl to Chen Haiyang, saying, "Drink it while it's warm." Chen Haiyang accepted the bowl, blew on the steaming liquid, and swallowed the thick, dark concoction in one gulp without a hint of hesitation, as if it were not a bitter remedy but a sweet spring. In the days that followed, Chen Haiyang was rarely seen without a book in hand. Aside from the essential labor and testing of new and improved traps at sea, he devoted all his free time to studying these volumes. Fundamentals of oceanic hydrology and meteorology provided him with a scientific understanding of the formation and variations of tides, currents, and wind directions, freeing him from sole reliance on meteorological adages, while the mysterious deep sea opened a door to an unknown world, depicting hydrothermal vents, bioluminescent creatures, giant squids, and sperm whales, all of which fueled his imagination and solidified his conviction that beneath this blue expanse lay secrets and treasures far beyond imagination. His gaze ultimately lingered on a particular page within the common fish species of the East China Sea. It was a fish he had never encountered before, nor had he ever heard the old fishermen in the village speak of it. Its form was fluid and graceful, adorned with a deep brown or purplish-brown base, and its body was speckled with distinct blue spots, reminiscent of the fine cracks in shattered porcelain. These spots seemed to shimmer with a chilling luminescence in the illustrations. The edges of its dorsal and caudal fins were marked by a striking bright blue. The text beneath the illustration read, "Blue-spotted grouper, family Epinephrilidae." The flesh was exquisitely tender and white, rich in oil, making it a premium delicacy with immense economic value. It inhabited the clear waters of warm, reef environments, its distribution being uneven and rather rare. Chen Haiyang traced the beautiful and mysterious patterns of the fish's skin with his fingers, softly repeating its name. Words like exquisitely tender, rich in oil, premium delicacy, immense economic value hooked into his heart like a sharp barb. He recalled the eager gaze of Manager Zhang from the Ocean View Pavilion and his insatiable longing for high-end seafood. If only he could catch such a fish. A mixture of discovery, excitement, and a strong desire for challenge surged within him. He understood that the rarity of this fish was undoubtedly linked to its stringent habitat requirements. Such pristine reef environments were becoming increasingly scarce in the wake of coastal pollution and overfishing. Perhaps only those remote, uninhabited islands and reefs far from the shore might still harbor its traces. This was not merely a fish, it was a signal, a coordinate pointing towards superior fishing grounds and higher-value marine resources. That evening, as the family gathered around the table for dinner, Chen Haiyang turned to that page in the guidebook and pushed it towards his parents. Dad, Mom, have you ever seen this fish? Chen Haiyang donned his reading glasses and leaned in for a closer look, his brow furrowing as he studied it for a while before shaking his head in the end. Never seen it. The pattern is too distinctive. If I had, I certainly wouldn't forget it. Judging by its appearance, it must be a rarity living among clear water reefs. We're unlikely to find it in our coastal waters. Lin Shifin also took a glance, exclaiming in wonder, "This fish is truly handsome, as if painted." It's called blue-spotted grouper, he continued, and the book states it has excellent flesh and is very valuable. Chen Haiyang spoke with conviction. I want to go search for it. Chen Haiyang lifted his gaze, meeting the familiar spark in his son's eyes, one that appeared only when he resolved to embark on a significant endeavor. In the past, he would have rebuked his son for his fanciful dreams, deeming it unwise to risk everything for a shadowy fish. However, after the recent events of seeking medical attention and buying books, his perception of his son had quietly shifted. Silently, he took a few bites of rice, refrained from immediate dissent, and merely asked, "Do you have any leads? Where do you plan to search?" "I've studied the nautical charts," Chen Haiyang replied, having prepared in advance. "Southeast, about a day's journey away, there are several small island clusters where the waters are deeper and the reefs more abundant. The water quality is reportedly much better than the near shore. I want to try my luck there." Lin Shifin opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only sighed softly, placing a generous piece of fish meat into her son's bowl. "If you go, take someone with you. Let Awong accompany you for mutual support. Ensure you have enough provisions on the boat, and keep an eye on the weather. Mom, you needn't worry, I'm well aware." Chen Haiyang's heart warmed, realizing his mother had silently given her approval. As night deepened, the sea breeze rustled the old banyan tree in the yard. Chen Haiyang lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. The open guidebook beside his pillow glimmered in the moonlight. The ghostly blue spots of the blue-spotted grouper seemed to come alive, swimming through his mind, guiding him toward a direction filled with temptation and the unknown. He understood that stepping forth would no longer confine him to being merely a compliant fisherman in coastal waters. He would truly begin to rely on knowledge and courage, actively seeking and exploring the deeper secrets hidden within that azure treasure trove. Identifying fish from illustrations opened not just the name of a new species, but also the gateway to a vast, magnificent new world. And his journey was only just beginning. Chapter 55, The Search for the Blue-Spotted Grouper in the Guidebook. With his resolve firm, Chen Haiyang entered a state of intense preparation in the days that followed. This voyage was unlike any before, where he would scavenge familiar waters or chase after common fishing seasons. This was a clearly defined expedition imbued with a spirit of exploration. The target species, the blue-spotted grouper, had stringent habitat requirements, meaning he would have to venture to the southeastern reef area that only appeared in nautical charts and the scattered words of old fishermen. Weather was the foremost consideration. He clutched the book Fundamentals of Oceanography and Meteorology almost daily, comparing it with radio weather forecasts, diligently observing cloud shifts, wind direction, and humidity. With autumn in the air, it was a time when the sea's winds and waves were relatively calm. He meticulously analyzed the movements of high-pressure ridges and low-pressure troughs, attempting to identify a weather window that would last at least 3 days of clear skies. Given the current atmospheric conditions and the pressure changes described in the book, the next 3 to 4 days should see easterly winds, with speeds of 3 to 4 levels, and wave heights not exceeding 1 meter. One evening, he pointed to a simplified weather chart in the book, explaining to his parents and Awong, who were gathered around. Awong, thrilled to learn that Haiyang was taking him to explore new fishing grounds, had been restless for several nights, now listening intently, as if receiving a profound lesson. Striving to grasp every word, Chen Haiyang puffed on his dry tobacco, silently absorbing his son's analysis without interruption. Although he couldn't decipher the complex charts, the intuition honed over decades at sea told him that his son's judgments were mostly sound. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said gravely, "The waters around that island reef to the southeast are complex, with strong currents. Elders who visited before mentioned that even in calm weather, the waves can be deceptive. One cannot rely solely on weather forecasts. One must be vigilant." "Dad, I understand." Chen Haiyang nodded earnestly. "I will remain alert to the changes on the sea." The boat and equipment were crucial. He meticulously inspected the chasing wind vessel inside and out, from the hull planks to the power system, from the rudder to the ropes, ensuring there were no hidden dangers. He also selected a fishing net with slightly larger mesh, more suitable for operations in rocky areas, to minimize losses from snagging. At the same time, he prepared multiple sets of spare ropes, floats, and tools for unforeseen circumstances. The precious radio was carefully wrapped in oilcloth and stored in a dry cabin. As for bait, he prepared some lively small fish and shrimp, along with meaty shellfish. According to the descriptions of grouper behavior in the guidebook, placing them in a specially designed live well to enhance their appeal. Meanwhile, his mother, Lin Shufen, busied herself preparing provisions for the journey. She steamed several batches of sturdy, long-lasting black rice buns, boiled dozens of salted duck eggs, pickled a large jar of pickled vegetables, and fried several thick scallion oil pancakes capable of lasting several days. Fresh water was vital. She cleaned every container at home that could hold water and filled them with sweet well water. When venturing out, being well-fed and hydrated was essential. As she meticulously packed the food, she continuously reminded him, "The sea gets chilly at night. Have you packed enough warm clothes? Have you replaced the batteries in the flashlight?" Chen Haiyang responded to each inquiry, his heart brimming with warmth from this trivial yet tender care. On the eve of departure, the moon shone brightly. Alone, Chen Haiyang made his way to the shore, sitting on the cold rocks, gazing at the shimmering sea under the moonlight. The distant, unknown waters he was about to venture into appeared mysterious and profound in the night. The sea breeze carried distant scents, imbued with a hint of unfamiliarity and a chilling essence. Once again, the elegant form and haunting blue spots of the blue-spotted grouper emerged in his mind. It was not merely a valuable fish. It symbolized a test of his knowledge, courage, and judgment. He has discovered a gateway to a higher echelon of marine resources. Conversely, failure to do so may imply an excessive reliance on books, or that fortune does not always favor the bold. A subtle yet palpable tension intermingled with fervent anticipation wove through his heart. He inhaled deeply the briny air, feeling a slight chill within his lungs. His gaze gradually sharpening with resolve. Risk and opportunity coexist, such is the law of the sea. At dawn the next day, as the eastern horizon blushed with the first light of day, a thin veil of mist enveloped the dock. The Wind Rider lay in tranquil readiness, gently swaying with the mild waves at the shore. Awong arrived early, his face a canvas of barely contained excitement mingled with a touch of anxiety. As he nimbly conducted the final checks, Chen Taizu and Lin Shifin also came to bid farewell at the dock. Chen Taizu remained silent, merely giving his son's shoulder a firm pat, his eyes conveying a wealth of unspoken advice, hope, and a trace of imperceptible concern. Lin Shifin pressed the final package into her son's hands, containing several pairs of thick socks and a bag of ginger candy, which she had hastily prepared overnight. "Mom, Dad, you should head back. Don't worry, we'll definitely return in no more than 3 days," Chen Haiyang reassured them, a warm current flowing through his heart as he accepted the package. "Be careful, Brother Haiyang, Awong." The neighbors, stirred by the commotion, gathered at the dock, offering their blessings and admonitions in a cacophony of voices. Set sail. Chen Haiyang conducted a final check of the compass and the prepared nautical charts, inhaling deeply before starting the diesel engine of the small fishing boat. The throaty roar shattered the dawn's silence, heralding the commencement of their expedition. The Wind Rider glided away from the familiar dock, cleaving through the tranquil surface of the sea, heading southeast towards the unknown azure expanse with unwavering determination. Awong stood at the bow, eagerly surveying the surroundings, while Chen Haiyang firmly grasped the helm, his keen eyes focused ahead. After approximately 2 hours of sailing, the coastline faded from view, leaving only an infinite expanse of cerulean. The water deepened in hue, shedding the murky yellow-green of the shallows. Sunlight danced upon the surface, scattering like flecks of gold, dazzling to the eyes. Occasionally, startled flying fish leaped from the water, tracing silvery arcs in the air before plunging back into the deep blue. Guided by the compass and the marked positions on the nautical charts, Chen Haiyang continuously adjusted their course. He occasionally lifted the binoculars to scan the distant horizon, seeking the elusive target reef noted on their chart. "Look over there," Awong suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the right front. Chen Haiyang followed his gaze, spotting a large flock of seabirds circling and diving above the water, their raucous cries filling the air. "It's a bird flock." Chen Haiyang's spirits lifted. The presence of birds often indicated nearby schools of fish. He promptly altered their course towards the location of the birds. As they approached, indeed, a substantial shadow shifted beneath the surface, a sizable school of mackerel. The birds had been drawn by these small fish. "Should we cast the net, Brother Haiyang?" Awong eagerly rubbed his hands together, ready for action. Chen Haiyang assessed the size and type of the fish, glanced at the nautical chart, and shook his head. "No. Our target is the blue-spotted grouper. We cannot linger here and expend our energy." Moreover, this mackerel holds little economic value. He skillfully maneuvered the fishing vessel, carefully steering clear of the bustling fishing ground, continuing towards their predetermined destination. Though Awong felt a twinge of regret, he understood that Brother Haiyang's decision was prudent. The further southeast they sailed, the clearer the waters became, revealing glimpses of fish darting below. Occasionally, solitary rocks emerged from the sea, crowned with resting seabirds. Chen Haiyang knew they were nearing their target area, based on the nautical chart and the fragmented information occasionally shared by old Dr. Chen. The reef area where the blue-spotted grouper might exist consisted of several small islands and a scattering of submerged reefs, known locally as ghostly woe, a term denoting its complex water conditions and elusive navigation routes. As dusk approached, the setting sun bathed the sky and sea in a resplendent gold and crimson hue. On the horizon, several indistinct dark shapes emerged, like sentinels of the sea. Here we are. It must be there. Chen Haiyang raised the binoculars, scrutinizing the outlines of the islands, his heart racing with anticipation. He compared the site with the nautical chart, carefully discerning their position. Awong, get ready. We'll anchor nearby for the night and begin our search for the blue-spotted grouper at dawn. Chen Haiyang's voice bore a hint of fatigue, but more so an inescapable excitement. All right, Brother Haiyang. Awong responded enthusiastically, his face alight with anticipation for the unknown morrow. The Wind Rider reduced its speed, cautiously approaching the mysterious reef area. The quest for the blue-spotted grouper had now entered its most critical phase. The outcome rested upon the exploration of the morrow. Nightfall gradually enveloped this unfamiliar sea, with only the boat's lights persisting in the vast darkness, casting a faint yet resolute glow. Chapter 56. The Precious Grouper at Last. At dawn, the sea was shrouded in a delicate veil of morning mist. The ghostly woe reef group emerged through the fog, the black rocks resembling lurking giants. Silent and jagged, the water was exceptionally clear, almost transparent azure, allowing visibility to several meters beneath the surface, where swaying seaweed and darting schools of fish could be clearly seen. Chen Haiyang and Awong awoke early, gnawing on hard black rice buns soaked in cool water as they began their day of searching. According to descriptions from their guidebook and reminders from his father, the blue-spotted grouper favored warm, clear waters around complex reef structures. They focused their search on areas where sunlight could penetrate directly, characterized by intricate rock formations and numerous crevices. The Wind Rider glided slowly along the edges of the reef, with Chen Haiyang standing at the bow, his gaze sweeping over the underwater world like a hawk. Awong skillfully maneuvered the boat, carefully avoiding the occasionally protruding black rock tips. Their first potential site was a gently sloping reef adorned with colorful corals and sea anemones, where various small fish frolicked. Chen Haiyang observed intently for a considerable time, even deploying a small dinghy to gently prod the dense seaweed with a spear-tipped pole. However, aside from startling a few panicked lobsters and the usual black sea bream, he did not find the longed-for azure markings. The ecology here is splendid, but it may be too shallow or the current unsuitable, Chen Haiyang assessed, his tone devoid of excessive disappointment. Exploring the unknown inherently involves a substantial degree of trial and error. At noon, with the sun blazing overhead, the thin mist had dissipated and sunlight poured down, illuminating the seabed. They discovered their second potential location, a massive, partially submerged archway of rocks, surrounded by deep-sea trenches. The currents here were noticeably swift, bringing in rich nutrients. Chen Haiyang resolved to drop a line here. He selected a lively small yellow croaker as bait, carefully fastening it to a specialized sturdy hook, and cast the line into the shadowy depths beneath the archway. Minutes ticked by, and the line remained still. Only the sound of water rushing against the rocks and the occasional calls of seabirds broke the silence of this marine expanse. Awong paced restlessly, while Chen Haiyang sat cross-legged at the bow, eyes closed but ears keenly attuned to any subtle movements from beneath the surface. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Just moments ago, he had perceived an exceedingly faint sound, distinct from the flow of water, a muted thud, as if a hard object had struck the rocks. He immediately signaled Awong to be quiet, holding his breath as he fixed his gaze on the submerged fishing line. Moments later, the fishing line quivered ever so slightly, tentatively, before being abruptly yanked downward by an immense force. It has arrived, Chen Haiyang hissed under his breath, his hands tightening around the fishing rod. A heavy, brute strength surged from beneath the water, bending the rod into a breathtaking arc, while the line vibrated ominously. This was no ordinary fish. A jolt of realization coursed through Chen Haiyang. This power far surpassed that of any black sea bream or bass he had previously encountered. The creature below, evidently startled, began to frantically burrow towards the depths of the reef, attempting to utilize the complex terrain to sever the line. Awong, control the boat. Don't let it tangle the line around the rocks. Chen Haiyang shouted, his arms tensing with muscular exertion, his entire weight leaning back as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the unseen creature beneath the surface. Sweat almost instantly drenched his back. Awong scrambled to adjust the boat's direction, trying to align with Chen Haiyang's angle of exertion. The underwater beast exhibited tremendous explosive power, nearly causing Chen Haiyang to lose his grip several times. It was evidently well acquainted with this rocky area, constantly changing direction, using the current's force and the rock's cover to its advantage. Chen Haiyang remained utterly focused, gauging the fish's movements through the feel of the line, at times loosening it to absorb the impact, and at others reeling in quickly to seize the initiative. This was a battle of will and skill. After nearly half an hour of relentless struggle, the force from below gradually waned. Chen Haiyang recognized that the moment had come. He began to steadily reel in the line. Inch by inch, Awong also grasped the landing net, anxiously poised at the edge of the boat. Finally, a massive, vibrantly colored shadow began to materialize in the crystal-clear waters. When that shadow fully breached the surface, both Chen Haiyang and Awong could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. It was a colossal grouper, but not the elusive blue-spotted grouper they had been desperately seeking. Its entire body was a deep crimson, adorned with irregular black patches and spots, with a large head, thick lips, and fierce eyes glaring out, its tail still thrashing against the surface, sending up splashes of water. "It's a dragon grouper," Awong exclaimed, his voice laden with astonishment. This specimen was estimated to weigh at least 70 to 80 pounds, undoubtedly a rare giant. Chen Haiyang gazed at this unexpected catch. His emotions conflicted. The dragon grouper was highly valuable, its flesh delicious, a prized commodity in upscale restaurants. This single fish alone made the trip worthwhile. Yet, his ultimate target remained the more elusive and mysterious blue-spotted grouper. "Let us get it on board." Chen Haiyang suppressed his distracting thoughts, and with Awong, they laboriously hoisted the thrashing giant aboard using the landing net and ropes. The dragon grouper slammed heavily against the deck, producing a series of resonant thuds, exuding a raw, untamed power. Once secured in the live well, both men were utterly exhausted, yet their spirits soared with exhilaration. "Brother Ocean, this hefty creature must be worth quite a sum, right?" Awong mused, eyeing the massive shadow in the live well. "Indeed," Chen Haiyang nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow, "but our target has yet to be found. Let us take a brief respite and continue." In the afternoon, they shifted to several new locations, yet their haul was meager, yielding only a few ordinary sea bass and black mullet. As the sun dipped again, painting the sky and sea in a tragic crimson hue, the first day concluded, filled with the thrill of an unexpected catch and a tinge of disappointment for the target unachieved. On the second day, they broadened their search, exploring some isolated reef pillars and deep water areas. They encountered several perilous situations. Once, the fishing boat nearly succumbed to a hidden current that threatened to drive them toward a treacherous cluster of rocks. Fortunately, Chen Haiyang reacted swiftly, increasing the power to escape. Another time, while retrieving their net, it became ensnared by submerged timber or abandoned fishing nets, and it took tremendous effort to cut free and preserve most of their gear. That day, they only managed to capture some common benthic fish and a large basket of decent-looking wild purple sea urchins extracted from the crevices of the rocks. The blue-spotted grouper remained elusive. The continuous two-day search without success had dulled Awong's initial excitement, fatigue and doubt beginning to shadow his features. "Brother Ocean, do you think the blue-spotted grouper is even in this area? Or perhaps the guidebook is mistaken?" Chen Haiyang felt the weight of immense pressure himself. He began to scrutinize the already dog-eared field guide, cross-referencing it with nautical charts and the actual depths, temperatures, and currents they had encountered. He started to doubt his judgment. Had he overlooked some critical information? Or was this fish truly so rare that it was merely a stroke of luck to encounter it? That night, lying in the gently rocking cabin of the boat, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves outside, Chen Haiyang found himself unable to sleep. The feeling of failure seeped into him like cold seawater, gradually eroding his confidence. He recalled the hopeful gazes of his parents and the aspirations he had set for himself. Was his first proactive exploration, based on knowledge, destined to end in failure? No, he could not give up. The guidebook could not be wrong. The vague memories of the old fisherman pointed to this very location, and indeed, the environmental conditions of this sea area matched the description. There must be some detail that had been overlooked. On the third day at dawn, the sky was somewhat overcast, and the sea breeze carried a chill. Chen Haiyang stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the inner bay reef area nestled between several small islands that they had yet to thoroughly investigate. The water there was relatively shallow, but the rock formations were the most intricate, with caves, crevices, and ravines intertwining. "Let us head there." Chen Haiyang pointed towards the inner bay, making his decision. This was his last glimmer of hope. The sailing wind cautiously entered the inner bay. The water flow had calmed considerably, and the clarity remained astonishing. Chen Haiyang refrained from hastily casting his line. Instead, he instructed Awong to maneuver the boat slowly along the edge of the reef, while he leaned over the side, nearly half his body extending out. His gaze fixated on the bizarre underwater world below. Time passed slowly, the clouds thickening, and the colors of the sea and sky grew dull. Awong had abandoned all hope, silently sorting through the catches from the previous 2 days. Just as Chen Haiyang's eyes swept across a rocky slope covered in thick barnacles and starfish, his heart skipped a beat. Against the backdrop of brown rocks and green algae, a graceful figure with unique patterns was quietly suspended at the entrance of a deep cave. Its coloration almost melded with the surrounding environment. But the myriad of sharp-edged azure spots scattered across its body still radiated a cold and mysterious glow even in the dim light of the overcast sky. The blue-spotted grouper. It was right there, as if a spirit of the rocks, silent and exuding an innate nobility and alertness. Chen Haiyang immediately held his breath. Even the gesture to signal Awong became exceedingly gentle and slow, fearing that even the slightest sound would scare away the target he had sought for 3 days. He cautiously picked up the prepared fishing rod with the utmost care, baiting it with the most vibrant, wriggling squid, adjusting his breathing, and precisely casting the bait into the water just in front of the cave entrance. The bait swayed gently with the soft current. The blue-spotted grouper seemed startled momentarily, its body retreating slightly, yet it did not immediately flee back into the cave. Its cold eyes scrutinized this unexpected visitor. 1 second, 2 seconds, time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, it moved. Like a bolt of blue lightning, it darted from beside the cave, swallowing the little squid whole before swiftly turning back towards the depths of the cave. Chen Haiyang nearly instinctively exerted force to lift the rod. The rod bent immediately. A surge of energy far more agile and rapid than that of the dragon grouper surged through. "I've got it," Chen Haiyang roared, his heart swelling with a profound mix of elation and tension. This time, he would not let it escape. Chapter 57. The manager of a high-end restaurant personally comes to purchase. As the ethereal blue starry-patterned fish was meticulously transferred into the specially designed live water chamber, safely distanced from the colossal dragon fish, Chen Haiyang and Awong finally breathed a sigh of relief. A wave of immense joy and a sense of accomplishment surged through them, akin to a warm ocean current, instantly dispelling the fatigue and anxiety that had accumulated over the past 3 days. "We did it, Brother Haiyang. We truly captured this treasure," Awong exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he circled the live water chamber, eager to scrutinize the exquisite creature within. A relieved smile graced Chen Haiyang's face as he patted Awong on the shoulder. "Indeed, we succeeded, thanks to your assistance." He gazed down at the elegant blue sprite gliding gracefully in the chamber, feeling not only the thrill of capturing a rare catch, but also an overwhelming satisfaction at the validation of his knowledge and the rewards of exploration. This weathered atlas had indeed guided him to a path leading to wealth and the unknown. Knowing they could not linger, Chen Haiyang understood that this delicate fish must be delivered swiftly to someone who could appreciate its value and afford its price. Without further delay, he issued the order to set sail for home. The ship, named Changfeng, turned its bow, traversing the azure waters with a hold brimming with hope, racing towards home. Their hearts yearned for return, and even the sea breeze felt remarkably favorable. The journey that had seemed long on the way out felt significantly shorter on the return. Before the sun had fully dipped below the horizon, the familiar silhouette of the Changfeng emerged in the view of the villagers gathered at the dock. Having been away for 3 days, a considerable duration in the village, and given Chen Haiyang's remarkable fishing success over the past 6 months, the villagers were filled with anticipation for his return. As the boat steadied, the mooring lines yet to be secured, keen eyes spotted the 2 striking creatures in the live water chamber, one a shadowy behemoth, the other shimmering with distinctive blue patterns in the clear water. "Wow, Haiyang is back. Look at that fish. So colorful. I've never seen anything like it. My goodness, the shadow beside it is even larger. What luck!" A throng of villagers quickly gathered, their astonishment and chatter rising in a cacophony, creating an atmosphere more vibrant than a festival. Chen Haiyang and Awong, disregarding their exhaustion, began directing the villagers to assist with unloading. When a fierce dragon fish, weighing 70 or 80 pounds and adorned with black and red spots, was hoisted onto the shore by several burly laborers, it caused an even greater uproar. However, when Chen Haiyang carefully lifted the still vibrant blue, starry-patterned fish, using a specially crafted damp cloth, all present held their breath in awe. Under the fading sunlight, the azure spots on the fish seemed to come alive, radiating brilliance. Its stunning form and rare hue starkly contrasting with the menacing dragon fish beside it. exuding an exotic charm and sophistication. What kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it. It must not be from our coastal waters. That young man, Haiyang, is truly remarkable. Where did he find these treasures? The commotion reached a fever pitch as Chun Taizu and Lin Shifan, alerted by the news, arrived to witness the spectacle. Their hearts easing upon seeing their son safe and sound, accompanied by such a rare catch. Pride and joy illuminated their faces. As Chen Haiyang fielded inquiries from the villagers, he instructed Awong to quickly retrieve the contact information left by Manager Zhang of the Wanghelu restaurant. He understood that the caliber of these catches would be beyond the capabilities of ordinary fishmongers, necessitating swift communication with high-end buyers. Yet, before Awong could depart, the sound of a somewhat urgent bicycle bell echoed at the village entrance. A nearly new bicycle came to a halt, and a middle-aged man in a neatly pressed Zhongshan suit, beads of sweat on his forehead, dismounted. It was none other than Manager Zhang. As it turned out, Manager Zhang had been surveying ingredients in nearby towns and had decided to take a chance on finding more quality goods from Chen Haiyang. Upon hearing rumors of Haiyang's return with something extraordinary, he hastened over without delay. As he squeezed into the crowd, his gaze was instantly captivated by the glimmering blue fish on the ground. This is... Manager Zhang's voice quivered with excitement as he nearly lunged forward, crouching down to wipe his hands with a handkerchief, then gingerly touched the scales of the blue starry-patterned fish as if handling a fragile antique. Observing its gill movements and the clarity of its eyes, a blue starry-patterned fish, and a top-quality wild specimen, he exclaimed, his head snapping up, his face alight with disbelief and elation as he looked at Chen Haiyang. Comrade Chen, where on earth did you acquire this? The quality, the vitality. It's magnificent. Truly magnificent. He circled the fish twice, murmuring repeatedly, I never imagined that in my lifetime I would see a wild, living blue starry-patterned fish in our waters. Though the villagers might not grasp the significance of a blue starry-patterned fish, they could perceive Manager Zhang's ecstatic demeanor and understood that Chen Haiyang had indeed struck gold this time, sparking even more fervent discussion. Chen Haiyang felt a sense of calm wash over him, though he maintained an air of composure. Manager Zhang, your information is truly impeccable. We were fortunate to find it near the southeast area known as Ghost's Grief. Ghost's Grief? Manager Zhang gasped, recognizing the treacherous location. Comrade Chen, you possess extraordinary courage. He then eagerly grasped Chen Haiyang's arm. This fish, along with the dragonfish, must be sold to me. I assure you, the price will be satisfactory. He pulled Chen Haiyang aside, away from the bustling crowd, and began negotiating in hushed tones. Comrade Chen, to be candid, we have an important reception task in the city in a few days, hosting esteemed guests, and we are in dire need of substantial signature dishes to impress them. This blue starry-patterned fish is a veritable stroke of luck. Manager Zhang's tone was urgent. If the prominent restaurants in the city catch wind of this, they will surely fight over it. However, having worked with you before, I trust you, and you must grant me this priority. Chen Haiyang quickly calculated in his mind. He understood the value of rare goods, but also valued the budding trust and stable high-end channel established with Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, you are our esteemed patron. Naturally, good items will be prioritized for you. He established his stance before shifting the conversation. However, you are aware of how rare this fish is, and we took considerable risks. Spending 3 days too. I understand. Manager Zhang nodded vigorously. As for the price, I assure you, you will not be shortchanged. How about this amount for the blue starry-patterned fish? He held up 2 fingers, then quickly flipped them over. 200? Chen Haiyang's heart raced, realizing this far exceeded his expectations. In the mid-1980s, this was an astonishing sum. Seeing Chen Haiyang hesitate, Manager Zhang gritted his teeth. 220. That's the highest price I can authorize. Primarily because it's alive, in perfect condition, and at this critical moment. As for the dragonfish, though it is more common, its size is exceptional. I will also offer the highest market price, 80 yuan. For both fish, a total of 300. What do you say? 300. Although the exact figures were inaudible at the dock, the animated gestures of Manager Zhang made it clear that it was undoubtedly a staggering sum. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Chen Haiyang stifled his excitement, recognizing that this price was indeed at its peak. Anything higher might jeopardize their amicable relations. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Manager Zhang, this is a fair deal. Let us proceed at your quoted price. However, I have one condition. Speak. Manager Zhang regarded Chen Haiyang as if he were a deity of fortune. In the future, if I have similar rare seafood, I hope to prioritize supplying it to Wanghelu. Chen Haiyang proposed establishing a long-term cooperative arrangement. Absolutely. You will have my utmost priority. The prices will always be fair, Manager Zhang assured, his heart brimming with joy. There exists a treasure hunter named Chen Haiyang, whose high-end culinary supplies for his restaurant are thus endowed with an additional layer of assurance. Upon reaching an agreement, Manager Zhang promptly directed the accompanying staff to meticulously transfer the blue-spotted grouper and large dragon fish into the specially designed oxygenated water tank, as if handling national treasures. He immediately counted out 30 large bills of de tuan jie and supplemented them with some change, totaling 300 yuan, a substantial stack, which he solemnly handed over to Chen Haiyang. It has been a delightful collaboration, Comrade Xiao Chun. In the future, do ensure to notify me first of any remarkable goods. Manager Zhang grasped Chen Haiyang's hand firmly. Absolutely, Chen Haiyang replied, feeling the weight of the banknotes in his hand, smiling in response. As he watched Manager Zhang and his entourage protectively escort the water tank, their spirits high as they vanished into the twilight, the atmosphere at the dock reached a crescendo. Villagers gathered around, gazing at the thick wad of cash in Chen Haiyang's hands, their eyes brimming with envy, admiration, and sincere congratulations. Haiyang, you've truly struck it rich this time. 300 yuan. I've never seen so much money in my life. We ought to follow Brother Haiyang from now on. Chen Haiyang did not keep this joy to himself. He took out a few bills and handed them to the ever-helpful Awong. Take this, it is rightfully yours. He then smiled at the crowd, saying, Thank you all, uncles and brothers, for your concern and assistance. Tomorrow, I shall treat you all to a feast. The cheers echoed through the small dock. Surrounded by the villagers, Chen Haiyang, along with his parents, made their way home, clutching the 300 yuan. He felt he was holding not merely wealth, but also confidence, a future, a broad avenue he had personally paved towards a more expansive horizon. He understood that after this event, the name Chen Haiyang would no longer merely signify good fortune. It would embody strength, courage, and vision. His remarkable journey in fishing was thus ushered into a new chapter. Chapter 58, Establishing a Stable High-End Sales Channel. The considerable sum of 300 yuan was like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirring ripples that would not abate in the small fishing village. That evening, the newly renovated tiled roof house of Chen Haiyang was ablaze with light, bustling with visitors. Nearly half the village had gathered to witness the spectacle, to offer congratulations, or simply to take a closer look at the fishermen who could earn astronomical sums. Chen Haiyang did not conceal his fortune. He placed the thick stack of money on the table, allowing the villagers to marvel and discuss. He knew that an appropriate display of strength could consolidate trust and dispel unnecessary doubts. His mother, Lin Shufen, while pouring water for the guests, could hardly contain her smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. His father, Chen Taizu, though still reticent, sat upright at the table, quietly smoking his pipe. The swirling smoke a testament to the relief he felt after a lifetime of toil. Haiyang, from now on, you shall be our village's pride, an elder exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Brother Haiyang, can I join you on your next fishing trip? I am strong and can work hard. A young man eagerly volunteered. Awong has truly aligned himself with the right person. Look at that lad. He walks with a breeze. The revelry continued until deep into the night before gradually subsiding. After bidding farewell to the last villager and closing the yard gate, the world seemed to quieten. The family of three gathered around the table, gazing at the enticing sheen of the banknotes under the kerosene lamp, still feeling a sense of unreality. Haiyang, what do you intend to do with this money? Lin Shifen asked cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Having lived in poverty for most of her life, she felt somewhat at a loss in the face of such a large sum. Chen Haiyang had long since formulated his plans. He picked up the stack of money and divided it into several portions. Dad, Mom, this 100 yuan is for you. Please purchase whatever is needed for the household. Your medication must not be neglected, and do not skimp on any nutritional supplements. He pushed the largest portion toward his parents. This portion of 50 yuan is for Awong. He contributed significantly on this fishing trip, and he must not be slighted. He separated out another stack. The remaining 150 yuan, I will keep for significant purposes. Chen Taizu observed his son's clear and methodical distribution, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. His son had not been overwhelmed by the windfall, but rather understood the importance of sharing and planning. He nodded. You are a wise one. Keep the money. And how to use it is entirely your decision. The following day, Chen Haiyang fulfilled his promise, taking a portion of his share to buy meat, procure wine, and set up several tables in the courtyard to treat the villagers who had helped him the previous day, as well as his familiar neighbors. The meal may not have featured exotic delicacies, yet there was an ample supply of fish and meat, and the atmosphere was warm and convivial. During the feast, Chen Haiyang formally proposed the formation of a more cohesive fishing team, with himself as the leader, Awong as a fixed member, and the addition of 2 or 3 reliable, hard-working young men, with the aim of specifically exploring high-quality fishing grounds and harvesting high-value seafood. Upon hearing this, several eager young men who had long harbored interest immediately volunteered to join. Following this event, Chen Haiyang's reputation in the village reached new heights. He was no longer merely seen as a fortunate youth. He had emerged as a capable and audacious leader, capable of guiding others to prosperity. A few days later, Chen Haiyang made a special trip to the county town. He did not head straight home, but instead first visited the Awong Lu. The restaurant was bustling with activity during the lunch rush, thriving with customers. Upon hearing of Chen Haiyang's arrival, Manager Zhang promptly set aside his current tasks and warmly welcomed him into the back office, personally brewing a pot of hot tea. Comrade Xiaochun, you have finally arrived. I was just looking for you. That blue-spotted grouper from last time brought our restaurant great acclaim. The esteemed guests praised it highly, and even the city officials inquired about its origin. You have truly been a tremendous help. Manager Zhang expressed with gratitude. You flatter me. It is your restaurant's expertise that allows such fine ingredients to reach their full potential, Chen Haiyang humbly replied with a smile, sipping his tea. After the pleasantries, Chen Haiyang steered the conversation towards the main topic. Manager Zhang, I have come today to discuss future cooperation. Oh, please go on. Manager Zhang responded attentively, leaning forward with keen interest. After our last transaction, I believe that sporadic supply is not the most reliable approach for either of us, Chen Haiyang articulated calmly. You require a stable and high-quality source of premium ingredients, while I seek a consistent and dependable sales channel, hoping for a fair and long-term price based on market conditions. A spark of realization flickered in Manager Zhang's eyes. He recognized that this young man was far more astute than he had initially presumed. Are you suggesting we establish a long-term supply agreement? You could interpret it that way, Chen Haiyang nodded, but it is not an exclusive arrangement. I can commit to prioritizing the supply of rare, high-value seafood, such as the blue-spotted grouper, large dragonfish, wild yellow croaker, premium abalone, sea cucumber, and shark fin, to Awong Lu under the same conditions. In return, your restaurant would need to provide a competitive purchasing price based on the prevailing market conditions. We could negotiate periodically, perhaps monthly, according to actual transaction circumstances and market fluctuations. He paused for emphasis before adding, of course, for ordinary catches, we will continue utilizing our previous channels, so as not to place you in a difficult position. Manager Zhang nodded enthusiastically. Chen Haiyang's proposal not only ensured the restaurant's preferential access to high-end ingredients, but also mitigated the risk of being tied to a single supplier, all while maintaining a flexible pricing mechanism that adhered to market principles. For Chen Haiyang, this meant securing high-end exports, gaining bargaining power, avoiding price suppression from fish merchants, and adjusting his fishing strategies in accordance with market demand. Excellent. This is a splendid idea, Manager Zhang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Comrade Xiaochun, you have truly impressed me. Let us proceed as you suggested. We can draft a simple written agreement to establish the principles of preferential supply and pricing negotiation. As their conversation deepened, Manager Zhang even proactively suggested that he could advance a portion of the deposit to assist Chen Haiyang and his team in upgrading their fishing and preservation equipment, thereby ensuring the quality of their catch. This was undoubtedly a timely boon. Moreover, seizing the moment, Chen Haiyang proposed, Manager Zhang, if you have friends at other restaurants who also require similar high-end products, as long as there is no conflict in variety, I can certainly supply them appropriately. After all, some rare goods are a matter of chance, and no single entity can consume everything. Manager Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. What a clever lad. You aspire to be the chief supplier of high-end seafood in our city, don't you? Bold indeed. I, Zhang, have some connections in the catering circle and can certainly introduce you to them. There is plenty of wealth to share. This was the deeper purpose of Chen Haiyang. He aimed to establish not merely a sales channel, but a nascent sales network centered around him, encompassing the high-end dining market. By providing scarce resources, he held the reins of initiative. As he departed from Awong Lu, Chen Haiyang clutched a simple collaboration agreement and a modest advance payment. Although the agreement lacked stringent legal validity, resting more on a foundation of trust, it signified a pivotal step in his transition from merely fishing for profit to managing the fishery industry. On his way back to the village, the autumn breeze brushed against him, carrying the fragrance of ripening rice from the fields. Chen Haiyang walked with a light step, filled with aspirations and plans for the future. With a stable high-end channel and initial capital, he could embark on greater endeavors, upgrading to larger fishing vessels, acquiring more advanced fish-finding equipment, and even experimenting with small-scale aquaculture to regulate market timing and achieve higher profits. He understood that the road ahead was long and fraught with challenges. Yet, he believed that with the foresight acquired through his rebirth, his understanding of the sea, ongoing learning, and the gradually coalescing support of people around him, he would undoubtedly navigate the tumultuous waters of the 1980s and carve out a realm that belonged to him, one that could also bless his hometown with boundless prosperity. A stable high-end sales channel resembled a sturdy vessel, carrying him toward the depths of the azure sea. Chapter 59. Awong officially becomes a disciple. In the twilight of late summer, the sea breeze carried a rare coolness that dispelled the day's heat. The newly renovated courtyard of Chen Haiyang's home was suffused with the subtle aroma of cooking. His mother was busy in the kitchen, the clattering of spatula against iron pot, accompanied by the sizzling of oil, composing the most homely of melodies. Having finished dinner, Awong did not hurry home as usual. Instead, he lingered beneath the old locust tree in the yard, nervously twisting the hem of his clothes, his dark face bearing an unusual seriousness and a hint of anxiety. Chen Haiyang had just assisted his father in tidying up the fishing gear, splashed his face with well water, and upon looking up, noticed Awong's demeanor, prompting him to chuckle. "What's the matter, Awong? Are you digesting your meal here, or do you have something on your mind?" Awong seemed to have made a decision. Suddenly raising his head, his gaze fervent as he looked at Chen Haiyang, his voice slightly hoarse with tension. "Brother Haiyang, I want to learn from you." "Learn from me?" Chen Haiyang paused, somewhat surprised, yet also finding it reasonable. "What do you wish to learn? Boat repair? Net mending? Haven't I been teaching you those already?" "Not those." Awong shook his head vigorously, stepping forward with urgency and sincerity. "I want to learn how to read the sea. I want to know where to find fish, how to interpret the tides, how to recognize the weather, and how you always seem to have good fortune." He paused to gather his thoughts, his eyes brimming with yearning. "Brother Haiyang, I know that your family has been able to live well these past few months, and that you've caught so many rare goods, and it's not just luck. You understand the sea. I want to learn from you so that I can help my family live better, and one day, I can accompany you to explore farther seas." Chen Haiyang regarded Awong, a childhood companion who had grown up alongside him. Awong was straightforward, strong, and willing to endure hardships, though he had previously lacked direction. However, during the past few months of following Chen Haiyang, he had evidently changed. There was light in his eyes, and he had become more diligent and grounded. The desire and determination evident in his gaze could not be feigned. Chen Haiyang did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked to the well, drew up a bucket of cool water, and handed it to Awong. "Drink some water first. Take your time to speak." Awong accepted the ladle and gulped down a few mouthfuls, the refreshing water seemingly easing his tension. He looked eagerly at Chen Haiyang, awaiting his response. Chen Haiyang settled on a bamboo chair nearby and gestured for Awong to sit as well. He gazed out at the horizon, where the sea was gradually tinted by the evening glow, and after a moment of silence, he began to speak slowly. "Awong, do you know what it means to take on a master in the eyes of our elder fishermen?" Awong was momentarily taken aback, clearly not having thought that deeply. Chen Haiyang continued, "It is not a matter to be taken lightly. A master must impart knowledge selflessly and take responsibility. A disciple must respect and honor their teacher, dedicating themselves to learning without faltering. Once you acquire the skills, you must also cultivate a sense of reverence. You cannot act recklessly simply because you possess some ability. The sea can provide a livelihood, but it can also reclaim it." His tone was calm, yet imbued with a weighty significance. This was not a refusal, but rather a message to Awong that this was not a trivial matter. Awong listened intently, nodding earnestly. "Brother Haiyang, I understand. I promise I will heed your words. Learn earnestly, and never be lazy, nor will I use the skills you teach me for ill purposes. I've already spoken to my parents, and they fully support me." Seeing Awong's fervent commitment, Chen Haiyang felt a smile break across his face. This was the heart and attitude he needed. Alone, his strength was limited. If he wished to venture further in the future, he must have trustworthy and capable allies by his side. Awong was undoubtedly the best candidate. "Good," Chen Haiyang replied succinctly, decisively. Awong was momentarily stunned, then overwhelming joy surged within him. He sprang to his feet, flustered. "Brother Haiyang, you agreed?" "Yes," Chen Haiyang nodded. "However, some traditional customs cannot be overlooked. Tomorrow morning, you will come over to offer tea to my parents and bow to them. Then our master-disciple relationship will be formally established." "Of course. Absolutely." Awong eagerly agreed, his face flushed with excitement. "I'll be here first thing in the morning." The news quickly spread, and upon hearing it, Chen's parents were equally delighted. The Chen family had been fishermen for generations, but this was their first experience in taking on a disciple. Chen's father, rarely verbose, began to speak more. "Awong is a sincere child. Since you have agreed, you must teach him well and not withhold any knowledge." Chen's mother had already started contemplating what tea and snacks to prepare for the morning to avoid any breach of etiquette. The next day, just as dawn broke, Awong arrived. He was dressed in a clean, albeit worn, outfit, his hair neatly combed, and he carried a package wrapped in oil paper containing pastries that his mother had prepared overnight. Chen Haiyang's parents sat solemnly in the central chairs of the living room, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction and gravity. Awong stepped forward, placed the pastries on the table, and then took the teacup that Chen Haiyang had prepared, filled with steaming coarse tea. He held it with both hands and approached Chen's father, bowing deeply. "Uncle, please enjoy this tea." Chen's father accepted the teacup, took a sip, and set it aside, looking at Awong earnestly. "Awong, from now on, as you follow Haiyang, learn well. In both life and work, you must honor the sea." "I will remember, uncle." Awong nodded vigorously. Next, he offered tea to Chen's mother, who received it with a smile, took a sip, and advised, "Good child. Do come over often for meals." Finally, Awong approached Chen Haiyang, standing to the side. This time, he did not bow but instead knelt down, bowing his head firmly. Holding the teacup high, "Master, please enjoy this tea." The utterance of master stirred something within Chen Haiyang. He accepted the teacup, taking a symbolic sip, and then extended his hand to help Awong rise. "Stand up. From this day forth, we shall be master and disciple. You must heed my words. You shall learn what I teach, and you must abide by the rules of the sea." "Yes, master." Awong stood tall, his voice resonant, his eyes brimming with visions of the future. Following the simple initiation ceremony, Chen Haiyang wasted no time and commenced the first lesson. He did not take Awong out to sea, but instead led him to the highest reef behind the village. Here, the vista was expansive, encompassing a vast expanse of ocean. The morning sea was shrouded in a delicate mist, while the sun valiantly pierced through the clouds, casting myriad golden rays. "Awong, behold the sea," Chen Haiyang gestured ahead. "Though it appears tranquil now, beneath the surface, currents surge and swirl. As fishermen, our livelihood depends on the ocean. The first step is not to learn how to cast nets, but to understand how to read the sea." Awong diligently followed Chen Haiyang's pointing finger, nodding earnestly. "Do you see that stretch of water over there?" Chen Haiyang indicated a slightly darker band in the distance. "How does it differ from the waters nearby?" Awong scrutinized it closely. "The color there is deeper?" "Precisely." Chen Haiyang nodded approvingly. A deeper hue often signifies greater depth or the presence of troughs and reefs. Different fish prefer different habitats. For instance, snapper favors reefs, while pomfret thrives in flowing waters. By discerning the water's color, you can approximate where the catch might be concealed. He then pointed to a series of waves surging toward the shore. "Observe the tide. During high tide, fish will approach the coast in search of food. When the tide recedes, they retreat into deeper waters. The timing of our outings and the locations for casting nets and hooks are intricately tied to this tide. The old adage, the third wave is water, the 18th is the tide, encapsulates these patterns." Awong listened, entranced. Previously, he had merely followed the adults to sea, performing tasks without understanding. He had never observed these ostensibly mundane phenomena with such attention. Chen Haiyang then looked skyward, pointing to the clouds tinted by the morning glow. "Morning glow does not venture out, but evening glow travels 1,000 miles. By observing the clouds, one can also discern the weather. The sea's weather changes rapidly. Recognizing signs early may allow us to evade a tempest and preserve our lives." He retrieved a well-worn, dog-eared marine atlas from his satchel, turning to the page featuring a star map. "And this, I shall teach you at night, how to recognize the stars. The Big Dipper indicates direction, while other stars can assist us in estimating our bearings when we lack a compass. Our forebears navigated to distant shores guided by the stars." As Awong watched Chen Haiyang's earnest profile illuminated by the morning light, his fingers tracing the contours of the sea chart, articulating those profound yet practical insights, he felt a surge of admiration and gratitude. He finally comprehended that the success of his older brother at sea was not merely a matter of luck. The respect and understanding of the ocean were cultivated through diligent observation and heartfelt appreciation. "Master, I will surely study diligently," Awong pledged earnestly, feeling as though a portal to a new world was slowly opening before him under Chen Haiyang's guidance. Chen Haiyang patted his shoulder, smiling. "There's no rush. Time is on our side. Knowledge is acquired gradually, and experience accumulates over time. Come. Today we shall venture near the coast, and I will teach you how to identify suitable spots for casting nets based on the water's color and the tide." The master and disciple descended from the reef, walking toward the small boat moored at the shore, greeted by the rising sun. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying the briny scent, along with boundless hope. Chen Haiyang was aware that from this day forth, he would no longer face the vast azure expanse alone. Awong's future, too, would undoubtedly navigate towards a markedly different and more expansive course due to this decision to embark on a journey of apprenticeship. Chapter 60. Teaching Awong the Fundamentals of Navigation. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the sea resembled a vast, gently quivering expanse of pale gray satin. Chen Haiyang and Awong had completed their inspection of the sailing wind, ensuring that all provisions and fishing gear were in order. Unlike previous occasions, today Chen Haiyang did not immediately command the ship to set sail. Instead, he summoned Awong to the bow, pointing to a weathered small triangular flag fluttering atop the mast. Awong, observe the flag. Awong looked up, gazing at the flag snapping in the sea breeze, somewhat perplexed. Master, what am I to observe? Observe the wind direction. Chen Haiyang's voice was steady. The flag flutters in the direction the wind comes from. Today, we have a southeast breeze, not strong, around 3 on the scale. We shall head to the reef to the west, which is perfectly aligned for a side wind, allowing the boat to glide swiftly and conserving fuel. Awong's understanding dawned. Oh, no wonder I've seen you check the flag or toss a handful of sand before we set out. Indeed, Chen Haiyang replied. Wind direction and speed dictate our course, our destination, and our safe return. Battling against wind and current yields little. Navigating with the wind and tide allows for swift progress. This wisdom has been passed down through generations, more reliable than any machine. He then pointed to the somewhat antiquated compass in the cabin. Its needle wavered slightly under the transparent cover before stabilizing, pointing resolutely in one direction. This is our guide. It indicates north, regardless of day or night, fog or clear skies. Once we establish north, all other directions become clear. The western reef we are heading to lies approximately 15 degrees northwest from this position. Awong stared at the remarkable needle, his eyes unblinking, as if he sought to imprint its image in his memory. He had seen a compass before, but had never comprehended its significance as he did today. Set sail, Chen Haiyang commanded. And Awong deftly untied the mooring ropes while Chen Haiyang started the diesel engine. The deep, resonant thrum shattered the morning calm of the sea. As the sailing wind cut through the tranquil waters, trailing a white wake, departing from the familiar harbor. As they sailed, Chen Haiyang began to integrate hands-on teaching. Awong, you take the helm. Awong hesitated momentarily, feeling a surge of nervousness, but nonetheless, he accepted the wheel. He could feel the subtle vibrations of the wheel and the resistance of the water in his palms. Keep an eye on the compass, Chen Haiyang instructed, standing beside him. Maintain the bow towards the direction I mentioned, 15 degrees northwest. If you sense the boat being pushed off course by wind or current, gently correct it. Don't jerk the wheel. Smooth movements will ensure stability. Awong concentrated intently, gripping the wheel firmly, his gaze fixed on the compass needle, striving to maintain their course. Initially, the boat swayed erratically, its path resembling that of a drunken stagger. However, under Chen Haiyang's subtle guidance, slightly to the left, steady, he gradually found his rhythm, and the boat's trajectory became steadier. Chen Haiyang observed Awong's focused demeanor and progress with satisfaction. He approached the side of the boat, scooping a handful of seawater, examining it for a moment before letting it slip through his fingers. Awong, you try. Awong steadied the wheel and mimicked Chen Haiyang's actions, cupping the seawater in his hands. What does it feel like? Cool, salty, Awong answered honestly. Chen Haiyang smiled. Beyond cool and salty, pay attention to its color, transparency, and whether there are any impurities. Different waters exhibit different characteristics. Sometimes, the convergence of a warm current and a cold one can create rich fishing grounds. He then pointed to the frothy waves and bubbles stirred up by their passage. Observe the shape of the waves. It can also indicate wind speed and water flow. The sea is communicating with us. We must learn to listen. Awong, though still grappling with understanding, made a concerted effort to observe and absorb. For the first time, he realized that this vast sea he had known since childhood concealed so many details and languages he had previously overlooked. Upon reaching the western reef area, Chen Haiyang did not hastily cast the net. Instead, he instructed Awong to reduce the boat's speed. He then picked up a homemade sounding line, its tip affixed with a lead sinker and a small piece of butter. This method of measuring depth, known colloquially as sounding, involved dropping the lead sinker into the sea and observing the rapid descent of the line. Once he felt it touch the bottom, he checked the markings on the line, revealing a depth of approximately 20 meters. The varying depths of water corresponded to different treasures beneath the surface. As he retrieved the sounding line, he noted the fine sediment and fragments of shell clinging to the butter. The seabed here was a mixture of sand and mud, interspersed with broken shells, making it a likely hiding place for snapper, grouper, and possibly shrimp and crabs. Awong, intrigued, took the line from Chen Haiyang and made a couple of attempts, gradually finding his rhythm. Next came the search for fish schools. Chen Haiyang taught him to observe the movements of seabirds. Flocks of seagulls or cormorants circling and diving in a certain area often indicated the presence of small fish beneath, which in turn attracted larger predators lurking below. He also instructed Awong to press his ear against the deck of the boat to listen for sounds emanating from below the water. Occasionally, one could hear the rustling of fish schools, particularly the vocalizations of large yellow croakers, which resembled the rumble of thunder. However, this skill required experience and patience. Following his guidance, Awong pressed his ear against the cool, damp planks of the boat, holding his breath in concentration. At first, He could only hear the roar of the diesel engine and the splash of water against the hull, but gradually he seemed to discern delicate, dense rustling sounds, akin to countless tiny brushes sweeping against the bottom of the boat. "Master, I hear something. Could it be fish?" Awong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Chen Haiyang listened intently, nodding with a smile. "It's a school of mullet. There should be quite a few. Prepare to cast the net." This time, Awong was primarily responsible for the netting, with Chen Haiyang guiding him from the side. From estimating the general range and direction of the fish school to calculating the angle and speed for casting the net, and finally, timing and force for retrieving it, Chen Haiyang provided meticulous instructions. When the heavy fishing net was hoisted by the winch and revealed a glimmering array of mullet, Awong's face flushed with exhilaration. This was not merely a bountiful catch. It was a tangible result of the knowledge he had just acquired, imbued with profound significance. "Master, we did it." Awong gazed at the lively catch, his voice trembling with emotion. Chen Haiyang patted his shoulder affirmatively. "Well done. Remember this feeling. Observing the wind, discerning the currents, identifying watercolor, and listening for fish signals are all foundational skills, yet they are the most essential. Master these, and even in the absence of good fortune, your true skills will ensure you never go hungry." As they returned home, the setting sun painted the sea in hues of gold and crimson. Awong, still at the helm, exhibited a steadiness far beyond his earlier demeanor. He no longer needed to fixate on the compass, able to maintain a general course with ease. Occasionally, he glanced at the wind direction, the flowing water, and the clouds above, striving to correlate all he had learned today with the unfolding scenery. Chen Haiyang sat at the bow, observing Awong's diligent and focused silhouette, and gazing at the sun sinking toward the horizon. He felt a profound tranquility. The act of imparting knowledge and fostering the growth of a companion was even more fulfilling than the solitary capture of a net full of yellow croakers. He understood that Awong's journey in navigation was only just beginning, with many more storms and lessons to face. Yet a good start was of paramount importance. This vast azure stage was gradually unfolding a broader tapestry before him and those he guided. "Awong, maintain our course. We're heading home." Chen Haiyang's voice resonated steadily against the sea breeze. "Yes, master." Awong's resounding reply melded with the rumble of the diesel engine and the song of the waves, propelling them resolutely toward home. Chapter 61. Tracking the migrating Pomfret School. After several autumn rains, the oppressive humidity in the air was thoroughly washed away, replaced by a refreshing and invigorating sea breeze that brought a distinct chill against the skin. The trees along the shore began to show faint golden hues at the edges of their leaves. For seasoned fishermen, such changes in weather signified not only a seasonal transition but also an important signal. The autumn flood was upon them. That evening, Chen Haiyang did not retire early as usual. Instead, he sat beneath the dim glow of a newly installed yellow lamp in the courtyard, poring over a well-thumbed marine atlas. Alongside a simple nautical chart he had drawn based on experience and information gathered from others. Awong sat across from him, his expression focused. "Do you feel it, Awong?" Chen Haiyang inhaled deeply, savoring the briny and herbal tang of the cool air. "The wind has stiffened, and the water has turned cold." Awong nodded, having grown sensitive to these changes. "Yes, when I went out to sea this morning, the moment my hand touched the water, it felt icy to the bone." "Precisely. That bone-chilling cold drives the big creatures from the deep toward the shore," Chen Haiyang remarked, tracing an arc on the nautical chart that pointed to a relatively open area with underwater ravines. "One of the main forces of the autumn flood, the Pomfret School, will soon migrate along this ancestral route. They must find food in the nearshore waters before winter truly sets in, fattening themselves up for the cold months ahead." His finger landed on a marked spot on the chart. Based on past experiences and recent reports, their main body should soon be passing through the waters outside Eagle Reef. The depth is suitable, there's a warm current bend, and plenty of plankton, an ideal foraging ground for them. Awong's eyes brightened. "Pomfret, that's a prized catch, with thick flesh and few bones, and the price is always favorable." "Not only is the price favorable," Chen Haiyang added, "but the quantity is crucial. Pomfrets travel in large schools, a massive, dark cloud. If we can locate them, a single net could yield enough to keep us busy for half a month. This is the ocean providing us fishermen with our autumn bounty." He looked intently at Awong. "Thus, we cannot go it alone this time. How is your boat performing after the repairs?" "All good, master," Awong assured him immediately. "My father and I checked it thoroughly. The engine runs smoothly, and the hull is solid." "Excellent." Chen Haiyang clapped his hand on the nautical chart, producing a sharp sound. "Tomorrow, we'll set out with both boats. You'll accompany me, and we'll execute a double boat encirclement." Double boat encirclement? Awong had never heard the term before, filled with both curiosity and excitement. "Indeed," Chen Haiyang explained in detail. "The Pomfret School moves swiftly and covers vast areas. Casting a net from a single boat can easily scatter the fish or only catch the fringes. With two boats working in tandem, one can drive and locate the fish, while the other can focus on casting the net. Alternatively, both boats can cast simultaneously to form a surrounding circle. That way, we can ensnare the core fish school and maximize our harvest. He picked up a piece of charcoal and sketched a diagram on a nearby scrap of wood. See, for instance, if my boat, the wind chaser, casts the net here, your boat should maneuver around from that side, using sound or shadow to drive the school toward my net's opening. Timing, speed, and distance must align perfectly. Awong felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the two fishing boats gracefully coordinating amidst the azure sea, capturing the shimmering fish school in a spectacular display. Master, I will heed your every command. If you tell me to head east, I shall not stray west. Awong rubbed his hands together, eager for dawn to break. Merely having enthusiasm is not enough. Chen Haiyang cautioned solemnly. Get to bed early tonight and rest well. Tomorrow morning, when you hear my signal, we'll set off together. We'll communicate at sea using whistles and flags. I will review the meanings of the signals with you again. That night, both Chen Haiyang and Awong struggled to find restful sleep, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the bounty ahead, yet tinged with the anxiety of their first collaboration. Chen Haiyang's parents, aware of their son's significant endeavor, awoke early to prepare a more sumptuous breakfast than usual, along with ample provisions and fresh water for their journey. As the dawn began to break, two fishing vessels, the Chengfeng and an unamable old boat, which Chen Haiyang had whimsically dubbed the Palang, set sail from the still slumbering fishing village dock, one following the other. The morning breeze over the sea was refreshingly cool, invigorating the spirits. Chen Haiyang stood at the bow of the Chengfeng, while Awong deftly piloted the Palang in close pursuit. The two boats maintained a respectful distance as they navigated toward their target waters beyond Eagle Reef. Upon reaching the designated fishing grounds, the sun emerged from the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the shimmering waves. Chen Haiyang signaled Awong to reduce speed, while he lifted a pair of binoculars to scrutinize the surface of the water. The seabirds became the first indicators of activity. Indeed, in the distance, flocks of seagulls and cormorants circled low, occasionally diving like white lightning into the water, creating small splashes. There is something there. Chen Haiyang lowered the binoculars and gestured to Awong aboard the Palang, urging him to draw closer. As the two vessels converged, the roar of the diesel engines intermingled. Awong, do you see the birds over there? Chen Haiyang pointed to the distance, certain that schools of fish lurked beneath. I'll approach from the east to set the net. You slowly come in from the west, but be cautious not to get too close and scare the fish away. When you see me wave the green flag, start rhythmically tapping the boat's side, or create some commotion at the stern to drive the fish toward me. Do you understand? Understood. Awong replied loudly, his expression tense and serious. Chen Haiyang maneuvered the Chengfeng, tracing a wide arc to position himself ahead of the likely path of the fish. He meticulously observed the water's color, searching for the ideal spot to cast the net, while keeping an eye on the Palang's approach. Awong adhered strictly to the instructions, guiding the Palang from the opposite side, with careful control of speed and distance, his palms slightly sweaty from nervousness. The moment arrived. Chen Haiyang pinpointed the location and vigorously waved his handmade green flag. Awong, seeing the signal, sprang into action. He grabbed a prepared wooden stick and began to rhythmically strike the boat's side, producing a deep, resonant sound. Simultaneously, he instructed his crew member at the stern to strike the water's surface with a long bamboo pole. The sudden cacophony indeed startled the fish below. Through the fish finder, and by watching the water's surface, Chen Haiyang observed the silvery shadows beginning to stir, moving toward the direction he had anticipated. Cast the net. Chen Haiyang commanded, and the crew aboard the Chengfeng expertly deployed the massive gill net into the sea. The white floats and weights swiftly traced an arc across the surface, resembling an invisible hand opening its embrace. As the net sank slowly, Chen Haiyang's heart raced with anticipation, fixated on the water and the fish finder's screen, praying that the fish would enter the net as planned. Awong, on the other side, held his breath, ceasing the tapping, anxiously gazing toward the Chengfeng. The sea momentarily returned to tranquility, with only the low rumble of the engines breaking the silence. Time stretched on, feeling interminable. Suddenly, the winch aboard the Chengfeng emitted a deep, strained sound, and the net's tension tightened. We've got it. A full catch. The crew erupted with exhilaration. The corners of Chen Haiyang's tightly pressed lips finally curled into a smile as he vigorously pumped his fist toward the Palang. Awong, witnessing this gesture, felt an immense weight lift from his heart, soon overwhelmed by jubilant ecstasy. He couldn't help but leap about the boat, waving his hat and shouting, "We did it! Master, we succeeded!" The process of retrieving the net became a magnificent display of strength and beauty. The winch gradually and resolutely drew in the net, revealing its contents to the surface. As most of the net emerged, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. Bathed in sunlight, the mesh was crammed with a multitude of pomfret. Their silvery bodies reflected dazzling rays, each scale resembling countless tiny mirrors, dazzling the eyes. The fishtails thrashed vigorously, sending up countless tiny droplets, creating a glistening mist. The entire net appeared as a colossal waterfall composed of lively, shimmering silver coins cascading from the sea, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Goodness, I've never seen so many pomfret in one haul, an old hand exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Even Chen Haiyang was profoundly moved by the bountiful sight. He was aware of the abundance of pomfret during the autumn season, yet this catch exceeded his expectations. It was not merely luck, but the result of astute judgment and effective collaboration. The Palang edged closer, and Awong clung to the boat's side, gazing at the mountain of shimmering silver on the Chengfeng, rendered speechless by excitement, only able to break into a wide grin. Both vessels' holds filled rapidly with glistening pomfret, and even the deck began to resemble a small hill. Quickly, let us process the catch, Chen Haiyang directed. Sort by size, chill them, preserve their freshness. The crews on both boats busied themselves, and despite the fatigue, every face radiated genuine smiles. On their return journey, the two vessels, now noticeably lower in the water, sailed side by side at a slower pace. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting a golden-red hue over the holds brimming with silver pomfret. Chen Haiyang turned to the still excited Awong beside him and smiled. How was the experience of encircling with two boats? Thrilling, master. Awong's voice was slightly hoarse from excitement. Working with you, I truly get to see the grandeur of the world. Chen Haiyang gazed toward the horizon, stained with the evening glow, his heart swelling with ambition. The autumn fishing season was ceremoniously heralded by this remarkable catch. He recognized that this was merely the beginning. Armed with successful collaborative experience and trustworthy partners, the bountiful and expansive autumn sea would surely bestow even greater rewards upon them. Let us tidy up. Tomorrow we shall seek out other fish schools. Chen Haiyang's voice carried far with the sea breeze. Chapter 62, The Joy of Abundance. As the Chengfeng and Palang, burdened with their heavy catches, slowly approached the village dock, the sunset had painted half the sky and the sea in warm shades of orange. Yet, more captivating than the afterglow of the setting sun were the towering piles of dazzling, almost blinding silver pomfret on the decks of the two fishing boats. A few villagers, originally scattered at the dock, were the first to notice this extraordinary sight. They paused their tasks, straightened up, and squinted toward the sea, their faces etched with disbelief. My heavens, is that fish? An elderly fisherman repairing a basket nearly sliced his finger with his splinter knife. It is fish. Pomfret. Look at that color, that shine. Goodness. So many. A young man gasped in astonishment. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the tiny fishing village. Villagers preparing dinner at home, children playing by the shore, and even the old men chatting and smoking in their yards all abandoned their tasks and surged toward the dock. In no time, the once empty dock was teeming with a dense crowd, filled with lively discussions and exclamations of awe, more boisterous than during the New Year's celebrations. It's Ocean and Awong. Have they emptied the Dragon King's fishery? In a lifetime, I've never seen anyone bring back so many pomfret in one haul. Chen Haiyang stood at the bow of the Chengfeng, watching the ever-growing crowd at the dock, observing the myriad expressions of shock, envy, and even a touch of disbelief. Alongside the joy of the bountiful catch, he felt a profound sense of solid fulfillment. He understood that this net of fish symbolized more than just wealth. It was a testament before all the villagers that their newly adopted method of encircling with two boats was not only viable, but could yield substantial rewards. Awong piloted the wave breaker closely behind, striving to project an air of composure. However, the broad smile stretching from ear to ear and his cheeks flushed with excitement betrayed the elation and pride swelling within him. He spotted his parents in the crowd, eagerly straining on tiptoe, gazing in his direction, their faces alight with incredulous joy mirroring his own. As the boat steadied, the ropes yet to be secured, villagers flocked around, clamoring with questions. The ocean, where have you struck it rich? Awong, well done, my boy. How much does this weigh? Good heavens, what will this fetch? Chen Haiyang chuckled but refrained from detailing the fishing process, instead proclaiming, Dear folks, we caught the autumn tide by chance and stumbled upon a massive school. Fishmongers, having rushed over upon hearing the news, jostled to the front, their eyes widening at the sight of two boats laden with gleaming pomfret, their breaths quickening in anticipation. Brother Chen, give me all these fish. The price is negotiable. A rotund fishmonger shouted, waving his arms. Get lost, old Wong. Brother Haiyang, look at me. I'll offer this amount. Another lean fishmonger interjected, gesturing a figure with his fingers. I'll add 5 cents. Cash on the spot. Let us weigh them now. Others joined the bidding fray. The dock instantly transformed into a makeshift auction house. Pomfret, a highly sought-after commodity, especially in such abundant and exquisite quality, saw prices soar amidst the fervent competition of the fishmongers, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Chen Haiyang, not in haste to acquiesce to anyone, gestured for calm, then leapt from the boat to Awong's side, whispering a few words. Awong, initially taken aback, fervently shook his head. No way. Master, this isn't right. The idea was yours. You commanded the boat. I merely lent a hand. By the old rules, I would take 30%, and that would be generous. How can we split it evenly? Chen Haiyang regarded him with a calm, yet unyielding tone. Awong, without your wave breaker and your efforts in herding the fish, I could not have captured such a vast school alone. This is our first collaboration. We succeeded, and the bounty should be shared equally. This isn't charity. It is your rightful due. He patted Awong's shoulder, his voice softening. Look at your parents, at your house. There will be plenty more opportunities to spend money in the future. Trust me. Awong, gazing into Chen Haiyang's sincere and resolute eyes, felt a lump in his throat. His eyes misting over. He opened his mouth to speak, but words failed him, lodged in his throat as if stifled by an unseen force. He merely nodded vigorously, etching this profound bond into his heart. Ultimately, the 2 boats of Pomfret were sold at a price that left the fishmongers reeling and the villagers astounded. Consumed by the 2 largest taverns in town. Weighing and loading took nearly an hour. As the thick bundles of cash exchanged hands with Chen Haiyang, the dock fell momentarily silent, save for the sound of heavy breaths. Without hesitation, Chen Haiyang divided the money in front of everyone, thrusting one portion into the still-dazed Awong's hands. Take this, it is rightfully yours, and the wavebreaker's. Awong's hands trembled. He had never held so much money in his life. The weighty sensation felt dreamlike. Master, he choked out. Silly boy, why are you crying? Chen Haiyang laughed, giving him a light punch. Quickly, stow the money. Help your parents with repairs and any necessary additions to your home. Tonight, bring your parents to my house for dinner. We shall celebrate. Awong wiped his eyes vigorously with his sleeve, letting out a heavy sigh as he clutched the stack of money tightly, turning to run towards his parents, who were overwhelmed with tears of joy. Watching the 3 of them embrace, tears of happiness streaming down their faces, Chen Haiyang's smile deepened. To be rich alone is not as fulfilling as uplifting others. The sensation of enabling those around him to enjoy a better life was profoundly gratifying. That evening, the newly renovated hall of Chen Haiyang's home was ablaze with light, laughter, and joy nearly lifting the roof. 2 square tables were pushed together, laden with a feast of sumptuous dishes. At the center lay a grand platter of steamed pomfret, its flesh snowy white, drizzled with soy sauce and hot oil, garnished with scallions and ginger, wafting an irresistible aroma. Beside it were braised ribbon fish, scallops in scallion oil, saltwater prawns, and stir-fried clams, nearly all freshly caught that day, along with several home-cooked dishes and cold appetizers prepared by Chen's mother. Chen Haiyang's family and Awong's family sat together. Chen's father, rarely inclined to do so, produced a bottle of aged liquor salvaged from the last shipwreck, pouring for Awong's father and himself. The 2 old friends clinked glasses, a silent understanding passing between them. Awong's mother clasped Chen's mother's hand, her eyes still red, repeatedly expressing, "What a good child Haiyang is. How can we ever thank him?" Chen's mother patted her hand, smiling. "No need for thanks. Awong is a good boy too, enduring hardships alongside Haiyang. This fortune is earned through their combined efforts." Awong, having become the undisputed hero of the day, was showered with praise from both sets of parents, drinking several cups of wine, his face flushed like a ripe tomato, only able to grin foolishly. Observing this lively and warm scene, Chen Haiyang felt a swell of warmth in his heart. He raised his glass, proclaiming, "Father, mother, uncle, aunt. This first toast is for the sea. We thank it for bestowing upon us such bountiful harvests." Everyone raised their glasses in agreement. This second toast, Chen Haiyang continued, looking towards Awong's family, is for our successful first collaboration. From now on, as long as we brothers unite, brighter days lie ahead. Yes, brothers united, Awong exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm, his voice booming. The sound of clinking glasses rang out, harmonizing with their jubilant spirits. The atmosphere at the dinner table was electric. The adults discussed the day's adventures and riches, plotting future endeavors, while the children chased and played around the table, occasionally being fed delicious fish by the adults. Watching the genuine smiles of hope rekindled on Awong's family faces, alongside the contentment radiating from his own parents, Chen Haiyang suddenly realized that while striving to earn money was indeed significant, evoking such smiles from those he cherished was perhaps the most meaningful pursuit of all. As the night deepened and the feast came to an end, Awong's family expressed their heartfelt gratitude and took their leave. After bidding them farewell, Chen Haiyang stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the night sky, the ocean breeze carrying the distant sounds of the tide. Chen's father approached him, silently taking a puff of his cigarette. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Haiyang, you did well today. Money is endless, but bonds of affection outweigh wealth. Chen Haiyang nodded. Father, I understand. One person's wealth is not true wealth. Collective prosperity is what truly matters. He knew well that this successful collaboration and generous distribution had not only secured Awong's unwavering loyalty, but had also set a benchmark in the hearts of all the villagers. In the future, when he aspired to undertake grander ventures and assemble a larger crew, the seeds of trust and shared prosperity sown today would yield immeasurable benefits. The autumn night grew cooler, yet Chen Haiyang's heart burned with fervor, filled with boundless hopes and strength for the future. These people, this shared path to prosperity, he was determined to tread it. Chapter 63, Acquiring a Second Small Boat. The substantial profits from the autumn pomfret harvest rippled through Chen Haiyang's household and the entire fishing village like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The Chen family's once bulging wallet grew even heftier, while Awong's family, like parched fields quenched by much-needed rain, found their financial predicament transformed by the substantial sum split between them. Awong's parents used that money to finally undertake a thorough renovation of their dilapidated house, which had leaked atrociously during rains, replacing the old beams and tiles with new ones. Subsequently, he outfitted Awong and his parents with several sets of respectable new clothing, even gritting his teeth to purchase a second-hand bicycle of the Yangju brand, facilitating Awong's commutes to the town and the dock. The remaining funds were meticulously wrapped in a handkerchief by Awong's mother and tucked away in the bottom of the trunk, declaring that it was reserved for Awong to use for future matrimonial pursuits. The transformations within the household were palpable. Awong walked with a noticeably straighter back, wore a constant smile, and worked with an unprecedented fervor. He adhered to Chen Haiyang's directives with unwavering diligence, driven by an earnest desire to repay his master's immense kindness. Chen Haiyang observed all of this with satisfaction, yet his thoughts delved deeper. The success of the joint effort during the encirclement of the two boats illuminated the profound strength of collaboration. The synergy between the Changfeng and Pelang vessels surpassed any solitary endeavor in efficiency. The future of fishing, particularly as it ventured into the vast and uncharted seas, could not be managed by a single individual in a lone boat. He required dependable vessels and, above all, reliable individuals. Awong had undoubtedly proven himself to be the most trustworthy person through this trial. However, the Pelang was ultimately an old vessel from Awong's family, having undergone numerous repairs, with limited performance and stability, making it ill-equipped to handle more complex weather and sea conditions. To truly establish a robust and powerful collective, a more solid foundation of equipment was essential. That afternoon, after the fish market had closed, Chen Haiyang did not return home directly, but instead meandered to the far end of the dock, where several used fishing boats awaited sail. He settled on a wooden fishing vessel, slightly smaller than the Changfeng, yet well-maintained with a recently overhauled engine. The original owner, having grown old, decided to part with the boat since his son had secured a job in the city and no longer went to sea. Chen Haiyang meticulously inspected the boat inside and out several times, started the engine to listen to its sound, and even took it for a brief spin along the coastline. The condition of the boat was indeed as the seller had described, sturdy and reliable. Although the price was considerable, it was well within the means of Chen Haiyang, who had just made a significant profit. He hesitated little, promptly negotiated a price with the seller, and completed the transfer paperwork with the relevant authorities. When he held the brand new boat registration certificate in his hands, a clear decision crystallized in his mind. He did not make a fuss. Instead, he instructed the seller to temporarily dock the boat in a secluded spot at the pier. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chen Haiyang arrived at Awong's home. Awong was busily organizing fishing gear in the yard, preparing to work on the Changfeng as usual. Awong, stop your work, come with me to the dock, Chen Haiyang called out. Without suspicion, Awong set down his shuttle and replied, Hey, master, are we going out to set nets today? I'll go call the others. No hurry. Chen Haiyang waved his hand with a barely perceptible smile. Just the two of us. Let us take care of something first. Awong felt a twinge of confusion, yet obediently followed Chen Haiyang. As they walked along the tranquil village road, the only sounds were their footsteps and the whispering sea breeze. When Chen Haiyang brought Awong to a halt before the newly acquired fishing boat, Awong had yet to grasp the situation, merely surveying the unfamiliar vessel and exclaiming, Master, this boat looks quite spirited. Whose is it? Chen Haiyang remained silent, pulling out the warm boat registration certificate from his pocket and presenting it to Awong. Instinctively, Awong took it, and looked down. Upon reaching the line indicating the boat's owner, he saw the name Chen Haiyang clearly printed, and beside it, the boat's name, Zhulang, stood out prominently. He was momentarily taken aback. Then, his gaze shifted to the remarks section, where a line of small print read, "This boat is gifted to Awong for use and management." The air seemed to thicken. Awong's eyes widened in disbelief, and his hand trembled uncontrollably as it clutched the thin piece of paper. He looked up at the boat, then back at Chen Haiyang's calm, yet smiling face, and then again at the certificate, repeating this cycle several times, his lips quivering, yet unable to utter a single word. His mind was blank, as if struck by a massive wave, leaving him utterly dazed. "Master, what is this?" He finally managed to squeeze out a few broken syllables, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. "Literally," Chen Haiyang replied in a calm tone, as though discussing a trivial matter, "this Awong is now yours. The paperwork is all done. You just need to take it out to sea." Awong repeated the two words as if struggling to comprehend their meaning. He shook his head violently, as if scalded, attempting to thrust the certificate back into Chen Haiyang's hands. "No, absolutely not. Master, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Why should I? A boat. For a fisherman, this is the very foundation of their existence, akin to another home. Its worth is beyond comparison to the previous sum of money." Awong felt utterly unworthy, questioning how he could bear such a heavy gift. Chen Haiyang did not take it back. Instead, he firmly grasped Awong's flailing arms, gazing at him with calm, yet powerful eyes. "Awong, listen. This is not a gift without merit. I am giving you this boat because we need it. The Palang is too old. It cannot keep pace with our future endeavors. We must venture to farther seas and catch larger fish. Two capable boats are indispensable. You are my disciple, Awong, and I consider you a brother. Your boat must reflect your worth and the endeavors we are destined to undertake together." He paused, observing Awong's eyes redden with shock and excitement, softening his tone. "This boat is a tool and a responsibility. From now on, the Chinfeng and Zhulang will be brother vessels. We shall brave the seas together, sharing both fortune and misfortune. By accepting this boat, you must commit to managing it well and carving out a path for us. That is how you honor me, your parents, and yourself. Do you understand?" Awong listened in a daze, each of Chen Haiyang's words striking his heart like a hammer. The terms, tool, responsibility, brother vessels, braving the seas together, tumbled and collided in his mind. He gazed into his master's eyes, filled with trust and anticipation, and in that moment, all his reservations and fears melted away into a torrent of emotion, surging to the brim of his eyes. Unable to contain himself any longer, he fell to his knees on the cold, rough stones of the dock, tears streaming down his face. "Master," he choked out, his voice trembling yet remarkably clear, "I, Awong, Wang Xing Wang, swear to the heavens, in this lifetime, my life, this boat, shall follow you. You point east, I shall not go west. Even if the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, my heart shall remain steadfast. I will undoubtedly manage the Zhulang well, and never bring shame upon you." Upon finishing, he repeatedly bowed his head 3 times, his forehead instantly reddening. Chen Haiyang did not stop him. He understood that this was the only way Awong could express the tumult of his emotions at that moment. After Awong completed his bows, Chen Haiyang reached out to help him up, brushing the dust from his knees. "Enough, a man's knees are worth gold. Do not kneel so easily." Chen Haiyang adjusted Awong's collar and smiled. "Come, let us take a look at your Zhulang and familiarize yourself with the machinery. From now on, you are its captain." "Captain?" Awong murmured, repeating the unfamiliar title while gazing at the brand new fishing vessel that belonged to him. A profound sense of responsibility and ambition surged within him, flooding his chest. He vigorously wiped away the traces of tears and straightened his back, as Awong, trembling with anticipation, activated the diesel engine of the Zhulang for the first time as its owner. He felt his blood boil in response to the powerful roar, far more robust than that of the Palang. Chen Haiyang stood beside him, watching as he cautiously yet exuberantly maneuvered the helm, guiding the Zhulang to carve its inaugural path through the coastal waters, a genuine smile illuminating his face. The sea breeze caressed them, and the rising sun leapt above the horizon, casting a myriad of golden rays upon the Zhulang's pristine hull, as well as upon Awong's face, which radiated unwavering determination and hope. A vessel connects not merely 2 individuals, but intertwines 2 families and heralds a shared future that is destined to sail toward broader, deeper horizons. Chen Haiyang understood that from this day forward, he had truly acquired a steadfast maritime brother upon whom he could rely. Chapter 64. Awong's Gratitude and Loyalty. The rumble of Zhulang's diesel engine, to Awong's ears, transformed from mere noise into the most majestic and melodious symphony on earth. This sound resonated with his racing heart, reverberated through his grasp on the helm, proclaiming the dawn of a new beginning. one he had never dared to dream of before. Chen Haiyang did not linger on the ship for long. After imparting the fundamental operations and safety precautions, he patted Awong on the shoulder, leaving him with the words, "Familiarize yourself well. From now on, this will be your companion," before disembarking, granting Awong the exclusive space to bond with his new vessel. Awong did not immediately return to their customary dock, but instead navigated the Zhulanghao, gently cruising through the coastal waters. He cautiously turned the helm, feeling the vessel's responsiveness. Far more agile and steady than the breaking waves. He experimented with the throttle, attuning himself to the machine's steady hum, savoring the sensation of the rising speed as the sea breeze brushed against his face. He caressed the smooth gunnels, polished the gleaming dashboard, and meticulously examined every cleat and hatch cover. Everywhere his gaze fell revealed newness and solidity. This was no dream. This ship, which rightfully belonged to him and had been named Zhulanghao by his master, existed firmly beneath his feet, obeying his commands. A surge of fervent emotion crashed within his chest, coursing through him until it transformed into a searing liquid, once again blurring his vision. He halted the vessel, allowing it to gently undulate upon the tranquil sea, then walked to the bow, facing the boundless ocean, and knelt once more. This time, there were no onlookers, only the vast sky and sea with him. He spoke not a word but pressed his forehead against the cool, rough deck, his shoulders trembling violently. In the face of such profound grace, all words seemed inadequate. In his heart, he pledged to the sea, to the heavens, and to the man on the shore who had altered his destiny. A vow that was solemn and deeply etched. This oath bore no relation to material gain, but pertained solely to the trust of his soul. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sea in resplendent shades of crimson and purple, Awong slowly steered the Zhulanghao back to the dock. He did not position it alongside his family's dilapidated breaking waves, but, with almost reverent care, docked it alongside the Chao Fengao. The two vessels, one large and one small, one new and one old, stood side by side, resembling brothers poised for a grand expedition against the backdrop of the evening glow. Awong disembarked, meticulously securing each mooring line, his movements gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. He cast a final, deep glance at the Zhulanghao before turning, resolutely striding toward Chen Haiyang's home. The Chen family had just finished dinner and were clearing the table. Upon seeing Awong, Chen's mother warmly called out, "Awong, is that you? Have you eaten? If not, Annie will warm something up for you." "Auntie, I have already eaten," Awong quickly gestured, his gaze surpassing Chen's mother to rest upon Chen Haiyang, who sat at the table sipping tea. Chen Haiyang looked at him and smiled. "Have you familiarized yourself with the ship?" Awong nodded vigorously, stepping closer to Chen Haiyang, foregoing any words of gratitude, for such sentiments felt too trivial in the face of action. He gazed earnestly into Chen Haiyang's eyes and declared, "Master, from this day forth, my life, along with the Zhulanghao, belongs to you." His voice, though not loud, bore a metallic resonance, striking the ground with an unmistakable sound. Chen Haiyang set down his teacup and gestured to the nearby stool. "Sit, let us speak. The ship is yours now. Your life is your own. Cherish it, navigate well, fish wisely, care for your parents, and in the future, build a family. That is the true principle." Awong remained standing, his posture rigid and upright. "I understand. But this life, this path ahead, is bestowed upon me by you, master. My words may be clumsy, lacking in eloquence, but you shall witness my future actions." At that moment, Awong's parents arrived, carrying various bags. Awong's father held 2 bottles of long-preserved fine wine and a large piece of cured meat, while his mother brought a basket of dew-kissed eggs and several yards of seemingly expensive fabric. As they entered, Awong's father, with a weathered face marked by deep wrinkles, radiated excitement, thrusting the items into Chen's father's hands. His voice choked with emotion. "Brother, how can we ever repay this kindness? A ship, a ship." He insisted on bowing to Chen's father and Chen Haiyang. Chen's father quickly supported him. "Brother, what are you doing? The children have prospered. Their mutual support is a good thing. Haiyang's actions are justified. Accept them with peace of mind." Awong's mother clutched Chen's mother's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Sister-in-law, we will never be able to repay this kindness from Haiyang in our lifetime." Chen's mother comforted her, patting her back. "Please, do not say that. Awong is also like a son to us. He is family. What is a ship among family? If they work well together, it is worth far more than anything." The two families gathered, and the once spacious hall felt somewhat cramped. The atmosphere was fervent and moving, gratitude expressed repeatedly, with visions of the future painted vividly. The overflowing gratitude of Awong's parents contrasted starkly with the Chen family's sincere, selfless demeanor, yet harmoniously intertwined. Ultimately, the Chen family accepted the 2 bottles of wine and the eggs, acknowledging Awong's family's goodwill, while insisting on returning the cured meat and fabric. After bidding farewell to the endlessly thankful Awong family, the courtyard returned to tranquility. Chen's father, observing the figures fading into the night, pondered, this ship was worth giving. Awong is not of bad character. Now that he has your support, he will surely become your most steadfast ally. Chen Haiyang nodded, gazing at the indistinct outlines of the two boats anchored side by side beneath the starry sky, softly replying, Father, I understand. The path we traverse will stretch ever farther, and the challenges we encounter will grow increasingly perilous. Alone, one cannot journey far. With Awong and the Zhulanghao beside me, I feel secure. The next day, before dawn had arrived, Chen Haiyang made his customary visit to the dock, only to find the lights of the Zhulanghao already aglow. Upon closer inspection, he saw Awong meticulously polishing the deck and gunnels, leaving no corner unattended. Upon noticing Chen Haiyang, he immediately stood upright, his expression gravely earnest. Master, good morning. I am tidying up the ship. It will be ready shortly. Chen Haiyang observed that Awong's eyes bored dark circles, clearly indicating a restless night. Yet his energy was remarkably high. Once at sea, Awong's demeanor contrasted starkly with his previous self. He no longer functioned merely as an obedient assistant, but began to think and act in the capacity of a true captain. He observed the sea conditions with heightened focus, proactively inquiring about the rationale behind route and fishing ground choices, and his operations became increasingly composed and adept. Chen Haiyang sensed that a sense of responsibility had firmly encircled this young man's heart, propelling him toward rapid growth. Even during a routine net haul, a young crew member nearly toppled over due to a momentary lapse in judgment, but Awong, ever vigilant, sprang forward with remarkable swiftness, using his shoulder to brace the lad. Together, they exerted their strength to avert the impending disaster. In the aftermath, Awong, for the first time, took on a commanding tone, solemnly admonishing the young man about safety protocols. The authority in his demeanor bore a faint resemblance to that of Chen Haiyang. Observing from the sidelines, Chen Haiyang refrained from intervening. He recognized that Awong was swiftly evolving from a follower into a leader, a guardian. The vessel he had bestowed was not merely a boat, but a platform of trust, a trust that was fostering unwavering loyalty and rapid growth. As evening descended and they returned to shore, having sorted their catch, the other crew members dispersed, yet Awong remained aboard the Zhulanghao, meticulously inspecting every component with boundless energy. Chen Haiyang approached, offering him a cigarette. Enough already. The boat isn't going anywhere. You'll see it every day. Go home and rest. Awong accepted the cigarette but did not light it. Instead, he gazed at Chen Haiyang, his eyes sparkling in the twilight. Master, I am not tired. I am merely thinking that I must take good care of her, so she can carry us to greater depths and help us catch more and larger fish. His words, though simple, were imbued with strength and an infinite yearning for the future. Chen Haiyang understood that from the moment the Zhulanghao was entrusted to Awong, his gratitude and loyalty had become irrevocably intertwined with him and the vast ocean, forming an unbreakable bond. This newly reborn Zhulanghao would undoubtedly become the most reliable and valiant vanguard in his forthcoming odyssey into the deep blue. Chapter 65. The name Brother Haiyang echoes through the village. The incident involving the Zhulanghao was akin to a massive stone cast into a previously tranquil lake, sending ripples that swiftly engulfed the entire fishing village, its impact far surpassing any previous bountiful harvest. In this coastal settlement, the worth of a single vessel held unparalleled significance. Chen Haiyang's actions were no longer merely regarded as a stroke of luck or fishing prowess. They were now imbued with notions of righteousness, deep affection, and grand vision. Unbeknownst to him, the villagers began to refer to Chen Haiyang differently. Previously, his peers would call him simply Haiyang, while the elders addressed him as Haiyang the youngster or Chen's big boy. However, at some point, the moniker Brother Haiyang began to emerge from the mouths of the younger generation, especially those who followed Awong or admired Chen Haiyang, and it rapidly proliferated. Initially, Chen Haiyang found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this title. One morning, as he and Awong were organizing the nets aboard the Chengfeng Hao, a youth named Shuixing timidly approached the dock, looking up to call out, Brother Haiyang, my father sent me to ask which direction we should head today. The water looks better. The boy's face was painted with evident admiration and trepidation. Chen Haiyang paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing the boy was addressing him. He smiled warmly, eschewing any pretense, and provided a rough suggestion based on the day's wind and tide. Today there's a southeast wind, and the current is a bit swift. You might want to check out the old Tiger Reef to the east. It's sheltered from the wind, and the water is steadier. But be cautious of the rocks below when setting your nets. Shuixing nodded vigorously, as if receiving a precious treasure. Thank you, Brother Haiyang. With that, he dashed back to relay the message. Such instances began to multiply, evolving from mere observations and exclamations to inquiries laden with trust and respect. Brother Haiyang, do you think the wind will pick up in the afternoon? Brother Haiyang, my net has a huge tear. Should I patch it or take it apart and re-weave it for efficiency? Brother Haiyang, I've heard there's a new type of nylon line in town that's stronger than our hemp. Should we switch? Even some of the village elders would, in the evenings, fan themselves and come to the entrance of Chen Haiyang's home, not to discuss fishing, but to talk about changes in the ocean currents, recounting ancient tales and taboos they had learned in their youth. Through their conversations, Chen Haiyang was being placed on an equal, if not slightly exalted, pedestal. In response to this newfound attention, Chen Haiyang remained steadfastly himself, neither arrogant nor pretentious. For matters he could address, he shared insights drawn from his reincarnation and accumulated experiences. For uncertainties, he candidly admitted, I'm not sure about that either. Let us ponder it together. His calmness and pragmatism only served to deepen the respect he garnered from the villagers. That Haiyang boy is remarkable. He possesses great skill and shares generously. His heart is kind, remarked the village's most esteemed elder fisherman during a casual conversation, thereby setting the tone for Chen Haiyang's burgeoning reputation. The transformation of his title also manifested in more tangible ways. Whenever there were weddings or funerals in the village, families would earnestly invite Chen Haiyang and his family, ensuring they were seated in increasingly prominent positions. When matters arose within the cooperative that required coordination, villagers would instinctively look to Chen Haiyang for guidance, unconsciously recognizing him as the core and backbone of the younger generation in this small fishing community. That afternoon, as Chen Haiyang returned from selling fish in town, he was touched by a scene that unfolded before him. Several children, aged around 7 or 8, were playing in the sandy area at the village entrance. They were not engaged in an ordinary make-believe battle. They were mimicking the act of fishing. A boisterous boy, the self-proclaimed leader, held a branch as a steering wheel, standing atop a mound of earth, confidently directing, "Quick, cast the nets. Over there. Yes." Follow the direction of the Zhulang Hao. He imitated the sound of a diesel engine, sputtering excitedly. Another, slightly shorter child, protested, "I am the Zhulang Hao. My brother Awong is the best. I want to be like Brother Haiyang and buy a big boat to catch the biggest fish." Another child chimed in, I want it too. The chorus of voices echoed. The older boy relented, hands on hips, declaring, "All right, then I shall be Brother Haiyang, steering the Chungfeng Hao. You are Awong, navigating the Zhulang Hao, and you all shall be our crew, following our commands." All right. The children cheered, immediately immersing themselves in their roles, casting and hauling in imaginary nets with infectious joy. Chen Haiyang stood at a distance, watching the children reenact their version of heroic tales in the most innocent of ways. A wave of mixed emotions washing over him. Once, he too had been among those children, gazing up at the capable uncles in the village. Now, he found himself the object of imitation and admiration for the next generation. This shift in roles brought not just a fleeting sense of vanity, but a profound sense of responsibility. His every word and action no longer pertained solely to his family. They could subtly shape these children's perceptions of the ocean and their futures. He chose not to disrupt their play, quietly moving past them. Upon returning home, he recounted the amusing incident to his parents. His mother listened with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Oh my, these little rascals. But indeed, my son has made a name for himself." His father, puffing on his pipe, fell into a thoughtful silence before slowly responding, "Gaining a reputation is a good thing. But it also comes with burdens. Moving forward, you must be more prudent and considerate of others." His father's words resonated deeply within Chen Haiyang, like a stone cast into the still waters of his heart, creating ripples of reflection. He nodded solemnly. "Father, I understand." He moved to the window, gazing at the scattered fishing boats returning home in the dimming twilight, and the figures of women and children awaiting their arrival at the dock. The name Brother Haiyang, resonating through the village, signified not merely recognition, but trust. This was far more gratifying than any monetary gain or rare catch he could achieve. It grounded him in this land and among these people. He knew then that he was on the right path. Personal affluence may signify a modest achievement. However, the true grandeur lies in one's ability to inspire neighbors, serve as a paragon, and perpetuate the reverence for the ocean and the wisdom of its utilization. As night envelopes the landscape, the scattered lights of the fishing village begin to twinkle. In Chen Haiyang's heart, the conviction to guide his community toward broader horizons grows ever clearer and more resolute with the emergence of his esteemed title. This village. These people shall become his steadfast support and the warmest sanctuary on his future journey. Chapter 66. The children of the village gather to hear ocean tales. The moniker Brother Ocean permeates the fishing village like the ubiquitous sea breeze of spring, infiltrating every nook and cranny. This influence manifests most palpably not merely through the gazes of mature fishermen seeking counsel at the docks, but also in the vibrant, curious eyes of the village's children. The newly renovated courtyard of Chen Haiyang's home, imbued with the subtle fragrances of tung oil and timber, has unwittingly transformed into a new gathering place for these youngsters. Particularly in the evening, as the sun sets, igniting the western sky in a tapestry of resplendent hues, and the sea breeze carries the day's coolness. If Chen Haiyang is at home, he often finds himself resting on a small stool beneath the old locust tree, while several little heads peek inquisitively through the courtyard gate. Initially, they merely observe from a distance, their expressions a blend of childlike awe and curiosity. Upon noticing them, Chen Haiyang would smile and wave, sometimes offering them a handful of roasted pumpkin seeds or peanuts his mother had prepared. The children shyly accepted the treats, yet they lingered, their sparkling eyes still fixated upon him. The ice was broken by the boldest child in the village, the son of stone, affectionately nicknamed Little Sea Brat. At around 8 or 9 years of age, with skin as dark as a slippery loach, he was at that impressionable age of hero worship. His former heroes had been the legendary figures of Yu Fei and Wu Song, but now, they had been replaced by Uncle Ocean, who could command the Wind Rider and procure countless treasures from the Dragon King. On this day, with newfound courage, Little Sea Brat stepped forward, emboldened by the encouragement of his peers, and boldly asked, "Uncle Ocean, they say you catch more fish in one net than there are people, and that the boat creaks under the weight. Is that true?" Chen Haiyang chuckled at this innocent inquiry, setting down his teacup and meeting Little Sea Brat's eager gaze, along with the multitude of expectant eyes behind him. Rather than respond directly, he countered, "What do you think?" Little Sea Brat nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I believe it. My father said that the pomfret you caught with Uncle Awong was piled up like a small mountain." After a brief pause, his eyes sparkled with even greater curiosity. "Uncle Ocean, what is the ocean really like? Is there truly a dragon palace? Are there fish bigger than houses?" This question seemed to unleash a torrent of inquiries from the other children, emboldened by his audacity. "Brother Ocean, I heard you encountered glowing monster fish. And what about that fish with a nose like a saw? Have you seen it? Is the ocean really so deep that it's all black down there? Are there ghosts?" Their childish chatter brimmed with fantastical imaginings and the most innocent fears and curiosities about the mysterious depths of the sea. Though their questions were chaotic, they were profoundly genuine. Chen Haiyang, far from being impatient, gestured for the children to find a place to sit. Some perched on nearby stone stools, while others simply settled on the ground, propping their chins on their hands, their eyes wide and fixed on him, as if awaiting the unlocking of a mysterious treasure chest. "The Dragon Palace? I have not seen it," Chen Haiyang began, his voice adopting a storytelling cadence, as if the sea breeze itself had quieted to listen. "However, beneath the ocean lies wonders even more extraordinary than a dragon palace." He meticulously chose tales suitable for young minds, filled with enchanting details. "You mentioned fish larger than houses. Those are called whales. Once, far out at sea, I saw their backs, resembling small black mountains gliding through the water. The mist they spouted formed towering columns of water, and under the sunlight, rainbows could be seen." As he gestured, the children gasped in awe, as if the rainbow were right before them. Glowing fish do exist, but they are not necessarily monsters. Some small fish and shrimp emit their own light, resembling little lanterns. At night, as boats pass, one might witness vast expanses of blue and green light illuminating the sea, more beautiful than the stars above. The children's eyes widened, imagining the dreamlike luminescence. "And that fish with a saw-like nose? It's called a sawfish. Its saw is not for fighting, but for foraging in the sand for food. Its body is flat, gliding through the water as if flying." He picked up a small twig and sketched a simple outline of a sawfish in the dirt, drawing the children closer, captivated by the illustration. He spoke of intelligent dolphins that ride the waves alongside boats like loyal guards, of massive sea turtles that glide slowly, their shells adorned with the marks of time, and of the vibrant coral reefs, home to countless uniquely shaped fish and crabs. Chen Haiyang did not deify the ocean. He recounted tales of storms, describing how the ink-black waters rise like towering walls, the perils of shipwrecks, and the fear of losing one's way at sea. He imparted to the children that the ocean is both generous and majestic, and to receive its gifts, one must first learn to respect it and understand its temperaments. Observing tides, discerning wind directions, recognizing stars, these are the ocean's ways of communicating with us. Pointing to the stars gradually illuminating the night sky, he indicated the brightest one, known as the North Star, which eternally points northward. If you lose your way at sea, finding it will lead you home. The children craned their necks, striving to locate that guiding star among the myriad twinkling lights, their small faces radiant with a sense of reverence. Chen Haiyang's stories, devoid of dramatic twists yet rich in authentic details and vivid imagery, acted like a colossal magnet, firmly attracting these children, who had grown up by the sea yet knew little of its profound mysteries. They gasped, held their breath, and expressed their satisfaction with delighted exclamations. Even Chen's parents, who had been seeking respite in the courtyard, paused their tasks, smiles gracing their faces as they listened, as if they too were rediscovering the ocean that had accompanied them throughout their lives. From this day forward, whenever Chen Haiyang was at home, the courtyard would invariably fill with a congregation of devoted young listeners in the evening. This phenomenon became a hallmark of the fishing village. Some parents, searching for their children at mealtime, would locate them engrossed in Brother Ocean's tales and would tread softly, standing at the courtyard entrance to listen for a while, leaving with expressions that mingled pride and nostalgia. They felt pride in knowing their village's children had a genuinely admirable and upright role model. They were touched by Chen Haiyang's youthfulness, remarkable ability, and his patience and generosity in imparting knowledge and insight to the next generation. After one storytelling session, Little Sea Brat earnestly declared to Chen Haiyang, "Uncle Ocean, I too want to be like you, sailing a grand ship to the deepest parts of the ocean to see all the strange fish." His words echoed the sentiments of many children in the courtyard. As Chen Haiyang gazed at the eager, innocent faces filled with longing, a warm current surged within him. He understood that among these children, some might one day venture into the deep blue, exploring the uncharted realms he had yet to reach. Each story he told, each seed of curiosity he sowed, had the potential to blossom into new maritime legends that would surpass his own. As nightfall descended completely, the starry sky sparkled above. The children reluctantly dispersed at the call of their parents. Chen Haiyang stood in the courtyard, listening to the distant laughter of children as they excitedly discussed luminous fish and giant whales. The gentle sea breeze carried the sounds of waves from afar. Chen Haiyang felt that being surrounded by children, their pure admiration directed at him, brought him a satisfaction greater than any monetary gain. It made him acutely aware that his efforts were not merely transforming his own destiny and that of his family, but were also sowing the most precious seeds of knowledge about the ocean, dreams, and the brave pursuit of exploration in the land that had nurtured him. Chapter 67. The initial encounter with ocean currents. As autumn deepened, the color of the sea appeared more profound, imbued with a chilling essence. Chen Haiyang's teaching evolved from the basics of wind direction and celestial navigation into the more intricate and crucial realm of ocean currents and underwater topography. On this day, rather than opting for the familiar fishing grounds, he took Awong aboard the Changfeng and ventured into a relatively unfamiliar sea area to the southeast of the village. This region lay far from the shore, with nautical charts offering only sparse indications, marking a few rough clusters of reefs and warnings of shifting currents. "Listen closely, Awong," Chen Haiyang instructed, as he slowed the boat to drift gently with the waves. He turned off the noisy diesel engine, leaving only the sounds of the wind, the lapping waves, and the distant calls of seabirds. At first, Awong perceived nothing unusual in the vast expanse of water. However, as time passed, and under Chen Haiyang's guidance, he began to discern subtle differences. On the port side of the boat, the surface ripples appeared fragmented and agitated, as if an invisible hand stirred beneath, the water darkening into a somber, ink-blue hue. Conversely, the starboard side displayed a relatively tranquil surface, shimmering under the sunlight in a vibrant azure. "Master, the water on the left seems to be swirling? Its color is deeper," Awong remarked uncertainly. "Indeed," Chen Haiyang affirmed with a nod, pointing to the turbulent waters on the port side. "Beneath lies a strong undercurrent. The irregular waves and eddies on the surface are indicators of its agitation. Such areas often feature significant variations in depth or underwater formations that alter the direction and speed of the flow." He restarted the engine and cautiously maneuvered the Changfeng closer to the area exhibiting unusual currents. As they approached, Awong could even hear the low, murmuring sounds of water flowing past submerged obstacles, as if the sea were exhaling deeply. "Bring me the sounding hammer," Chen Haiyang commanded. Awong promptly handed him the line attached to a lead weight and butter. Chen Haiyang submerged the lead into the ink-blue waters. The line descended rapidly, but soon, the tactile sensation changed. The lead weight did not sink smoothly to the seabed, but was instead tugged by some unseen force, rendering the line unstable and slanted. Upon pulling it back up, he observed that the butter was not merely coated with mud, but also adorned with a few small shells and fragments of stone, smoothed by the current. "Do you sense the power of the current? The remnants on the butter indicate that the seabed is not a flat expanse of silt, but likely conceals a cluster of reefs," Chen Haiyang elucidated. "This undercurrent has been forced to change course upon encountering the rocks. For us fishermen, such locations present both risks and opportunities. Risks of running aground. And what about opportunities?" Awong inquired. "Opportunities arise because these areas often serve as dining halls and refuges for schools of fish," Chen Haiyang explained. "The currents bring in plankton, attracting small fish and shrimp, while larger fish lie in wait in the shadows of the reefs, poised to strike. Moreover, the reefs themselves are home to various shellfish, such as oysters and scallops. To provide Awong with a more tangible understanding, Chen Haiyang navigated the boat around the area of unusual currents, continually using the sounding hammer to measure depth. Indeed, the depth readings fluctuated dramatically, sometimes reaching 20 or 30 meters, only to suddenly plummet to under 10 meters. In several instances, the lead weight struck hard obstacles, producing a sharp clattering sound. Look here, and here, the underwater landscape is dotted with protruding reefs, like hidden fangs, Chen Haiyang noted, marking the corresponding positions on the nautical chart. Remember these points in relation to identifiable landmarks, such as that mountain peak resembling a dog's head in the distance. When we return, you'll know precisely where to cast the nets and where to steer clear. Awong observed intently, absorbing the information, feeling as though his master was revealing the hidden skeleton and pathways of the seemingly tranquil sea before him. Master, how do we determine the specific shapes and sizes of the reefs? Relying solely on the sounding hammer seems insufficient. Awong posed a deeper question. Chen Haiyang regarded him with appreciation. Awong's inquisitiveness was commendable. He approached the side of the boat, pointing to the indistinct line at the boundary where the current met the calm water. Observe that waterline. When the current collides with the reefs, it creates a relatively calm area behind them, often swirling. We refer to this as the backflow zone or shadow zone. Notice how the color of that section of water is lighter than the turbulent flow, and the ripples are much gentler? Chen Haiyang elaborated, by examining the shape, curvature, and size of the backflow zone. An experienced captain can roughly sketch the underwater contours and orientations of the reefs in their mind. For instance, a sharply pointed reef may produce a narrow shadow zone, while a broad, rounded one may create a more expansive area. Awong's eyes lit up with understanding. The subtle differences on the surface of the sea were indeed signposts guiding them to the underwater realm. Of course, this requires extensive observation and experience. It cannot be rushed. Chen Haiyang added, "Today, I aim to provide you with a foundational concept. In future explorations of new sea areas, do not hastily cast your nets. Take the time to read the waters, sketch the underwater map in your mind. Safety must always come first." In the hours that followed, Chen Haiyang allowed Awong to operate the sounding hammer personally, encouraging him to feel the variance in water depths and the shifts in current strength. While attempting to deduce the potential underwater topography, Awong approached the task with utmost seriousness, savoring each sensation as the lead weight touched the bottom and each observation of the materials adhered to the butter, validating them against his master's explanations. Though the process was slow and at times tedious, Awong found joy in it. He felt as if he were learning an entirely new language, the language of the sea. The rolling waves, shifting colors, and the murmuring sounds of the currents transformed in his eyes from chaotic natural phenomena into a lexicon filled with information and patterns. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Haiyang finally ordered their return. Although they had hardly fished that day, Awong felt that the knowledge he had gained far outweighed the catch of a boat full of fish. He glanced back at the sea, now shrouded in twilight, no longer filled with uncertainty, but rather imbued with a nascent mental map of the ocean, crafted under his master's guidance. "Master, I think I'm beginning to understand how to read the sea," Awong said softly as he steered the boat on their way back, his tone infused with a newfound excitement. Chen Haiyang stood beside him, watching the last rays of sunset dance on the horizon, smiling as he replied, "This is merely the beginning. The study of ocean currents runs deep. There are coastal currents, density currents, and wind-driven currents, all interwoven, influencing the migratory routes of fish and determining the ease of navigation. In due time, we shall explore each one." The sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying the crispness of late autumn, yet Awong's heart burned with fervor. He understood that each day spent learning from his master opened a new window, revealing a more profound and majestic vision of this azure world. The ability to discern underwater reefs and decipher the cryptic language of ocean currents has become yet another solid and significant cornerstone on his journey to becoming a true deep-sea captain. Chapter 68. The Catch of the Big Black Sea Bream. Between theory and practice lies a delicate veil that must be pierced by one's own hands. While listening to Chen Haiyang elucidate the relationship between ocean currents and reefs, Awong found the concepts clear and comprehensible. Yet, when faced with the precarious waters himself, he felt a flicker of trepidation in his heart. The hidden fangs beneath the surface seemed poised to pierce the hull, dragging all hope into the abyss. Noticing Awong's hesitation, Chen Haiyang refrained from urging him on. Instead, he anchored the vessel, the chasing wind, steadily at the edge of the turbulent current zone, nestled within the relatively calm shadow area. From this vantage point, only a few dozen meters away lay a treacherous expanse of deep, dark waters. where the sea churned like a pot of brooding broth, simmering with restless energy. Are you afraid? Chen Haiyang's tone was calm, devoid of any reproach. Awong nodded earnestly, his throat dry as he gazed at the inky blue waters. Master, can we truly cast our lines down there? Risk and opportunity exist like the duality of the sea, always intertwined. Chen Haiyang did not respond directly, but began preparing the fishing gear. He selected a robust boat rod, thicker fishing line than usual, and a sizable, sharp hook that glinted ominously. As he deftly attached a plump live shrimp as bait, he explained, the reef is a perilous place, yet it is also a treasure trove. Those larger fish are drawn to such locales. The currents deliver sustenance, while the rocks provide shelter. Our aim is not to confront the currents, but to harness them. He pointed to the indistinct waterline where the turbulent waters met the tranquil shadow area. That line is our golden fishing spot. The big fish linger in the shadows behind the rocks, conserving their energy, yet they remain ever watchful for sustenance carried by the main current. We will cast our bait at the edge of the current, allowing the flow to naturally waft the scent and motion of the bait to their dining table. With that, Chen Haiyang swung his arm with vigor, sending the line slicing through the air, the hook landing precisely at the edge of the current area. The bait hit the water, immediately enveloped by the rushing current, swaying slightly as it drifted toward the downstream shadows. Chen Haiyang secured the rod and adjusted the drag, instructing Awong, just like this. Let the bait flow with the current to entice the fish out of their hiding spots. Whether we get a bite depends on whether there are residents below and how hungry they are today. You try it too, but be mindful of the force. Don't throw the bait directly into the heart of the strongest current, or it will be swept away or snagged on the bottom. Awong took a deep breath, mimicking Chen Haiyang's actions as he baited the hook and raised the rod. On his first attempt, he failed to gauge the force correctly. The hook landed too far from the waterline, in an overly tranquil area. Chen Haiyang shook his head, too conservative. The water there is too still to hold any substantial catch. Awong reeled in the line and tried again. This time, he exerted more strength. The hook soaring through the air, only to splash down into the most turbulent center of the current. In an instant, it vanished from sight, the rod bending dramatically under the strain. Oh no, it snagged. Awong felt a weight settle in his heart as he hastily reeled in, sensing a tremendous, unyielding resistance from the other end. Clearly the hook or sinker was wedged in the crevices of the rocks. Don't pull too hard, Chen Haiyang called out. Yanking could either break the line or damage the rod. Loosen the drag, give the tip a gentle shake. Sometimes, with a bit of luck, it can come free. Awong followed his advice, attempting several times, yet the line remained stubbornly anchored. He felt a pang of disappointment, realizing this first cast was a loss. Don't worry. It's merely a lesson, Chen Haiyang reassured him. Remember this sensation. The next time you cast, you'll have a better grasp of force and angle. Try again. Steadying himself, Awong cut the line and retied the hook with bait. He recalled his master's previous motions, visualizing the waterline, and cast the bait for the third time. This time, the hook landed perfectly, just half a step from the waterline, capable of being carried by the current without being immediately sucked into the center. He secured the rod, his heart racing with anticipation and anxiety, his eyes fixated on the gently trembling tip, as if he could penetrate the depths of the sea and witness all that transpired beneath. Seconds ticked by, the sea breeze steady, the sound of the current unwavering. Just when Awong thought luck might not be on his side today, Chen Haiyang's rod suddenly dipped sharply, the tip plunging into the water as the reel emitted a sharp, urgent whir, the sound of the drag being pulled by an overwhelming force. A thrilling cry that quickened the pulse. It's here, Chen Haiyang shouted, grasping the rod tightly, leaning back as he began the first round of a fierce struggle with the unseen creature below. The rod arched dramatically, as though it might snap at any moment. Awong watched in awe, forgetting his own rod entirely. After an intense battle, Chen Haiyang expertly hoisted a massive, lustrous black sea bream aboard the vessel. The fish thrashed on the deck, its tail slapping against the wood with a resounding thud, a testament to its might. A big black bream. A fine catch, Chen Haiyang exclaimed, expertly pinning the fish down with his foot as he deftly removed the hook. This black bream was estimated to weigh a solid 5 to 6 pounds. Its form robust, and its color vibrant, a rare find in the market. Awong gazed at the writhing black bream, his eyes wide with envy. Don't just gawk at me. Pay attention to your rod, Chen Haiyang reminded him. Awong whipped around, realizing his own rod had begun to jiggle vigorously. He hurriedly seized the rod. Feeling an immense weight pull down, a powerful force surging through the line, nearly knocking him off balance. Steady. Engage your core. Don't wrestle it directly. Use the rod's flexibility and drag to tire it out, Chen Haiyang bellowed from the sidelines. Awong gritted his teeth, following his master's guidance, alternating between tightening and loosening his grip, feeling the wild thrashing of the creature below. The strength far exceeded any fish he had ever caught. And soon his arms began to ache, yet he was filled with exhilaration and determination. This was a pure contest of strength and skill. A direct dialogue between humanity and the ocean's denizens. Sweat trickled down his brow, yet he remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in the struggle with the formidable fish. After more than 20 arduous minutes, the underwater struggle began to wane. With Chen Haiyang's assistance, Awong finally managed to cautiously bring his catch to the surface. As the fish broke the water's surface, Awong could scarcely believe his eyes. It was yet another black bream, and astonishingly, it was even larger than the one Chen Haiyang had just caught. Its dark, broad body glistened like satin under the sun, its powerful tail fin weakly flapping. A testament to its earlier ferocity. "My goodness!" Awong exclaimed, gazing at the magnificent creature on the deck, his excitement rendering his limbs weak. "How much could this weigh?" Chen Haiyang estimated with a foot measure, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "At least 7 or 8 pounds. Awong, you've done well. What a splendid start." A wave of immense joy washed over Awong as he beheld the big black bream, then glanced at his master, breaking into a broad grin. His earlier tension and disappointment evaporating in an instant. He finally grasped the sweet satisfaction that comes from utilizing knowledge to conquer risk. The master and disciple exchanged smiles and continued to cast their lines. With the taste of success fresh in his memory, Awong's actions grew increasingly steady and adept. One afternoon, they found themselves on the precipice of swirling currents and jagged rocks, successfully reeling in 4 or 5 sizable black sea bream, along with various other fish that inhabit the reef area, yielding a bountiful harvest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they commenced their journey back. Awong gazed at the gleaming spoils in the cabin, his heart still racing with exhilaration. He caressed the helm of the Zulang and remarked to Chen Haiyang, "Master, I believe I am beginning to comprehend the essence of the sea. Once one understands its temperament, it transforms from a perilous expanse into an inexhaustible treasure trove." Chen Haiyang nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, that is the crux of it. Today marks your true initiation." The horizon melded with the sea, their vessel laden with riches. Awong realized that the weighty catch in his grasp represented not only delectable sustenance and a considerable income, but also the inaugural gleaming medal of honor earned through knowledge and courage in his maritime journey. The day spent fishing for black sea bream amid treacherous currents would undoubtedly etch itself into his memory as a powerful chapter. Chapter 69, The Search for the Shipwreck Site. The legends surrounding Shipwreck Bay have circulated among the elders of the fishing village for generations, rife with numerous interpretations, their veracity often indistinguishable. Some claim it to be the official vessel laden with porcelain that ran aground a century ago, glittering with gold as it sank. Others assert it was a merchant ship, filled with treasures, fleeing the ravages of war. Even more fantastical tales suggest it is a cursed ghost ship, doomed to ensnare all who dare approach within its fog-laden grasp. Chen Haiyang had long held a curiosity for these stories, yet had never pursued them due to limitations in resources and equipment. Now, equipped with the Changfeng and Zulang, and having gained a preliminary understanding of ocean currents and topography, his yearning for exploration of the unknown surged forth uncontrollably. He meticulously studied an ancestral sea chart. Its markings faded, and sought information from various sources, piecing together the fragments of the elders' tales until he pinpointed a location to the north of the village. An area known as Ghost Tooth Reef. It was rife with submerged rocks and peculiar currents, a place that fishermen typically avoided, perfectly aligning with the characteristics of the shipwreck legend. Choosing a tranquil morning with optimal sea conditions, Chen Haiyang and Awong set sail aboard the Changfeng. The Zulang remained in calmer waters for routine operations to avoid drawing undue attention. Accompanying them was a daring villager named Dazwang, known for his exceptional swimming skills. Prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, as they approached the vicinity of Ghost Tooth Reef, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The color of the water deepened to an almost inky blue, as if sunlight struggled to penetrate its depths. A pungent, salty aroma, tinged with rust and decay, filled the air, contrasting sharply with the usual refreshing sea breeze. The surroundings grew eerily quiet, the calls of seabirds becoming increasingly sparse. Chen Haiyang, wary of the changes, reduced the boat's speed to a crawl, focusing intently with Awong on every subtle shift of the water's surface. The sounding hammer in his hand rose and fell almost incessantly, mapping the underwater topography in his mind. "Master, look over there," Awong suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a patch of water to their left. The coloration of that area differed from its surroundings, exhibiting an unnatural, murky yellow-green hue, with fragments of indistinguishable wood and a film of oil floating upon its surface. What was even more striking were the several rare, massive black-backed albatrosses circling above, their silent spirals resembling solemn guardians rather than playful foragers like other seabirds. Something feels off, Chen Haiyang thought, his heart racing. He maneuvered the chung phone cautiously closer. As the sounding hammer descended, the depth readings fluctuated wildly, alternating between shallow and deep, frequently striking hard, unyielding obstacles beneath. Resonating with a metallic clang. There is something down there. Something substantial. Chen Haiyang's voice carried a hint of suppressed excitement. He signaled Awong to prepare the grappling hook and rope, a handmade iron hook with multiple barbs attached to a sturdy length of hemp rope, designed for snagging submerged objects. On their first attempt, the iron hook sank for what felt like an eternity, only to be retrieved empty, bringing up merely some black silt and a few pieces of wood entirely encrusted with marine life, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. The position might be incorrect. Or perhaps it's buried beneath something, Chen Haiyang mused, undeterred. Adjusting the boat's position based on the current's direction and the hammer's feedback, he cast the grappling hook once more. This time, shortly after the hook sank, Awong, stationed at the bow, exclaimed, "I've snagged something. It's heavy." Chen Haiyang and Awong rushed to assist. Together, they exerted their strength as the taut hemp rope creaked ominously. The bow of the chung phone dipping slightly as the engine emitted a deeper growl, clearly indicating that the submerged object was of considerable weight. Slowly. Easy now. Don't snap the rope, Chen Haiyang directed, coordinating their efforts to reel in the line inch by inch. Each rotation of the winch felt laborious, as if they were tugging on a fragment of a long-forgotten history. As the rope steadily shortened, the outline of the object began to emerge. First, breaking the surface was a massive, twisted, corroded metal entity, encrusted with a thick layer of rust and barnacles, resembling a remnant of machinery, though its original form was indiscernible. Gradually, more debris was pulled into view. Broken planks, tangled seaweed, and shards of pottery, their glazes indistinct. It's a shipwreck. There truly is a shipwreck. Awong exclaimed with fervor, exhilaration coursing through him despite the dilapidated sight before them, as it confirmed the legends they had heard. Just as they thought they had only salvaged a pile of useless wreckage, the grappling hook seemed to catch onto something relatively intact. The three of them strained with renewed effort, gradually dragging a metal box, roughly half a person's height, and cloaked in thick marine sediment, but with discernible angular contours. Slowly up from the depths and heavily onto the deck. With a resounding thud, the box landed, causing the deck to tremble beneath them. They gathered around, curiosity piqued by this unexpected guest from the abyss. The box was a deep brown, metallic in nature, though whether it was iron or copper was obscured by layers of rust and hardened barnacles, rendering it difficult to identify. Its edges were sharply defined, the structure appearing remarkably robust, having withstood countless years of oceanic erosion and current impacts without completely disintegrating, save for some dents and deformities. A substantial, rusted lock hung from it, its keyhole long since blocked by various marine organisms. The seams of the box were sealed tightly with sediment, rendering it airtight. It lay there quietly, exuding the potent sense of seawater and time, cold and silent, yet as if it harbored endless secrets. What is this box? It's so heavy. Awong kicked it with his foot, but the box did not budge. Awong crouched down, wiping away a patch of rust to reveal some indistinct patterns and inscriptions. But they were too corroded to decipher. "Master, look at this design. It doesn't seem like anything from our region." Chen Haiyang also knelt to examine it closely, his heartbeat quickening. The style and sturdiness of the box were far beyond what a common fisherman would possess. Had it emerged from the sunken ship? What treasures might it contain? Legendary gold and silver? Important documents? Or perhaps something even more sinister? Alongside tales of treasure, maritime legends often carry an ominous weight. Some elders caution that unknown objects pulled from the sea should not be opened lightly, lest they unleash sealed misfortunes. A chill breeze swept through, carrying with it an unsettling air. The massive albatrosses continued to circle nearby, emitting low, hoarse calls that seemed to serve as a warning. "Master, what should we do? Should we pry it open and take a look?" Awong's curiosity battled against his trepidation, eager to take action. Chen Haiyang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us not rush into it. The origins of this mysterious crate are shrouded in uncertainty, and caution is advised. It is best to secure it and return." He instructed Awong and Awong to carefully cover the metal box with canvas and tether it to a corner of the deck with ropes. This peculiar metal crate, akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, transformed the atmosphere within the cabin into something subtle and grave during their return journey. The three men fell into silence, occasionally glancing at the canvas-covered bulge, each lost in his own thoughts. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting them upon the secret that emerged from the depths of the sea. The exhilaration of exploring the sunken ship was veiled by an aura of mystery and complexity surrounding this unexpectedly retrieved metal box. Chen Haiyang understood that while raising it from the depths was straightforward, determining its disposition and the potential ramifications it might bring would likely signal the true commencement of their trials. Chapter 70. To unveil. Only to discover bottled treasures from years past. The heavy metal crate, tightly covered by canvas and secured in a corner of the windcatcher's deck, swayed gently with the rolling waves, resembling a silent prisoner from the abyss. The atmosphere during the return was markedly different from when they had set out. The joy of their haul was supplanted by a weighty mixture of curiosity, tension, and a tinge of unease. Chen Haiyang, Awong, and Dazwang found their gazes drawn to the concealed bulge, their thoughts straying far from the scant few fish that lay alongside them in the cabin. As the vessel steadied alongside the village dock, keen-eyed villagers immediately took note of this unusual bounty. The angular outline obscured by canvas starkly contrasted with the familiar catch and fishing gear, drawing a crowd of onlookers rife with speculation. What treasures has the sea yielded this time? Why cover it so securely? Inquired an acquaintance among the fishermen with a laugh. That shape resembles a box. Could it be the treasure from a sunken ship? Someone half joked, half envied. Chen Haiyang offered only vague explanations, claiming it to be merely some old trinkets of no value. Before laboriously assisting Awong and Dazwang in hoisting the heavy metal crate off the ship and onto a prepared cart, the crate thudded heavily upon the cart, amplifying its air of mystery. They secured it further with additional sisal ropes, and, under the curious gazes of the villagers, proceeded to haul the cart directly to Chen Haiyang's home, which was enclosed by tall walls. Once the courtyard gate was closed, cutting off the prying eyes from outside, the trio finally exhaled in relief. Chen Haiyang's parents emerged upon hearing the commotion, startled by the sight of the rusted, sea-scented behemoth atop the cart. What is this? Chen's father circled the cart, his brow furrowed. It's an iron box salvaged from the shipwreck site near the Ghost Tooth Reef, Chen Haiyang briefly explained, his gaze drawn back to the enormous, rusted lock. A hush fell over the courtyard as all eyes focused on the crate that had surfaced from the ocean's depths. The sea breeze swept through, carrying the distant sound of waves, adding an unusual tension to the atmosphere. Legends of sunken treasure and ominous taboos hung like invisible threads, entwining the hearts of everyone present. Haiyang, this thing seems cursed. Perhaps we should return it to the sea? Chen's mother suggested with concern. As the older generation harbored a deeper reverence for the ocean, Awong and Dazwang remained silent, their eyes reflecting similar apprehensions. Chen Haiyang contemplated deeply as he approached the crate once more, running his hands over its cold, rough surface, encrusted with marine remnants. He pushed against it firmly. The crate did not budge, showcasing remarkable airtightness. Although the seams of the box were sealed by various deposits, the metal itself exhibited no significant damage aside from rust. Let us find a way to open it and see. Chen Haiyang ultimately resolved, his tone resolute. What is meant to be will be, we cannot avoid our fate. After expending such effort to retrieve it, I cannot rest until I uncover its secrets, even if it harbors something untoward. Knowing its nature will better equip us to face it. He instructed Awong to fetch the toolbox, which contained a hammer, chisel, hacksaw, and even a small canister of kerosene for lubrication. Their first challenge was the formidable lock. Dazwang swung the hammer down, attempting to strike it a few times. But the lock remained unyielding, only leaving white marks on the rust, while sending jolts through his arm. It's rusted solid. Brute force 1T work, Chen Haiyang remarked. Shaking his head, he directed Awong to apply kerosene with a brush meticulously to the lock's joints and keyhole, hoping it would seep in and loosen the rust. While waiting for the kerosene to penetrate, Chen Haiyang attempted to pry open the seams of the lid with the chisel and hammer. The deposits were exceptionally hard, akin to concrete, making the task laborious, requiring incremental peeling. Time slipped away amidst the rhythmic clang of their efforts. As the evening sun cast a warm yellow hue upon the courtyard walls, although Chen's mother was worried, she silently prepared dinner. Yet it was evident that none had appetite for food. The kerosene seemed to yield some results, softening the rust on the lock slightly. Chen Haiyang switched tactics, cautiously using the hacksaw to begin cutting through the lock beam. The friction of the hardened metal against the saw blade produced a shrill, grating sound, sending forth tiny sparks. This noise resonated distinctly in the twilight courtyard, heightening everyone's anticipation. Awong and Dazwang watched nervously from the sidelines, even their breaths subdued. With a crisp snap, the lock beam finally yielded. The severed lock tumbled onto the cart with a clang. All hearts raced to their throats. The lock was undone, yet the lid remained firmly affixed to the crate by the stubborn deposits. Chen Haiyang set down his tools, stretched his aching arms, and called to Awong and Dazwang, "Come. Let us see if we can pry the lid open." The three positioned themselves, fingers grasping the slightly pried seams of the lid. 1, 2, 3. Heave! Chen Haiyang shouted. With a collective exertion, their arms and foreheads strained, veins bulging. The sounds of creaking and cracking from the connection between the lid and the crate echoed painfully as they strained against the weight. Despite the lid's immense heft, through their combined efforts, they managed to force it open just enough to create a gap. An even richer, more complex aroma wafted from the crevice. A concoction of aged iron rust, deep-sea silt, and an indescribable scent that bore hints of both richness and decay. As the gap widened, accompanied by the final collapse of some deposits, the heavy lid was completely flipped back and fell heavily onto the cart. The four of them leaned in eagerly yet cautiously to peer inside the crate. Contrary to their expectations of gleaming treasures, no bizarre or terrifying sights greeted them. Instead, the interior of the crate was also treated for preservation, lined with a layer of blackened yet intact lead sheeting. Within the lead, nestled securely with straw and wood shavings, were several dark ceramic jars. These jars, roughly the size of a human head, bore an ancient design, their openings sealed tightly with a thick mixture of grease and cork. They were encased in a layer of faded paper, which had once been red. Each jar bore a yellowed, tattered label inscribed with indistinct characters penned in brush strokes. Chen Haiyang gingerly lifted one jar, brushing away the dust and age stains, bringing it closer to his eyes, striving to decipher the faded inscription in the waning light. "Tong something spring," he murmured, struggling to make sense of the fractured strokes. "Master," there's a smaller line below. Awong, with keen eyes, pointed to a smaller inscription on the label, reading aloud, "Stored in the year of Gongxian." Year of Gongxian? Upon hearing these words, Chen's father trembled, hastening forward to grasp the earthen jar. His fingers quivered as they caressed the jar's surface and the accompanying note, while his murky, aged eyes ignited with disbelief. This is vintage wine, at least 60 years old. Judging by the style, the seal resembles that of the Tongshinquan distillery. That was the most renowned distillery in our area before the liberation, long since vanished. Vintage wine. This revelation took everyone utterly by surprise. No treasure, no misfortune, merely a box of impeccably sealed, aged fine wine that had slumbered beneath the sea for who knows how many years. The unique aroma wafting from the box, at this moment, truly seemed to carry the rich fragrance of time-honored fermentation, albeit mingled with the salty tang of seawater and the metallic scent of lead. Yet, the essence could not deceive the discerning noses of true connoisseurs. Chen's father, flushed with excitement, recalled his youthful passion for fine spirits, intimately familiar with the local distilleries. The discovery of this Tongshinquan vintage from the Gongxian year. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The seawater didn't seep in? This box, its seal, is miraculous. Truly miraculous. The tension and unease evaporated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy and absurdity. From the perilous wreck, they had laboriously salvaged a box of wine that surpassed even their own ages. Chen Haiyang exhaled a long sigh of relief, his face a tapestry of relief and incredulity. He lifted one of the jars, feeling its substantial weight, and heard the liquid slosh within, confirming the seal's integrity. It appeared that the ship's owner was either a connoisseur of wines or someone engaged in the liquor trade. Chen Haiyang chuckled, remarking that this lead-lined box had preserved these treasures. Awong and Dazwang gathered around, curiously touching the jars from another era, marveling at their find. As dusk enveloped the courtyard, Chen's mother illuminated the room with electric light, casting a warm glow through the window onto the unexpected delight before them. The thrill of exploration, the anxiety of anticipation, ultimately culminated in this dramatic conclusion, suffused with an exquisite aroma. Chen Haiyang gazed at the jars of slumbering vintage wine, then at his exhilarated father and companions, his heart brimming with emotion. The ocean's bounty is indeed full of surprises. The value of this box of vintage wine may not be comparable to gold of equal weight, yet the serendipity of this moment transcends time itself, bringing forth a unique joy that no wealth can measure. "Father, shall we open a jar to taste tonight?" Chen Haiyang suggested with a smile. "Open. We must." Chen's father exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "This is wine bestowed by the Dragon King. Let us savor the celestial flavor concealed beneath the sea for over half a century." Chapter 71. Drinking under the moonlight. The dim yellow electric light in the courtyard, turned on by Chen's mother, cast a hazy glow through the window, insufficient to dispel the shadows lurking in the corners. The moonlight was faint, like a delicate veil of silver, gently draping over the courtyard, the rooftops, and the newly opened mysterious box. Chen's father remained in a state of rare exuberance, repeatedly caressing the dark-hued jar as if it were a treasured artifact, murmuring phrases like Tongshinquan, Gongxian year, and treasures hidden beneath the sea. Chen's mother, relieved that it was not the malevolent object she had feared, smiled and headed to the kitchen to prepare a few simple snacks, stir-fried peanuts, dried salted fish, and some crisp pickled radish from their own garden. "Father, shall we open this jar?" Chen Haiyang inquired, holding up the most intact-looking jar from the box for his father's approval. Open. This one. Chen's father waved his hand decisively, his eyes gleaming. Chen Haiyang fetched a small knife, carefully removing the thick, hardened residue of grease and cork that had fused with the jar's rim. This process required immense patience. Any misstep could damage the jar's mouth or allow fragments to fall into the wine. Awong and Dazwang held their breath, watching intently, not daring to make a sound. When the last obstruction was cleared, revealing a relatively intact inner cork with fine pores, a more pronounced, albeit still mingled with the dust of time and the essence of the deep sea, yet profoundly rich aroma of the wine began to waft forth, instantly overpowering the sense of fish and rust that lingered in the courtyard. Chen Haiyang wrapped the inner cork with a clean cloth, gently pulling it out. With a soft pop, it was as if a slumbering spirit had been awakened. In that moment, an intense, complex, and indescribable fragrance burst forth. No longer the vague richness of before, but a fully blossoming aged aroma. It was the essence of grains transformed over the years, coalescing into a unique nectar. Thick as ink yet pure as a spring, it bore notes of honey, dried fruits, herbs, and even a hint of aged citrus and old wood, with layers of complexity that instantly filled the entire courtyard, drawing the attention of neighbors and eliciting a few barks from their dogs. Fragrant. It's truly fragrant, Dazwang exclaimed, unable to contain himself, inhaling deeply. He knew little of wine, but this aroma penetrated deeply, offering a sense of complete relaxation. Chen's father, equally excited, felt his hands tremble as he accepted the clean white porcelain bowl Chen Haiyang offered, gesturing for his son to pour the wine. The liquid, clear and displaying a deep amber hue, flowed slowly into the bowl, thick as honey, shimmering enticingly under the dim light and the ethereal moonlight, utterly unclouded. Chen's father cradled the bowl with both hands, not drinking immediately but first taking a deep sniff, closing his eyes, his face reflecting a near-ecstatic expression, as if engaging in a silent communion with an old friend from over half a century ago. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes and, facing the moon, softly murmured, "To the sea, to this serendipity." Then, he cautiously took a small sip. The liquid entered his mouth, and rather than swallowing immediately, he let it roll around, savoring its incredibly smooth, non-irritating texture and the explosion of indescribable, complex flavors. Rich, thick, mellow, and lingering. No words of praise seemed adequate to encapsulate it all. Once swallowed, a warm current surged from his throat to his stomach, transforming into a soothing warmth that spread throughout his limbs, leaving behind a lingering aftertaste that was endlessly evolving. What fine wine. Truly fine wine. Chen's father exhaled a breath laden with the rich aroma, and tears glimmered in his eyes. My life has been worth it. To taste such wine, it is worth it. Chen Haiyang also poured himself a bowl, mimicking his father's approach to tasting. Though not as knowledgeable about wine as his father, the exceptional texture and flavor deeply impressed him. This was not merely wine, it was crystallized time, a taste of history. Awong and Dazwang each received a small cup, carefully sipping and revealing expressions of astonishment. Chen's mother returned with the snacks, observing the father and son, and this extraordinary scene, shaking her head with a smile before retreating indoors, leaving the moonlit space to them. As the bowls of wine emptied, warmth enveloped their bodies, and conversation flowed freely. Chen's father spoke far more than usual, recounting legends of Tongxingquan he had heard in his youth, painting vivid pictures of the fishing village of yore, and sharing tales of the storms he encountered on his first voyage with his father. The moonlight was cool, and the sea breeze gentle. In the courtyard, only Chen Haiyang and his father remained seated, as Awong and Dazwang discreetly took their leave. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere relaxed further. Chen's father's wrinkles appeared more pronounced in the moonlight as he gazed at his son, his expression shifting from the usual silence and occasional worry to one filled with a complex, liberating emotion. The ocean, a husky voice soaked in the aftermath of wine, resonated with an unusual clarity. In his heart, Chen's father had long been burdened by a heavy stone. Chen Haiyang felt a stir within, setting down his wine bowl and straightening his posture to listen attentively. He understood that his father was about to unravel the knot that had weighed heavily upon their family for far too long. Years ago, that fierce tempest had rendered his father's leg useless, preventing him from bringing back Uncle Li. Chen's father's voice grew somber, laden with profound sorrow and guilt as he recounted the moment he watched the waves sweep Li away. This is a hurdle I shall never overcome in my lifetime. I feel I owe Uncle Li, his mother, and you an insurmountable debt. If only I were not so inept. This family would not have had to shoulder such burdens at your tender age. This marked the first time Chen's father had so candidly addressed the maritime disaster that altered their family's fate, revealing the deep scars of his remorse. His voice quivered, and he lifted the remnants of wine to his lips, as if to drown the surging emotions within. Chen Haiyang remained silent, merely retrieving the wine jar to refill his father's cup. He recognized that his father did not seek comfort at this moment, but rather a channel to express his pent-up feelings. Seeing you transform into someone so capable, with ideas and responsibilities, revitalizing our home, fills me with a mixture of joy and sorrow, his father expressed, gazing at him under the moonlight, his eyes reflecting both guilt and pride. I am proud of your accomplishments, yet I feel like a burden to you. Father, Chen Haiyang interjected, his tone resolute. You have never been a burden. You, my mother, and this family are the very driving forces behind all my efforts. Without you, what meaning would my hard-earned money hold? He raised his wine bowl in a toast to his father. That storm was an act of nature, not your fault. Uncle Lee's fate is a shared sorrow. Yet we must look forward. This family was once upheld by you. Now, it is my turn. This is a relay between us, is it not? Chen's father beheld his son's bright and unwavering gaze, noting the amber liquid in the bowl, gently swaying in the moonlight, mirroring the diligence and growth his son had demonstrated over the past months. The immense stone in his heart seemed to dissolve gradually, softened by the rich wine and his son's words. With trembling hands, he lifted his own bowl, clinking it against his son's. The gentle chime echoed crisply in the stillness of the courtyard. Let us look forward. His father's voice, now resolute and imbued with a sense of relief, declared, My son, you are stronger than I. This home is entrusted to you, and I have faith. He drank deeply from his bowl, this time not merely to wash away sorrow, but in true celebration. The pent-up frustrations of years seemed to dissipate with that single sip. The father and son exchanged smiles, and in that moment, all barriers, guilt, and the weight of the past began to crumble, thawed by their laughter and the ancient wine from the depths of the sea. The emotional knot within them began to unravel. The moonlight, serene and flowing like water, enveloped the courtyard and the two figures, casting its glow upon the half-empty wine jar. The ocean breeze carried the distant sound of waves, as if composing a symphonic backdrop for this transcendent moment of reconciliation. Chen Haiyang knew that from this night onwards, their family would finally shed all burdens, ready to embark on a brighter future, with the serendipitously acquired wine serving as the finest testament and catalyst for this new beginning. Chapter 72. Seizing the last batch of oysters. The moonlit toasting with his father felt like a warm light, dispelling the long-standing gloom that had settled over the Chen household. Once the invisible barriers between them melted away, the atmosphere at home transformed into an unprecedented harmony and ease. Chen's father spoke more frequently, his smiles became genuine, and he would sometimes lean on his cane to watch the boats, Wind Rider and Wave Chaser, embark and return, no longer shrouded in loneliness, but rather filled with contentment and pride. However, the temperament of the sea is never swayed by the warmth of human hearts. Just days later, an afternoon darkened unexpectedly. Leaden clouds loomed ominously over the sea, appearing almost within reach. The previously gentle sea breeze turned sharp, carrying a biting chill that howled through the fishing village, stirring up dust and dry leaves, rattling doors and windows. Standing in the courtyard, Chen Haiyang gazed upwards at the rapidly thickening clouds, extending his fingers to gauge the wind's direction and humidity, his brow furrowed tightly. He recognized the familiar signs of an impending storm. Father, mother, a change in the weather is imminent. By the looks of it, a cold front is approaching. He warned gravely as he stepped back inside. His father, leaning on his cane at the door, felt the biting wind and the alertness of an old fisherman flickered in his murky eyes. Yes, there is a scent of ice in the wind. This is no minor affair. The sea's bounty may be in peril. At that moment, Awong rushed in against the wind, anxiety etched upon his face. Master, this is bad. I heard the weather forecast on the radio. Strong cold air is moving southward. Tomorrow and the day after, the coast will experience significant drops in temperature and fierce winds, leading to treacherous sea conditions. Those oysters on the tidal flats. Awong's words struck a chord with Chen Haiyang. Oysters, clinging to rocks and tidal flats, were a vital source of income for the fishing village during the autumn and winter seasons. They possessed remarkable vitality, but were particularly vulnerable to two threats: summer red tides and sudden winter temperature drops. A rapid decrease in temperature could easily freeze the oysters or render their flesh shriveled and worthless. The premium oyster beds they had discovered and begun harvesting months ago were now at their prime, the last batch of the year. If this unexpected cold wave were to devastate them, the losses would be catastrophic. We cannot wait. Chen Haiyang sprang to his feet, his eyes sharp with determination. We must harvest everything before the cold front arrives. He glanced outside at the increasingly ominous sky and the white-capped waves beginning to churn, making a swift decision. Awong, Immediately notify our cooperative familiar families, those with able-bodied workers who can go into the water. Gather everyone at the eastern oyster beds. Let them know this emergency harvest will be compensated based on labor and yield. We won't let them toil in vain. Hurry. Understood. I'll go at once. Awong replied without hesitation, dashing into the biting wind. Chen Haiyang turned to his parents. Father, mother, I must go too. Make sure to secure the doors and windows. And stock up on firewood. This cold snap could be severe. His mother looked outside with concern. Haiyang, the waves appear formidable. It's too dangerous for you to go into the water. Mother, do not worry. We'll stay close to the tidal flats. The water isn't deep. And the waves won't reach us. The key is speed. We must race against the forces of nature and cannot afford to hesitate. As he spoke, he quickly donned his worn yet sturdy work jacket and waterproof pants, slipped on gloves, and loaded a large bundle of empty burlap sacks and several shovels and oyster knives onto the cart. By the time he arrived at the eastern oyster beds, Awong had already gathered a dozen villagers, all familiar faces, a mix of men and women, their expressions grave and urgent. The biting wind made it difficult to open their eyes, and the seawater had begun to grow murky, the waves noticeably larger than usual, crashing against the rocks and tidal flats with a thunderous roar. Haiyang, what is the plan? The crowd called out to Chen Haiyang, who had become their anchor amidst the storm. Without wasting words, he stood atop a higher rock, his voice cutting through the wind, resolute and clear. Time is of the essence. The cold front is upon us. We will split into two groups. Those who are skilled swimmers, join me and Awong in the water, using oyster knives and our hands to target the large, deeply embedded oysters. The other group will stay on the tidal flats to assist, immediately bagging the harvested oysters and moving them to higher ground. Urgency infused every word. We must act swiftly. Watch your step. If the waves get too high, retreat immediately. Safety first. The crowd responded in unison, without further ado, and promptly sprang into action. The icy wind sliced through their faces and hands like a knife. Chen Haiyang and Awong, accompanied by a few adept swimmers, plunged fearlessly into the now frigid sea. The water instantly soaked through their thick waterproof trousers, the chill penetrating like a myriad of fine needles, causing involuntary shivers. Yet, they paid no heed. Each person wielded a sturdy oyster pry, meticulously targeting the large, rough-shelled oysters clustered in the crevices of the rocks and on the mudflat, prying them with force. The mature oysters clung tenaciously, requiring both skill and strength to extract whole. The relentless cold water battered their bodies, and waves frequently crashed over their heads, causing them to stumble. The retrieval team on the mudflat was equally industrious. They received basket after basket, bag after bag, of oysters still dripping with seawater and mud, swiftly transferring them into larger burlap sacks, sealing the tops tightly. Then, in pairs, they hoisted the heavy sacks, navigating the slick mud with hurried steps, stacking them beside a cart elevated above the reach of the waves. No one slacked off, and no one complained. Everyone understood they were racing against the weather, salvaging their collective assets and hopes for the winter. The breath they exhaled quickly dissipated in the wind, while sweat mingled with seawater, forming tiny ice crystals on their brows. The air was thick with the pungent scent of the sea, the earthy aroma of mud, and the heavy breaths of laboring bodies. As the core leader, Chen Haiyang not only worked tirelessly to harvest, but also kept a vigilant eye on the changing weather and sea conditions, frequently calling out safety reminders to the group. His fingers were already numb and reddened from the cold, and several cuts from sharp oyster shells oozed blood, quickly diluted by the seawater, yet he remained oblivious. Awong, close at his side, moved like an indefatigable machine, each pry swift and precise, yielding a bountiful harvest. Occasionally, he glanced up at his master's frostbitten face and the look of fierce concentration, which inspired him to work even harder. Time flew by in their urgent labors. The sky grew darker, and the wind and waves intensified. The water had risen to waist height, making underwater work increasingly perilous. Almost done, brothers in the water. Come back up. Hurry. Chen Haiyang assessed the small mountain of oyster sacks and the raging sea, decisively issuing the retreat command. The few still in the water supported each other, dragging their nearly frozen bodies back to the mudflat. Their lips were blue with cold, and they trembled uncontrollably. Yet gazing at the bulging sacks brought forth relieved, triumphant smiles. Hurry, load the oysters onto the cart and return. Everyone should head home, change into dry clothes, and drink some ginger soup to warm up. Chen Haiyang directed the final tasks. As the last sack of oysters was secured onto the cart, and the group departed, weary yet immensely grateful, the waves behind them roared like a furious beast, crashing violently against the very spot they had just toiled. A chilling mix of rain and sleet began to fall sporadically. Upon returning to the village, they carefully placed the oysters in a ventilated shelter away from the rain. settled the workers' wages, and repeatedly reminded everyone to keep warm before Chen Haiyang and Awong trudged home, their bodies nearly falling apart. As they stepped through the door, the warm air and the spicy aroma of ginger soup enveloped them. Chen's mother had already prepared hot water and laid out clean clothes. Soaking in the warm water, Chen Haiyang felt his numb limbs gradually regain sensation. The icy, stinging sensation felt oddly real and grounding. Outside, the howling cold wind and the mixed rain and snow heralded the arrival of a severe cold front. Yet, within Chen Haiyang's heart, a fervor burned brightly. They had successfully reclaimed this last substantial batch of premium oysters from the grasp of nature. This not only averted tremendous economic loss, but also illuminated the formidable power and efficiency that could be unleashed when the villagers united under the cooperative model. They had triumphed in this race against the cold wave. However, the next challenge and opportunity lay in how to process this salvaged bounty of oysters. Chapter 73. Inventing a traditional method for dried oysters. After the cold wave, the fishing village felt as though it had been ensconced within a vast ice cellar. The biting northern wind howled incessantly day and night, whistling sharply and slicing into their faces like a blade. Icicles hung from the eaves, glimmering coldly in the dim sunlight. The sea was no longer azure but instead bore a heavy, leaden-gray murk, with waves that had become short and agitated, crashing with a dull, powerful thud. In Chen Haiyang's makeshift shelter, which was drafty yet barely capable of keeping out the rain, the towering piles of oysters had become a sweet burden. These treasures, salvaged at the last moment, had avoided the fate of freezing on the mudflat, but another pressing issue now loomed: how to preserve them. Oysters are exceptionally fresh, but also exceedingly delicate, with a limited lifespan once removed from water. In this remote, poorly connected fishing village of the 1980s, where refrigeration facilities were virtually non-existent, such a large quantity of oysters, if not processed in a timely manner, would soon spoil, rendering all their prior efforts and risks futile. Selling them fresh in town, the cold wave had affected the entire coastline. Market demand was inherently limited, and with the inclement weather making travel difficult, they could not hope to sell such a vast quantity in a short time. Prices would plummet under the pressure from fishmongers. Chen Haiyang gazed at the mountainous heaps of oysters, his brow furrowed. The biting cold wind seeped through the cracks of the shelter, stinging his cheeks. Yet it seemed to illuminate a thought in his mind. If selling fresh was not viable, then they must turn to drying. He murmured to himself. Drying fish and shrimp was a traditional practice among fishermen, but the drying of oysters was uncommon in this area, primarily due to the more complex process, higher weather demands, and greater risks involved. What shall we do with so many oysters in this frigid weather? Chen's father, leaning on his cane, approached the shelter, his expression one of deep concern as he surveyed the pile of oysters. The rich, sweet scent of seafood filled the air, yet it now evoked anxiety. Father, I want to try drying them into dried oysters. Chen Haiyang revealed his plan. Drying oysters? Chen's father was taken aback, shaking his head. That is difficult. It's far more troublesome than drying fish. Opening oysters is labor-intensive and time-consuming. They're susceptible to rain and fog during drying, and if not watched carefully, they can mold and spoil. And with this wretched weather, there is hardly any sun. How can we dry them? His father's concerns were not unfounded. The traditional method of sun drying relies on stable, clear weather and ample sunlight, and the current cold, damp winter was clearly not ideal conditions. If the standard sun drying won't work, we can explore alternative methods. Chen Haiyang's gaze swept across the yard, finally settling on the large stove in the kitchen. A plan, merging vague memories from a past life with the current reality, began to crystallize in his mind. He sprang into action, first sending Awong to invite several nimble women with oyster opening experience, offering daily wages. Simultaneously, he directed Awong and Zhuang to select a relatively sheltered spot in the yard that might receive the best sunlight, using wooden poles and old fishing nets to construct simple, multi-layered drying racks. Next, he commenced his crucial invention. He instructed Awong to procure several large sheets of thick, transparent nylon film and brought in bundles of slender bamboo poles. Master, what are you planning to do? Build a house for the oysters? Awong asked, perplexed by Chen Haiyang's flurry of activity. Close enough. Chen Haiyang meticulously constructed an arched frame with bamboo poles while elucidating. Let us create a thermal drying shelter. By draping this nylon membrane over it, we can ensure it allows light to permeate while simultaneously shielding against wind and moisture. It will also retain some of the daytime warmth, enabling us to gently air dry even without sunlight, relying on the breeze and the faint residual heat. This was indeed a bold endeavor. Traditional drying methods were entirely dependent on exposure to the elements, yet Chen Haiyang's approach provided a rudimentary, controllable environment for the preparation of dried oysters. Without hesitation, the team sprang into action, swiftly erecting a lengthy, tunnel-like nylon membrane canopy above the drying rack. Despite its simplicity, the structure boasted commendable sealing properties, effectively isolating the biting cold winds outside. Meanwhile, the women who had been summoned began their work. Seated on small stools, they had wooden basins and baskets before them, wielding specialized oyster knives and thick cloths. With practiced ease, they used the cloth to cushion their hands while grasping a plump raw oyster. The knife deftly slipped into the crevice of the shell, and with a flick of the wrist, the hard shell yielded with a soft pop, revealing the succulent oyster meat, adorned with a pale gray frill. Their movements were so deft that they could process one oyster in mere seconds. The extracted oyster meat was carefully placed into a basin of clean water for a brief rinse to remove shell fragments and excess slime, before being lifted out, allowed to drain slightly, and then evenly spread out on layers of clean bamboo trays or fine mesh sieves atop the drying rack. This labor-intensive process saw the women toil diligently, gradually reducing the towering pile of whole oysters while the number of trays laden with oyster meat multiplied, filling the air with an increasingly rich, distinctive aroma reminiscent of the sea. Chen Haiyang was not idle. He was tasked with the crucial control of the drying temperature. He stoked a fire in the kitchen, placing a large pot over the flames without any water or oil, merely allowing it to heat gently and uniformly until the bottom felt warm to the touch, but not scalding. Awong, bring those trays of oyster meat over and place them on the rack above the pot, Chen Haiyang instructed. This marked his second step in the low-temperature roasting process. The goal was to utilize the residual heat from the stove and the pot to initiate the dehydration of the oyster meat, while also serving a sterilizing function to prevent spoilage during the extended drying phase. This required meticulous temperature management. Too high, and the meat would cook, causing the proteins to coagulate and rendering it impossible to dry. Too low, and it would be ineffective. Awong and Dazwang carefully lifted the bamboo trays and positioned them at a safe distance above the pot. The warm vapors began to rise, enveloping the succulent oyster meat. Gradually, fine beads of moisture emerged on the surface of the oysters, which, once plump and glistening, began to show signs of slight contraction. Maintain this heat, and turn them periodically to ensure even exposure, Chen Haiyang advised, frequently checking the temperature of the pot and the oysters. After several hours of low-temperature roasting, the oysters had visibly shrunk, their surfaces firming up and losing the initial watery sheen. At this point, they were transferred to the thermal drying shelter in the courtyard, where the gathered warmth and airflow would facilitate the lengthy drying process. This endeavor was a race against time and humidity. Chen Haiyang remained ever vigilant, checking the condition of each tray of oyster meat each morning and evening, feeling for moisture levels, and occasionally turning them to ensure even ventilation. He also kept a watchful eye on the weather, wary of sudden rain or snow, or excessive humidity, causing condensation within the membrane. Days later, a miracle began to unfold. Despite the adverse conditions devoid of direct sunlight, the oyster meat within the membrane shelter was indeed dehydrating at a slow yet steady pace. The once plump and tender oysters gradually became shriveled and firm, their color shifting from milky white to deep brown and yellowish hues, with a delicate, frosty layer of salt crystallization forming on the surface, a testament to the ocean's essence and a symbol of concentrated flavor. An aroma distinct from fresh oysters, richer and more refined, began to permeate the air within the shelter, growing ever more intense. Chen's father, Chen Taizu, leaned on his cane as he ventured into the shelter, picked up one of the now lightweight and firm dried oysters, inhaled deeply at its scent, and squeezed it gently, his face breaking into a smile of disbelief and profound satisfaction. It worked. Haiyang, this method truly succeeded. Look at the quality, smell that fragrance. It surpasses the traditional sun-dried ones. Not to mention, it's even better. How did you come up with this idea? Awong and the assisting women gathered around, their faces illuminated with joy at their shared success, having witnessed firsthand how this seemingly impossible method transformed perishable fresh oysters into delectable delicacies that could be preserved for the long term. Chen Haiyang gazed at the first batch of successful dried oysters, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. This was not merely a triumph in food processing. It represented a new path forged through ingenuity and resourcefulness amidst harsh conditions. He recognized that these high-quality dried oysters, once a suitable market was found, would far exceed the value of fresh oysters of equivalent weight. The success of this traditional method of making dried oysters not only resolved the immediate crisis, but also opened a new avenue for the cooperative's future product diversification and risk resilience. Outside, the cold wind continued to howl, yet within Chen Haiyang's heart, spring had already begun to bloom. Chapter 74, The Radio on the Research Vessel. The sea breeze, laden with biting cold, swept through the tranquil fishing village. As winter set in, large-scale fishing expeditions had largely ceased, and the once bustling docks fell silent. save for a few hardy seagulls flitting between the empty berths, their cries echoing in the stillness. Each household had entered a hibernation period, with men mending fishing nets and maintaining boats, while women gathered around the stove, preparing provisions for the winter, filling the air with a cozy and relaxed atmosphere. In Chen Haiyang's brightly lit new tile-roofed house, however, a different scene unfolded. In the center of the main room, a brand-new Eight Immortals table had been moved aside, covered with layers of old newspapers, on which lay an array of dark, metallic parts gleaming in the light. Entangled among them were several red and green wires. Alongside a square, bulky main unit adorned with a multitude of knobs and dials, connected to a somewhat cumbersome microphone. This was the second-hand radio communication equipment for boats that Chen Haiyang had procured through numerous connections, nearly exhausting the proceeds from his previous sale of high-quality dried sea cucumbers. Rumored to be an outdated model from a radio enthusiast collection, the air was infused with a faint metallic scent, mingled with dust and a hint of soldering. Dressed in a thick, worn cotton jacket with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, Chen Haiyang leaned over the table, his brow furrowed, carefully adjusting the screws on the device's casing with a screwdriver. His gaze was focused and bright, as if the cold parts before him were not mere objects, but rather a mysterious realm awaiting exploration. Seated on a low stool nearby, his father, Chen Taizu, held a wooden mallet, striking a piece of wood intended for a small stool, though his attention frequently wandered towards his son and the heap of metal components. He felt a natural awe and a hint of confusion towards this contraption. Throughout his decades as a fisherman, he had relied solely on experience, daring, and the favor of the heavens, occasionally consulting the rudimentary nautical charts issued during the Commune era. He had never imagined being able to converse with someone located dozens or even hundreds of miles away across the sea. Is it really possible, Haiyang, to hear others speaking through this thing? Across such vast waters? Chen Taizu could no longer contain his curiosity. He set down the mallet and leaned closer, his rough fingers hovering hesitantly over the cold metal surface. Father, theoretically speaking, it is indeed possible. Chen Haiyang lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips, oblivious to the smudges of grease on his face. This is called ultra-shortwave communication, which generally performs well within a range of several dozen nautical miles. As long as the other vessel is equipped with this device and tuned to the same frequency, communication can be established. With it, in the future when we go out to sea, ships can notify each other of fish schools' locations, and in case of emergencies, we can seek help promptly. It will be immensely convenient. He endeavored to explain in simple terms. In truth, his appreciation for this radio was not solely rooted in considerations of safety and efficiency. Rather, a deeper yearning stirred within him, a longing that had long transcended the confines of coastal fishing. He aspired for the boundless expanse of the open sea, and reliable communication was the essential wing needed to soar into the deep blue. In the vague recollections of his past life, he had heard far too many tales of tragedies and regrets stemming from communication failures. Help! Chen Taizu murmured the word, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his murky eyes. He remembered the companions he had once sailed with in his youth. There was an incident where they were caught in a sudden storm, their boat wrecked, and none returned. If only they had possessed such a device. He shook his head, dismissing those painful memories, yet his gaze towards his son now held a deeper understanding and support. Then you take care of it. Just let me know if you need a hand. Yes. Chen Haiyang nodded, warmth flooding his heart. His father's transformation, from initial bewilderment and silence to genuine concern and support, was one of the most gratifying aspects of his rebirth. His mother, Zhou Gaifan, emerged from the kitchen holding a basket filled with carefully selected peanuts. Upon witnessing the chaos in the living room, she could not help but chide. Oh dear, my little ancestor, you've turned our home into a repair shop. This grease is everywhere. Be careful not to spread it around. Yet, despite her admonitions, she fetched a clean, damp cloth and meticulously wiped the edges of the table, pouring her son a cup of hot tea and setting it aside. Take a break and have some warm water. It will help you feel better. I understand, Mom. Chen Haiyang responded, feeling even more at ease. This was the ordinary yet precious warmth he desperately sought to protect. In the ensuing days, Chen Haiyang devoted nearly all his spare time to the pile of radio equipment. He painstakingly referred to the hard-to-find manual, its text somewhat faded, as he meticulously discerned the wiring, examined solder joints, and tested the functionality of various components. Some parts were aged and damaged, prompting him to seek replacements or devise rudimentary repairs. Awong frequently visited, curiously observing Chen Haiyang's meticulous work. His ignorance of such intricate tasks left him only able to hand over tools or marvel at the circuit diagrams Chen Haiyang sketched on paper. Brother Haiyang, you understand all this? That's incredible. Chen Haiyang merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. In his previous life, he had endured hardships and worked briefly at a ship repair yard. acquiring some basic knowledge of mechanical and electrical maintenance. Coupled with his rebirth and enhanced understanding far beyond this era, tinkering with the antiquated equipment, though arduous, was not insurmountable. The critical task lay in erecting the antenna. He selected a spot on the roof of his new home, firmly affixing a military-grade fiberglass antenna he had purchased. Carefully, he threaded the feed line through a window gap, connecting it to the main unit. Each interface was meticulously checked to ensure a secure connection and watertight integrity. This endeavor attracted the attention of several wandering children and curious villagers. The children craned their necks, watching Chen Haiyang's activity atop the roof, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. The adults stood at a distance, pointing fingers and murmuring, "That kid Haiyang is at it again, tinkering with something new? I hear it's a machine that can communicate with people far away. Is that true? Isn't that similar to the old crank phones from the commune? Who knows? That kid has good luck and a sharp mind. Perhaps he will actually make it work." Old Awong, too, sauntered over to take a glance, his expression complex. Ultimately, he said nothing, shaking his head as he walked away. He had entirely extinguished any desire to compete with Chen Haiyang, opting instead to occasionally accompany him to sea for a steady income. Finally, on an afternoon when the north wind had calmed slightly and the sun offered a semblance of warmth, all connections and preliminary adjustments were complete. Chen Haiyang took a deep breath, wiped his hands clean, and stood before the table. Zhou Gaifan and Chen Taizu couldn't help but gather around. And even Awong held his breath, anxiously watching. Chen Haiyang powered on the device. Several indicator lights flickered briefly before settling into a steady, soft green glow. He carefully adjusted the frequency dial, watching as the needle on the scale moved gradually, the headphones filled with a crackling white noise, occasionally interspersed with indistinct, fragmented voices that seemed to emanate from a distant place. "There is sound. There is sound," Awong exclaimed in a hushed tone, brimming with excitement. Zhou Gaifan and Chen Taizu widened their eyes in disbelief. Chen Haiyang gestured for silence, continuing to fine-tune the device patiently. He searched for the public channel commonly used by fishing vessels equipped with radios that might still be operating in the more distant waters of the season. As time passed, the headphones continued to emit only noise. Chen Taizu's expression shifted from initial anticipation to a growing disappointment, yet he remained silent, quietly observing his son. Just as Chen Haiyang began to think that perhaps today would yield no results and prepared to shut down the device for another day, suddenly, a clear, resonant male voice with a distinct regional accent pierced through the static, accompanied by the sound of wind and the faint hum of an engine. "Hello. Luhei Fishing 238. Luhei Fishing 238, please respond. Over." This voice intruded into the tranquil farmhouse, shattering the silence as if breaking through the barriers of space. Chen Haiyang's spirit surged. He immediately pressed the transmission key, drawing closer to the microphone and responding with a clear and steady tone. "Luhei Fishing 238. This is Jiu, Chen Haiyang. Received. Signal is good, please proceed. Over." He could not recall his boat number, so he resorted to a temporary call sign using his region and name. The other party seemed momentarily taken aback, perhaps not expecting to hear an unfamiliar, non-standard call on this channel, but quickly responded with enthusiasm. "Jiu Chen Haiyang? Haha, brother. You've just set up the equipment, right? The signal is excellent. We are Luhei Fishing 238, operating at longitude XXX, latitude XXX. We've discovered a small school of mackerel here. How is the situation on your end? Over." The coordinates relayed were over 100 nautical miles from Chen Haiyang's location in a straight line. That was truly open sea territory. Chen Haiyang suppressed his excitement, swiftly jotting down the coordinates while responding. "Thank you for the information, brother. We have already ceased fishing in these nearshore waters. Please take care while operating there. And I wish you a bountiful catch. Over." "Haha, thank you, brother. Same to you. The weather can change unexpectedly, so be cautious. Alright. I won't occupy the channel any longer. We can chat another time. Luhei Fishing 238 out." As the conversation concluded, the headphones reverted to a crackling noise. Yet, the living room sank into an extraordinary silence. Awong stood there, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Zhou Gaifan clutched her chest, murmuring, "Good heavens. We really spoke over such a distance." Chen Taizu stared blankly at the device, still emitting a faint hum, then glanced at his son, his lips moving slightly, ultimately releasing a long, drawn-out sigh filled with profound emotion. He reached out, cautiously touching the cool metal exterior, as if he were caressing an incredible miracle. Chen Haiyang set down the headphones, his face illuminated by a bright and hopeful smile. He gazed out the window at the bleak winter sky and the distant horizon of the sea. This time, the voice had traversed the far reaches of the ocean, bringing forth messages from afar and granting his already extraordinary fishing fortunes the wings to soar. In that vast expanse of deep blue, teeming with the unknown and brimming with opportunities. The distance between him and it was infinitely diminished in that very moment. He understood that come next spring, his navigational trails would no longer be confined to the familiar bay that lay before him. Chapter 75. The first communication with distant vessels. A greeting, laden with a strong foreign accent and emanating from over 100 nautical miles away, struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the spacious hall of Chen Haiyang's home. Following the conclusion of the radio communication, the room was enveloped in a brief, strange silence, broken only by the soft hum of the device and the steady green glow of the indicator lights, which served as proof that the recent events were no mere illusion. Awong was the first to recover from his astonishment, slapping his thigh with fervor, his voice tinged with excitement. "Brother Haiyang, it worked. We connected. So far away. They said they were at east longitude, north latitude. How distant that must be." He leaned closer to the table, nearly pressing his face against the cold metal device. His eyes filled with reverence and fervor, as if gazing upon a sacred artifact. Chen Haiyang's mother, Zhou Gaifan, also let out a sigh of relief, her hands, which had been clasped tightly against her chest, now falling to her sides, her face radiating a smile of disbelief and relief. "Oh dear, this thing scared me to death. Incredible. We can actually talk to someone from afar? I thought it was just an expensive hunk of metal, but it seems the money was well spent." Though she did not comprehend the intricacies of coordinates and fishing seasons, she had genuinely heard the voice of a stranger from a distance, which transcended her understanding. Chen Taizu, Haiyang's father, did not react with the same exuberance as Awong. He remained silent, yet his stooped back seemed to straighten a bit. His hands, weathered and calloused from years of exposure to the sea, slowly rose again, this time not in tentative exploration, but with a weighty certainty, pressing firmly against the outer casing of the radio unit. The rough pads of his fingers felt the chill of the metal and the subtle vibrations of the machine in operation, his gaze a complex tapestry of shock and realization, ultimately culminating in a profound sense of contemplation. He lifted his head to meet his son's eyes, his lips twitching slightly before he uttered a few words. "Good stuff." This concise judgment spoke volumes, eclipsing any praise that could have been expressed in countless words. Chen Haiyang recognized that his father had genuinely acknowledged the value of this novel device, for he not only perceived the potential for communication, but also the assurance of safety that his son had described. For the older generation of fishermen, nothing was more paramount than returning home safely. A radiant smile adorned Chen Haiyang's face as he carefully adjusted the knobs, setting the device to standby listening mode to ensure that he would not miss any potentially useful information. He then straightened his posture, easing the stiffness from his neck caused by prolonged stillness. "Dad, Mom, Awong, this is just the beginning." His voice bore a hint of excitement, yet his gaze shimmered with increasing clarity. "With this, we have gained the ability to see far and hear well. In the future, venturing out to sea will no longer be a blind endeavor. We will know if there are tempests ahead, be aware of where other vessels have spotted schools of fish, and should we encounter trouble, a mere press of this button could summon assistance." The vision he painted ignited Awong's imagination, prompting him to nod vigorously. Zhou Gaifan clasped her hands together, murmuring prayers for blessings and safety. Chen Taizu remained silent, yet the affirmation in his eyes grew stronger. In the days that followed, the black radio device became the focal point of the Chen household. Chen Haiyang dedicated nearly all his spare moments to its side, donning headphones and meticulously tuning into various channels. He not only monitored public distress and safety frequencies, but also sought to discover the communication channels commonly utilized by other fishing vessels. This process was not always filled with excitement. More often than not, the headphones were filled with monotonous static or fragmented, indistinct voices interrupted by poor signals, occasionally interspersed with the cryptic ticking of Morse code from unknown sources. Yet, Chen Haiyang exhibited remarkable patience, understanding that the value of information lay in its scarcity and timeliness. Even if he could capture just one critical piece of information every 10 days or half a month, it could dramatically alter the course of a voyage. He prepared a pristine leather-bound notebook and a pencil, placing them beside the radio. Whenever he gleaned potentially useful information, such as real-time weather updates for specific sea regions, reports of fish movements from other vessels, or even casual conversations about supplies and seeking shelter, he diligently recorded them, annotating the date, approximate time, and frequency beside each entry. It was as if he were weaving an invisible network of information, with each word he heard becoming a node within this expanding web. Awong became a frequent visitor in this endeavor, careful not to tamper with the equipment, instead positioning himself across the table, watching Chen Haiyang as he adjusted, recorded, and explained the significance of the received information. "Brother Haiyang, this is far more impressive than the old ways of reading the clouds for weather or observing the watercolor to find fish. Awong exclaimed with genuine admiration. Chen Haiyang set down his headphones and smiled. Old experiences provide the foundation. We must not abandon them. But this device is a tool that enhances our traditional knowledge, allowing us to navigate with greater precision, venture farther, and see more clearly. The combination of both is the key to success. That afternoon, the sky was overcast, with delicate snowflakes drifting down, and the sea wind felt like tiny knives against the skin. Chen Haiyang remained steadfastly seated before the radio, while Awong rubbed his hands together. Sitting opposite him, listening to the howling wind outside. A north wind of 6 to 7 force, with gusts reaching 8. Waves high. The weather information from the meteorological station crackled through the headphones, prompting Chen Haiyang to quickly jot it down in his notebook. Just as he finished recording and was about to switch channels, a somewhat urgent voice broke through, the signal wavering yet still discernible. Attention all vessels, attention all vessels. This is Dakiu 113, approximately 15 nautical miles east of Nyapai Reef, where I have discovered a dense school of greenfish. The thickness of the school is impressive. Repeat. 15 nautical miles east of Nyapai Reef, greenfish school. Any nearby vessels are welcome to come and try. Over. Greenfish. While not as high-priced as the large yellow croaker or small yellow croaker, it is nonetheless an economically viable catch, and if the school is dense, the harvest could be substantial. More importantly, Chen Haiyang was aware that while Nyapai Reef was not considered close to shore, with his current vessel, the larger Chen Fengao, it was entirely feasible to make haste there. Chen Haiyang's heart raced. He immediately turned to the old sea chart spread out beside him. One he had studied repeatedly and annotated extensively, his fingers swiftly locating the position of Nyapai Reef before estimating the coordinates of the fish school based on the reported position. Awong. Chen Haiyang called out urgently. Yes, Brother Haiyang. Awong jolted to attention, realizing from Chen Haiyang's reaction and the snippets he had just heard what was afoot. His eyes wide with excitement. Record this. Dakiu 113, approximately 15 nautical miles east of Nyapai Reef, discovered a dense school of greenfish. Time. Chen Haiyang glanced at the newly hung quartz clock on the wall. 3:21 p.m. Got it. Awong scrambled for paper and pencil, his hands trembling with excitement as he hurriedly recorded the information. This was his first time personally participating in and documenting the tangible fishing information relayed through the radio. Chen Haiyang did not rush to act. He continued to listen intently. Soon, responses from other vessels began to filter through the channel. Dakiu 113, received. Thanks, brother. We're not far behind. We'll head over right away. Over. Hey, good news. We're also nearby. Thanks, mate. Over. After a brief flurry of exchanges, the channel gradually returned to tranquility, leaving only the sounds of the wind and the electric hum. Chen Haiyang removed his headphones, his gaze fixed intently on the information recorded simultaneously in his notebook and on Awong's paper. However, he did not succumb to impulsiveness despite acquiring this invaluable intelligence. It was winter, the weather was harsh, and the winds unpredictable. The waters in question were notoriously treacherous, with nighttime navigation posing even greater risks. While he possessed extraordinary luck, he was never lacking in caution. Brother Haiyang, shall we set sail? Awong, unable to contain his excitement, whispered, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This was a splendid opportunity to validate the power of their radio. Chen Haiyang did not respond immediately. He walked to the window, observing the increasingly dense snowfall and the rolling gray-black waves on the distant sea, pondering for a moment. Yes, but not now, he finally declared, his tone steady and resolute. The winds and waves are too fierce. Risking a nighttime voyage is unwarranted. Moreover, numerous vessels will undoubtedly rush to the news, and if we depart now, we may not secure the best position. He returned to his desk, his finger tracing the newly marked coordinate on the nautical chart. We shall wait. Wait for this gale to pass, for the vessels that hastily respond to the news to disperse the fish schools further, or until they depart with their bountiful catches before we set out. He looked at Awong, his eyes sparkling with wisdom and strategic insight. Remember, Awong, possessing information does not equate to blind action. How we utilize this knowledge, and when we choose to act, is equally crucial. We must be the ones who reap the benefits last, not the first to charge into battle. Awong, though only partially comprehending, harbored unwavering trust in Chen Haiyang and nodded vigorously. I understand, Brother Haiyang. You decide when to go, and we shall go then. Chen Haiyang patted his shoulder. Go and inform Uncle Wang Logun and the others of this news. If they are interested and capable, they may venture out themselves. We shall not keep this to ourselves. Awong hesitated for a moment before realizing that Brother Haiyang was once again extending his generosity, solidifying his prestige and goodwill within the village. He nodded in agreement and hurried out. Chen Haiyang resumed his seat at the radio, donning the headphones once more. Outside, the wind and snow howled, yet within the room, the black machine seemed to connect him to the bustling, opportunity-laden ocean. He understood that this was merely the first proactive acquisition of effective fishing information. In the future, there would be a second, a third, as this azure territory gradually shed its enigmatic veil, becoming clearer, more tangible, and brimming with opportunities to seize. His fishing fortune, through this modest radio, was truly beginning to take flight on the wings of technology, destined to soar into deeper, more distant blue realms. This successful long-distance communication and the acquisition of valuable information instilled in him a profound confidence for the impending oceanic voyage, commencing with the exploring sea vessel. Chapter 76. Planning for the spring fishing season. Awong, braving the delicate flakes of snow, clutched the paper detailing the Qingzhan fish schools and stumbled out of Chen Haiyang's newly tiled, bright house. His first stop was the nearby home of Wang Logun. Wang Logun was cozily settled in his dimly lit living room, nibbling on a piece of salted fish and sipping from a cup of low-quality bulk liquor. Listening to the howling northern winds outside, his expression one of typical winter ennui among fishermen. Upon hearing the news brought by Awong, a flicker of suspicion crossed his murky eyes, and he tightened his grip on the glass. A radio? That contraption Haiyang fiddled with can really eavesdrop on conversations over 100 miles away, and it knows where the fish are? His voice was hoarse, tinged with disbelief. Having lived for decades relying on ancestral wisdom and an innate intuition for the sea, he had never imagined such an extraordinary method could exist. Absolutely true, Uncle Wang. I heard it with my own ears. They clearly stated that 15 nautical miles east of Nyapai Reef, there are schools of Qingzhan fish. Brother Haiyang sent me to inform you at once. Awong gasped, handing over the paper, his face flushed with excitement and exertion. Wang Logun took the crumpled paper, scrutinizing it multiple times, as if he could extract hidden meaning from its wrinkled surface. After a moment of silence, he looked out at the overcast sky and the daunting, rolling white-capped waves in the distance. The wind howled like a lamenting ghost, increasing in ferocity. Eventually, he sighed heavily, returning the paper to Awong, and downed the remnants of his drink, the fiery liquid making him grimace. Ah, it's indeed good news, Awong. Thank Haiyang for me. But look at this weather. This wind and waves. To reach Nyapai Reef, we must navigate past the perilous Haiki current. Sailing at night in this season is akin to courting death. My old boat cannot endure such strain. I have the desire for those fish, but alas, I lack the fortune to catch them. His choice aligned with Awong's expectations. Yet it starkly reflected the dilemma faced by most fishermen today, grappling with the inherent conservatism and the lack of reliable vessels and equipment to withstand adverse sea conditions. Coupled with an instinctual fear of the unknown, Awong visited several more familiar villagers with slightly larger fishing boats, receiving similar responses. Some expressed skepticism about the radio's credibility. Others revered Chen Haiyang's prowess even more, yet universally, they were dissuaded by the howling wind outside and the imagined terrifying waves of the open sea. A clear fishing opportunity appeared utterly powerless against the harsh realities of nature and limited capabilities. Upon returning to Chen Haiyang's home, somewhat disheartened and reporting the situation, Chen Haiyang exhibited no surprise. He listened calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. It's to be expected. Most of our boats are fine for nearshore fishing but lack resilience against storms. And the equipment is outdated. Venturing into the open sea in winter is simply not worth the risk. His tone remained composed, but his gaze fell once more upon the black radio, the open nautical chart, and the notebook before him. Thus, we require these tools even more. We must not only hear the news, but also possess the ability to act upon it. This matter settled into his mind like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, further solidifying the once vague but increasingly clear blueprint within him. He must acquire a more robust vessel, more sophisticated equipment, and assemble a team capable of responding to such information, daring and adept at navigating the deep blue. Working solo had its limits. In the days that followed, Chen Haiyang became even more dedicated to monitoring the radio. He no longer contented himself with passive reception. He began to discern patterns. He discovered that early in the morning, just as dawn broke, and in the evening, as fishing boats concluded their day's work and exchanged summaries, the channels buzzed with activity. He adjusted his schedule to ensure he was at the equipment during these golden hours. His weathered notebook filled with increasingly rich information. No longer mere isolated dots, but gradually forming lines, even beginning to create surfaces. 17th day of the 12th lunar month. Morning. Channel Jilin U409 reported encountering a small school of mahi-mahi south of the outer reef chain, but the individuals were too small for large-scale netting. 20th day. Evening. Suyu G208 communicated with fellow vessels, mentioning that the warm current branch had shifted 20 nautical miles west compared to previous years, suspected to affect the migratory paths of early fish. 22nd day. Morning. The meteorological station issued repeated warnings of winds exceeding 7 levels in the eastern East China Sea over the next 3 days, advising vessels to avoid sailing. 25th day, evening. A vessel complained of meager catches in the traditional winter ribbonfish grounds, as the fish seemed to have dispersed even farther. One by one, these entries appeared chaotic, akin to scattered pearls. Chen Haiyang, like a patient craftsman, meticulously gathered these pearls, polishing them, and sought fitting places for them on the vast ocean map in his mind. Under the dim glow of the evening lights, he would often sit for hours, poring over nautical charts and notebooks. With various colored pencils, he inscribed annotations on the charts that only he could fully comprehend, locations of potential fishing grounds, possible migratory routes of fish during seasonal changes, areas of heightened risk under specific weather conditions, and the most fuel-efficient and time-saving navigational paths. Occasionally, Zhou Gaifeng would enter with a kettle of hot water, observing her son engrossed in his drawings and notes, his focused silhouette evoking both pride and concern within her. The ocean, take a break. Your eyes might suffer, she gently advised. Chen Haiyang looked up and smiled. It's all right, Mom. I have a plan in mind. Spring will be the right time to work. Chen Taizu, on the other hand, remained more reticent. Yet he would quietly stoke the coals in the brazier to make the room warmer, or lean in to glance at the nautical charts without disturbing Chen Haiyang. Although he struggled to decipher his son's intricate markings and lines, he could sense the earnestness and foresight behind them. At times, he would point to an unfamiliar distant area on the chart and ask, "This place, the water is deep, isn't it?" Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from his son, he would say no more, but a flicker of reverence for the unknown depths and a sense of pride in his son's audacity to strategize in those vast blue expanses would shine in his eyes. Awong was the most enthusiastic participant and listener in Chen Haiyang's plans. Although he could not understand the professional annotations on the charts, he relished listening to Chen Haiyang's analyses. "Awong, look," Chen Haiyang said, pointing with his pencil at the chart. "Based on the information I've gathered over the past few days and combined with past experiences, I estimate that this spring, the advance guard of the large yellow croaker and pomfret may be drawn closer to the southwestern end of the outer reef chain due to that westerly warm current, rather than congregating at the northeastern slope as in previous years. If we stick to the old route to the northeastern slope, we might come up empty-handed." Awong listened, wide-eyed, never having considered that fishing could be calculated in such a manner. Also here, Chen Haiyang's pencil moved to another expanse of open sea. "Several captains have mentioned good winter yields along the edge of this international waters. I suspect there exists a winter gathering point that we have previously overlooked. After spring arrives, if conditions near shore are not favorable, this could serve as our backup plan. Though it's a bit distant, it is worth a try." Chen Haiyang's voice was not loud, yet it carried a resolute assurance of strategic planning. He synthesized fragmented information from the radio, oral traditions from seasoned fishermen, maritime knowledge from books, and his own vague memories from a past life, gradually sketching a unique, dynamic spring fishing strategy that belonged solely to him. This was no longer a matter of luck, but rather a precise plan grounded in information analysis, no longer confined to conservative operations just outside the door, but with eyes set on broader horizons, where opportunities and challenges coexisted in the distant fishing grounds. As the winter snow began to melt, droplets of clear water began to fall from the eaves, and although the seaside wind remained cold, it had lost its harshest edge. Chen Haiyang's notebook grew thicker, and the markings on the nautical charts became increasingly dense, while others in the village enjoyed the last leisurely days of the year, contemplating setting out to sea according to old traditions after spring. Chen Haiyang's meticulous plan for the coming spring fishing season had already taken root in his heart, clear and defined, awaiting the arrival of the east wind. He knew that when the first warm spring breeze swept across the sea, his vessel, the Riding the Wind, would no longer be adrift. It would cleave through the waves according to this meticulously crafted treasure map, charting a course towards new pathways marked by information and wisdom, brimming with hope and harvest. A brand new mode of fishing, transcending the current understanding of fishermen, had quietly begun to sprout in the tranquil preparation of this winter lull. Chapter 77. Delivering fish and charcoal to the elderly. The exhilaration of returning from the high seas and the joy of harvest had yet to fully ripple through the fishing village when an unprecedented snowstorm, one not seen in decades, descended upon them like a heavy shroud. The leaden sky hung low, as if within reach, and the snowflakes, no longer drifting poetically, were whipped by the fierce northern wind, crashing violently and densely upon the earth. Overnight, the entire village was transformed into a dazzling expanse of silver. The snow was relentless. In the morning, Chen Haiyang pushed open the heavy wooden door of their newly tiled house, and a blast of bone-chilling cold rushed in, making him shiver involuntarily. The snow outside was nearly knee-deep, and heavy icicles hung from the eaves, enveloping the world in a profound silence, save for the howling wind and snow. The village path had vanished, the distant sea was obscured, and all that remained was an endless white expanse, as if sealed by the bitter cold. This cursed snow. Zhou Gaifan, bundled in a thick cotton coat, stood behind Chen Haiyang, her brow furrowed with worry as she gazed outside. I haven't seen such heavy snow in decades. How can we go out? I wonder if that elderly woman, Chen Apo, has firewood left. Her dilapidated house can hardly withstand this cold. The Chen Apo she mentioned was a well-known solitary elder in the village, having lived a life of widowhood without children, her character somewhat eccentric, residing in a low, crumbling earthen house at the east end of the village, surviving on meager village aid and foraging for seaweed and shellfish. Chen Taizu, wrapped in an old cotton coat, approached. His brow knitted in concern as he stared at the snow outside. Silently, he picked up the shovel leaning against the door and began to clear the snow without uttering a word. His movements were steady and strong, but his eyes reflected the same worry. As a native fisherman, he understood all too well what such extreme weather meant for the vulnerable families in the village. Chen Haiyang observed the expressions of his parents and then gazed at the snow-laden, lifeless village. The joy of returning from the sea was swiftly replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. He recalled vague memories from his previous life, where it seemed that an elder had not survived such a snowstorm. Having been reborn, he had changed his family's fate and acquired sufficient ability. How could he stand idly by and watch his neighbors suffer? Dad, Mom, Chen Haiyang turned, his tone resolute. Our family is doing well now. We cannot only think of our own warmth. With the snow sealing the doors, those solitary elders in the village, like Chen Apos, lacking clothing, food, and firewood, are likely struggling to endure. I believe we should go see them and bring some fish and charcoal. Zhou Gaifan was momentarily taken aback, but then her face lit up with gratitude and agreement. Yes, Haiyang is right. Our family is better off now. We must not forget our responsibilities. It's time to check on them. She was inherently kind-hearted, but previously, her own hardships had rendered her powerless to help others. Chen Taizu paused in his shoveling, looking up at his son, his gaze a mixture of surprise and approval, finally culminating in a brief, affirming response. We should go. He hesitated, then added, I know a few families. Times are tough for them. With consensus reached, preparations commenced forthwith. Chen Haiyang and Awong were tasked with clearing a path through the snow to the main village road, while Chen Taizu headed to the shed in the backyard where he had stored dry, burnable charcoal, packing it into burlap sacks. Zhou Gaifan tied on an apron and entered the kitchen, selecting substantial, nutritious fish from the recent catch, primarily large mackerel and pomfret, along with some storable dried scallops and shrimp. Wrapping them in oil paper, the family worked harmoniously, busying themselves while outside lay a world of ice and snow, yet within their home. The shared goodwill created a warmth that seemed to defy the chill. With the path initially cleared and supplies prepared, Chen Haiyang and Awong donned their thickest cotton trousers and shoes, topped off with warm hats and gloves, and shouldered the burlap sacks filled with charcoal and the bundles of fish tied with straw. Chen Taizu insisted on joining them, wielding a sturdy stick to both probe the path ahead and assist if necessary. The wind and snow continued to rage, slicing against their faces like knives. Each step taken requires immense exertion. The snow conceals the uneven surface of the road, and a moment's inattention may lead to a fall. The burden upon their shoulders, heavy and unyielding, symbolizes not just physical weight, but a profound sentiment. They first arrived at the home of Granny Chun at the eastern edge of the village. The low, earthen structure was nearly buried beneath the snow, the chimney void of any smoke, and the dilapidated wooden door creaked and rattled in the biting wind. Chen Haiyang knocked forcefully on the door, calling out loudly, Granny, open the door, we are from the Haiyang family. After a considerable wait, faint rustling and a suppressed cough emanated from within. The door creaked open just a crack, revealing Granny Chen's face, frozen and tinged with bluish hues, etched with deep wrinkles. Her murky eyes brimmed with vigilance and uncertainty, but upon seeing Chen Haiyang and his companions standing in the snowstorm, along with the burden they carried, her apprehension began to dissipate, replaced by astonishment. Haiyang, Taizu, what brings you here? Her voice was hoarse and dry, trembling slightly. Granny, the snow has fallen heavily. We have brought you some charcoal and fish to warm your home and fill your stomach, Chen Haiyang replied, gesturing for Awong to hand over a sack of charcoal and a string of large fish strung together with grass rope. Granny Chen stared at the glossy black charcoal and the shimmering silver fish, momentarily taken aback, her lips quivering, rendered speechless. In her frigid abode, devoid of warmth, the sudden kindness seemed to inject a faint warmth into the air. She trembled as she reached out, wavering between disbelief and gratitude. At that moment, Zhou Gaifan arrived, braving the wind and snow, clutching a somewhat worn, yet impeccably clean, thick cotton coat, which she had prepared earlier. "Granny, take this. Go inside and start a fire. Wear this coat to shield yourself from the cold." Without waiting for a response, she thrust the coat into Granny Chen's arms and helped to carry in the charcoal and fish into the nearly drafty, ice-cold dwelling. Observing the bustling Zhou Gaifan and Chen Haiyang, as well as the soft cotton coat in her embrace and the substantial charcoal and food on the floor, Granny Chen's long dry eyes finally welled up with tears of gratitude. Choking back her emotions, she repeated, good people, thank you for still remembering this old woman." After leaving Granny Chen's home, they trudged through the knee-deep snow, alternating between deep and shallow steps, making their way to the next household. This was the abode of Uncle Li, the one-armed fisherman at the western end of the village. He had lost an arm during a maritime accident in his youth. His wife had passed away early, and his son worked far away, rarely returning home, leading a life of scarcity. Upon knocking on Uncle Li's door, this typically stubborn old man, who seldom sought help, felt his eyes moisten as he saw the offerings from Chen Haiyang and his companions. With his one remaining arm, he grasped Chen Taizu's hand tightly, his lips moving, ultimately expressing a heavy-hearted, "Brother Taizu, I will remember Haiyang's kindness." Next, they visited Grandpa San, a mute elderly man living alone, reliant on weaving coarse fishing nets for a meager income. When Chen Haiyang and the others arrived, the old man was huddled on a cold calm, covered with a thin, stiff, old quilt, shivering uncontrollably. Upon seeing them, he gestured with gratitude, his murky eyes sparkling with appreciation. One household after another, the weight on their shoulders grew lighter, yet the sense of responsibility within Chen Haiyang became ever more pronounced. The wind and snow persisted, their silhouettes laboriously navigating the snow-clad village, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints. The black of the charcoal and the silver of the fish painted a portrait of the most simple warmth against the pure white backdrop. News spread as if on wings, and despite the raging storm, it circulated within a limited radius. When Chen Haiyang and his weary, yet fulfilled, companions cleared the last patch of snow from the doorstep of the solitary elderly, preparing to return, they noticed several slightly better-off families next door also taking up shovels and some food, calling out to one another as they headed towards the homes of those in need. An unspoken bond of mutual support began to flourish quietly amidst the harsh weather. Upon returning to their own warm, spring-like tile-roofed home, they shed their soaked shoes and socks. Gathering around the roaring charcoal brazier, Zhou Gaifan hurriedly served steaming ginger soup. Chen Haiyang took the bowl, feeling the intense warmth radiate from his palms to the depths of his being. Outside, the blizzard still raged, the world enveloped in chaos. Yet, Chen Haiyang knew that beneath the blanket of white, a few homes that had been cold and desolate had reignited with the warmth of charcoal, and perhaps delicious fish soup was simmering on the stove. This flicker of light and warmth, though insufficient to thaw the harsh winter, was enough to support fragile lives through this most trying juncture. He sipped the spicy ginger soup, a wave of warmth coursing through him. This act of delivering warmth brought him a sense of fulfillment and contentment far surpassing the satisfaction of catching a net full of tuna. Chapter 78. The benevolent reputation of Haiyang spreads far and wide. After 3 days and nights of relentless snowfall, the storm finally showed signs of abatement with the dawn's light. The winds began to calm, and the once suffocatingly dense snowflakes transformed into a light flurry, eventually ceasing altogether. At long last, the pale yet bright winter sun struggled to pierce through the clouds, casting its rays upon the fishing village, cloaked in a thick layer of silver, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The snow remained deep, but with the howling winds subsiding, the biting cold seemed to lessen slightly. Voices began to emerge from the village. Busy figures bustling about in front of every home, the sound of shovels scraping against the snow becoming the prevailing melody of the moment. As people cleared the snow from their doorsteps, carving out paths to the village road, they engaged in animated conversations, their tones imbued with the relief of survival and wonder at the rare snowfall. However, amidst the ordinary clamor, another topic emerged, akin to the sun breaking through after the storm, swiftly warming the hearts of those clearing the snow, rising with the curling smoke from chimneys. An exchange through friendly calls across courtyards. Have you heard? On the day of the heavy snowfall, Chen Haiyang, with Awong and his father, braved the storm to deliver charcoal and fish to several elderly folks in the village. Is that true? With such heavy snow, how could they even get there? Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. They trudged through the snow, first to Granny Chen's house, then to Uncle Li's, and even to Grandpa San's. Oh my, what an extraordinary act of kindness. Granny Chen's place leaks in summer and feels like an ice house in winter, without that charcoal. Indeed, Uncle Li mentioned that Haiyang is a sincere boy, delivering only the best charcoal and large fish, the kind they wouldn't even spare for themselves. Voices of admiration and reflection collided and intertwined in the crisp air following the snow. Chen Haiyang and his family, especially Chen Haiyang himself, through the most unpretentious actions amid this unprecedented calamity, added a radiant layer of benevolence to the already shining aura of their achievements in fishing and prosperity. If before, the villagers' sentiments towards Chen Haiyang were tinged with envy for his fortune and admiration for his skills, even harboring a subtle jealousy, now, this act of delivering warmth truly touched the softest corners of their hearts. It represented a sincere care that transcended mere calculations of self-interest. Rooted in the simple morality of local camaraderie, Chen Haiyang and Awong continued to clear snow from in front of their home. More and more villagers paused in their tasks to greet them, their tones warmer and more respectful than ever before. Haiyang, well done. You've brought honor to our village. Awong, following your brother Haiyang indeed. Learn the craft, and more importantly, learn how to be a person. Brother Taizu, sister Gaifen, you have raised a fine son. Chen Taizu remained as taciturn as ever. When faced with such praise, he merely nodded slightly or acknowledged with a soft Yet the subtle straightening of his spine and the barely perceptible lines at the corners of his eyes betrayed an inner turbulence. In contrast, Zhou Gaifen radiated a heartfelt smile as she busily responded to the compliments from the villagers. It is only right. Distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. Now that we are living a bit better, we should lend a hand whenever possible. Her words, simple yet profoundly sincere, resonated deeply. By midday, the snow had mostly ceased, and the sun began to cast a gentle warmth. A few unexpected guests arrived at Chen Haiyang's home, old lady Chen, one-armed Uncle Li, and two other elderly individuals who had received assistance. Supported by neighbors, they cautiously navigated the cleared snowy path, arriving at the bright, tiled house of Chen Haiyang. Old lady Chen held an old basket filled with several eggs she had saved, reluctant to consume. Uncle Li carried a small jar of his homemade salted fish. Though these offerings were modest and even meager, they represented their most heartfelt gratitude. Haiyang, Taizu, Gaifen, old lady Chen's voice remained hoarse, yet her complexion had noticeably improved. With a hint of color blooming on her face, she pushed the basket toward Zhou Gaifen, saying, "There's nothing much at home, but please accept these few eggs. Don't be ungrateful. You saved this old woman's life," her eyes glistening with tears. Zhou Gaifen hurriedly declined. "Oh, auntie, what are you doing? Take it back and nourish yourself. We are young and strong. How could we accept your gifts?" Uncle Li insisted on leaving the salted fish. "Taizu, Haiyang, if you refuse, it's as if you look down on me, old Li. Though I may be disabled, my intentions are sincere." Amidst the polite refusals, affection flowed freely. Ultimately, at Chen Haiyang's prompting, Zhou Gaifen symbolically accepted a small portion, repeatedly urging the elderly to take care of their health and to speak up if they faced difficulties. Many villagers witnessed this scene, storing it in their hearts. The simple gratitude and the act of providing aid in times of need painted a remarkably harmonious rural tapestry. In the ensuing days, as the roads were thoroughly cleared, the movement between villages resumed. The tale of Chen Haiyang's benevolence during the snowy weather spread like wildfire, carried on the crisp yet chilly winds, swiftly reaching several nearby villages. Have you heard? That fortunate young man, Chen Haiyang from He village, not only excels at fishing but has an unparalleled good heart. Indeed, in such heavy snow, he braved dangers to deliver food, clothing, and warmth to the lonely elders, saving several lives. Truly remarkable. At such a young age, he has prospered, yet remains humble and conscientious. His cooperative is thriving, helping the villagers become prosperous. It's evident he possesses a broad-mindedness. As neighbors gathered for tea and meals, conversations about Chen Haiyang were filled with unabashed admiration. The moniker kind-hearted Haiyang spread far and wide. This reputation, more profound than capturing a 1,000-pound haul or selling rare catches at exorbitant prices, resonated deeply within the community and held greater weight. One day, the village head from nearby Liachuan village made a special detour to seek out Chen Haiyang, not only to express his admiration but also to glean insights on fostering a similar model of mutual assistance in his own village. In the face of such accolades and attention, Chen Haiyang remained remarkably composed and clear-headed. In the evening, the family sat together in their warm home. Zhou Gaifen was still buoyed by the praises from the visitors, while Chen Haiyang, assisting his father in sorting fishing nets, spoke. "Father, mother, let us not dwell too much on those external words. We do what we do for our own peace of mind, not for the sake of accolades." Chen Taizu responded with a thoughtful indicating his agreement. Zhou Gaifen, too, moderated her smile and nodded. "I understand. It's just heartwarming to hear." Chen Haiyang continued. "Our family has endured hardship. We know the taste of freezing and hunger. Now that we have the means, it is only right to lend a hand. While a good reputation is beneficial, it also brings pressure. Henceforth, We must remain diligent in our actions and humble in our demeanor, so as not to disappoint our fellow villagers' high expectations. His words, steady and insightful, prompted silent nods of approval from both Zhou Gaifan and Chen Taizu. Their son had truly matured. Not only was he capable, but his character was also steadfast. The reputation of kind-hearted Haiyang took root like a carefully sown seed in this weathered coastal land. It brought not just fleeting fame, but a profound trust and esteem, laying a vital foundation for his future leadership of the cooperative, enabling it to flourish even further and uniting the community. This essence of goodwill, forged from kindness, would prove to be far more enduring and valuable than any bountiful catch. Chapter 79, The Matchmaker's Third Visit. The renown of kind-hearted Haiyang spread like the gentle southeastern breeze of spring, wafting through neighboring villages, bringing not only praise but also tangible impacts. The bright new tiled house of Chen Haiyang, basking in the sunlight after the snow had melted, seemed more eye-catching than ever, not only due to its grandeur but also because of the warm aura enveloping it, stemming from its illustrious reputation. One afternoon, the sun shone brightly, melting some of the lingering snow and creating a steamy mist rising from the ground. Zhou Gaifan sat on a low stool in the yard, mending one of Chen Taizu's old cotton jackets, her stitches neat and even. Chen Taizu, meanwhile, silently polished several iron fishing tools, producing a rhythmic scraping sound. Chen Haiyang and Awong had gone to inspect the recently cleared dock, checking on the boats as the winter chill posed a risk of damage to some components. The yard was peaceful and serene, occasionally interrupted by the crowing of chickens or barking of dogs. Just then, a familiar figure, slightly plump and wearing a somewhat exaggeratedly warm smile, appeared at the gate. It was none other than the well-known matchmaker of the village, Wang Kaozhui. "Ah, Brother Taizu. Sister Gaifan, are you busy?" Wang Kaozhui's voice, sharp yet smooth, shattered the tranquility of the courtyard before her presence even arrived. Zhou Gaifan looked up, recognizing her, and a polite smile masked a hint of exasperation and understanding. She set down her needle and thread, standing to greet her. "Oh, it's Sister Wang. Please, come inside." Chen Taizu paused in his work, nodding slightly as a form of greeting. This was Wang Kaozhui's third visit. The previous two had been deflected by Chen Haiyang, who had insisted on establishing his career first, neither yielding nor dismissing her. But this time, Wang Kaozhui's smile seemed more resolute than before, her gaze imbued with a sense of assurance that this time would surely bear fruit. Once inside the main room, Zhou Gaifan poured her a cup of hot tea. Wang Kaozhui accepted it, but did not rush to drink, her astute eyes sweeping across the bright room, lingering momentarily on the new furniture, especially the precious radio, before exclaiming, "Look at this house, what an atmosphere. In our village, your family is the most prosperous. That boy Haiyang is truly remarkable. Who doesn't sing his praises as kind-hearted Haiyang? Not only is he capable, but he also has a good heart. Such a fine young man is hard to find." Zhou Gaifan and Chen Taizu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, knowing this was merely a prelude. After her flattery, Wang Kaozhui finally shifted her tone, leaning in slightly. Lowering her voice, her face adorned with a secretive yet triumphant smile. "Sister Gaifan, Brother Taizu, I come bearing splendid news. At the town's state-run fish processing plant, the only daughter of Deputy Director Zhao." She deliberately paused, observing the reactions of Zhou Gaifan and Chen Taizu. Indeed, upon hearing the words town, state-owned factory, and deputy factory director, Zhou Gaifan's eyes flickered, and even Chen Taizu's hand, which held the teacup, momentarily hesitated. This condition was undeniably superior to the village girls and those from neighboring villages proposed in the previous discussions. It was a prospect they had scarcely dared to dream of. Wang Kaozhui, noticing the effect of her words, became increasingly animated, vividly describing the young woman. Her name was Zhao Jing, just turned 20, and she worked as a private teacher at the central primary school in town. Her appearance was impeccably refined, fair-skinned and genteel, clearly a woman of culture. She possessed a gentle disposition and deft hands. Zhao factory director's family had only this one precious daughter, and if this were to materialize, Haiyang would surely have a solid foundation in the town, wouldn't he? Her words were imbued with allure, painting a vivid image of a girl from a privileged background, possessing remarkable qualities. Before Zhou Gaifan and Chen Taizu, Zhou Gaifan's breath quickened involuntarily. A girl from the town, a teacher, and with a father who was a deputy factory director. If this were to truly happen, wouldn't he, her son, be leaping through the Dragon Gate? No longer would he have to endure the hardships of life on the turbulent seas. She envisioned her son dressed in respectable attire, seated in a bright office, instead of battling the waves on a rickety fishing boat. Even Chen Taizu, who was typically stoic, had his brows slightly unfurled, evidently shaken by the prospect. As a father, how could he not wish for his son to have a good future, to lead a more stable and dignified life? Seizing the moment, Wang Qiuzhui pressed on. The Zhao family had heard of Haiyang's reputation and held it in high regard. They believed that although Haiyang was currently a fisherman, he was young and capable, with a kind heart, destined for great success. They entrusted me to inquire about his feelings. If Haiyang gives a nod, I can arrange for a meeting right away. I believe we have an excellent chance. A brief silence enveloped the room. Zhou Gaifan instinctively rubbed the hem of her garment, glancing at Chen Taizu with eyes that sparkled with inquiry and excitement. Chen Taizu remained silent, sipping the now lukewarm tea, seemingly weighing his thoughts. At that moment, footsteps and the boisterous voice of Awong echoed from outside the courtyard. It was Chen Haiyang and Awong returning from the wharf. As Chen Haiyang entered the courtyard, he immediately spotted Wang Qiuzhui seated in the main room and understood the situation with a high degree of certainty. His expression remained unchanged, still wearing a calm smile as he walked in. Aunt Wang is here. Oh, Haiyang has returned. Wang Qiuzhui exclaimed upon seeing the main figure, instantly rising. Her smile brighter than ever, as if she had just witnessed a grand matchmaking gift about to be realized. I was just speaking of you. Come, sit down. Aunt has good news for you. Chen Haiyang complied and sat down, with Awong curiously following him into the room, leaning against the doorframe to listen. Wang Qiuzhui, unable to contain her excitement, elaborated further on the conditions of Zhao Jing to Chen Haiyang, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Haiyang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A family like the Zhaos is one that countless young men aspire to reach. You must think this through carefully. Zhou Gaifan also could not refrain from interjecting, her tone laced with hope. Haiyang, what Aunt Wang says makes sense. The Zhao girl sounds truly remarkable. Although Chen Taizu remained silent, his gaze was fixed on his son. All eyes were concentrated on Chen Haiyang. Awong, standing by, felt anxious for him, believing the conditions were indeed heavenly. Chen Haiyang listened quietly, his face devoid of the surprise or excitement Wang Qiuzhui and Zhou Gaifan had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head, his gaze clear and tranquil. First offering a polite smile to Wang Qiuzhui. Aunt Wang, thank you for your concern and for tirelessly advocating on my behalf. Wang Qiuzhui waved her hands dismissively. No trouble at all. As long as your matter can succeed, I would gladly run myself ragged. Chen Haiyang nodded slightly. Then his tone shifted to one of gentle yet unwavering sincerity. The conditions of the Zhao girl sound indeed commendable. To catch the attention of factory director Zhao is a privilege for me, Chen Haiyang. Upon hearing this, both Wang Qiuzhui and Zhou Gaifan's faces lit up with joy, believing they had finally swayed him. However, Chen Haiyang's words took a different turn. But, Aunt Wang, Dad, I must reiterate my previous sentiment. A man should establish his career before starting a family. My current achievements are merely the beginning. The road ahead is long, and the burdens are heavier. The cooperative has just begun to show promise, and I have yet to finalize my plans for the distant sea. Many aspirations remain unfulfilled. Starting a family now, regardless of whether it may distract me, would not be fair to a girl like her, who would be marrying someone whose thoughts are largely consumed by the uncertainties of the sea. He paused, his gaze sweeping over his parents before finally resting on the vast, shimmering blue sea outside the window, glistening like scattered gold under the winter sun. His voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable yearning and determination. My heart is predominantly tied to that sea. It has nurtured me and provided me with my goals and direction. What I am focused on now is how to expand our fleet further, how to strengthen our cooperative, and how to truly transform the lives of our fishing village. As for starting a family, I believe it would be prudent to wait until I have carved out a genuine, worthy existence on this sea. One that can provide a stable and honorable life for myself and my future family. His words flowed with clarity, neither submissive nor arrogant, expressing both respect for the suitors and articulating his ambitions and principles. Wang Qiuzhui opened her mouth, ready to offer further persuasion. But upon meeting Chen Haiyang's calm, yet resolute gaze, the carefully prepared arguments suddenly lodged in her throat, leaving her speechless. Having been a matchmaker for many years, she had encountered various young men, some shy, some choosy, but she had never seen someone so lucidly prioritize their career over marriage, intertwining it so closely with the vast ocean. The light of hope in Zhou Gaifan's eyes gradually dimmed, transforming into understanding and a hint of resigned sigh. She knew her son was resolute. Once he set his mind on something, not even a herd of oxen could pull him back. Chen Taizu slowly set down his teacup, gazing deeply at his son. After the initial shock, his expression became imbued with a complex mix of emotions, regret, but more so, a recognition of his son's remarkable maturity and sense of responsibility that belied his years. Sister Wang, Chen Taizu spoke, his voice low yet carrying the weight of a family patriarch's decision. You have heard Haiyang's thoughts. The child is ambitious and wishes to forge his path first. We, as parents, support him. This marriage proposal, let it go. Thank you for making the trip. Wang Qiuzhui glanced at Chen Taizu and then at the composed Chen Haiyang. Realizing the futility of the matter, she reluctantly stood up, forcing a smile. Oh, Haiyang's ambition is indeed commendable, a good thing. Well then, I shall take my leave. After sending off the disappointed Wang Qiuzhui, the main room fell into silence once more. Zhou Gaifan quietly tidied the teacups, softly addressing Chen Haiyang. Haiyang, the Zhao girl's conditions are indeed excellent. Mother, Chen Haiyang approached, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, his tone gentle yet firm. I understand your good intentions. But what I seek is not merely a favorable family to rely upon. I aspire to become someone of worth. To be a pillar for our Chen family, and even for our He village. The opportunities this sea affords are more abundant than I had anticipated. I cannot afford to be distracted. He gazed once more at the vast ocean outside, his eyes distant. My heart can encompass the storms and the schools of fish, as well as the future of our entire village, but at present, it lacks the capacity to securely accommodate another person. That would be unfair to everyone involved. As his words echoed, the only response was the muted sound of the tide outside, as if in quiet agreement with his youthful and boundless ambitions. Chapter 80. The heart belongs to the sea. The matchmaker Wang Qiuzhui departed from the grand entrance of Chen Haiyang's new courtyard, her face betraying a palpable disappointment and a hint of bewilderment. Inside the main room, an exquisite silence enveloped the atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the rhythmic patter of melting snow outside. The subtle ripples of emotion stirred by the factory director's daughter had yet to fully settle, and now, following Chen Haiyang's resolute rejection, they had morphed into a more complex stillness. His mother, Zhou Gaifan, silently cleared away the tea bowls used by Wang Qiuzhui. Her movements slower than usual, her brow shadowed by a veil of lingering regret and concern that seemed impervious to resolution. As a traditional rural woman, she found joy in her son's success, yet the deep-seated belief in establishing a family and continuing the lineage weighed heavily on her. The prospect of such a seemingly advantageous match, which she regarded as a lofty opportunity, was swiftly dismissed by her son without hesitation, leaving her feeling as if a damp cotton ball had lodged itself in her chest, stifling her. She glanced at her son, her lips twitching as if to speak. But ultimately, all that escaped her was a barely audible sigh. Her husband, Chen Taizu, remained seated, his rough fingers unconsciously tracing the cold rim of his teacup. His gaze lowered to his own weathered hands, calloused and marked by years of labor. Unlike Zhou Gaifan, he concealed his emotions. Yet the prolonged silence and the slight furrow of his brow revealed an inner turmoil. He understood his son's ambitions and felt a flicker of pride for his courage. Yet as a father, he could not entirely shake off the anxiety regarding his son's future. Leaning against the doorframe, Awong exhibited an anxious and perplexed demeanor, scratching his head in agitation. After a moment of restraint, he leaned closer to Chen Haiyang, lowering his voice. Haiyang, think it over. She is the daughter of the factory director, a teacher. This is such a wonderful opportunity. You could find a more leisurely job in town and wouldn't have to toil at sea anymore. In his simplistic understanding, this was a golden opportunity that seemed too good to refuse, leaving him baffled by Chen Haiyang's rejection. Chen Haiyang observed his family's reactions keenly, aware that a mere statement about prioritizing one's career would not alleviate their concerns, especially his mother's. He felt the need for a deeper and more honest conversation to lay bare his aspirations before his loved ones. He approached his mother, gently taking the half-cleared tea tray from her hands and placing it on the table. Supporting her shoulder, he urged her to sit down, while he pulled a stool to sit opposite his parents, with Awong instinctively drawing nearer. Dad, Mom, Awong. Chen Haiyang's voice resonated with calm clarity, breaking the room's silence. I know you all mean well for me. Aunt Wang spoke of the Zhao family's daughter, and her prospects are indeed remarkable. Anyone might find it difficult to remain unmoved. He affirmed this, slightly lightening Zhou Gaifan's expression. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze becoming serene yet profound. In this life, as fleeting as autumn leaves, one must discern what they truly desire. My vocation does not lie within the confines of a stable office in town, nor does it hinge on how high I can climb the social ladder. His finger gestured towards the vast blue visible beyond the window. My calling resides there, in the ocean that birthed me, nurtured me, and has brought new life to our family. He turned to his mother, sincerity radiating from his eyes. Do you recall the days we endured? Bare walls, your worries over my father's health, perpetually anxious about our next meal? It was the sea that gifted us our first butter crab, our first exquisite lobster, the first net of large yellow croakers. It enabled us to build a new home, restore my father's health, and allowed us to hold our heads high. The sea is not merely a means of sustenance for me. It is a benefactor, a battleground, and a sanctuary. As Zhou Gaifan listened, memories of their difficult past and her son's countless returns from the sea, filled with hope, flooded her mind. Her gaze softened, and she nodded gently. Chen Haiyang continued, addressing his father. Dad, you've spent your life dealing with the sea. You know well that while it appears tranquil, it conceals numerous dangers and treasures beneath. For generations, we've relied on age-old wisdom, fishing close to shore, living off what the heavens provide, toiling for a lifetime, yet never achieving true security. But now it's different. His voice brimmed with fervor. We possess better boats, radios, and broader horizons. I've realized that what we previously witnessed was merely the edge of the ocean. The true wealth and vastness lie in the deep sea, where greater and more valuable fish reside, where we can encounter extraordinary creatures, and where sunken ships cradle history and treasure, even matters of national maritime security. He referenced the recent endeavor to recover a detector, though vague in detail. His father's pupils narrowed slightly, clearly grasping his son's intent. My heart has long been captivated by that deep blue, Chen Haiyang declared with an undeniable yearning and resolve. I wish to explore, to discover what lies with the dolphin pods, to ascertain if life exists near deep-sea volcanoes, to understand how those colossal creatures, whose names escape us, thrive. I aspire to lead our fleet to uncharted territories, to catch fish others cannot, and unveil secrets yet undiscovered. I want Hyeyo Village to transcend the mere label of a poor fishing village and become a name that commands respect among all seafarers. His words painted a grand vision that surpassed the dreams of an ordinary fisherman with a family. Awong listened, mouth agape, his initial confusion gradually replaced by a fervent admiration. As for settling down, Chen Haiyang's tone softened yet remained firm. Currently, my thoughts and energies are largely devoted to the sea and the future of our cooperative. I cannot fathom planning my next perilous voyage while leaving a wife at home, anxious and alone. It would be unfair to her, and to myself, a distraction. He grasped his mother's somewhat cold hand. Mom, it's not that I don't wish to marry. Rather, I seek the right moment. Once I have firmly established myself in this vast ocean, made my mark, and feel secure, only then can I wholeheartedly dedicate myself to another person and assume the responsibilities of a family. I hope that the one who stands beside me in the future will understand my dedication to the sea and share in its vastness with me, rather than simply relying on a favorable marriage connection. He turned to his father. Dad, you often tell me that a man must bear responsibility. I believe my responsibility now lies with the sea, with the villagers who depend on me, and with the future of our cooperative. First, I must shoulder this burden with steadiness and resolve before considering anything else. His heartfelt words washed over Zhou Gaifen, cleansing her heart of lingering regret and worry. She gazed into her son's bright and resolute eyes, recognizing that they held not the impulsiveness of youth, but a thoughtful and determined conviction. She suddenly understood that her son's world had long transcended her capacity to fully comprehend or measure. His aspirations were as vast as the ocean itself. She clasped her son's hand, nodding emphatically, her voice thick with emotion yet tinged with relief. I understand now. Haiyang, you are right. A man must first establish a solid foundation. If you wish to venture forth, then go. Mother supports you, as long as you are resolute in your heart and have no regrets. Chen Taizu had remained silent throughout, but at this moment, he exhaled a long, slow breath. He lifted his gaze, his eyes resting on his son, filled with a complex mix of emotions, nostalgia, pride, and an unwavering acknowledgement akin to the strength of stone. He uttered not a word, merely extending his calloused hand, heavy with the weight of experience, and gave a resounding pat on Chen Haiyang's shoulder. That single gesture conveyed more than 1,000 words. Awong suddenly slapped his thigh, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, Brother Haiyang, I understand. Rest assured, I, Awong, shall follow you for life. Wherever you go, I shall go. Together, we shall venture into that deep blue expanse. The atmosphere within the room transformed from its previous somberness to a newfound clarity, infused with a sense of unity and purpose toward a common goal. Chen Haiyang gazed at his supportive parents and his fervent brother, a radiant and confident smile gracing his face. He turned his gaze once more toward the window, his eyes seemingly piercing through the confines of the house and village, focusing on the boundless ocean awaiting his exploration and conquest. His heart belonged to the sea, an unwavering resolve. His journey was just beginning. Chapter 81. Constructing a new type of fish trap. The upheaval surrounding the marriage was akin to a sudden gust of wind across the sea, creating ripples in the small courtyard of Chen Haiyang's home before swiftly subsiding, replaced by the more pressing and practical themes of daily life. Chen Haiyang's heartfelt declaration of his devotion to the sea did not cast a pall over the family atmosphere. Rather, it acted like a rejuvenating spring rain, washing away the lingering confusion and barriers, clarifying the family's collective objective. With ambitions now defined, all that remained was to tread steadily and advance step by step toward that deep blue. in the intervals of distant ocean voyages. Managing and operating near shore became the primary focus. Chen Haiyang understood that the development of the cooperative could not solely rely on his remarkable fishing prowess and a few daring expeditions. It necessitated solid, sustainable daily output. Improving fishing tools and enhancing efficiency was the fundamental aspect. His attention turned to one of the most common and traditional fishing implements in the fishing village, the fish trap. The warmth of spring dispelled the last remnants of chill, and the sea breeze softened. In the spacious backyard of Chen Haiyang's home lay several old fish traps commonly used in the village. These traps, constructed from fine bamboo strips or old fishing nets, featured a simplistic entrance design, often relying on the blind rush of fish and shrimp, resulting in inefficient capture rates and vulnerability to damage in rocky areas, leading to a short lifespan. Chen Haiyang picked up an old trap, scrutinizing its structure. Awong squatted beside him, watching Chen Haiyang's focused demeanor with curiosity, and asked, "Brother Haiyang, every household uses these traps. What new innovations could there possibly be?" "Awong, observe." Chen Haiyang pointed to the entrance of the trap. "This opening allows for direct entry and exit. Even slightly clever crabs or larger fish can easily dart back out after taking the bait. Moreover, this bamboo weaving isn't sturdy enough. After being dragged through rocky areas a few times, it falls apart." He set down the old trap and approached a pile of newly purchased materials nearby. There lay green polyethylene mesh with higher strength and corrosion resistance, flexible galvanized wire, and hard plastic rings he specifically sourced from a hardware store in the county for crafting funnel-shaped entrances. "I wish to experiment and create something different." Chen Haiyang's eyes sparkled with the light of innovation. Drawing upon vague memories from his past life and recent observations of marine biology, he began to devise a plan for improvement in his mind. First, he reimagined the entrance design, abandoning the traditional cylindrical entry. He employed the hard plastic rings and mesh to craft a funnel-shaped entrance that gradually narrowed from wide to narrow. This way, he explained to Awong, while securing the plastic ring and mesh with wire, fish, shrimp, and crabs lured by the bait can easily slip in through this wide opening. But attempting to retreat through this increasingly narrow exit proves a challenge. It's akin to that funnel at our dock where fish enter easily but struggle to exit. Awong's eyes widened as he comprehended the ingenious design. "Hey, this method is brilliant. Once they're in, they won't escape." Next, Chen Haiyang focused on the structure and materials of the trap. He utilized sturdier polyethylene mesh to sew together a rectangular trap body, reinforcing key stress points with double or even triple stitching. Inside the trap, he created several compartments using fine mesh, each with different entrances. Different fish and shrimp prefer various habitats. Some enjoy hiding in corners, while others prefer the center. By adding multiple entrances leading to different compartments, we can increase our chances of capturing a diverse array of marine life, Chen Haiyang elucidated. He also sewed small mesh bags into the bottom of the trap, allowing for ballast stones to ensure the trap remains stable underwater, less susceptible to currents or overturning. Lastly, he optimized the bait holder and fish retrieval opening. He fashioned a small net holder for the bait, secured at the center of the trap to prevent easy removal by fish and shrimp. The retrieval opening was designed to be larger and secured with a rope closure, facilitating the dumping of catches while also allowing for easy replenishment and replacement of bait. In the courtyard, Chen Haiyang took up a shuttle, netting, pliers, and other tools, personally embarking on the construction. At first, his movements felt somewhat clumsy, as weaving nets is a meticulous task, but thanks to his remarkable focus and dexterity, he quickly became adept. The tight mesh glided through his fingers, nodding with a rhythmic rustling sound. Awong assisted, handing over tools and tightening the netting, marveling as a cleverly designed, distinctly different new trap took shape in Chen Haiyang's hands. His face alight with wonder and anticipation. Occasionally, Chen Tianzu, his father, would stroll over, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing for a while. He picked up a completed funnel entrance, weighing it in his hands, inspecting the robust mesh. Though he offered no commentary, his slight nod indicated his approval. As an experienced craftsman, he could immediately discern the structural and material advantages of this new trap. Meanwhile, his mother, Zhou Gaifen, managed the logistics, periodically bringing warm tea. Her face glowing with satisfaction as she watched her son, drenched in sweat, yet brimming with enthusiasm. A son with skill and a willingness to delve into research is worth more than anything. After 2 full days of labor, 5 brand new fish traps, exuding the scent of plastic and wire, were finally completed. They appeared more orderly and robust than the old traps, with the distinctive funnel entrance standing out prominently. "Let us go, Awong. Let us test their effectiveness in the sea." Chen Haiyang wiped the sweat from his brow, excitement coursing through him. The two carried the new traps alongside two old ones for comparison to a bay outside the village characterized by complex underwater structures, abundant rocks, and seagrass, where fish and crabs were plentiful. Chen Haiyang meticulously selected 5 different placement points, deploying 2 new traps in deeper sandy areas, 2 near rocky edges with swift currents, and the last in a traditionally favorable fishing depth. The 2 old traps were placed in nearby similar environments for comparison. Each trap was baited with chopped rotten fish and clam meat. Chen Haiyang carefully noted each trap's location and depth. The ensuing wait became somewhat agonizing. Awong nearly urged to check the traps every day, but Chen Haiyang restrained him. What's the hurry? It's only been a day. Let them sit a while longer for a better catch. It wasn't until the 3rd day at dawn, as the morning glow tinged the sea red, that Chen Haiyang and Awong could hardly contain their excitement, setting out in their small boat to the test bay. The sea lay tranquil, a perfect day for retrieving traps. Following their recorded positions, they began to haul in the traps one by one. The first to be pulled up was one of the old traps used for comparison. It felt light in hand, and upon inspection, the entrance made of bamboo strips had indeed snagged on rocks. With only a few small crabs and a couple of tiny fish languidly crawling within, Awong grimaced, saying, "See, Brother Haiyang, this old contraption is utterly useless." The second trap lifted was a new model set on the sandy bottom. It felt heavy. Awong instantly perked up, and together, they hoisted the trap aboard their boat. Upon opening the expansive fish trap, a cascade of marine bounty tumbled into the large basin on the deck with a resounding splash. Instantly, a melons of seafood, both large and small, filled the container to the brim. There were paddle-wielding blue crabs attempting to make their escape, lively black porgy and yellow croaker, as well as numerous agile shrimp and vibrantly colored stone crabs. "My goodness!" exclaimed Awong, his voice brimming with delight. "So much, and it's only been 3 days." A smile also graced Chen Haiyang's face as he meticulously counted them. The harvest from this trap, in terms of both quantity and variety, far surpassed that of the adjacent old trap. Next, they pulled up the new trap set near the rocks. This trap was even heavier. When it was hoisted up, the structure remained intact, the sturdy polyethylene netting having withstood the rigors of the rocky terrain. Upon inspection, the contents were even more astonishing. It was almost a kingdom of crabs inside, with a dozen plump blue crabs brandishing their claws, alongside several grouper and blackfish that favored the crevices of the rocks. This area had previously been deemed too risky for trapping due to the potential for damage, but now, all was well. Awong rubbed his hands together in excitement. One by one, the 5 new traps were retrieved, each yielding a bountiful harvest, leaving the 2 old traps in their wake. Particularly in the complex terrain and areas traditionally considered unsuitable for trapping, the new traps, with their robust materials and ingenious entrance design, showcased significant advantages. Observing the large basins filled with lively, high-value catches in the cabin, Awong's admiration for Chen Haiyang was boundless. "Brother Haiyang, you're simply incredible. How did you come up with this? These new traps are remarkable." Chen Haiyang's heart swelled with the joy of success. This trial not only validated his improvement strategy, but, more importantly, it unveiled a pragmatic avenue to enhance the cooperative's daily fishing efficiency and increase the income of ordinary members. He picked up an empty new trap. Admiring the green glinting netting and unique funnel entrance under the sunlight, his confidence soaring. "Let us go Awong back home. We'll distribute these catches. And then we shall teach everyone in the cooperative about the construction of these new traps." The fruits of innovation and practice, akin to the full warmth of spring sunshine, were poised to benefit more of their neighbors. Chapter 82. Sharing improved techniques with the villagers. Good. This is the content of Chapter 90 written according to the outline you provided. Chapter 90. The news of the new trap's successful debut spread through the small fishing village like wings taking flight. The mountain of crabs piled at Chen Haiyang's doorstep, alongside the unmistakable joy on Awong's family's faces, served as the best advertisement. In the coming days, familiar villagers, whether curious or somewhat tentative, approached Chen Haiyang seeking counsel. "Haiyang, I heard you've got a new contraption that catches crabs with precision?" Uncle Yan, the old smoker, squinted as he observed Chen Haiyang organizing the traps. "Uncle, you've come." Chen Haiyang paused his work, greeting him with a smile. "I just tinkered a bit with the trap's entrance and escape features, making it easier for crabs to enter but difficult to exit." He openly shared the principles behind the improved trap and its weaving techniques. How to shape the entrance into a trumpet-like form, how to adjust the angle and rigidity of the escape features, and the optimal locations and timing for setting the traps, providing meticulous details. Uncle Yan nodded vigorously, a spark igniting in his murky eyes. "Brilliant. With this modification, aren't those sideways walking fellows practically throwing themselves into the net?" "Haiyang, how did you come up with this?" Chen Haiyang chuckled humbly. I've just caught a lot over time and pondered it. Uncle, I've got a few more ready-made ones. Would you like to take some back to try? Oh, I couldn't possibly. Uncle Ian hesitated, rubbing his hands together. In these times, a good skill is a means of livelihood, and who wouldn't want to keep it close to their chest? What's there to hesitate about? Chen Haiyang insisted, pressing 2 new traps into Uncle Yan's hands. We're all neighbors here. If you can catch more, we all benefit. That makes me happy too. His words were sincere, devoid of any hint of condescension or boasting. Uncle Yan accepted the traps, his eyes misting with emotion. And he patted Chen Haiyang's shoulder with a firm grip. Good lad. I owe you one. This moment did not go unnoticed by the many villagers watching. Soon after, more individuals came seeking his expertise. Chen Haiyang welcomed them all, setting up impromptu lessons in his yard with Awong assisting. He distributed quality nylon line, patiently explaining the intricacies of weaving. Brother Haiyang, should the angle of this escape feature be a bit larger? A young man inquired earnestly. Yes, but not too large, or the crabs will become wary and want to venture in. Chen Haiyang corrected him with hands-on guidance. Haiyang, is it better to place the trap in deep or shallow water? A woman called out, her voice rising above the chatter. It depends on the type of crab you're targeting. During this season, blue crabs prefer the shallow, weedy areas, while flower crabs tend to favor the slightly deeper rocky edges. Chen Haiyang responded loudly, ensuring everyone could hear. The yard, under the eaves, and even beneath the large banyan tree at the entrance, brimmed with villagers learning to weave traps. The men debated technical details, while the women, skilled with their hands, wove swiftly, and children darted playfully through the crowd, creating a festive atmosphere. His mother busied herself boiling water for everyone, a proud smile illuminating her face. Although Father Chen Haiyang was not talkative, he sat quietly nearby, diligently organizing the stray nylon lines. Gazing at his son in the center of the gathering, calmly explaining, his eyes betraying uncontainable pride. Awong busied himself distributing materials and showcasing completed traps, taking on the role of a masterful elder brother with great honor. Haiyang is such a benevolent lad. Indeed, having prospered, he has not forgotten to uplift his fellow villagers. Perhaps our village can truly find a new way of life through these crabs. Whispers of admiration circulated among the crowd. Listening, Chen Haiyang felt a profound sense of calm and assurance. He understood that individual fishing fortunes would eventually wane, but the collective power and minor technological innovations could genuinely transform a community's way of life. This harmonious scene of shared effort toward a better existence brought him greater satisfaction than any amount of money could. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gradually departed, carrying with them the newly acquired skills and gratitude. The yard returned to tranquility, strewn with nylon scraps and the lingering scent of camaraderie in the air. Chen Haiyang surveyed the scene, massaging his sore arms, and smiled at Awong beside him. Tomorrow, I suspect our village's traps in the sea will outnumber the fish. Awong grinned widely. That would be splendid. Brother Haiyang, being with you makes life feel truly promising. Chen Haiyang gazed toward the shimmering expanse of the sea, his heart swelling with optimism. Sharing, perhaps, was the ultimate destination for his extraordinary fishing fortune. This realization further solidified his resolve for the grand plan ahead, crafting a large vessel to venture into the deep seas. Chapter 83, Minor Year Sea Festival. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the Northern Minor Year Festival takes place. In this coastal fishing village in the south, Minor Year is likewise a significant occasion, characterized by its grand sea worship ceremony. In years past, the main officiant for this ceremony was either the village's most respected elder or the most experienced and largest vessel captain. However, this year, circumstances took a different turn. As dawn broke, villagers gathered in droves before the seaside altar. Offerings of 3 meats, 5 grains, seasonal fruits, an array of exquisite pastries, and most importantly, the freshest and most sumptuous fish catches from each household were meticulously arranged on the altar. The air was thick with incense, and the atmosphere was solemn and reverent. The old village chief stood before the crowd, cleared his throat, and scanned the gathering until his gaze settled firmly on Chen Haiyang. Fellow villagers, the chief's voice boomed. This year, our village's fortunes are clearly on the rise. What is the reason for this? Relying on policies, on our diligent labor, and on the bountiful gifts bestowed by this sea, as well as on those who have guided us to discover these blessings. The gaze of the crowd, in unison, converged upon Chen Haiyang, led by the venerable village chief. In their eyes, there was gratitude, admiration, and an unwavering trust. This young man, Haiyang, was well known to all. The village chief continued, he is fortunate and undeniably capable, of that there is no doubt. Yet, what is most commendable is his golden heart. He has secured good fortune for himself while never forgetting to uplift his fellow villagers. He has devised new methods and selflessly shared them with everyone. How long has it been since our village has been so united and prosperous? I believe that this year, the chief priest of the sea festival should undoubtedly be Haiyang. Let him represent our entire village in expressing our reverence and gratitude to the sea god, and also to pray for favorable winds and abundant catches in the coming year. What do you all say? Is that agreeable? Yes, it must be Haiyang. Brother Haiyang, step forward. A surge of enthusiastic agreement erupted from the crowd. With scarcely a hint of dissent, caught off guard by this unexpected nomination, Chen Haiyang momentarily stood in a daze. He instinctively attempted to decline, saying, "No, this isn't right. The elders and the old captain are present. How can I, a junior, take on such a role?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by an elder beside him. "Haiyang, do not refuse. This is the will of the people, and you deserve it. The sea god favors those who are both capable and kind-hearted." His father, Chen Haiyang, gently nudged him from behind, whispering, "Go on, my child. Give everyone and the sea an explanation." His mother stood nearby, her eyes glistening with pride and emotion, nodding vigorously in agreement. Observing the earnest and sincere faces surrounding him, a warm current surged within Chen Haiyang's heart, and he shed any pretense. Taking a deep breath, he smoothed the slightly crumpled collar of his garment, and with steady steps, advanced to the forefront of the altar. In that moment, the sea breeze caressed his youthful yet resolute face. With the trust of his entire village behind him and the vast, boundless sea before him, teeming with infinite possibilities and challenges, he accepted the 3 incense sticks offered by the village chief, held them aloft with both hands above his head, and bowed deeply 3 times to the expansive ocean. He did not recite any ornate prayers. Instead, with a clear and sincere voice, he articulated the simplest yet most heartfelt wishes of all fishermen. To the sea god, "Bless my fellow villagers. May our voyages be safe and our returns plentiful." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, seemingly merging with the sound of the waves, carrying his message far and wide. Following this, he led the entire village, young and old alike, in a shared bow of reverence. The fragrant smoke spiraled upwards, merging with the clouds in the sky. After the ritual, as per custom, a portion of the offerings was cast into the sea, symbolizing a shared communion with the ocean and a plea for protection. As he watched the aromatic wine blend with the waves and the golden grains sink into the azure depths, Chen Haiyang silently vowed, "O sea god, I, Chen Haiyang, do not seek to monopolize the bounty, but merely wish for peace and prosperity for my fellow villagers. I revere your power and am grateful for your gifts. If you continue to bestow your favor upon us, I shall not betray this sea, nor the people who depend on it." Once the ceremony concluded, the lively sharing of the offerings commenced. It is said that consuming the blessed food from the sea would earn the favor of the sea god. Children clamored for the fish heads, symbolizing intelligence, while adults shared the meat and cakes that represented abundance, filling the air with laughter and joy. Chen Haiyang found himself encircled by well-wishers, receiving blessings and toasts from all directions. No longer was he merely a fortunate youth. He had truly become the recognized leader of the village, capable of guiding them towards a better life. This heavy trust weighed upon him more than any catch ever could. His gaze toward the sea now held not just reverence and curiosity, but also a resolute sense of guardianship. Chapter 84. A Prayer for Safe Voyages. The solemnity of the sea ritual and the villagers' earnest hopes stirred within Chen Haiyang's heart like a relentless tide, leaving him restless. The honor of being chosen as the chief priest did not fill him with hubris. Rather, it transformed into a profound responsibility, pressing upon his shoulders and etched deep within his soul. That night, he ventured alone to the shore. Sitting on the familiar rock that had served as an altar by day, the moonlight, like silk, cascaded over the tranquil sea, creating a tapestry of shimmering silver. The day's clamor faded, leaving only the rhythmic crashing of waves, a deep, powerful breath of the ocean. He reflected on the simple yet profound prayer he had uttered: "Safe voyages and bountiful returns." These 10 words encapsulated the deepest and most fundamental desires of generations of fishermen. The sea offers gifts but also harbors endless dangers. A sudden storm, a misjudged course, or a mechanical failure could turn a journey into a final farewell. He touched the cold, rough rock beneath him, as if sensing the warmth and hopes left by countless ancestors who had prayed at this very spot. His remarkable fortune in fishing filled him with gratitude, yet also heightened his awareness. He understood that this luck was not a resource to squander, but rather a favor from the sea towards him, a returning traveler, or perhaps a test. "Do not become complacent," he whispered into the vast night, reminding himself resolutely. "I must never lose my humility. Individual luck is finite. Only by maintaining reverence for the ocean and relying on accumulated knowledge, experience, and thorough preparation can one navigate steadily and venture further." This reverence is not cowardice, but but a deeper courage and wisdom. It signifies an acknowledgement of nature's might, an understanding of one's limitations, and a commitment to explore and gather while also learning to evade risks, recognizing the principles of sustainability, and understanding that he bears not just his own family's well-being, but also the trust and reliance of an expanding community of fellow villagers. He contemplated the imminent large shipbuilding project. It was no longer merely a pursuit for personal wealth, to delve into deeper waters to test his luck, but rather a means to guide those who trusted him, to forge safer routes, and to discover more stable fishing grounds, enabling their lives to truly sail towards prosperity alongside this grand vessel. Safety, he murmured, savoring the word as it rolled off his tongue. The foremost priority must be safety. With this thought, the fervent passion ignited by the sea ritual gradually transformed into a solid, composed resolve. He began to silently envision what kind of large ship to build, its necessary capacity to withstand storms, the safety equipment it would require, and the emergency training the crew would need to undergo. Under the moonlight, his eyes grew clearer and more determined. His reverence for the sea and his desire to lead his fellow villagers toward shared prosperity intertwined like the keel and rigging of a ship, forming the strongest support for his future journey. The sea breeze, carrying a salty tang, brushed against him, and this time, he felt not just the call of opportunity, but also a deep sense of guardianship. He silently made another wish to the ocean, this time not concerning the catch, but solely about safety. He remained on the rock for a long while, until the moon reached its zenith, before rising to brush off the dew from his clothing and turning towards the warm light of home. With steady steps and a clear heart, he knew that the path ahead lay beneath his feet, as well as within the vast, deep blue, and he was ready to face and explore it with the utmost reverence. Chapter 85. The Priceless Golden Threadfin. The biting December sea breeze cut like a knife, stinging his face. Chen Haiyang wrapped his cotton coat tighter around him, standing at the bow of the boat, gazing at the overcast sea. As the spring festival approached, most fishing boats in the village had ceased operations, preparing for the new year. Yet, he continued to brave the sea every day. "Brother Haiyang, it's too cold today. Shall we take a couple of days off?" Awong inquired, rubbing his frostbitten hands. Chen Haiyang shook his head. In weather like this, the chances of encountering good fortune are even greater. The elders used to say that in the 12th lunar month, the waters grow frigid and fish become elusive. Yet the golden mandarin fish is worth its weight in gold, is it not? The golden silk mandarin? Awong's eyes sparkled. Was that not the legendary fish? My grandfather recounted that he had caught one in his youth, an event that transpired 50 years ago. Indeed, the golden silk mandarin, scientifically known as the yellow-lipped fish, spawns in nearshore waters during winter and is exceedingly rare. Its swim bladder fetches a price surpassing gold, enough to ensure a prosperous year for a family. Chen Haiyang's gaze hardened with determination. If they persevered for a few more days, fortune might smile upon them. Awong, stirred by his words, ceased his complaints and focused intently on the surface of the sea. However, Chen Haiyang harbored his own contemplations. During this period, he had been diligently studying the marine atlas he had purchased from the city, combining it with fragmented memories from his previous life to deduce the potential habitats of the yellow-lipped fish. Moreover, he had recently observed unusual small-scale detection devices surfacing at sea. Although he reported them anonymously, they instilled in him a sense of foreboding that the marine ecosystem was undergoing subtle changes, possibly attracting uncommon deep-sea species. "Brother Ocean, look over there." Awong suddenly pointed towards a particular expanse of water, its hue distinctly peculiar. Following his gesture, Chen Haiyang indeed noticed a patch of water with a faint yellow tint, contrasting sharply with the surrounding azure sea. A flicker of excitement ignited within him. They must investigate further. As their small boat glided closer to that watery domain, Chen Haiyang leaned down to scoop a handful of seawater, bringing it to his nose. It bore a faintly sweet, briny aroma. "This is it," he exclaimed. "The fish-scented water of old." His exhilaration was palpable, for treasures surely lay nearby. The two men cast their nets with utmost caution, laboring around that area. After several attempts, they caught only ordinary fish, plentiful, yet unremarkable. Awong, feeling disheartened, pondered whether they had misjudged their location. Chen Haiyang remained silent, his attention fixated on the surface. Suddenly, he noticed a small flock of seabirds circling low, occasionally diving into the water. "To that spot," he commanded decisively. As the boat approached that area, Chen Haiyang was astounded to find the water temperature noticeably higher than in the surroundings. It dawned on him that this might be an outlet for an underwater hot spring. Explaining the congregation of rare fish, "Change the fishing rod," Chen Haiyang instructed, "and use the freshest shrimp bait." The two shifted to deep-sea fishing, waiting in concentrated silence. Time ticked by, and just as Awong's patience began to wane, Chen Haiyang's fishing rod suddenly plunged perilously, the force nearly pulling him overboard. "It's here." he shouted, stabilizing himself firmly as he began to wrestle with the colossal creature beneath the waves. The fishing line stretched taut, emitting a sizzling sound, as if it might snap at any moment. Awong rushed to assist, and together they barely managed to maintain control. My heavens, what a behemoth! Awong gasped in awe. Chen Haiyang remained focused, attuned to the movements of the underwater beast. Based on his experience, he estimated this fish weighed over 100 pounds. Its strength far surpassing that of the usual catches. After nearly an hour of struggle, a magnificent fish with shimmering golden scales finally emerged. Under the feeble winter sunlight, its scales refracted a breathtaking golden-red glow. The golden silk mandarin. It truly is the golden silk mandarin, Awong exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Chen Haiyang too felt a surge of exhilaration, yet quickly regained his composure. Be careful, do not harm it. This fish is worth far more alive. They carefully lifted the fish into the spacious tank they had prepared. It swam within, nearly the size of an adult human, its golden scales dazzling. With its lips a striking shade of gold, as if dusted with gold powder. This golden silk mandarin is larger than the one my grandfather caught, which was barely half this size. Awong marveled. Chen Haiyang scrutinized the rare yellow-lipped fish, mentally calculating its worth. In his previous life, he recalled that this species had nearly gone extinct, once fetching astronomical prices. While it would not reach such extremes in this 1980s setting, it was undoubtedly worth a considerable sum. Return home immediately, Chen Haiyang commanded. We must not draw attention to this, lest we attract complications. The small boat turned toward the coast, speeding away. On board, Chen Haiyang already devised a plan for selling this rare marine catch. Ordinary fishmongers would be unable to afford it, necessitating specialized channels. Upon returning to the village, Chen Haiyang instructed Awong to head home while he sought out the village leader, Chen Xiangdong, to discreetly explain the situation. Upon hearing the news, Chen Xiangdong's eyes widened in astonishment. The golden silk mandarin? Over 100 pounds? Ocean, you have struck gold. He rubbed his hands together, pacing the room. This matter requires careful consideration. I will contact the county's fishery company. They have extensive networks. What Chen Haiyang did not anticipate was the rapid spread of news. By the following morning, 3 groups had arrived at his doorstep. The first was a representative from the county fishery company, who offered a price of 1,000 yuan, an astronomical sum at that time, equivalent to 3 years' wages for an ordinary worker. The second group consisted of private businessmen from the city, one of whom, sporting a protruding belly and a glimmering gold ring, exclaimed, "Young man, I'll offer 2,000 cash." As he patted his wallet, Chen Haiyang declined both offers, stating he needed time to consider. He understood that the fish's true value far exceeded those amounts. As evening descended, a sleek black car rolled into the small fishing village, creating quite a stir. An elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit emerged, accompanied by a young man. Is Comrade Chen Haiyang at home? The elder's voice boomed, exuding an air of distinction. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Haiyang stepped outside and was taken aback upon recognizing the elder. He had a vague recollection of this figure from his previous life, a renowned seafood mogul from the provincial capital, known for dealing in high-end marine products, whose enterprises had spread across the nation. I am Chen Haiyang, he replied. The elder smiled and presented a business card. My surname is Zheng. From the Sea Treasure Pavilion in the provincial capital. I heard you caught a golden silk mandarin and came to witness it. Chen Haiyang led Mr. Zheng to the backyard pool. Upon seeing the golden silk mandarin swimming within, the elder's eyes lit up with delight. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed thrice, admiring the fish's golden hue, perfect physique, and liveliness. Such rarity, truly remarkable. Turning to Chen Haiyang, Mr. Zheng stated, let us speak plainly. I offer 5,000. How does that sound? Chen Haiyang's parents, overhearing the figure, nearly stumbled in shock. 5,000 yuan, an amount sufficient to construct 3 brand new brick houses at that time. However, Chen Haiyang remained composed. Mr. Zheng, given your special visit, you must understand that such a specimen of golden silk mandarin is a rare find. Its swim bladder alone is worth a fortune. You know this better than I. Mr. Zheng's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated this young fisherman to be so knowledgeable. Then what price do you propose? He inquired cautiously. Chen Haiyang held up 2 fingers, 2 conditions. First, the price cannot be less than 8,000. Second, you must disclose the final destination of this fish. Mr. Zheng pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Impressive. Very well. We shall proceed on your terms. As for the second condition, I can tell you now that it is for a wealthy businessman in the port city, whose mother is gravely ill and requires the fish's swim bladder as a medicinal ingredient. To save a life is worth more than any profit I might seek. Chen Haiyang's heart stirred at this revelation. He recalled hearing in his previous life of a wealthy merchant from Hong Kong who had sought the yellow-lipped fish at great expense to save his mother, an event that had made the newspapers. Given that, Let us settle for 6,000. Chen Haiyang suddenly lowered the price, prioritizing the urgency of saving a life. Mr. Zheng was momentarily taken aback, reassessing the young man before him, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Young man, you are no ordinary individual. Very well, 7,000 it is. You have gained a friend in me. The transaction was completed smoothly, as Boss Zheng's subordinate meticulously placed the golden threadfish into a specially designed transport box. Boss Zheng discreetly slipped a note to Chen Haiyang. It contained the contact information for my provincial city. In the future, should you catch anything remarkable, do not hesitate to reach out to me directly. After bidding farewell to Boss Zheng, Chen Haiyang returned to his abode. Gazing at the substantial stack of money on the table, his heart flooded with myriad emotions. Chen's father and mother appeared to be in a dreamlike state, repeatedly counting the bills, their hands trembling. Haiyang, with such a vast sum of money, how shall we spend it? Chen's mother asked in a quavering voice. Chen Haiyang smiled and replied, Mother, is it not just the time for the new year? Let us celebrate a bountiful year. Tomorrow, our entire family shall head into the city to procure festive goods and buy you and father new garments from head to toe. That night, the Chen family struggled to find sleep. Under the glow of the lights, they gathered together, planning for their future. Meanwhile, Chen Haiyang pondered silently. This unexpected fortune might indeed be the key to realizing his next grand ambition, to build a formidable vessel and venture into the vast seas. Outside, the night sky was adorned with countless stars, heralding yet another promising day. As Chen Haiyang gazed into the heavens, a wave of gratitude and reverence for the ocean surged within him. This azure treasure was both generous and enigmatic, and the tale between him and it was just beginning.